This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Swiss rolls are a hot topic these days. Sue-in followed the trend and sent a message to her long-distance boyfriend, only to be met with a bitter breakup. Fly to the universe. Bro, what do you think of the recent Swiss roll news? Catch back the little planet. Sue-in, you're so boring. It's all about these boring topics all day long. Let's break up. Fly to the universe? ? The message was sent, but it was rejected. Blocked. Sue-in called and texted her boyfriend, apologizing, but all she got was a loss of love. Are you a bitch? Stop bothering me. From college to graduation, 1 year on campus, 2 years long distance, 3 years of love, it felt like they never existed. Just the day before, they were kissing, hugging, and hugging each other online, with emojis full of affection and passion. After asking around among mutual friends, it turned out her ex-boyfriend already had a new girlfriend, and she'd simply been dumped. She cried until midnight, feeling like a zombie, completely lost in thought, tears streaming down her face as she listened to love songs. The next moment, Sue-Ann's pupils constricted, the despair in her eyes transforming into disbelief. She breathed heavily, her whole body trembling. Looking around at the familiar small rental apartment, the girl couldn't help but laugh and cry. She glanced at the time, June 19th, 44th year of the Blue Star calendar, 1:21 a.m. She clutched her worn teddy bear tightly, mumbling insanely. Xiamo, zai, I'm back, and N is back. She hugged her teddy bear, as if it were a family member. Almost every little girl had one, so naturally, she wouldn't be without one. Grandma bought fabric, meticulously cut it, and stuffed it with the finest cotton. Though the bear looked a little strange, a cloth tiger-colored teddy bear, to Sue-in, this little bear was the most important member of her family. Its full name was Sue-imo, nicknamed Xiao-imo, and ZZ. It was a Bei, her childhood companion. She always took it with her, inseparable. They were truly inseparable, through life and death. Sue-in was reborn, before her fate took a turn. Reborn again, you think she laughed at herself for the breakup she endured, torment her ex-boyfriend, and reached the pinnacle of her life. But that wasn't the case. She had more to do than that rotten man. Reborn, Sue-in knew how treacherous the impending doom she faced. Even though she fought tooth and nail, remaining strong enough to be the heroine of her own life, she still couldn't make it. Fate constantly tormented her. The following month, Sue-in was first abruptly dumped by her first love, who had moved away after graduating from college. Then, while seeking an explanation over the weekend, she was smeared with rumors of being a mistress. Then, a social media blogger seeking traffic filmed an argument between her and her ex-boyfriend, subjecting her to a barrage of obscene rumors and online bullying. She bravely weathered it all, working while simultaneously dealing with these issues, enduring the trauma, and calmly filing a police report to refute the rumors and file a lawsuit. A week had passed. She was in a slump, traumatized both physically and mentally. In her previous life, she had taken a few days off for the annual holiday and returned to her hometown to visit her grandmother, only to discover that her beloved grandmother had been buried almost a month earlier. Her parents had kept this a secret to get the money she had regularly sent to her. From the onset of her illness until her death, she wasn't told a word, and even kept it a secret. The scumbag parents who divorced when she was young, left her with her grandmother, and then each started their own family were so cruel. They didn't even give her a chance to see her grandmother one last time. Sue-in went home and had a big fight with her scumbag parents, but was nearly kidnapped and married to an old man from the countryside. After she escaped, she reported the relationship to the police, and after a lot of trouble, she was finally able to return to work. Later, she met a college roommate who was traveling to a city to relax and told her the truth about the scumbag's breakup. She brought Sue-in a chat log from a group of boys, and when she saw it, she was almost furious. The comments made by her former top 10 boyfriend chilled her to the bone. Sue-in was beautiful, capable, and able to make money, but she had a mental problem. She always carried a weird-looking stuffed animal called a bear, as if she was sick. Her family was poor, her parents didn't want her, and she was raised by an old lady, a very feudal person. What era is this? Dating only involves holding hands, not even kissing. You still have to coax and pamper someone. They're starving for love, yet they're incredibly reserved. Trying to coax her into a relationship is a complete waste of time. Then there were a lot of unpleasant comments, too painful to bear. The group also shared a lot of disgusting things, including, but not limited to, private photos of women, including a half-naked photo of his college roommate, Lizilu. In the group, These people laughed and insulted their closest girlfriends. It turned out he wasn't a bad person from day one. He just disguised it so well that he didn't realize it. As a fellow victim, Sue treated Lizilu, her college roommate, with whom she had a casual relationship, as a close friend, and the two of them clung to each other for warmth. Sue, with her boyfriend breaking up with her, her family severing ties, and both love and family ties gone, placed a premium on her work and friendships. Strongly, she debunked rumors online, sued the self-media blogger who fabricated them, and comforted her affected sisters. Not long after, a family emergency struck her. She clutched her thighs, weeping and grumbling about a family member's serious illness. Without hesitation, she lent her entire savings to help. Over the next week, her friend borrowed money for various reasons, including, but not limited to, wanting to die and contemplating suicide. After repeated attempts, Sue, soft-hearted, gritted her teeth and took out loans to help her through the difficult times. Later, realizing she couldn't borrow any more money, Lizilu scolded her and told her to run away. Sue realized she had made the wrong choice of friends. Lizilu's boyfriend was a gambler, and she was a victim of PUA, rendered unconscious. The excuse of a family member's serious illness was all she had. She had borrowed everything she could, and her attempts to curry favor with her by showing her photos were simply to borrow money. Sue was deeply traumatized by the successive setbacks in love, family, and friendship. But she didn't give up. Instead, she chose to work hard to numb herself. She wanted to earn as much money as possible, repay her loans, and change her miserable life. She was incredibly resilient. Having lived in poverty since childhood, Sue was incredibly competitive in everything she did, focusing especially on her career. After graduation, she chose to work in a first-tier city, working at a large company with demanding overtime, even if it meant moving away from her boyfriend. She did it just to earn more money. Now, Sue had nothing left, and all she could do was work hard to earn money. She hadn't expected that after working hard for more than half a month, when she was at the company working overtime until 2 a.m. and trying to catch some sleep, she would be suddenly pulled into a universal game world, joining players from around the world in a road survival game. It was truly fantastical. After a system explained the rules, Sue finally understood. It turned out that Blue Planet had entered a dimensional upgrade competition, capturing all of humanity to enter a survival game. While participating, they would also be live-streamed in various otherworldly realms to evaluate their civilizations. This endless survival game won't end until the final player advances, or until Blue Planet is devoid of sentient life. Luckily, upon becoming a player, she immediately awakened a god-level talent, a three-dimensional talent attribute chart: attack, defense, effort, and medium. Her effort reached a whopping 11 points, exceeding the upper limit of 10. She also awakened the SSS talent ability Live Flat points, and the SSS class Puppet Master, truly superb talents, a truly lucky start. But fate seemed to be playing a huge joke on her. Chapter 2. She didn't thrive after entering the game world. Severely overworked, she was physically weak and mentally drained, her attributes plummeting to a critically low point, her spirit level reaching negative, and she couldn't use her innate abilities, classes, or skills. She faced a higher level of experience points for advancement than other players. She lived a life even more difficult than the average player. On the 7th day of the game, a heavy snowstorm struck, and she froze to death in the snowy night while holding Xiaomo. Thinking of this, Sue clung to her teddy bear, trying to buy a sense of security with the teddy bear she had grown up with. Moonlight streamed into the room through the small window, flickering. Sue felt her breathing quicken, her heart rate increase, her head grow dizzy, and her hands numb and tingling. Respiratory alkalosis. Commonly known as being overly emotional and about to pass out. This had never happened in her previous life. It might have been because she cried so hard over her breakup before she traveled through time, and she was so excited to be reborn. Sue, realizing this, calmed herself. She put the bear down and, using her numb limbs, rolled off the bed. She pulled a take-out plastic bag over her mouth and nose, breathing deeply. A few minutes later, the symptoms eased. Sue put the bag down, stretched herself out on the bed, and relaxed. Looking at the cute, smiling face of the snowman on the bag, a smile curled her lips. She was alive. She didn't care if it was a prophetic dream or some divinely bestowed opportunity. Fate had given her this opportunity, and she would seize it and work hard. In this life, she would live well and move on. Early morning. The ringing of the phone woke her up even before the sun. A little after 9 in the morning, her colleague called, asking why she hadn't seen her at the office. Sue had answered the phone, announced she was sick, and then requested a day off. Suen worked at a major internet company. Single-day sick leave didn't require a note, but 2 or more required a note, which was a bit of a hassle. Laying in bed, Suen still felt half asleep. Today was Saturday, but Suen's job was known for its 996 schedule, so naturally she had to go to work. In her previous life, she had also taken a day off, combined it with the next day's rest, and then headed out straight away. It was incredible that she had cried for half the night, and still managed to get up early to catch a flight to the gate of H-City University to check in with her ex-boyfriend, who was in graduate school. What a decisive woman. Then, Suen opened the company's time clock and, starting the day after tomorrow, took all 2 years of annual leave in one go, 10 days in the first year, 12 days in the second, a total of 22 days, all used up. After all, there was no cash back upon leaving, so taking it all before resigning was the most cost-effective option. All told, she could still collect an extra half-month salary before leaving. Even if she had to leave, she couldn't let the company down. Thinking back to last year's Lunar New Year holiday, she was forced to work overtime at the company without a day off, her determination and hard work becoming a tool for her boss's exploitation. She felt like a fool. That little old lady didn't wait for her to come home for the Lunar New Year, and she'd never be able to wait for her again. Thinking of this, Suen felt an indescribable sadness in her heart, a gloomy mood, her mind constantly reeling back to her childhood. Staying by her grandmother's side, helping her with handicrafts. Grandma made velvet flowers and dolls for a living. She was a traditional worker, her hands soft and delicate, and her handicrafts delicate and deft. When making velvet flowers, she began by refining the silk, a tedious process involving dyeing, drying, and crocheting. Her fingers flew, each exquisite velvet flower earning little swan food, clothing, and school fees. When the velvet flowers didn't sell, she would make small stuffed animals, like cloth tigers. The dim sunset shone on the room, and at a workbench, the old woman busied herself with work. She didn't make much, but from morning till night, she could always afford to eat. She was diligently saving money. When her savings were larger, she would put a down payment on a small house and bring her grandmother over. The curtains were half drawn, and the neighboring building blocked the light from the windows. The room was half bright, slightly damp, and indescribably oppressive. Looking around, the old house, the liver-colored cabinets, the front door, the darkness was oppressive and depressing. To save money. Every month, she gave her grandmother medical expenses and living expenses, and then saved enough to bring her to live with her in the city. Suen rented a small studio in an old, high-rise building. The high-rise complex was densely built, and while the studio had a window, its location meant poor lighting, with only a little sunlight coming in during the midday and afternoon hours. However, the asking price was reasonable, and affordability was its primary advantage. It was a very good value. Suen, a recent graduate, didn't care. From the moment she signed with this large company, she knew the high salary came at the cost of working late hours. Saving money meant little to her, so the sunlight wouldn't make a difference. It was a 500 yuan discount. Now, Suen felt no need to endure the hardship she faced. Reborn, she had nothing left. She decided to move and take good care of her health. In her previous life, she chose to endure hardship, unsure of what enjoyment meant, seemingly constantly suffering. But she was also grateful for the hardships she endured in the first half of her life. This diligent frugality allowed Suen to pay off her student loans and her grandmother's medical bills, while also saving a small amount to cope with her current situation. This meager savings was enough for her to live comfortably for a month and face the challenges of the survival game. Suen stood up and washed briefly in the small bathroom. She changed into clean clothes, a white t-shirt she bought for 19.9 yuan on Pink Sixy, paired with the jeans she worn since college, a backpack, and Xiao-mo. She left her 10-square-meter rental apartment. She walked through the long hallway of the sub-landlord's house, followed the elevator, and exited the apartment and the complex. Turning the corner, she found herself in the bustling neighborhood. The warm sun shone down on her. The streets were bustling with traffic and people, a bustling and lively atmosphere. She felt like she had been reborn. S-City is a first-tier city in Yin country. It's incredibly prosperous, with a high cost of living, but also offers endless possibilities. Suen strolled leisurely through the streets, planning to research and look for apartments. Hungry, she grabbed breakfast from a street vendor to fill her stomach. 13 yuan. A pancake with egg, crispy crackers, and sausage. What would be considered expensive in other cities is considered cheap in S-City. Suen usually eats only in the company cafeteria. On her days off, she buys eggs and bok choy and cooks instant noodles at home. She's very frugal. Although her monthly salary, including overtime pay, can reach over 20,000 yuan, Su-En's burden is heavy. Her grandmother is elderly, with heart problems and several underlying health conditions. Even in times of peace, she can't relax. At least if the elderly need surgery, she can contribute money. For children like her who are raised by elderly parents, she always hopes that if she works harder, the elderly will age more slowly. Taking all factors into consideration, Su-En's life was far more difficult than her peers, so naturally, she couldn't bear to buy the basic jianguozi, a type of pancake, downstairs. As for the takeout bag that had saved her this morning, she was grateful to herself yesterday. She burst into tears over the breakup, inconsolable, so she splurged on a takeout milk tea. She tried to soothe herself with sweet water. A chance encounter had saved her life after her rebirth. Su-En finished the jianguozi, a type of pancake that had brought her a sense of happiness, and walked out with a brisk pace. The ears of the stuffed bear in her backpack peeked halfway out from the zipper, swaying with the rhythm of her walk. It shivered adorably. The wind picked up. The zipper opened a little. The stuffed bear's eyes sparkled with stars. Chapter 3. In the afternoon, in the suburbs of S City, Su-En spent 6,000 yuan to rent a small, detached villa with a yard. It was called a villa, but it was actually a self-built house in the countryside, run by the owner as a B&B. The house was beautifully decorated, but it was the off-season, so it was hard to find a place to rent, and it was vacant most of the month. Su-En negotiated a price, securing a 2-month lease. It was a bit pricey, but it was fully furnished and ready for move-in. Everything was included, so there was no need to buy anything extra for moving. It wasn't particularly remote. It was about 10 minutes from the subway and an hour from the city center. Delivery services were normal, so Su-En would stock up on some supplies, which saved her a lot of trouble. What attracted Su-En the most was that the police station was only 500 meters away, at the end of the street, giving her a sense of security. The key point was that this wasn't a crowded area. She had paid 2 months' rent, but it wouldn't last her 2 months. After a month, she probably wouldn't be on Blue Star anymore. Of course, if nothing had happened, her rebirth would have been nothing more than a nightmare. She was willing to accept a life where her savings were depleted and she had to find work again. This extra month's rent would be considered time to rest and find a job after her break. If she hadn't been dragged into the survival game after her annual leave, her job search wouldn't have been considered a gap. It wouldn't have affected her career. In short, no matter what she planned, she could live a good life. In the evening, a truck carrying all of Su-En's belongings from her small studio apartment was waiting downstairs, ready to take her to her new home. After the sublandlord took the keys, Su-En left without a backward glance. She had no attachment to this small rental apartment. She had lived there for 2 years, and it was nothing more than a place to sleep, not far from work. She had no home here, and it seemed unlikely she would ever have one in the future. As she left, she gazed at the densely packed high-rise buildings, and suddenly remembered a news headline. It was gossip she had heard at the subway station after returning from her hometown. Because most of the victims lived in the same neighborhood, she had heard it all and hadn't noticed it before. It seemed like about 2 weeks later, several high school students from the same neighborhood met with misfortune at the side entrance of the complex on their way home from evening study. A missing driver caused a chain reaction, resulting in 7 deaths and 8 injuries. Several high school students were killed instantly, and many of those who survived were left with lifelong disabilities. Countless families were shattered. This reminded Su-En of the surge in car accidents in recent years, often caused by missing drivers. Each case is shrouded in doubt. The mainstream view is that stress led the driver to commit suicide by jumping out of the car, harming innocent people, and seeking revenge against society. The current economic downturn, high unemployment, and the prevalence of 996,007 work have led to widespread mental and physical stress and increased hostility. Many people have also collectively attacked the ride-hailing EP1, claiming that it misuses AI, using algorithms to force human workers into labor, exploiting them as human labor, and driving them crazy. Thinking about it now, some of these factors may be involved, but whether it was a voluntary jump or a mysterious disappearance remains to be determined. If everything Su-En experienced before his rebirth was real, she could make a bold guess. Some of the missing people were players captured by the system to participate in the survival game's internal testing. It was just that the timing of their capture was unfortunate, resulting in numerous accidents. She remembered that there was an internal testing zone in the game, where the system randomly captured a group of players before the entire population began playing to test the game's performance. When she entered, there were players claiming to be internal testers in the public chat, posting some information about game levels, though some of it was true and some was false, leaving her to discern. The setting sun shone through the window of the steadily moving van, illuminating the girl's face, dappled sunlight falling on her long eyelashes. Her expression was serious, carrying an indescribable heaviness. All the way, Suin repeatedly reviewed his memories of his rebirth. As a small-town test-taker who had risen from the bottom, a fighter among the test-takers. Suin was now summarizing his experiences. She was mindful of rest, nurturing both her body and her spirit. This would ensure she had enough resting power to top up her mental cap once she entered the game, allowing her to expend it, imbue her dolls with spirits, and unleash her abilities. To avoid the tragic situation of overdrawing her physical and mental energy, leaving her unable to use any of her abilities, she would strive for a relaxed lifestyle for the next month. In her previous life, the game's survival environment was harsh. With limited food and safe shelter, Suin struggled daily for 3 meals a day, unable to recover physically and mentally, falling into a vicious cycle. She absolutely must not repeat the same mistakes in this life. Keeping this in mind, Suin didn't hesitate to pay. She added a bit more and asked the Huala driver to help her move the items, preventing her already weak body from working late and overtime from further weakening from the heavy lifting. After the Lala driver left, the supermarket delivery Suin had ordered while in the car arrived, delivered within a half day. The courier had made the delivery. She slowly arranged the items. Suin didn't buy much, just daily necessities, a new toothbrush, towels, a washcloth, and some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, vegetables, and eggs. There was a chain supermarket about 2 kilometers from her rental that offered online delivery, making it very convenient. Then the delivery guy arrived with a luxurious meal. This was her dinner tonight. To avoid wasting the delivery fee, she ordered a lot. Abalone and sea cucumber with rice, clay pot pepper pork tripe and chicken soup, blanched okra, spicy clams, braised pig's trotters and abalone sauce, and duck feet in abalone sauce. How could this not be considered healthy? It was all nutritious meat. The table was full, and Suin's pale, withered face looked rosier. Suin ate slowly in the first floor restaurant, alone, with her own dishes. It's okay if she can't finish it. Just put it in the refrigerator, and heat it up for breakfast tomorrow. She won't waste food. She save where she can and spend where she can. Even after deciding to spend money on herself, Suin still can't break some of her little habits, but it's not a big deal. The dining room has a full-length window overlooking the courtyard. The courtyard is beautifully maintained, with a fruit tree, and it's cool and refreshing on a midsummer night. Today is a sunny day, and the moon and stars are bright at night, refreshing. All of this is much better than that cramped shared apartment. Suin propped her phone on a phone holder, picked up a random variety show, and ate slowly. Her phone was flooded with messages from colleagues, superiors, and friends, but she was too lazy to reply or deal with them. This month, she didn't want to worry about any trivial matters. Suin ate, occasionally watching variety shows, and glancing at the stars outside the window. Shalimo, the bear teddy bear, sat on a chair across from Suin. Because he was too short, only his 2 ears were visible. After finishing her meal, she put the remaining food in the refrigerator, held the bear in her arms, and turned on the TV to play the variety show she hadn't finished watching. She leaned back comfortably on the sofa and opened her mobile shopping app, buying everything she had always wanted but couldn't afford. Otherwise, once she entered the game, her savings would just become a waste of numbers. How miserable. A multi-purpose pot, buy. A cuddly bear-shaped plate and bowl, buy. A spatula, spoon, chopsticks, buy. A shelf, detergent, shampoo, shower gel. Anything she thought would be useful, Suin ordered. The variety show ended. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Suin hadn't packed up the pile of moving items in the living room. She had already put a lot of effort into finding a house and packing for the move today, so she planned to take her time tomorrow. She took clean sheets and quilts to the first-floor bedroom and replaced them with new ones. After a quick trip to the bathroom to wash up, Suin went to bed early, hugging her teddy bear. The first day after her rebirth ended. Chapter 4. The next morning, it was the sunlight that woke Suin. She checked her phone, a little after 7 in the morning. She calculated she slept about 10 hours. It had been so long since she felt this sleep-deprived. Going to bed early and waking up early made her feel incredibly relaxed. The lightheadedness, fatigue, and lethargy she previously felt were greatly improved. She'd gone to bed early the previous day and had left the curtains open, leaving a small corner open so she could wake up naturally in the sunlight. Soo-in yawned, stretched, and leaned against the back of the bed, thinking about her experiences and what she'd done yesterday. She gave herself a thumbs up for her initiative, silently praising herself. She was truly back, and had made significant changes. "You're great. Keep it up, Soo-in." This little bit of encouragement countered the lingering anxiety in her heart. Soo-in got out of bed and drew back the curtains. After washing up, she did a set of radio calisthenics in the living room, which had a full floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out the window at the flowers and plants, listening to the chirping of insects and birds, Soo-in felt incredibly comfortable. When her body felt slightly warm, Soo-in stopped exercising and rested on a chair in the dining room. A weak body is not suited to strenuous exercise, and mindless fitness training can harm a weakened body. She had no plans for strenuous exercise in the near future, focusing on eating, drinking, and sleeping. She would first take care of her irregular sleep schedule, and the strain of sitting for long periods of time after working overtime. Then she would stock up on some necessary supplies to see if they could be used in the survival game. Soo-in looked out the window at the sunlight and opened the sliding door to the courtyard, letting in the light and air. The self-built house she rented was a two-story building of about 200 to 300 square meters, with a courtyard of 40 to 50 square meters. It was far from the city and had a beautiful environment. The homestay is fully furnished and fully equipped. The first floor has a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and one bedroom. The second floor has a bedroom, a gym, a multi-purpose audio-visual room, a terrace, and a yard. Overall, the environment is quite pleasant. Soo-in was too lazy to go upstairs yesterday, so she stayed on the first floor. If nothing unexpected happens, she probably stayed downstairs forever. Taking advantage of her morning energy, Soo-in heated up yesterday's leftovers and immediately got to work after dinner. She opened the two moving boxes and began sorting them, using the useful items first and sealing the unused items aside. She didn't actually have much stuff, just 2 boxes of miscellaneous items and a suitcase of clothes. After all, her previous rental was only a dozen square meters, so there wasn't much room for anything. Logically, she should have thrown it all away. But Soo-in couldn't bear to part with it. Partly because she was used to being poor and couldn't break her frugal habits, and partly because she was very nostalgic and didn't want to throw things away. Perhaps it was because she had been doing this since she was a child. Soo-in owned very little, so she cherished it with all her heart. Lacking company, she always carried her stuffed bear, Xiaomo, with her wherever she went. While it might seem a bit insane to outsiders, it was just right for her. She accepted the fact that she had a few quirks. After packing up her things, Soo-in sat down with her notebook, writing and sketching. It roughly summarized her experiences before her rebirth. Soo-in didn't insist on a chronological record, simply writing whatever came to mind. She tried to be as detailed and revealing as possible. After finishing, she took out a piece of white paper and, referring to the notes in her notebook, created a mind map based on the timeline, noting the key points of each event. When she was done, she tore up the notebook paper, soaked it in a basin of water, and rubbed it until it was reduced to pulpy scraps, barely legible. She flushed it all down the toilet. Soo-in leaned back on the sofa, staring at the blank sheet of paper with all the writing on it, lost in thought. An hour later, Soo-in yawned, her mind map covered, and she fell asleep on the sofa, her head resting on her teddy bear. A thin blanket covered her, softly covering her body. Ding dong. Ding dong dong. The doorbell woke Soo-in. She folded the mind map paper and tucked it into the chain pocket on the teddy bear's belly. She held the teddy bear and walked to the entrance. Through the video doorbell, Soo-in spotted the delivery guy at the door. Her online purchases from yesterday had arrived. Soo-in hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. She bought a lot of things yesterday from several shopping apps, and even though the Tengdu shopping app guaranteed delivery the next day, she lived in the suburbs. "I thought it wouldn't be delivered until tonight." Soo-in opened the door. He asked the delivery guy to bring the packages in and unload them. Soon, a pile of delivery boxes appeared on the floor, filling the living room. After sending the delivery guy away, Soo-in pulled a folding knife from his home clothes pocket and unpacked the packages one by one. A complete set of underglazed cream maple bowls and plates for 2 people, in white and light blue. Brand new pots and pans, a frying pan, a cast iron pan, a baking tray, and an enamel pot. These were intended for use during this period. Soo-in continued unpacking. A thin, cream-colored 4-piece set. There were also 2 cream-colored 4-piece sets, one cream-colored and one light blue, both sized to match the bed on the first floor. These two four-piece suits are quite warm now, but when Sue-An placed the order, she instinctively recalled the coldness of her past life and bought them in the hope of bringing them into the game. According to her memory, she was caught in the survival game while working overtime at the company until the early hours of the morning and fell asleep. After entering the game, she brought the clothes she was wearing and the teddy bear she was holding as a pillow. This proved that she could carry supplies. Yesterday, Sue-An imagined herself wearing thick clothes, smuggling various tools and food inside, and then wrapping herself in sheets and quilts. Sue-An placed the order, thinking it was better to give it a try than not. She opened the package and found a thick duvet and down jacket. She wondered if she could bring all that stuff. Sue-An suddenly had an idea. Chapter 5. She sat on a delivery box, pulled out her phone, and found an outdoor gear store to place an order. Outdoor tents, moisture-proof mats, sleeping mats, camping lanterns, foldable multi-purpose shovels, stoves. The image of the time travel in her mind shifted from a woman wrapped in a ball to a woman wrapped in a ball, each of her fingers hooked around a large bag. Sue-An chuckled, breaking the tranquility of the space. After finishing the deliveries, Sue-An felt a little hungry. Excited, she took out a new pot from the kitchen and prepared to cook. Playing music on her phone, Sue-An hummed along to the rhythm. Rinse the pot, dry it over a hot flame, pour in oil, and shake it to spread evenly throughout the pot. Wait until the oil is hot and smoking, then turn off the heat and let the oil moisten the entire pot. This is called opening the pot. A well-opened pot is very easy to use and non-sticky. Wait until the oil in the pot cools down a bit. Sue-An turns the heat back on, pours in the oil, heats it, adds a little salt, lowers the heat slightly, and beats in 2 eggs. A sizzling sound echoed in the frying pan as the egg solidified, its edges gilded with gold, transforming into a poached egg. She flipped the egg over, waiting until both sides were golden and crispy, then added water to the pan. She added noodles, salt, soy sauce, and pepper to the water. Once the noodles were cooked, she sprinkled a handful of greens on top. The homemade vegetable and egg noodles were ready. Sue-An added a little MSG and sesame oil before serving them in a newly purchased soup bowl. She left the kitchen with the bowl and headed straight for the sofa and coffee table. She turned on the TV, found a cartoon, and ate her lunch. Sue-An scooped up a mouthful of noodles and shoved it into her mouth, then took a bite of the fried egg. The fried egg, soaked in oil, was fragrant, the noodles soft and sweet. A bowl of vegetarian noodles lacked the overpowering aroma of a fine meal, yet felt simple and delicious. A sip of the hot soup, with its subtle salty and fresh flavor, was incredibly comforting. Sue-An smiled with satisfaction. In the afternoon, Sue-An took advantage of the good weather and lounged on a recliner in the yard, sipping juice and tapping on her phone to cool off. At this moment, she began to receive messages from her elementary school classmates and neighbor sister who had helped her find out. She was stunned by the messages. Grandma was indeed gone. Her heart sank, but she also felt a sense of relief. It was like a stone had fallen from her heart. Though heavy, it was also settled. The fall of this stone made her feel like a kite with its string cut, a helpless freedom amidst her panic. Speaking of inquiring about her hometown, Sue-An had been doing it since the first day of her rebirth. On the first day of her apartment hunting trip, Sue-An contacted a junior high school classmate back home to ask about her grandmother's situation. Renjing, a classmate she hadn't spoken to in a while, was a kind-hearted young woman. After failing to get into high school due to poor academics, she studied hairdressing and now lives a happy life running a barbershop in her hometown. The two had been close in junior high. They kept in touch, but they didn't chat often. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Renjing was very interested in Sue-An's request to help. She gladly made the trip and declined Sue-An's offer of a red envelope. This morning, she left home and drove to the small town 30 kilometers from the county seat, where Sue-An's grandmother lived. She had just arrived at Sue-An's home and found the house locked and unoccupied. She took photos and videos and sent her a message. Just then, the neighbor's sister also shared the news. She works out of town, similar to her, at a company in a big city that works incredibly long hours. Yesterday, Saturday, the neighbor's sister pulled an all-nighter to finish a project and slept all day, and just saw the news. She messaged Sue-An to say she just called her mother and learned her grandmother had taken a sick break a while ago and had passed away a while ago. I heard the funeral was a long time ago, a simple one. Sue-An's mother came, had the banquet, accepted the gifts, and then left. Her mother even gave a small gift. At this moment, the neighbor's sister is still trying to comfort her. Sue-in thanked her and sent her a red envelope, but she refused to accept it. A Xiaoren, the barber. Sue-in, I just checked with the neighbors for you, and they say no one has lived here for a long time. Your grandmother hasn't been around for a while. A Xiaoren, the barber. Your grandmother has been on the market since she passed away. Sue-in, thank you. Sue-in replied to her classmates. She clenched her fists, clenching and unclenching them repeatedly. Just then her phone suddenly vibrated. It was the company's department head calling. Sue-in answered. A gruff, raspy female voice rang out. Sue-in, where have you been? First you took sick leave, then you took so many days of annual leave. Don't you realize our department is facing such a critical time? Do you have any professional ethics? Did someone in your family die? You left without a word. Do you know how much effort our team has put into this project? If you leave, everyone's workload will double. Are you being righteous? You're taking such a long annual leave. How shameless are you? Let me tell you, there are so many graduates from key universities like you. If you were fired, what good job would you find? There was a hint of nervousness in her voice, like a patient who'd been working overtime and was in a trance. Sue-in knew her supervisor wasn't a bad person, but the company was under immense pressure, pushing performance targets relentlessly, trying to squeeze every last bit of profit out of her. She treated her boss like a patient. In fact, she'd always taken good care of her at work. At least, he'd make her work overtime, paying her just enough for the extra work, and even ordering everyone a late-night snack at his own expense. But while her boss was taking good care of her, he also pampered her, constantly telling her that Sue-in should be grateful for staying at the company. She was able to stay at the company, receive her salary and overtime pay, thanks to the company's consideration for giving a simple undergraduate like her the opportunity to work. Sue-in had previously believed her boss was right. But after rebirth, she realized this was a pathological situation. She clearly joined a large company right after graduation. It was through her academic performance, internships, and competitions, she'd given up on postgraduate study, and she overcome numerous obstacles to defeat her competitors in exchange for a full-time internship. How could she be just an ordinary undergraduate? She was clearly a super hard-working, young, and outstanding human being. As for her internship, she followed the 996 schedule every day, working from dawn to dusk, returning home around 10 or 12 every day, often working until 3 or 4 in the morning before returning to work the next day. She had passed this kind of obedience test, so it was inappropriate for the company to let her go. Sue-in shook her head at the thought. How could she still be so proud? How could a hard-working, exploitable worker still be so arrogant? It wasn't like she hadn't studied Marxism-Leninism. This world of cows and horses. It was a bit ridiculous. It was driving people crazy. Sue-in took a deep breath, thinking about how to tell her boss to accept her resignation and not let her anger affect her health. But then she heard her scolding the person most important to her. Why aren't you answering? Doesn't your grandma need care? Are you suffering from some kind of mental illness from hugging a bear all day? You little girl. Sue-in suddenly lost her temper. With a twitch of her lips, she spoke bluntly. Chapter 6. Yes, my whole family is dead, and I'm going crazy. I'm ready to see a doctor. Sister, I recommend you go to a mental hospital too. I think it's good, and you need it. Sue-in hung up the phone and let out a sigh. She let her supervisor send her apology messages after a while, but she didn't respond. She stared at her phone, her eyes blank. She didn't want to get angry, but her boss's words were truly infuriating. However, she was telling the truth. Her beloved grandmother was gone, and she had no family left in this world. Her disgusting parents and ex-boyfriend, though still alive, were as good as dead in her heart. She had already considered them dead after her rebirth. As for rebirth, she firmly believed it, and firmly believed that her little bear would soon come to life, accompany her, and start a new and wonderful life. Speaking that out loud would be like going crazy. Thinking of this, Sue-in chuckled. She disliked the noisy messages from her supervisor. Sue-in turned off her phone, set it aside, and lay in the courtyard, watching the white clouds and blue sky roll by. Her heart gradually calmed down. The third day of her rebirth. Cooking clean and healthy meals, occasionally exercising, reading novels, and watching TV series. Receiving packages, shopping. This rare leisure time, she never tires of staying home. It turned out that she, too, could see the blue sky outside her cubicle window. She could stand barefoot on the ground at 10 o'clock in the morning, looking up at the sky. She could breathe the free wind, bask in the warm sunshine, idly read novels, and watch TV series, and then take a lazy nap. After waking, it was dusk. She could sit in a rocking chair, watching the sunset and humming a song. On the balcony, a clothes hanger held Sumo's two bare ears. The cloth bear seemed to be swinging on the balcony, slowly drying in the wind, accompanying its owner. It was the 4th day of her rebirth. It was cloudy and drizzling. Because of the gloomy weather, Suin naturally woke up a little later today. After a few days of rest, she stopped staying up late, cooked her own meals, and had regular meals. She felt much better. Today, she increased her exercise a little, achieving a consistent half-hour workout. After breakfast, she lay on the sofa, watching the rain for the entire morning. Listening to the patter of raindrops, she let time slip by. The quiet life gradually healed Suin's tense spirit after her rebirth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after a nap, she slowly picked up her favorite childhood craft and began tinkering with the materials she had received yesterday. A large table on the 2nd floor had been set up as a workbench. The floor lamp shone brightly. Outside, the sky was overcast, a light drizzle falling. Darkness was approaching, but not completely dark. Under the light, she gathered her materials. On the table were the tools and materials that had arrived over the past few days: silk thread of various colors, copper wire, iron wire, velvet shears, pointed scissors, a watering can, a splint. She wanted to make a velvet flower hairpin for Xiamo. That way, after entering the game, she could animate Xiamo herself and give her a beautiful hairpin as a decoration. Besides, doing these things herself would allow her to practice her craft. Beginning with her most familiar velvet flower, she would slowly pick up the craft she hadn't done in a long time. Suin flexed her fingers. Ever since she'd grown up and her studies had become increasingly hectic, she rarely done this kind of handicraft. But it had been a habit since she was little, and she quickly became proficient. Getting the thread, choosing the silk color, arranging the pile, combing the pile, tying the copper wire. At that moment, it felt like she was back in her childhood, leaning against Suimo Xiong in a chair, spinning velvet strips with her grandmother. 2 hours later, the alarm went off. Suin stretched, turned off the alarm, turned off the lights, and went downstairs, stopping her handicraft for the day. She remembered to take care of her body and mind, not overexerting herself. In the evening, she made stir-fried pork with chili peppers and a celery salad, which she ate with rice. Suin was satisfied. She caught up on some drama, soaked her feet, and went to bed early. The 5th day of her rebirth, the weather was sunny. After the sun came out, Suimo, hanging on the balcony, was warmed by the sun, exuding the pleasant scent of lemon laundry detergent. Today, she exercised for half an hour before having breakfast again. After breakfast, she continued working on the velvet flower, finishing work 2 hours later. At noon, Suin took down the laundry and the stuffed bear. As she held the bear cub in her arms, it was so soft and fragrant, exuding a fresh, natural lemon scent, that Suin couldn't help but rub her face against it and sniff it for a long time. Suddenly feeling too lazy to cook today, Suin carried the bear cub out the door. She walked down the block, crossed 2 streets, turned a few corners, and entered a commercial street. She found a random noodle shop and had lunch. A plate of oil-splashed noodles was quickly served. The noodles were so greasy and delicious. During lunch, she caught up on some gossip, all about some recent, vicious incidents. There were reports of a major car accident in a foreign country, robberies in another region, and a priest in a certain city claiming the end of the world was imminent. The diners chatted casually, treating the information as a joke. All was calm in Yin country. The noodle shop was bustling with business. This was the busiest commercial street in the area, with many attractions nearby and many customers. Suin strolled slowly down the block, arriving home almost half an hour later. Lately, it seemed that some countries were in turmoil. In her previous life, she had been caught up in various events, and now, she was still arguing online with a rumor-mongering blogger, so she had little energy to pay attention to these things. But it wasn't a big deal. At least in Suin's memory, in her previous life, until she entered the game, the Blue Star Yin country was peaceful and stable. Everything was normal, without a trace of chaos. Suddenly thinking of that disgusting blogger, Suin couldn't help but open her phone and search for his account. She found that he had posted a new video yesterday. #explosion, this is too much. A cheating female college student angrily slaps her cuckold boyfriend in public. So far, it's received over 30,000 likes and thousands of comments, accompanied by a torrent of insults, most of which are directed at the woman. The video shows her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend arguing with him and slapping him. The most liked comment was about someone revealing her name, school, and class, and spreading rumors that she was promiscuous and a famous slut at school. To pass the review, the characters used were all self-made homophones. The second most liked comment was from someone selling porn, claiming something like XX resources and a homophonic WeChat account. Suin immediately guessed it was some AI-powered face-swapping app. Scrolling down, she found a few debunking comments, but they were all from the blogger's fans, who called the woman in the video their mistress, fabricating rumors and insulting her. Suin felt a chill run down her spine, and a surge of anger. She discovered. Chapter 7. This social media account is definitely connected to her ex-boyfriend. It's probably created by his cronies. Otherwise, why else would she have found someone online a few days ago to contact her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend and tell her she'd been cheated on, that her boyfriend wasn't a good person, and that she'd better be cautious and ask questions? And then, within a few days, this happened. These evil people have used similar methods from ancient times to the present. To ruin someone's reputation, they resort to spreading rumors and slander. And rumors tainted with vile undertones are always impossible to eradicate. Suin clenched her hands, wishing she could kill that bitch right now. Let him know how despicable he was. When all this happened in her previous life, it would be a lie to say she had no grudge against the scumbag's current girlfriend. However, she quickly calmed down and confronted the man the next day. Later, she discovered that the scumbag's current girlfriend was unaware of what had happened and was just an innocent girl caught in his trap. Her grudge had long since vanished, leaving only sympathy. This is why Suin's first reaction to these rumors was heartache. She could feel how distressed the young girl targeted by the rumors was right now. She had felt it before. Even someone like her, accustomed to rumors and suffering since childhood, with a strong character, could still be crushed. She cried for a long time, and spent several days recovering before gathering evidence, filing a police report, and embarking on the long legal battle. In the afternoon, Suin worked overtime for the first time in a long time, exceeding 3 hours. She searched online for a long time, finding accounts suspected of being friends of the woman targeted by the rumors, or even her own. Although these accounts were constantly attacked and insulted, the people behind them never stopped refuting the rumors. Still working hard to prove herself, Suin bought a new SIM card and created a WeChat account. She also registered a video platform account. She laid out the methods for defending her rights and legal means of protection in a simple, easy-to-understand format. 1, 2, 3, 4, created images, and sent them one by one. Soon, she received thanks, added a message from a certain account, and was added to a small group. It's called the Sister Support Group, and she's one of the 5 members. The woman targeted by the rumors is Zhang Zhuqian, a graduate student at G University. This is the group her sisters helped her create. When they discovered their friend was being slandered, they immediately helped to defend and prove herself. Seeing the comprehensive plan Sue had provided on her account, they were overwhelmed with gratitude and added the enthusiastic netizens to the group chat. Thank you, Sunshine Bear. Thank you for trusting us. Suyu has been getting a lot of flack lately. Thank you for trusting us. We were so focused on helping Xiaoqian prove herself, we didn't realize there were so many ways to help her. Blame it all on that scumbag and that rumor-mongering blogger. They seemed unaware that the rumor-mongering blogger was connected to that scumbag. They discussed this endlessly in the group chat. During this time, Sue had also heard about the abrupt breakup with her ex-boyfriend, from the perspective of another female victim. It turned out that last year, Zhang Zhuqian met a scumbag, a graduate student at the same university, at an event. He claimed to be single, but he actively pursued her. Combined with his good looks and successful career, the two of them eventually confirmed their relationship. They've been together for almost a year now. The scumbag had suddenly broken up with her, because Zhang Zhuqian's unexpected pregnancy a month earlier had been discovered by her family, who then discovered their daughter was dating someone. Because he loved his daughter, and because his daughter liked him, the scumbag pretended to be a decent person. Zhang Zhuqian's family was well off, and her parents doted on her. The elders were urging them to get married, planning to hold their wedding in 3 months. The scumbag, seeing this, weighed the pros and cons, and fearing trouble with Suin, so he found an excuse to abruptly break up with her. Some time ago, Zhang Zhuqian received a message from an account with the avatar Lonely Frog, adding her via her phone number. She mistakenly thought it was a friend playing around, but the Lonely Frog, after a flurry of croaking, revealed her boyfriend's school name and class, accusing him of cheating, details about her affair, and even the scumbag's history of infidelity and prostitution. This flurry of warnings was a complete chill down Zhang Zhuqian's head, already brimming with love. Details she hadn't paid attention to before, some inappropriate things she overlooked, now made her doubt them. Once doubts arise, life becomes unsettled. But Zhang Zhuqian worried about her lover misunderstanding her. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to confront her boyfriend directly. Anything should be resolved together. This question caught her off guard, piercing his facade. At first, he tried to explain himself, concealing the truth with sweet words. But as she shared the details, he gradually turned hostile, becoming furious and revealing a side of her she had never seen before. She then broke up with him, but to her surprise, a video fabricating rumors about her appeared on a local video platform the next day. Soo-in watched the group chat as everyone joined in the discussion disparaging the scumbag. She didn't join in the outcry. After all, she had been one of the original suspects, now a mere bystander. She had already grown tired of scolding that scumbag in her past life, and there was no need to vent her emotions. She felt only apathy and indifference towards him. She didn't want to waste any energy on someone so annoying. Soo-in quietly helped organize the information. She took screenshots of the blogger's fabricated information and posted them to the group. She also reported it to the platform, not just the blogger, but also his followers and Smurfs. She also taught everyone in the group how to report it. Maintaining a clean online environment is everyone's responsibility. Soo-in worked hard all day, her hands constantly switching between her phone and computer. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. Hungry, her stomach growling, her neck a little stiff, she finally looked up from her computer, twisting it, and regaining consciousness. Slumped in her chair, she stared blankly at the courtyard through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seemed like she had been working so hard for a long time today. She fiddled with her phone, put on some soothing music, and rested for 5 or 6 minutes, relaxing her body and mind. 5 or 6 minutes later, Soo-in got up, stretched herself, picked up her phone, said goodbye to everyone in the group chat, and then exited. Sunshine Bear, we met by chance, and we're here to help. Bye everyone. Akiko, thank you for helping me, Sunshine Bear. When she logged out of her all account, she received a message in her message bar. Chapter 8. Soo-in didn't reply, because from this moment on, the Sunshine Bear account would remain silent forever, never to be seen again. Perhaps Zheng Zhuqian was smarter, and would guess who Sunshine Bear was, or perhaps she'd never think of her, but that didn't matter. Sunshine Bear's attitude showed that she was willing to help, but didn't want to be too involved in this matter. From Lonely Frog placing the order to Sunshine Bear's secondary account helping out, Soo-in had done enough and had a clear conscience. Soo-in didn't consider herself a good person, but she wasn't a bad person either. She was just an ordinary person who followed the law and loved to do small acts of kindness. Soo-in ordered takeout and curled up on the sofa, relaxing. The TV was on, playing a random movie. Although she couldn't quite get into it, it didn't matter. Some sound was nice. The takeout started arriving, and Soo-in ordered quite a few delicious dishes. Sipping pork ribs, lotus root, and wolfberry soup while munching on spicy duck necks and wings, Soo-in's mixed takeout meals perfectly capture her well-being, a perfect balance between health and relaxation. Day 6 of rebirth, Day 7, Day 8, Day 9. The days passed like a running diary. After work, Soo-in's days at home were ordinary and routine. But to her, this ordinariness was filled with happiness, and she cherished this precious time. Every day she ate and drank, ordered online, shopped, and received packages. She also did some craft work and read. Soo-in rarely went out, partly to avoid getting into trouble, and partly because she simply loved staying home. Being alone was truly wonderful. Even though she spent a lot of money, constantly shopping online, it didn't cost much, and she was quite happy. As a person, Soo-in is accustomed to and enjoys her time alone. Her past relationships reveal that she needs love, yet also avoids it, fearing hurt and being exceptionally independent. It's a bit twisted, but that's just her. In reality, this kind of happiness is simple, but few can achieve it. Many children in East Asia are constantly burdened from childhood, burdened by pressure, the constraints of mainstream society, and the expectations of their parents and families. This leaves most children like her, mentally and physically tormented, from school, graduation, to work, a never-ending cycle. Kindergarten is important, elementary school is important, middle school is important, high school is important, no event is uncritical, unimportant. Under the expectations of society and our own families, one can only move forward, strive, and compete. Falling behind feels like the end of the world. But how many truly succeed? Only those who are lucky enough can be considered the lucky average person in most competitions. Most ordinary people have become bored and anxious adults. Even on vacation, they find it difficult to fully enjoy themselves. The intense pressure, anxiety, and guilt seem to overwhelm them if they relax. Once, Soo-in was swept up in the competition, actively involved. Her parents didn't want her, and her grandmother raised her with great difficulty. With no one to rely on, she had no choice but to push herself and study hard. Thankfully, she had some talent, becoming what the world considers a good child. Sometimes, Sue dreaded the consequences. If she hadn't been strong enough, she would have been driven mad. But even with her competitive advantage, she felt lost when, one day, she was suddenly caught in a survival game that seemed like a joke. Overdrawing her body and spirit, the pride she earned through work became her lifeblood. In her previous life, while struggling to survive in survival games, Sue constantly pondered the meaning of life, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Thankfully, she wasn't driven mad. Returning, she realized. It seemed she didn't need to work so hard now. Taking it slow would be faster. It was late at night. Tired after a long day, Sue unknowingly fell asleep on the sofa, covered in a brown blanket with a teddy bear pattern. The TV quietly played the plot of a movie, the characters speaking in magnetic voices. Life is full of uncertainty, and only the wind offers enough freedom. It doesn't matter if you can't reach the top of the mountain, success doesn't necessarily mean you're alive. In this world, any life is good. The movie ended, the curtain fell. The next movie quietly played. What kind of life did she want? The TV played the movie, which no one was watching. The girl on the sofa slept soundly, pillowed in a pillow, hugging the teddy bear. Until time slowly approached Sue and set sleep time, the TV automatically turned off. Half a month passed in a flash. Sue successfully crafted a hairpin for Xiong Xiaomo. She changed the traditional velvet flower pattern, replacing the chisel with a brass hairpin, embellished with an intricate pattern of flowers, blue against light blue, purple against bright pink. These petals formed a furry blossom. Sue placed them on her own little bear's ears, creating a unique look. What a beautiful bear! Sue praised the little bear. She touched the velvet flowers on the little bear, her eyes sparkling as she imagined how happy the little bear would be when he saw the flowers on his head. In her previous life, she had been lost on a snowy night with Little Bear at the end of her novice period. After Little Bear grew cold, she gradually lost her will to live. After finally awakening to life and finding a companion, she lost them all again. Sue blinked, trying to hold back the moisture as she watched the slowly regaining consciousness of Little Bear. With such a beautiful headpiece, I think Little Bear needs a nice outfit to go with it. He immediately got to work. Sue opened her notebook and began to sketch. Then, looking through the material she bought from reading so much, she found some silk fabric. She had bought this silk fabric from a book she recently read on classical humanoid art. It featured information about the classic dolls and silk figurines of Yen country. She had bought these materials to experiment with later. In her previous life, she'd been a puppeteer. Although she hadn't used it in a game, after her rebirth, Sue had been consciously or unconsciously researching related knowledge. A doll generally refers to a toy provided for human play. For most people, the first impression is often of the familiar plush toys, but that's a bit too one-sided. In Sue's understanding, the concept of dolls is broad, encompassing everything from animals and humans to utensils. Different ethnic groups, due to their own cultural backgrounds, possess regional and cultural characteristics. As a Yen, making dolls requires understanding and learning traditional crafts. Sue has recently been reading a lot of books about local dolls. Silk figurines, sugar sculptures, wood carvings, pottery figurines. In fact, as a child, she had read some of these books, but she never delved into them in detail. Adults always told her that studying hard and finding a good job was her only hope. However, when she and her grandmother made plush flowers together, they would often reminisce about old times and handicraft techniques. Learning one thing led to another, and Sue learned quickly. The bear that always accompanied her, Xiongmo, or Xiongzz, was made by her grandmother herself, except that the cloth tiger had been reshaped like a small cloth bear. It's a bit sad, but at that time, imported teddy bears were all the rage in town, and every child had one. Grandma bought fine velvet, and sewed her a cloth bear, Xiaomo, in the shape of a teddy bear, to accompany her as she grew up. Xiaomo looked a bit different from a real stuffed bear, but Sue loved it the most. Times have changed. No kids like cloth tigers anymore. Kids love foreign teddy bears. Although Grandma may not be keeping up, if other people's babies have them, my baby has them too, Grandma would say. Unfortunately, Sue didn't understand Grandma's loneliness at the time, nor did she understand the difference between foreign and Chinese things. Her answer sparked a glimmer of hope in Grandma's eyes. Chapter 9. Grandma made it. It's from our country. I love it. Xiongzz, I need to give it a name. What should I call it? Sue-in then took the bear and went to playhouse, naming it, talking to it, and playing games with it. Besides Sue-imo, she also had the stuffed tiger Sue-ba and Sue-dudu, and the lucky doll A-Bay. When did the bear become her only playmate, and the one she carried with her wherever she went? Oh. It was during high school, when my uncle came home and had an argument with my grandmother. There was a fire in the old house. The fire burned the house to the ground, but the bear, which was in my school bag, escaped. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The family, which had only slightly improved its financial situation, fell back into poverty. But except for the bear, her friends, and the beautiful memories of her childhood were all burned to ashes, leaving her with nothing. For years, she endured the gossip of being called a bad luck guy, the Ka family, and the money loser girl. People tend to vent their anger on the weaker, simply because bullying them feels safer. Sue-in emerged from her memories and continued her work. A few days later, Sue-in had successfully finished making the little clothes for the bear doll. Not only did she use silk for the lining, she also bought a lot of flannel and windproof fabric for the outer layer. Taking into account the temperature in the game, Sue-in's clothes were warm and windproof. The bear now had a complete set of clothes, a long-sleeved, loose-fitting fleece top, brown suspender culottes, and a large windbreaker. The brown culottes were double-layered, with large pockets on the sides and belly. The belly pockets led to pockets already sewn into the bear's belly. Maximized storage capacity. The pants are made of plush fabric on the outside and silk lining on the inside. They're soft and comfortable, and cinch at the ankles for windproofing. The large windbreaker is made of windproof fabric on the outside and lined with faux rabbit fur. Wrapped up, it provides protection from wind and rain, and can be taken off and wrapped around the body as a sleeping bag. After fully outfitting the bear, he felt much more energetic. This outfit was designed for both aesthetics and practicality, making it easy to move and keeping warm. Looking at the dressed bear, he now needed a pair of good shoes. Sue-in wasn't good at making shoes. Calculating the time, the bear's shoes were almost due. While Sue-in was making the clothes, she placed an order online for a pair of snowproof, waterproof, and warm custom-made doll-sized leather shoes. And so, the bear was ready. As for the supplies she needed, she already been buying them over the past 2 weeks, constantly organizing them. She spent her days on the sofa shopping and picking up packages, and the supplies she accumulated were no joke. There were a lot of supplies at home, and they were all over the place. She bought everything she could think of in the past few days, whether she needed them or not. The whole house was filled to the brim. She stockpiled them not for quantity, but for variety, after all, since she could only carry a limited amount. The most important thing was food and water. In her previous life, opening boxes barely kept her from starving. To have the energy to gather resources when the sight appeared, she still had to bring some food to start with. Why? Because Sue-in's initial vehicle was a flatbed cart, 2 wheels, and a few wooden planks, propelled entirely by human power. It was hard for her to endure so much hardship in her previous life before she could even finish the novice phase and upgrade to a pedal tricycle. Life got harder and harder as she went on. However, she already had an idea for this matter and had started making a new doll, just waiting to test it out in the game. Regarding the stockpiled goods, for water-related items, Sue-in purchased various purified water, beverages, water purifiers, water-sealing bags, foldable buckets, filters, water purification tablets, disinfectant tablets. For food, compressed biscuits, dry food, energy bars, instant noodles, dried vegetables, candy, chocolate, canned food, nuts, salt, 5-spice powder, oil, instant noodle seasoning packets. For medical supplies, band-aids, disinfectant, bandages, painkillers, antibiotics, cold medicine, and other common medications and medical supplies. Sanitary products, towels, soap, sanitary napkins, toothbrushes, toothpaste. Protective gear and clothing, gloves, rope, goggles, hammers, axes, bows and arrows, machetes, winter coats, sweaters, cotton pants. Outdoor gear, tents, sleeping bags, folding camp cooking pots, folding stoves. In addition, she prepared various tools, lighters, matches, flints, solar flashlights, various seeds, gardening tools. Once she started buying, she became obsessed and lost herself. Cuckoo just bought. She briefly forgot the fact that she had no space. But that didn't matter. After all, whether she could take it with her would depend on the time. She had to have the supplies before she could take them with her. If nothing unexpected happened, Sue-in would spend the next few days struggling with how to streamline these supplies, making repeated decisions. 19th day of rebirth. At 7 in the morning, after a good 9 hours sleep, Suan woke up, washed up briefly, did some exercise, and hummed a song as she cooked breakfast. The water boiled, and she pulled out the frozen wonton she made 2 days earlier from the freezer. The wontons, each thin-skinned and generously filled, were frozen solid. They were dropped into the boiling water, where they rose and fell. Suan took this opportunity to prepare her wonton soup base. Half a teaspoon of salt, a dash of MSG soy sauce, chopped seaweed, dried shrimp, and pepper. Add a spoonful of hot broth and stir with chopsticks. When the wontons were cooked, turn off the heat. Pour the wontons into a bowl, top with chopped cilantro, and drizzle with sesame oil. A bowl of steaming homemade wontons was ready. The wontons were still steaming. Suan scooped one up with a spoon, blew on it gently, and took a bite. The meat filling was savory and fragrant, and the skin was soft and tender, making her close her eyes in satisfaction. She felt a warmth throughout her body, reminiscing about the snowy days after she entered the game in her previous life. How blissful it would be to finally be able to enjoy a bowl of wontons on a snowy day. But in a survival game, eating a bowl of wontons is incredibly difficult. With the idea of eating less each time and enjoying life now, Suan ate slowly, fully savoring the food and the beauty of his current life. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chapter 10. Suan clicked on it, and found it was a calendar alarm she had set 2 weeks ago. Clicking it, there was only a red circled date and time on the calendar, tonight. Suan turned off the calendar reminder and continued eating her breakfast, though her movements had become a little more mechanical. After dinner, Suan washed the dishes, but didn't read or do any crafts. She searched online for the nearest car rental company, hailed a taxi, chose a rental, and drove out. After a quick familiarization with the new car's operation, Suan stepped on the accelerator and sped from the suburbs to the city center. Today seemed like a day she had specially prepared for an outing. She stopped and walked, shopping, and didn't skimp on her spending. At noon, she enjoyed a sumptuous meal at a luxurious restaurant, costing over 1,000 yuan per person, a consumer experience she had never experienced before. In an expensive mall, she bought a few beautiful dresses she had never dared to look at before. At a cosmetics counter, Suan looked at the cosmetics commonly seen on the desks of her wealthy classmates in college and randomly picked out one or two. She didn't recklessly spend money just because she realized it was useless. Today's shopping trip was all about enjoyment and pleasure. The friendly service lady matched her beautiful dress with a complimentary, dazzling application of makeup. It was a natural, delicate look that perfectly complemented her white dress. It made her look like a vibrant, blooming white camellia, incredibly eye-catching. Instantly, she transformed from a simple girl to a sophisticated urban girl. "Sister, look how beautiful you are like this. You're already fair and beautiful without makeup, and even more beautiful with makeup on. This outfit is so well matched." Suan looked at her exquisite self in the mirror. She was originally thin and petite, with only delicate features. But with all the eating and sleeping she'd been doing lately, her cheeks had rounded out a bit, improving her facial proportions, and making her look surprisingly better. She no longer looked like a high school girl, she possessed a more mature air, as expected of someone her age. Suan had deliberately chosen a long skirt, a style she rarely wore, and now, with her makeup, her demeanor had transformed dramatically. She looked incredibly beautiful now, a stark contrast to her usual t-shirt and jeans look. Just what she wanted. Suan, clumsily slipping into her 6-centimeter heels, politely waved goodbye to the saleswoman and left the counter with her makeup on. For dinner, Suan didn't spend as much as she had for lunch, enjoying a casual meal at a small restaurant costing over 200 yuan per person. She declined several young men's advances. In the car, Suan changed into flat shoes and drove back to her old apartment complex. Her heart pounded as she drove, and she even considered going home. But she drove anyway. Now that she was there, Suan parked in the parking lot near the residential complex. She sat there, scrolling through short videos on her phone, waiting for her time to arrive. She was distracted. Short videos on her phone didn't help pass the time. Time passed slowly. Around 8:50 p.m., Suan changed into high heels and walked slowly down the street toward the residential complex. Her makeup, a little patchy from the day, was a bit spotty, and her outfit was similar to that of a girl returning home from shopping. As she walked, Suan, seemingly tired, stopped at the bus stop and sat on a chair, waiting for something. Suan couldn't really explain why she suddenly wanted to come here, even though it was clearly none of her business, and might even bring her some risks. Perhaps, it was decided the moment she drew that circle. She was lucky enough to be reborn, and she wanted to try to do something to help others, to pass on this good fortune. She would decide what to do after she saw the situation. The bus stopped, and 4 or 5 high school students in uniforms got off. Soo-in looked over and saw 2 boys and 3 girls, their uniforms bearing the logo of a nearby middle school. They seemed to be the group of high school students heading home after evening study. The target appeared. At this moment, Soo-in also stood up and walked away from the neighborhood. Soo-in's foot stumbled, and she fell to the ground. Some poor acting, but it didn't matter. Life didn't have that many audiences. Soo-in exclaimed. Her voice clearly caught the attention of the 5 people, and they exchanged glances. A boy hesitated, 2 girls took 2 steps forward, and another boy and girl made gestures to leave. Soo-in turned around, looked at the round-faced girl closest to him, and said, "It hurts, sister? Can you give me a hand? I think I twisted my ankle, and can't stand up." The round-faced girl ran over, carefully checking on Soo-in. At the same time, she called out to the 2 others who were anxious to leave. "Zhang-chi, Zhou Xiao, don't rush. Wait for me a moment." Another boy and girl gathered around, helped Soo-in up, and supported her to her feet and onto the bus seat. They all expressed concern for Soo-in's condition, and asked if she needed help calling 120. "It's not that serious. It just hurts a lot, and it's hard to walk. I'm sending a message to my family to ask them to come pick me up. Can you wait with me for a few minutes?" "Sure." The round-faced girl, Li Xiangmeng, agreed immediately. Her 2 friends hesitated, as if they were afraid of encountering a human trafficking incident. But this was S-City, with excellent security and a busy area, so such a situation shouldn't happen. Considering the risks involved, Bai Jingyu, a tall girl, whose mind raced, worried about the danger, said, "Sister, I be home a little late and need to video call Mom. You don't mind, do you?" Soo-in, of course, didn't mind. She wasn't trying to traffic teenagers, she was just trying to hold them back for a few minutes, to avoid the inevitable risk of death and disability. Although it had nothing to do with her, she was already here. "In this accident, I remember 7 people died and 8 were injured. Besides the high school students, several people in the other cars were in danger and could have died. But Soo-in was powerless to help the people in the cars. She could only wish them good luck." Bai Jingyu directly video called her mother to explain the situation. The video clip avoided Soo-in's face, briefly capturing his legs and feet before turning back to the street. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm going home with the 4 of them. I just got off the bus and ran into a girl who accidentally fell, so I was delayed for a few minutes." Li Xiangmeng, Lu Wei, Bai Jingyu, you 3 are really meddling in other people's business. Second year of high school is a crucial time. Wouldn't it be better to go home early and do your homework? I have so much homework today, it'd take until midnight to finish it. A girl named Zhou Xiao, wearing thick-framed glasses and a ponytail, stood at the bus stop with a sullen expression, complaining impatiently. "Stop it." Zhang-chi tugged at the hem of Zhou Xiao's shirt, who was complaining nearby. These 2 high school students had initially been reluctant to meddle, but now they couldn't leave. They lived across from each other on the first floor of the same unit in the same complex, growing up together as childhood sweethearts. Zhang-chi understood his childhood friend's frustration. He spoke. "We already waited. Let's wait for the 3 of them to go home together. This older sister doesn't want to fall down. I know you're under a lot of pressure from studying, so don't stress yourself out." Zhou Xiao looked at Soo-in's outfit, eyes brimming with envy, as she muttered to herself. "I really envy these adults. They can wear pretty dresses late at night, go shopping with their girlfriends, and go home. High school students like us study from morning till night, and only get out of evening study now. We only get half a day off a week, which is like being in prison." Zhou Xiao hugged her legs and squatted down. The last monthly exam results came in, and her grades were somewhere in the middle or lower range. But she had clearly been studying incredibly hard, getting up at 6 in the morning and going to bed at 1 in the morning, commuting back and forth between home and school, racing against time. Sometimes she wished she had cracked her head open to see if it was just a mess or just a bunch of mush. She looked at the street, feeling incredibly emo. Suddenly, there was a sharp screeching of brakes. Chapter 11. Flames, roars. An out-of-control car sped from a distance, knocking over a long line of cars and sending sparks flying. All this happened in a matter of seconds, leaving everyone stunned. Bai Jingyu, who was video chatting with her parents, was facing the street, recording this very scene. The phone spun, the camera following the flames. The chain reaction had coincidentally stopped, crashing directly into the side gate of their complex, the only way for the 5 of them to get home. It also involved a heavy truck that overturned, a common occurrence at night. Under normal circumstances, in those 2 minutes, the 5 of them would have reached the entrance to the complex, 100 meters away. Making the math, they were very likely injured. Bai Jingyu was video chatting with her family on her phone, and happened to capture the scene, the entire accident. Mom, there's a car accident, please call the police, Bai Jingyu stammered. On the other side of the video, there was the sound of a phone dropping, followed by some rustling and a panicked female voice. Don't be afraid. Get away from your friends. Mom, call 911. Bang! The car at the center of the accident exploded and caught fire, catching the gasoline on the ground and burning. The crowd, overcome with fear, huddled together, trying to comfort each other. It was so scary. I almost walked over. Mom, oh my! Good deeds are rewarded. Thank you so much to the sister who sprained her ankle. You saved us a few minutes. The crowd huddled together in fear. They comforted each other and expressed their gratitude. After a while, police cars and ambulances arrived. Parents also came out to pick up their children. Oh, where's my sister? The round-faced girl, Li Xiangming, slapped her forehead, remembering her sister. She turned around and found her chair gone. A wave of fear washed over Li Xiangming. She stared at the distant fire. She said to her friends, stunned, "Did we meet a fairy sister?" "What fairy sister? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Are you frightened?" Li Xiangming's sister, who had arrived, hurriedly hugged her sister. She had just seen a car accident at the side door in the community chat room, and it had terrified her. It was the time her sister would be returning home from self-study, and usually around this time, she would be almost home. She went downstairs and rushed to the nearby area, only to find her dazed, delirious, and unaware of her own return. She excitedly hugged her sister. She touched her sister's head and said, don't be afraid, Xiaoming. It's a good thing you're not hurt." That night, Li Xiangming had a nightmare. In her nightmare, she didn't see her sister, who had sprained her ankle and needed help, and wasted time stopping to return home. On the way home, she and her friends were involved in a car accident. She was walking on the outside, and saw her friends being knocked flying and crushed. She was the least injured and survived, while all her friends died. In her dream, she lost an arm and half a leg, accepting the consequences of lifelong disability. She stayed in the hospital, watching her sister and parents cry until her tears dried. The next day at school, Li Xiangming had dark circles under her eyes. On the bus, she tentatively started talking, and everyone couldn't help but talk about their nightmares from the previous day. Everyone had nightmares, and the terrifying thing was that the content of the dreams was similar. Except for Li Xiangming, everyone dreamed of being hit and killed. When the car accident happened, Suan, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, feigned shock and limped away. She turned, found her rental car, and, dropping her pretense, slipped into flat shoes, drove, paid the parking fee, and headed home, avoiding the accident. Everything went smoothly. Suan drove fearfully, cautiously, and with extreme caution, fearing a car would suddenly hit her. Fate mocked her meddling, making her bear the consequences of others' actions. It must be said that, after her rebirth, Suan had become somewhat superstitious, fearing that saving someone would alter their fate and then take her back. Thankfully, she returned home safely. Feudal superstitions are a bad thing. Oh my god, I was so scared I never go out again. Suan had heard about the chain reaction and gossip, and had been tempted to save someone, but she hadn't expected it to be so horrific. Countless cars collided, twisting and turning, and explosions occurred. 7 people died and 8 were injured. She saved 5 high school students, which meant that about 10 people in the car still met with misfortune. Late at night, Suan poured herself a glass of rice wine and sat on the terrace, sipping it and gazing at the stars. The experience replayed over and over in her mind. She couldn't sleep, as she hadn't in a long time. She pondered her actions. A few days later, Suan went to the company to complete her resignation procedures. She had applied for resignation online near the end of her annual leave application, and everything went smoothly. She should have argued with her supervisor, perhaps even reconciled, but Suan was too lazy to bother, unwilling to waste the energy and effort of a quarrel. She completed the resignation process, received her salary, and fled. The matter was left unresolved. When the person involved is indifferent, life is less fraught with conflict. Many things that had previously been stressful vanished like bubbles. Many of the relationships that had previously caused internal friction were now nothing. Suan carried her office supplies and walked down the company building, unconcerned with what her former colleagues thought of her, what they said or did. To her, all of them were just passing strangers. Looking back, the towering office building gleamed in the sunlight, the signs hanging above gilded with a golden sheen. The 2 years of her youth, the joy, the pain, the dreams, the passion, the exhaustion, the struggle, all vanished into thin air. She turned and left, never looking back. In the days that followed, Sue-Ann stayed home, eating and drinking, repeatedly counting her supplies. She constantly changed, streamlined, and replaced the supplies she was going to take away. Sue-Ann bought a vacuum press and researched various storage and packing techniques. She still had some money. She still had 7 days to enter the game. Chapter 12. Sue-Ann made a preliminary decision on what to bring. While packing and preparing, Sue-Ann minimized the size of these items. The tent, sleeping bag, and stove were all packed together. The sleeping bag was vacuumed, the tent's moisture-proof mat was filled in the gaps, and the multi-purpose pot was stuffed into the stove. The gap between the pot and the stove was filled with a number of small soaps and light clothing, compressed into a small rectangular cube. Food and water were packed into a single package: a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, a large 2 kilograms bag of compressed biscuits, 100 g of candy, and 200 g of common seasonings. In addition, water purification tablets, a portable water bag, unpacked medications, a flint, and a multi-purpose knife were all packed inside. There were also some daily necessities, especially sanitary items. Bringing sanitary napkins was impractical, so Sue-Ann prepared washable menstrual pads and a sanitary cup. As for whether he'd be able to get used to them, and whether periods would occur in the game, that was something he'd figure out later. Looking ahead, she should also bring some study materials. She ordered 10 1.5 terabytes memory cards and paid a vendor to help her store a large collection of books and materials on doll making. She specially bought several phones that were said to be waterproof and shockproof with long battery life, as well as a foldable solar charger. Whether she could take them with her or not would depend on luck. Space. Every time she sorted through these items, Sue-Ann wanted to pound her head on the ground, trying to count out to the heavens and create a new dimension. Or she could borrow the backpack compartments or the bear's belly pockets from the future game. The backpack compartments had 1 cubic meter of space, and the bear's belly pockets had 2 cubic meters of space. Both were very practical skills. This was also why Sue-Ann insisted on making the pockets larger and more storage space when making clothes for the little bear. What if, by some luck, a space appeared after controlling the spirit this time? Wouldn't that mean even more mutations? But her memory told her that portable space was out of the question right now. Only after entering the game, awakening her talents, and infusing the doll with spirits would there be a chance of skills appearing. Incarnation requires mental energy, which only regenerates when her body and mind are in good condition. All she could do now was stay positive, lie down, rest, and recharge. In the Infinite Highway survival game, the attribute panel wasn't as detailed as a typical game panel, where you could tell your status at a glance. Health, stamina, energy, and hunger were all clearly displayed. It was incredibly simple, with only 3 attributes, and hunger, fatigue, and pain were all the same as in real life. It was called a game, but to the player, everything felt real. There was no health bar in combat, fatal wounds resulted in death, and hunger and fatigue were sensed physically. The 3 attributes displayed were attack, defense, and spirit, corresponding to the increases in stats after leveling up. In her previous life, Sue-Ann had an attack of 5, a defense of 2, and a spirit of 11. She was a top-tier player with a strong mental talent. However, when she entered the game, she had been working overtime for over 3 days straight, without a full night's sleep, and was physically weak. Her health wasn't at full strength. At that time, Sue-Ann clearly remembered that her initial level 1 attribute points were Attack, 2 out of 5. Defense, 0/2. Spirit, March 11th, on the verge of collapse. These 3 attributes. Attack can be roughly understood as damage and attack power. Defense and defensive power are related to health, which can be roughly understood as a health bar. Spirit represents both mental strength and endurance, and can be roughly understood as the mana bar and mental resistance. Overdrawing excessively reduces defense and attack, leading to even mental collapse. She was somewhat fortunate not to have gone insane in her previous life. Her innate ability is lying flat points. This can be thought of as a mental specialization. Resting increases mental strength. Lying flat points, an SSS mental talent, maintaining a 3-dimensional attribute bar above 80% increases the talent points for mental strength. Simply put, the more Sue-Ann lies flat, the stronger her mental strength. The stronger her mental strength, the more she can use skills like controlling spirits and repairing healing to bring her puppets to life, increasing their combat power and survivability. However, due to her poor start in her previous life, she didn't use this skill. Only at the last moment, she tried to use the 3 mental points she had finally recovered to use the puppeteer's only active skill, controlling spirits, to bring her puppet bear to life. Seeing the revived Sumo, and then losing it again. After sorting out her supplies, she found herself in 6 days before entering the game. Thinking of this, Suin couldn't help but feel a little anxious as she lay down. Of course, it was only a little, she wasn't nervous about it. The self-cultivation she'd been undergoing over the past 2 weeks had left her feeling peaceful and Buddhist. She had a certain feeling, it's just one day, so whatever's going on is fine. Interestingly, Suin had been ordering takeout more frequently, enjoying a variety of delicious foods in a different way every day. The thought of not being able to eat anything in the game piqued her appetite, and everything she ate tasted delicious. She chose from a variety of highly rated movies and excellent books, choosing whichever one she was interested in. The thought of not being able to see anything in the game made her cherish these treasures of human culture, and thought even more. Naturally, she didn't forget to study, setting aside 2 or 3 hours every day to learn about doll making, while also experimenting with making dolls that she didn't know would come in handy in the future. Because of her interest, she prioritized studying the traditional arts of Yan Nation. She didn't put too much pressure on herself. After all, those with a basic foundation could already do it, and even if someone without a foundation studied diligently for a month, they wouldn't become masters. She spent more time learning about various arts, understanding their principles. For those particularly interested, she only learned the basics and the steps involved. Suin focused on broadening her horizons, not specializing in any one skill. This month, she spent more time living, thinking, relaxing, following her heart, and doing what made her happy. Sometimes, when she felt really lazy, it was okay to do nothing and sleep for a day. After all, time passed anyway, and she felt that it was meaningful. There were still 4 days left before she could enter the game. While relaxing, Suin started watching short videos. Suin came across Zhang Juqian's short video, and was deeply moved. It was a cross-dressing video. It began with a girl being bullied and insulted, then transformed into a formidable warrior to the beat of the music. It was incredibly exciting. Suin couldn't help but open the homepage to check out her account. After a quick glance, Suin understood. Zhang Juqian had deliberately registered accounts on all platforms with her real name and created several videos. She had a short haircut, a sharp look in her eyes, and a vibrant spirit, without a trace of weakness. She studied the rules of video operations and edited beautiful cross-dressing videos, capitalizing on the trending topics on major platforms and countering rumors. Highly educated, beautiful, and at the center of public opinion, her excellence and the hardships she endured became the driving force behind her viral success. In the pinned video, she reported the rumormongers by real name and refuted the truth. I am using legal means to protect myself and using the internet to boldly publicize my actions. My actions are not just for myself, but also for victims in similar situations. Neither the internet nor real life is a lawless place, and justice will never be absent. A woman's sharp eyes and powerful words. Zhang Juqian is actually very sweet, with the appearance of a well-behaved and cute girl, but her aura makes the audience overlook her sweet looks. She speaks openly and courageously in the video. Many people have advised me to stay out of the spotlight to avoid further harm, but I'm in a free relationship and living a normal life. It's wrong to hide in the shadows and keep my head down just because of unfounded rumors. I don't know when I can change the harm that rumors do to women, but I know that my courageous stance will add strength to the fight against the stigmatization of women. I insist on appearing in the sunlight with dignity. I reject all victim harm theories and refuse compromise. In the video, this scene happens to be a shot of sunlight shining on a woman. Suin couldn't help but give thumbs up repeatedly. From the filming to the editing to the copywriting, it's clear that this woman truly takes this seriously. This fighting stance, even tougher than her previous life, and her expression, more resolute and bright, is exceptionally dazzling. Zhang Juqian has become a celebrity. Chapter 13. It's far more viral than the rumors the bloggers spread. Zhang Juqian's education, her good character, and her stable emotional core make her counterattack powerful and upright. She displays extraordinary personal charm. Many netizens believe she's capitalizing on the hype, others believe she's trying to attract attention and sensationalize, sacrificing her dignity for the sake of internet fame and money. Many fans also support her, impressed by her courage and sincerity, speaking up for her online, defending her, and explaining the whole story. Many men and women struggling in difficult situations find strength in her videos and are living a good life. Many fans are arguing, and the discussion is heated. Suin silently likes several highly rated comments one by one. Don't make everything into hype. If CC is trying to gain traffic, then let those people do it. CC is encouraging people to bravely fight against rumors and slander, spreading positive energy, and promoting a clean and honest society. Women becoming stronger and braver doesn't mean they're shameless. Chastity arches are a relic of the past. Only when we objectify ourselves can we talk about what's clean and what's not. Humanity is progressing and growing together, and society will become more civilized and powerful through our collective efforts. To quote a passage from Diary of a Madman, "It's always been this way, right?" It's exactly the same today. Every video, besides the hashtag followed trending topic and the eye-catching copy, is followed by a suffix like "It's sunshine little bear, thank you." Suin felt a warm warmth in her heart when she saw it. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. In fact, Suin doesn't do good deeds with the expectation of being thanked or rewarded. It was more of a spontaneous act, like saving those high school students. If you wanted to do it, you just did it. Thanks to Zhang Zuqian's thank you message, many people clicked on it, and this account, which had 0 followers, continued to gain followers. As Zhang Zuqian became popular, several search terms continued to rise. Who is Sunshine Bear? Why thank Sunshine Bear? What is the relationship between Zhang Zuqian and Sunshine Bear? In this age of traffic equals profit, many people are envious. Some cleverly analyze that Sunshine Bear, as long as it's online, will automatically reap the traffic bonus and make a fortune with a few ads. Furthermore, the commercial value of Sunshine Bear will gradually increase with Zhang Zuqian's popularity. Some people dug up an old message from Sunshine Bear, which is said to be old, but it's actually only about 2 weeks old. When the rumors began to spread, they expressed their support for Zhang Zuqian and created practical steps for victims to protect themselves. The pictures are simple and easy to understand. That image has become a trending topic in the fight against rumors and defamation, even being reposted by official legal education accounts. It has taught many people how to protect themselves from harm. Everyone admires and envies Sunshine Bear. His kindness has earned him the opportunity for financial freedom. For a time, many online users became more helpful. Regardless of the reason, the online atmosphere was positive. That evening, after dinner, Suin sat on the terrace again, sipping rice wine and gazing at the stars. The summer night was clear, and one could hear the chirping of cicadas and the rustling of leaves and grass in the wind. The starry sky was vast, and Blue Star was just a tiny star among them. She was just a tiny life on that tiny star. Perhaps it was an accident, perhaps a miracle, but her return had brought some small changes. She was truly blessed. Compared to the last time she watched the stars, Suin felt less lost and more at peace. Suin raised her glass to the moon in a toast. A breeze picked up, ruffling the girl's hair and bringing a cool breeze. Suin Bear sat beside her, his ears twitching with the breeze. Suin smiled, smoothed her hair, took a sip of rice wine, and said thank you. She couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to be thanking the wind, the starry sky, the rustling trees in the yard, and everything in this beautiful world. 3 days until the game begins. Suin's private countdown notebook was torn up page by page. Only 3 pages remained. Suin read over and over the mind map in Bear's belly pocket, then put it back. After breakfast, Suin went to her room to check her belongings and then practiced putting them on. After several attempts at adding and subtracting, and putting them on and off several times, it was already noon. The sky was overcast. The clouds that had accumulated since morning hadn't dissipated, completely obscuring the sun. It looked like a heavy rain was coming in the afternoon or evening. Suin pulled out her phone and checked the weather forecast. It was cloudy, with heavy rain expected in an hour. Just like in her previous life. In her memory, before she traveled through time, the entire world had been raining for several days in a row. The continuous rain made travel difficult. In her previous life, Suin had missed a lot of work due to taking time off to deal with miscellaneous matters. Pressured by her boss, she simply ate and slept at the office, working frantic overtime to numb herself. Facing this relentless rain again, Suin's mindset was completely different. She seemed to empathize with Blue Star. The rain was like Blue Star weeping, as all of humanity was about to embark on the challenge of the World Ascension game. It was an end, but also the beginning of a new life. Suin clattered upstairs and closed the windows to prevent the rain from coming in and soaking the windowsills. In the living room, The doors and windows leading to the courtyard were open, letting in the comfortable breeze, though perhaps not the rain itself. The first-floor courtyard had a waterproof eaves, providing some protection from the rain. The living room light was on, providing a soft glow. Sue-Ann brought a small electric cooker from the kitchen and prepared hot pot on the dining table. She prepared vegetables, meatballs, fish cakes, shrimp balls, tripe, sliced pork, all her favorite hot pot ingredients. On a rainy day, a small hot pot for one person is a truly relaxing experience. She prepared the hot pot base herself, sautéing dried chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, chopped green onions, and sliced ginger in oil, then adding water and salt. This soup base was homely, purely homemade. The slightly spicy hot pot broth wasn't overly seasoned, but it was light and natural. It wasn't exactly divine, but it suited Sue-Ann's taste perfectly. Gulping. Light red specks of oil floated in the broth. The water was boiling. Sue-Ann began adding the ingredients. At that moment, her tablet was open, and she had opened the most popular short video platform, randomly playing short videos. Short videos ranged from a dozen seconds to a minute, the fast-paced scenes passing by one after another. Sue-Ann ate shrimp balls and meatballs, enjoying the meal with great satisfaction. She casually browsed the content on the tablet. The images didn't require any mental effort, just glanced in and out, without having to contemplate the underlying meaning. Thunder suddenly roared outside the window, and raindrops fell, clattering to the ground. Sue-Ann looked out the window, which was crackling with the sound of thunder. The rain seemed heavier than he remembered. Chapter 14. Sue-Ann stood up and closed the folding glass door to the courtyard, leaving only one window open. Steam rose. Her gaze returned to the small hot pot, watching the ingredients rise and fall within. Sue-Ann picked up a thin bamboo shoot with chopsticks, dipped it in sesame sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. At this moment, the short video randomly recommended a marketing account. The AI voiceover used by marketing accounts appeared, accompanied by a rhythmic drumbeat. What kind of divine luck is this? Good things always come true. On the evening of July 7th, a major chain reaction accident occurred in S City, resulting in 3 deaths and 7 injuries. 5 high school students returning home from evening study witnessed the scene and nearly got involved in a car accident. According to interview reports, the 5, Xiaomei, Xiaoli, Xiaopialian, Dashui, and Degeo, were high school students at the same school and often went home together after evening study. That day, getting off the bus, they saw a beautiful woman fall. As the 5 went to help the older sister, a car accident occurred nearby. Wow, what kind of divine blessing is this? Don't let small acts of kindness go unnoticed, and this is reality. Good people are blessed with great fortune and a long life. Please do more good deeds, and share this video to spread positive energy. Sue-Ann looked at the footage in the short video. It looked like a roadside surveillance camera, but it didn't capture her, it only captured the accident from a distance. The video of the interview with several high school students was quite clear, however. I don't know when the interview took place. The 5 high school students all looked unhappy, their faces uniformly pale, and with dark circles under their eyes. I don't know if it was the shock of the car accident or the heavy workload. Speaking of high school students these days, evening self-study ends early, around 9 p.m. In many provinces and cities, boarding schools have morning classes and evening classes, literally from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., non-stop. However, resources are currently limited, and competition is driving education into a state of inward competition. It's always been this way, and there's no solution. The video quickly scrolled down, revealing a purple figure in a wide purple suit. Who is the global spokesperson for thick taro milk tea? Sue-Ann swallowed the bamboo shoots in her mouth, put down her chopsticks, and flipped through her tablet. She found the marketing account she'd just been using, searched, and quickly found information about the accident. This marketing account sourced its material from various news sources. On the official news accounts, S City Traffic and S City News, Sue-Ann found the original interview footage. The high school student being interviewed, the interview video as an eyewitness, being interviewed by the news. Thinking about it now still scares me. I'm so grateful to that strange woman. Sue-Ann watched each video of the interview. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. I don't know if it was the warmth of the food, or the happy feeling of positive feedback from her actions. She almost got carried away, and impulsively spread the news about the Doomsday Game to official departments and online, so everyone would be prepared. Fortunately, Sue-Ann quickly regained her composure and suppressed the thought. She had initially considered this. But besides being considered a psychopath or causing some chaos, it wasn't a wise idea. If all of humanity truly believed this, and everyone entered the survival game in a few days, what do you think would happen? The chaos could cause even greater casualties. It would be better to just go in without knowing anything. Even Sue-An couldn't guarantee that her rebirth was real, or that she could successfully bring the items she prepared into the survival game. In her previous life, she had slept with a stuffed bear, resting her head on it. When she entered the game, she only brought the bear and a set of clothes and shoes. The office desk, computer, and chair didn't follow her into the game. She was better off than the others in that she avoided traveling through time in her pajamas and barefoot, having proper clothes and shoes. Though it's said that some lucky ones even travel through time in their dreams, bringing their beds and blankets with them. After entering the game, players will check their talents, awaken their classes, and draw vehicles. The vehicle Sue-An drew at the start was a handcart. This type of handcart is a vehicle used to push and pull items, hardly a vehicle at all. The road survival game she experienced might be better called a pushcart survival game. She had suffered a lot in her previous life. She could only watch with envy as the experts in the public chat room exchanged upgrade tips for their four-wheeled cars, silently shedding tears of envy. After lunch and clearing the table, she took a nap as usual. After waking up from her nap, Sue-An carried her tablet upstairs to see the pumpkin doll car she had almost finished. Sue-An entered the second-floor study, which served as her craft studio. Sitting in a chair at the workbench in the study, Sue-An opened her tablet and selected a light music playlist. The human world was filled with melodious music, while the heavy rain outside was reduced to a faint tapping sound on the glass. There was also the sound of Sue-An sanding a small object. In her hands was a delicate little cabinet, 2 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, with an oval top and a rectangular shape. Once it was polished and waxed along with the other wooden furniture, it could be installed in the pumpkin carriage. Some time ago, Sue-An's imagination was running wild. She could make clothes and velvet flowers for the little bear, but what if she could also make a vehicle for herself, a mobile home? If she could design her own vehicle and make it a reality? Thinking of it this way, Sue-An felt she had great potential. She could start with her natural profession. A puppeteer creates dolls, brings them to life, and controls them. If a vehicle were shaped like a doll, wouldn't she have a living, breathing doll companion? The thought struck her. She immediately got to work. As long as she knew how to balance work and rest, failure wouldn't be a big loss. Sue-An began designing. After consulting various sources, the only common toy she could think of that was related to both dolls and vehicles was the pumpkin carriage. First, a pumpkin carriage could be called a toy, but it could also be a doll. After all, how could a pumpkin head not be considered a doll? By simply making a small pumpkin on the carriage's body, the carriage could become a self-contained spirit. With this in mind, Sue-An's process became much smoother. After deciding on the material, Sue-An chose wood. Wood is readily available, and it has a long history of being used in the construction of housing vehicles. Finding information online and creating design drawings was also very convenient. Sue-An quickly came up with a design, referencing the mortise and tenon joints of pumpkin carriages found online. After polishing and refining the design, he created his own design. After several days of construction, the pumpkin carriage was now essentially complete, with only the interior furniture and soft furnishings remaining. This pumpkin carriage measures approximately 10 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long. It has a driver's cab in the front and an oval carriage in the rear. It looks exquisite and dreamy on the tabletop. For the corresponding scale, Sue-An crafted the interior components of the small carriage to a 1/20 scale. Now take a look. Chapter 15. The exterior is shaped like a pumpkin carriage, a gorgeous four-wheeled vehicle with a dreamy, beautiful exterior and a round pumpkin shape in the center. Sue-An hoped it would be a safe house, a pumpkin hut independent of the laws of physics, and also a self-driving pumpkin carriage. At the front of the car, Sue-An carved a small pumpkin doll with a diameter of 3 centimeters. The doll was entirely carved using wood carving techniques. Sue-An's craftsmanship was average, so the shape was simple. The pumpkin doll was a chibi-style figure with a pumpkin head and body, connected to the pumpkin carriage by mortise and tenon joints. It wore a warm, thick outfit decorated with Chinese knots. However, due to poor craftsmanship, the Chinese knot had grown into a messy mess, barely holding a shape. This didn't affect the doll's adorableness. Thanks to Sue-An's dedication, it looked quite spiritual. In the front of the car, where the pumpkin doll sat, Sue-An designed it as the driver's seat and covered it with a transparent resin cover. Behind the pumpkin figurine, connected to it, was the pumpkin car body. Underneath the car body, 6 extra large, extra tall wheels were prepared. In Suin's design, the wheels could handle all road conditions, whether it was road, ice, mud, rocks, even sailing on lakes and flying through the air. But these were all just settings. She couldn't actually create such a small car. In reality, the wheels were just ordinary wheels. After all, was it just a design? Just let your imagination run wild. What if it came true? Once you enter the world of survival games, maybe there'd be a chance. Suin created it with this in mind. Inside the pumpkin carriage, Suin planned a small home covering 5 square meters. It had everything: a bed, cabinets, a small table, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although it was a bit cramped, it was small but fully equipped. During her design process, she consulted numerous small apartment layout examples and spent some time researching before finally drawing the design. In fact, in her design, the pumpkin carriage's interior could be compressed, creating a magical space, just like in the cartoons she watched as a child. However, in reality, she didn't have the ability to compress space, so she initially could only imagine how to lay out it without compressing it. The pumpkin carriage had windows all around, with round, grid-like windows that gave it a warm and inviting feel. The windows were located on the left, right, and rear of the carriage. In the front, there was a small door leading to the driver's seat, where Pinocchio stayed. In the rear, there was a side door leading to the outside. Due to limited space, the pumpkin carriage's interior was designed with staggered levels. To the left of the pumpkin carriage lies a fireplace and a row of C-shaped cabinets. Above the cabinets is a kitchen countertop, which faces a window. Near the driver's cab, there's a sink. The largest space behind the kitchen is a split-level space. The upper portion houses a bed, corresponding to the bedroom, while the lower portion houses a small table and a few cushions. Due to limited space, Suin considered proportions when designing the space and omitted tables, chairs, or benches. Otherwise, sitting on a chair would easily cause the chair to bump against the second-floor bed. In the rear, Suin also built a small bathroom. Suin's only shaped toilet, sink, and shower tank were crammed into a space that, when enlarged, occupied less than 1 square meter, a truly uncrowded space. Suin polished the cabinets in her hands, waxed them, and gradually placed them around the bed. Then she placed the taller storage cabinets on the wall between the front door and the window of the pumpkin parlor. This completed the hard furnishings of the small car. As for the soft furnishings, she had already prepared. Since this was a small toy house, a single set of fabrics would suffice. Suin chose a turquoise and cream color scheme for the fabrics. This, combined with the natural wood color of the main body of the house, creates a 3-color palette that creates a harmonious home. Both colors are associated with spring. Thinking of the vast expanse of white after a snowfall, a home filled with these natural colors would surely be very comforting. The curtains, mattress, pillows, quilt, 4-piece set, cushions, and carpet, except for the carpet, which had a different material, all other sets were made from 2 pieces of fabric. The mattress was made of fabric wrapped in thick cotton. The quilt had a silk outer layer and goose down filling. She made several, depending on the thickness. The goose down came from an old down jacket she'd taken apart, a prize her teacher had given her for winning an award in high school. Suin made 2 4-piece sets, one for her quilt and one for her closet. Besides the 4-piece sets, the closet also held a set of homemade spring and autumn quilts and a set of summer quilts. She hung curtains on every window and installed small, cosmetic locks on every door. She was so engrossed in her crafts that she felt so happy that she only needed the alarm to wake her up to rest. With early bedtimes, early rises, regular exercise, 3 meals a day, and a healthy dose of study and crafts, Suin enjoyed every day. As the alarm rang, this afternoon's craft time ended. Suin looked at the pumpkin toy car she had made. It was exquisite and beautiful. Suin stretched and went to make dinner. The day passed peacefully. The second to last day. The rain outside the window hadn't stopped, but it had turned from heavy rain to a torrential downpour, pounding against the doors and windows relentlessly. In the morning, the TV was on, broadcasting the news. The Central Meteorological Observatory predicted the arrival of a new round of cold front, the worst of this year. Since yesterday, sudden rainfall has occurred across the country. The City Meteorological Observatory has issued an orange warning for heavy rain, predicting continued rainfall throughout the city for the next 24 hours. Suin turned off the news, opened his exercise app, and began exercising following the video. After this period of exercise, Suin, who was initially breathless, has now become quite capable. Today was the same as always. Eat, drink, play, and sleep. The refrigerator was filled with pre-made meals, frozen takeout, and fresh vegetables. I can't finish it, probably not even when I enter the game. Suin eats as much as he can. In the morning, he had a spicy beef pie, a crispy sausage, an egg, and a bottle of soy milk. At noon, he heated up some spicy jumping frog takeout, air-fried tofu, and reheated some homemade sugar-roasted chestnuts. He made bobo chicken with the leftover seasoning from the seasoning packet. It was sour, spicy, and refreshing. His homemade lemon tea, which used half a lemon, was a bit overpowering. In the evening, he had teppanyaki, spicy turkey noodles, cheese corn, and sparkling peach water. Besides a whole day of eating and drinking, today, Suin packed the fabric materials he had sorted into minute eye packages and stuffed them into the storage compartment of his exquisite pumpkin carriage. Maybe it's useful, maybe not, but it's done. Suin also made a bag for the materials, vacuum packed it, and stuffed it among the items he was going to take with him. Before going to bed that night, flipping through WeChat, Suin, in response to a curious question from her neighbor about a package she received, replied, "It's a little game. There are some small gifts. Follow the instructions, and you get a surprise." She prepared several copies of the same package and mailed them out as thank you gifts. Ding dong. A message popped up on her chat app. Suin opened it and saw it was from her college roommate, Lizilu. Chapter 16. Lizilu, can you lend me some money? I pay you back tomorrow, please. Lizilu, please help me. I don't know who else can help me. I'm crying. Scrolling up, he could see a long string of messages, including the same messages she sent him in his previous life. Group chats with scumbags. Suin hadn't replied to a single one. All the messages were read but not replied to. Suin's emotions were always complicated when it came to Lizilu. Lizilu was both victim and perpetrator. Although Lizilu hadn't hurt Suin in this life, Suin couldn't help her without hesitation. In her previous life, Lizilu nearly became the last straw that broke Suin's back. Fortunately, she had a job, so she could still earn money and survive. Her strong ambition became her last resort. Although the intense overtime work felt like drinking poison to quench thirst, it at least provided a lasting relief. Suin's refusal to retaliate against her scumbag parents and best friend was the greatest kindness. Just like her own scumbag parents, Suin couldn't muster the resolve to seek revenge. Whether it was trying to send them to prison or outright kill them, it was unrealistic for Suin. It wasn't worth the effort, and there was no need to ruin herself. Everything, abandonment, deception, kidnapping her to marry and sell her for money. Shunning them in this life was just that, a matter of course. Just a stranger. If we weren't destined to meet again in this life, we never see each other again. Suin couldn't offer them any help, nor did he want anything to do with them. Just treat them as strangers, letting them go and letting himself go. Lizilu was also a stranger. Suin silently turned off his phone, pretending he hadn't seen the message she sent. Many people thought Suin hadn't logged in for a long time, since her rebirth and changing her name to a couple. It was the last day of the game. The rain outside the window fell fiercely and relentlessly. Suin laid out the necessary items one by one, checking and sorting them one by one. After so many days, she had carefully compressed and packed all the supplies she had prepared. In her previous life, she had apparently fallen asleep at 2 in the morning, but the exact time she had crossed over into the game world was unclear. For safety's sake, it was best not to sleep tonight. She held her little bear and wrapped herself in her supplies until she crossed over. During the day, Suin occasionally caught up on sleep, preparing for a late night sleep. After dinner, she went to sleep and woke up to the alarm. Around 10 o'clock, Suin, holding her little bear, crawled into the huge sleeping bag she had prepared. Simply put, she and her supplies were tightly bound together with a rainproof sheet and placed on her bed in the bedroom. The ropes were tied inside with a knot, so if she wanted to leave, she could untie the ropes and unpack. The most important of these, the teddy bear and the pumpkin carriage, were tightly clasped in her arms. This position, this state, was not comfortable. The stuffy heat in the sleeping bag was unbearable. Luckily, she was clever enough to pass the time by playing a variety show on the projector on the bedroom ceiling. The air conditioner was also on high cooling. The earlier it got, the harder it got. Around 2 o'clock, a wave of sleepiness overtook Suin. Trying to resist, he couldn't resist, and he fell into a deep sleep, losing consciousness. Ding! This is the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System. Detecting that Blue Star Civilization is about to break through level 0, a world-level upgrade test has been arranged. If the test succeeds, the civilization advances, and the system grants policy support to join the Interstellar Alliance. If the test fails, all life is annihilated, and resources are handled by the system's finance department. Beep, July 19th, 44, 2:13 and 14 seconds AM, Blue Planet frozen. Intelligent life, human. All scans underway. Scan completed. Player profiles created. World Dimensional Ascension test about to begin. This game is a highway survival game. The first level has been tested by internal beta testers, with a survival rate of 0.1%, meeting the assessment criteria. Game start. 3, 2, 1, game area created, game rules generated, player transfers prepared. Civilization Advancement game live streamed simultaneously. All viewers are welcome to watch, tip, send gifts, and show your support. Love you. A live stream has appeared prominently on the homepages of major entertainment platforms, representing major galaxies, first-level civilizations, second-level civilizations, and third-level civilizations. Soon, the audience grew, and the comments were dense. A new civilization has advanced. Really fast. The civilization that was wiped out a few days ago wasn't even a month old. It's so boring. I hope this one can last a little longer. Come join in the fun. It's a new game type, highway survival. How do you play it? Is it a driving game? Once the survival game trial is over, can you give us a public beta? I looked at the game description, and it seems to be a single-player survival game. Players enter the game, draw a vehicle, and explore the platforms to collect supplies. I'm hooked. I like single-player games. Most players are really annoying. The low moral standards of these low-level civilizations are disgusting every time. Me. Single-player, I don't like it. The Abyssco server in the last livestream was pretty cool. When players gathered together, they schemed and fought against each other. It was so satisfying. But they died too quickly. After the second level, they were wiped out. It was a sight to behold. Oh wow. The survival rate in the first level was 1 in 1,000. It seems the death rate is slower, so I can watch them suffer more slowly. I saved it. Watch a 30-second ad and get a free bonus. Support the system with your love. The Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System has opened a new live stream. I silently mourn for the creatures within. I hope they can make it through a few more levels and avoid a total wipe. Sue opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Her head ached slightly, like she overslept. She yawned and stood up. She found herself lying on a straight road, her supplies scattered. On both sides of the road were golden trees with golden leaves. A layer of leaves lay on the ground, giving off a chilling autumn vibe. She successfully entered the game with her prepared items, but it wasn't quite as successful. She hadn't brought the sheet that bound her, preventing her from coming into contact with the objects. The supplies had long since been scattered. Thankfully, the teddy bear and pumpkin carriage toy, tucked into her clothes and cradled in her arms, were still there. Sue rose from the ground and stood. A light screen appeared before her, and a warning chime echoed in her ears. As the prompts chimed, words slid across the screen, one by one. Suen's eyes widened slightly as she read the contents. Chapter 17. Ding dong, all players have been successfully bound and transferred. This is the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System. The World Dimensional Upgrade test begins now. Welcome all Blue Star players to participate in the Blue Star Survival game, Highway Survival. Game rules. If you survive to the end and one player successfully completes the level, Blue Star will be promoted and the system will provide support to join the Interstellar Alliance. Fail the test, all living beings will be wiped out, and resources will be handled by the system's finance department. About to enter the map, the first level is the Snow Plateau, and the division begins. You are currently in Game Zone 20312, with a population of 100,000. Most of the information is familiar, exactly the same as my memories from my previous life. Except for the different zone numbers. In her previous life, she was in Zone 20311, and in this life, she is in Zone 20312. Suen's eyes widened in shock precisely because of this moment. She seemed to have been ranked in the next zone. Is this the butterfly effect of rebirth? I hope the butterfly effect doesn't bring too many changes. Suen continued reading. The rest of the content was no different from his previous life. Ice and Snow Plateau game rules. Important, please read carefully. 1. This is a real world. Players have real bodies, and death is real. 2. The first batch of players will be healthy players aged 15 to 55. Elderly and children who cannot care for themselves will serve as backup and be frozen on Blue Planet. Players, please play hard. You don't want to die, and then let the young and the elderly take over. 3. Road games can only move forward, not backward. The 3-day beginner period is easy, so please prepare as soon as possible. The survival rate for the first level of this game is 0.1%. Players thank beta testers for sacrificing their lives for the game's testing. Beta testers enjoy level retention privileges. 4. This game collaborates with a live streaming system, earning rewards and gifts from traffic, which are split 50/50 with players. Enthusiasting the audience is a way to survive. 5. The system is linked to each player. Please consciously open the panel, activate your talents, class, draw a vehicle, and enter the game. Suin familiarly opened the system with his mind. It was an interface resembling a computer desktop, with the time in the lower right corner and several screens above, including personal attributes, chat channel, and the trade mall. Suin opened his personal attributes. A window popped up before him. Did players who had wished to test his talents and open the class and level screens? This operation was free, but it carried certain risks. Activating talents carries a 0.11% chance of death. He absolutely had to choose. If he didn't, how could he survive? Had made his choice in his previous life, he wouldn't be stuck at this step in this one. Suin simply chose yes. Then Suin felt a tingling sensation all over her body. It felt like she was being electrocuted. This wasn't the case in her previous life. She had awakened in the blink of an eye, painless and painless. Had things changed again? In this life, Suin gritted her teeth and endured the torture-like awakening. Fortunately, she made it through. A few minutes later, Suin felt as if she had been pulled out of water, drenched in sweat. Her face turned pale, and she gasped for air. She could barely stand, so she simply sat down on the ground. The little bear and pumpkin carriage she held in her arms were also slightly damp with sweat. After entering the game, many things seemed different from her previous life, at least not this one. Suin wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, preventing it from dripping into her eyes. She watched the fireworks effects unfold before her, then looked at the panel where they faded, silently counting down in her head. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the player for detecting a god-level spiritual talent and awakening the SSS talent ability Live Flat Power Up. Congratulations to the player for awakening a special class, the SSS Plus class Puppet Master Extraordinary. An acute-angled triangle appeared on the screen, with a particularly long spirit bar. Attack, 6 out of 10, defense, 3 out of 10, spirit, 12/10. Surprisingly, a gifted, naturally psychic, lucky goose. On the right was Suin's personal information. Player, Suin. Nickname, none, unnamed, area, 20,312, 99792/100000. Level, level 1, 0/10,000. Experience, attributes, excellent. Attack, 6 out of 6, can fight an average nerf on equal terms, defense. 3/3, a nerf's attack will instantly break your defense. Spirit, 12 out of 12, growable. Your spiritual power talent is truly extraordinary, a true god-level talent. It's worth 12 nerfs put together. You're definitely a lucky nerf. Overall system rating, a very spirited nerf. Talent ability, Live Flat Boost, SSS Spirit Talent. Maintaining a 3D attribute bar above 70% increases the spiritual power limit. You can become stronger just by resting. I'm so jealous. Profession, Puppet Master Extraordinary, growable, SSS Plus Extraordinary Profession, capable of creating magical puppets. Class Skill 1. Doll Making, allows you to create magical dolls using various materials. No one knows how to make magical dolls, except the doll maker himself. Class Skill 2. Spirit Infusion, consumes a certain amount of spirit points to give life to a doll. If your doll doesn't want to have life and serve you, the skill will fail. Class Skill 3. Spirit Control, when your intimacy with a doll reaches 80% or higher, you can consume a certain amount of spirit points to control the doll's body and serve you. Class Skill 4. Doll Repair, consumes a certain amount of spirit points to heal your doll, provided it's still in good condition. Class Skill 5. None yet. You're lucky to be able to awaken 4 skills at once. Suin carefully examined the panel, including the built-in rant section. Perhaps in conjunction with the live stream, to provide entertainment for viewers of advanced civilizations, this system is rather unconventional, with a playful and often rant-filled interface. These words often tinged with a touch of offensive sarcasm, but they also brought crucial survival information, allowing players to better navigate the situation. System notes were a thing that made people both love and hate them. Suin carefully examined her dashboard. All her attributes were maxed out, and her talents had even increased slightly from their previous lives. She also had an additional skill, doll repair. Great. Thinking of this, Suin changed her nickname to Sunshine Bear. Although she had experienced some setbacks, it had been relatively smooth sailing. She felt that every day of her life was filled with sunshine, hence the nickname. Suin then chose to extract a vehicle. A flash of light passed. Chapter 18. A card appeared before her. Cards materialized into objects. Just like in her previous life, a cart appeared before her. 2 wheels, a tattered wooden plank on top, as rudimentary as it could be. Congratulations to player Suin, you drawn the ultra-luxurious starting vehicle tattered handcart. Although the tone was similar, with the cart appearing, Suin could sense the system was mocking her in a new way. Suin had long since accepted this outcome and calmly touched her cart. It was fine. Same but wood, same crack so large they could easily fall through, same prickly feel to the touch. Suin wasn't picky, because there was no other choice. She got up from the ground and sat down on the cart to rest. She didn't rush on, but instead checked other parts of the system. The system space backpack could be opened by clicking on the bottom. Many early players didn't understand this, wasting many opportunities to collect supplies. With this thought, Suin immediately packed all the supplies he brought into the system's built-in backpack space. The 1 cubic meter space was mostly filled. Preparing supplies himself was still useful. Most of them were brought into the game, except for the outermost layer. It seemed that when the system teleported, it would bring people and certain items around them along with it. Suin took a quick look. Water, food, tools, medicine, and outdoor gear were all there. Only a portion of the bulky outer layer of warm clothing and wool coats had been brought. Okay, I store them in the space for now, and sort them out more slowly when I have time. Suin opened the chat channel. Currently, the chat channel is only open for regional chat, with a total of 100,000 people. No, over 99,000 people now. Each person can only send 3 messages per day. Even so, the chat area is still very lively. Jean, where is this place? Have I traveled through time like in a novel? Aw, have aliens captured me? Oh my god, this is so exciting. Wantian, are Wang Jiangwo and Lu Yin here? I'm your son. Is Wang Yu here? If so, please contact me. I'm your brother. You. I traveled through time with a blanket. Is that normal? My vehicle is a 2-seater gasoline car. What should I do if I can't drive? Xiao Hang, I'm having trouble understanding the rules. Can someone explain them to me? Thank you. Xingyi Yususu, I already picked up my first chest. Keep going, friends in the same zone. Eric, I'm a survivor from the beta test. Sending a few messages. Feel free to use them. 1. Be sure to draw your talent at the start. If you die, die quickly and easily to avoid suffering. 2. After you've drawn a vehicle, don't delay getting on the road during the novice period. A chest will appear approximately every 10 kilometers in the novice zone, which can contain random items. This is a good time to accumulate supplies early on. 3. During the novice period, a 10-meter shield surrounds the vehicle. After the novice period, only the vehicle provides relative safety. 4. You can only move forward, not backward. The 50-meter map area behind you disappears as the vehicle moves forward. If you miss it, don't even think about returning. 5. Avoid traveling at night and avoid loading vehicles, as it's extremely dangerous. It's safer to use a vehicle during the novice period, and relatively safer after the novice period ends. 6. When you encounter a platform resource point, you can enter with a platform ticket. Platform tickets can be purchased at the mall or obtained from chests. Platforms are more dangerous than roads. Don't trust the NPCs inside, they are deceased companions who want to take you with them. 7. Players won't meet unless there are special circumstances. There's no need to form or join a team. Clinging together for support is just a rabble-rousing process. If someone in the team harbors ill intentions, lacks the brains and talent, they easily be used as cannon fodder for trial and error by their peers. 8. My suggestions are trustworthy or not. Some are true, some are false, and they're not guaranteed to be completely accurate. You should judge for yourself. I'm not a good person. I'm only giving them out because I promised a friend. She sacrificed her life to help you pay for it, so I hope you cherish it. Ian is definitely able to take the rules. Thank you. Tree Boss, thank you. Beta Tester, Future and Wind, anyway, thank you for the information, boss. Thank you. Zhou Tsung, my dad is a millionaire. Can anyone give me a piece of clothing? I give you $1 million when I release the game. You're a little sweetie, help. I'm so hungry. I need a bun. Any help? At Eric, please help. Xiao Su Tang. I'm so hungry. Please help me. I'm so hungry. Anyone can give me something to eat. Suan watched, her eyes shifting. She automatically ignored the chaotic messages and focused on the beta tester's message. She hadn't expected to see such a dedicated beta tester in the chat after switching regions. In her previous life, her region had also been fortunate enough to be assigned in beta tester, but his character was far from commendable. Suan shook her head, somewhat reluctant to think about the tragedy he had caused. Compared to the ulterior motive of the beta tester, who treated his companions as mere trial-and-error competitors, this beta tester seemed far more virtuous. The suggestions he had written down, they were generally sound. While some of them were a bit absolute, the general direction was sound. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. Suan thought for a moment, then, drawing on his past life's experience, continued to add details and posted them on the chat. After all, this is a single-player game, not a competitive one. A high survival rate benefits the entire blue planet. 9. After the novice period, snow will fall and the temperature will plummet, so be prepared. 10. Each player can change their nickname in their profile, with 3 chances to do so. Using their username will reduce the risk of being in danger. 11. At the bottom of your profile, there's a newbie gift pack, which grants you 1 square meter of backpack space. More backpack space can be purchased at the official store, but it's very expensive. The initial game currency is 10 copper coins, which are automatically redeemed in the newbie gift pack. Collecting supplies for trading is more cost-effective than selling them to the system. Transactions during the novice period are waived. 12. You randomly encounter special merchants on the platform, where you can trade with them using game currency, with a chance of buying special items. 13. Highway Survival is a single-player survival game, and does not constitute a competitive environment. Increased mortality rates within the region will increase the game's difficulty. Players, please do not hesitate to help your teammates unless it does not harm your own interests. Suan looked at the content she had written and immediately chose to send it. In fact, she had made up Article 13 to set the pace. After all, a region with a good and stable atmosphere is definitely easier to survive in than a chaotic one. It was early days, and everyone was quite confused. She was posing as a beta tester to formulate rules in the early stages to help maintain the regional atmosphere. In fact, she was half-truthful about this rule. It was true that there were changes because the mortality rate had dropped to over half in the previous life and a merge had occurred. She lied because she didn't know whether the game difficulty would increase after the merge. Because she didn't make it. After sending the message quickly, the messages started to crackle. Chapter 19. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Sunshine Bear and the previous beta tester, eGod. Some thoughtful people even organized the above content and shared it with everyone, urging everyone to unite and strive for common progress. Although some accounts occasionally made sarcastic comments, they were quickly silenced by other players. Humanity's collective nature is a mob. Gathering together, they desperately crave leadership. Following a group makes them feel safe. Suan understood this principle. In the early stages, she posted messages to set the tone and spread positive energy, which proved effective. Soon, the public chat room became very active. Each person only had 3 chances to speak, and under this invisible rule, everyone spoke with increasing caution. Suan read a few messages and let the discussion unfold without saying anything else. She turned on the message notification function, and the incessantly beeping screen quieted down. Suan gathered herself, removing the layers of clothing she had been wearing and packing them in her backpack. The protective shield she wore during the novice period could block out a certain amount of heat, but she was wearing too much at the moment. Ready to hit the road. But before she did, she had to wake Xiao Mo. Suan placed her pumpkin toy car beside the cart, holding Su Mo alone. Suan took a deep breath. Concentrating, she looked at the bear doll and activated her skill. Suan attempted to imbue the bear with her own spirit, giving it life and awakening it. In her previous life, she had activated skills in the same way. That was an attempt to regain a little mental strength. This operation was not difficult. In Suan's fantasy, Su Mo had always been a living being, her lifelong companion, simply unable to move. Suan felt the energy draining from her body, her spirits gradually fading. Just as her spirits were about to give out, her brain aching, a warm little hand stopped her. The bear's body softened, and it gently touched Suan, saying, "Master Anan, that's enough. Let's stop here." A sweet, babyish voice echoed. "Don't give me more." Xiao Mo can protect Master Nen from falling asleep from the cold. Suen collapsed, nearly falling onto the stroller, but the bear held her up. She stared at the stuffed bear in astonishment. Xiao Mo blinked and gave Suen a playful smile. Then he tilted his head and made a hard shape with his short bare arms. This was a secret code known only to them. In a previous life, the bear couldn't speak, so Suen taught it this gesture to indicate goodwill. The bear also had memories of its past life. Suen excitedly hugged the bear, nearly crying, his whole body trembling. You have consumed 13 points of mental energy and successfully awakened the doll, Xiao Mo. A system message popped up in front of Suen. With a thought, the screen opened. A long string of messages appeared. Unlock the doll panel. Doll 1, Xiao Mo Xiao Mo Xiong Zizi. Producers, Su Aihua, Suen. Talents, Attack 10, Defense 7, Spirit 1. Level 3. I'm not entirely sure why this doll is already level 3 upon opening its eyes. Even low-level civilizations can reveal surprising talents when they awaken. Current attributes, Attack, 30, can defeat 100 idiots, Defense, 21, 70 idiots can't penetrate its defense, Spirit, 3, average mental power, no magical talent, Intimacy, 100%, I don't understand why this is so high. Perhaps, this is what the Blue Star humans call a bond. Skills, undiscovered. Data pending. Equipment, Velvet Flower Hairpin, a unique gift crafted by the owner. After possessing a spirit, it becomes the bear's exclusive magical weapon. Data pending. Gorgeous Battle Suit, a unique outfit crafted by the owner, a second-tier defensive skin, stylish yet with defensive capabilities. One downside, the shoes don't seem to come with a set, which is a bit underwhelming. Inner Space Pocket, includes 5 cubic meters of storage space, also accessible to the owner. Why are you stealing my business? Suen's mind shifted, and the light screen vanished. She hugged the bear, overcome with excitement. Even with her head aching, and the feeling of having stayed up 3 nights in a row, she couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed her bear had returned. The bear, with all her memories, had returned with her. It seemed as if it understood its owner's feelings. The bear comforted its owner. Master Nen, Xiao Mo is here, always here. I always be with you, always and forever. The bear hugged Suen back, comforting its emotional owner. I have memories in my head, it said, once again making a clumsy heart shape with its hands to Suen. The adorable little bear, with its short stature, struggled to make the heart shape, and it tilted its body as if it was about to fall. Sumo's stuffed bear didn't explain clearly. But its actions spoke volumes. Its meaning was clear. It truly had memories of being with Suen. Suen burst out laughing at Sumo's expression. At that moment, the morning sun was exceptionally bright. The stuffed bear said to Suen, Master Nen, you need to rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, it took off its shoes, placed them neatly on the cart, and hopped off. Suen peeked over and saw a 40-centimeter tall bear. Even if it stood up, not even its ears could be seen under the cart. Suen was about to jump off the cart to help, and together with the bear, they pushed the cart on their way. But with a bang, Xiao transformed into a gigantic 4-meter tall bear. The big bear bent over to examine the cart. For its current size, pushing the cart was more difficult than carrying it. With a bang, the big bear began to shrink, becoming just over 2 meters tall, its clothes growing and shrinking with it. The 2-meter tall bear was quite conspicuous. Then, the giant bear took off its large windbreaker, gently picked up Suen with one hand, and spread the windbreaker on the cart with the other. There was a tacit understanding between the man and the bear, a mutual understanding that was unspoken. Suen understood Xiao Mo's intentions the moment he picked her up. She clutched the pumpkin cart, and Sumo's little shoes in her arms. She waited for Xiao to cover the entire cart with his coat before lowering Suen. Suen's heart couldn't stop pounding. Not out of fear, but out of sheer charm. The big bear looked incredibly handsome. The enlarged bear, wearing adorable overalls and a hairpin, looked both adorable and incredibly reliable. It was exactly like her childhood fantasies. A protective bear, a warrior bear. When Suen was placed back on the cart, she was enveloped in the warm, soft rabbit fur lining. This reminded her of the time before she entered the game, when she had hand-sewn clothes for the bear, stitch by stitch. She made this dress. She looked at the tiny shoes of the stuffed bear in her hand, and quickly figured out why the bear had taken them off. It seemed the shoes weren't made by her, so they wouldn't scale with the bear. Miscalculated. Before she could regret it, the stuffed bear grabbed the cart with one hand, causing Suen's entire body to tremble with the cart, and slowly raised her sight. Master Nen, hold on to the handlebars. Let's go, Suemo said. Suen couldn't refuse. She couldn't bring herself to get off and follow. That would be asking for trouble. She could see with her own eyes that the stuffed bear, after being awakened to its peak state, with all its spiritual power, was incredibly powerful and strong. Pushing the cart was a piece of cake. The stuffed bear now gave her an endless sense of security. Okay, let's go. She responded loudly to Suemo, not wanting to be a spoiler. Creak, creak. Swoosh, swoosh. The wooden cart rolled, and Suen watched the changing scenery around her, faster and faster. The autumn trees on both sides, like a copy-paste, kept receding at a rapid pace, and the wind gently rustled her hair. But Suen saw only the shadows of the trees around her, now only visible. If it weren't for the system's automatically following novice protective shield, which controlled temperature, wind, water, fire, and attack, the wind speed would have been more than just a gust of wind blowing her hair. A few minutes later, the wooden cart stopped. Suen watched Xiaoyama run about 10 meters ahead, lift a wooden treasure chest from the brush by the roadside, and carry it out. As Xiaoyama was carrying the treasure chest, a red-eyed rabbit darted out and bit Xiaomo's bare leg. Be careful. Monster. Suen hadn't finished her words. The giant bear had already crushed the rabbit to death with one kick. Well, her worries were in vain. A light screen message appeared in front of Suen. Congratulations to player Suen's teddy bear, Suemo, for killing the level 1 common monster, the red-eyed rabbit. Suen gains 10 experience points, and Sumazuri gains 1 experience point. Suen checked Sumo's attributes. Sure enough, new information appeared in his skills. It seems that whenever Suemo uses a skill, the system detects and records it on the dashboard. Skills. Skill 1, Enlargement and Reduction. The teddy bear can expend a certain amount of energy to control the size of itself and its clothing. According to detection, enlargement and reduction do not increase its strength. Skill 2, Massive Strength, detailed data to be collected. Skill 3, Trampling. One stomp will instantly crush a red-eyed rabbit. Other skills, data to be collected. Suen turned off the light screen. I have to look at the system summary later. It makes no difference whether I read it now or not. The stuffed bear tucked the wooden treasure chest under his arm with one hand and picked up the rabbit he had crushed to death with the other. He said to the girl, "Don't worry, Master Enon. I'll be right there." Suen sat up straight from the wooden plank. By then, Suemo had already brought the wooden treasure chest up. Master Enon, open the box. Chapter 20. The rabbit shook its paws and quickly transformed into a piece of rabbit meat and a piece of rabbit skin. We need more resources to keep Master Enon comfortable. Suemo handed the rabbit meat and rabbit skin to Suen, then lifted the wooden cart. Master, let's continue our journey and collect more wooden boxes. You should rest well. With that, the bear doll pushed Suen and continued running. Suen wrapped the rabbit meat in the rabbit skin, placed it in space, and reached for the wooden box. She felt like she could literally lie down. She opened the box. It contained a 500 milliliters bottle of water, a 300g bag of bread, a 50g bar of nut chocolate, 3 pieces of wood planks, and a 30-minute platform ticket. Except for the wood planks, which appeared as cards, all others were physical. Suen took out the wood plank card. A light screen message appeared before him. The player has wood planks. Do you want to use them to reinforce the vehicle? Ragged handcart upgraded to ordinary handcart required materials, 4 planks. The materials weren't enough, but remembering that wooden boxes could be disassembled into planks, that seemed to be enough. Suen placed the contents of the wooden box into the system's backpack, then placed his hand on the box and selected disassemble. Soon, the box transformed into a single plank. When Suemo noticed the new wooden box, it stopped. Suen said something to Suemo, jumped off the cart, and placed all the planks into the cart for reinforcement. A few seconds later, the entire handcart, while not entirely new, looked much better. The tattered, but planks became smooth and shiny. The uneven gaps where the planks met became tight-fitting planks. This was a nice-looking cart, with guardrails on 3 sides. It was also much larger than before. Before, people could only sit on it. Now it was big enough for 2 people to lie flat. Thinking of this, Suen found a moisture-proof mat from the space and spread it on the new cart, then covered it with the enlarged bear windbreaker. He walked, stopped, and unpacked. Suemo was capable and honest. The sky grew brighter, and the sun rose higher. Suen forced herself to stay awake for a while, but her head was getting increasingly dizzy, and she was extremely sleepy. Suen gave Suemo some instructions and handed him some bread and water. Then, letting him handle the supplies on his own, She couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. She didn't know that the live broadcast had already begun the moment the player entered the game. Among the countless live broadcast rooms under the highway survival game, the one with the ID Sunshine Bear was very inconspicuous. A Gooseman, a level 1 civilization viewer, noticed Sue and stream among the many smaller ones, and was drawn in to check it out. This player was so unique, she'd been sleeping on her first day. What was that big, silly bear working beside her? A control beast. This beast was doing quite well, pushing the cart and opening the boxes quite quickly. It was quite capable. At that moment, the stuffed bear stopped on screen and ran 10 meters away to move a wooden crate. A large, red-eyed goose popped out and attacked the stuffed bear. The Gooseman slapped it to death with a single blow. The Gooseman exited the stream and clicked not recommend. The live stream, which had been buzzing with his words, instantly cooled, steadily declining, slowly descending into a dark room. So furious, so furious. Just slap it, slap it. Why slap a goose to death with a single blow? Just because the Gooseman were the only beings to reach level 1 civilization 1,000 years ago, the system and other civilizations keep making fun of them online, using the word idiot goose to mock every player in the advanced civilization game. So infuriating. It's a shame they lack strength. If they had, the goose people wouldn't be the target of ridicule and oppression in every way. They only dared to seek a presence in the live broadcast room of a lower-level civilization's advancement. Sue was unaware of all this, only feeling that she had slept soundly. She slept more soundly than in reality. When she awoke, the sun was already behind her, only half visible. As it set, a pang of hunger rippled through her stomach. She seemed to have slept for a whole day. Sue had opened her eyes. Chapter 21. The flat road, the surrounding scenery continued to recede. The trees around them were almost identical, only the leaves on them were becoming increasingly scarce, while the fallen leaves beneath them were piling thicker and thicker. The scenery seemed to be a subtle warning to everyone, proof that winter was approaching. She glanced back at Sue Mo. The teddy bear seemed tireless, running just as it had before she fell asleep. As Sue watched it, the teddy bear smiled at her, looking innocent. Sue glanced at the sunset, turned on the screen, and checked the time. It was 5:20 p.m., the sun was about to set, and only a blur of light remained in the distance. She called Sue Mo to a halt. Xiao Mo slowed down. It's getting dark. Time to get ready for bed. It was almost nightfall, and they had to stop. The game world would be dangerous at night. Without headlights, they couldn't see the boxes on either side, making it impossible to retrieve them. Hearing his master's words, Sue Mo said, "Okay." It stopped running and walked, then slowly stopped the wooden cart. Everything stabilized, and the cart stopped. The sun slowly set, only half a meter tall remaining behind the road. Sue Mo, with a thud, transformed into a 40 centimeters tall bear doll, and clumsily climbed onto the cart. As Sue Mo shrank, Suen's coat also shrank, appearing at the corner of the wooden cart. Suen saw this and tugged at the bear, pulling it up. After climbing aboard, the bear picked up his coat and put it on. Then, he sat back on the cart, shook his feet, dusted off the dust, and put on the small shoes. "Master, are you feeling better?" "Much better," Suen replied. Just as she opened the light curtain, she also checked her stats. Her health had returned from 0 to 8, a significant amount of recovery. At least her headache was gone. Under Sumo's care, if he continues to nurture it like this without doing anything, his mental strength is expected to fully recover by tomorrow. If he's a little more adventurous, he can successfully animate the pumpkin carriage doll tomorrow. Suemo put on his shoes and looked at Suen's pale face. Guiltily, he said, "It's all my fault for draining too much of the master's mental energy." Suen patted Sumo's head and said, "Don't say that. Whenever I awaken you, I do it willingly and with all my might." With that, Suen smiled at Suemo, appearing less frail. In this life, the little bear has become smarter, can speak, and has stronger abilities, but some aspects remain the same as in his previous life, such as his simple mind, sincerity, and friendliness. Suemo reached into his pocket and kept taking things out. A pile of boxes was soon filling the wooden cart. "There's no more room," Suemo sighed, looking at the small wooden cart with regret, and pointed at it. "I don't know how to upgrade the car." "Wait until Master wakes up to upgrade it, and make it bigger." Suemo continued, showing Suen his achievements today. "Master and after you fell asleep, we traveled a long, long way. We found 73 wooden treasure chests, 5 bronze treasure chests, and 1 silver treasure chest. We encountered 27 monsters, and harvested 10 goose legs, 9 bags of goose feathers, 9 chicken pieces, 2 bags of chicken feathers, 3 rabbit meat pieces, 4 rabbit skins, 3 frogs, and 2 duck legs. I got hungry in the middle, so I ate the bread, biscuits, chocolate, and water my sister gave me. At this point, Suemo said a little embarrassedly, I'm still very hungry. I think I can eat a lot, but I held back. Although Master said I could handle the supplies myself, I wanted to be with you. Wow. Suin looked at the pile of supplies before her, and even more in Sumo's space. What kind of magical doll is this? She harvested more in one day than she had in a week. No, in 1 hour. Suin hugged Little Bear and said, Xiaomo, you're amazing. Don't go hungry. We eat as much as we want. Then, Suin began to open the boxes. As she did so, she sorted the supplies, and Little Bear helped. Small bread, hard-steamed buns, compressed biscuits, mineral water, dried meat, salt, wood planks, mechanical parts. Each box contained something. If you were lucky, you find 4 or 5 items. If you were unlucky, you only find 1 or 2. The sky darkened, and the vision grew increasingly blurry. Suin and Little Bear opened all the wooden boxes in one go. They disassembled the boxes themselves. The car was suddenly filled to the brim. With a thought, Suin saw the remaining boxes and placed them in Little Bear's space. Suin had no time to sort out his supplies, so he could only pile them up. While there was still some light in the sky, he began to use his materials to reinforce and upgrade the wooden cart. Reinforcement? Ordinary wooden cart upgrades to sturdy wooden cart. Required materials, 8 wooden planks, 2 iron plates, and 2 mechanical parts. Reinforcement successful. Your current vehicle is a sturdy wooden cart. Renovation? Sturdy wooden cart upgrades to sturdy wooden cart with cover. Required materials, 8 wooden planks, 4 iron plates, and 8 mechanical parts. Renovation successful. Your current vehicle is a sturdy wooden cart with cover. Upgrade? Sturdy wooden cart with cover upgrades to ordinary pedal tricycle with cover. Required materials, 16 wooden planks, 4 iron plates, 2 mechanical parts, 1 wheel, and 1 chain. Upgrade successful. Your current vehicle is a standard pedal tricycle with cover. Reinforcement required. The standard pedal tricycle with cover upgrades to a sturdy pedal tricycle with cover. Required materials, 16 wooden planks, 8 iron plates, and 8 mechanical parts. Reinforcement successful. Your current vehicle is a sturdy pedal tricycle with cover. The standard pedal tricycle with carriage upgrades to a draggy hybrid. This busy work took a full 20 minutes, transforming the 1.2m x 1.5m handcart into a 3-wheeled RV with a cabin and a cab, measuring 5.8m x 1.6m x 2.5m in length, width, and height. The cabin itself measured 3.5m x 1.5m x 2.2m in length, width, and height, and was painted a natural wood color. Although the cabin was empty, it felt like a home, and Suin was incredibly satisfied. At this moment, it was completely dark. The gloomy night was inexplicably terrifying, with only the protective shield that came with the novice phase, faintly glowing, offering a sense of security. Suin poured all the gasoline he had into the tank, bringing the 40L tank down to 30L. He then took Suemo, who was munching on a biscuit, into the upgraded cabin. The gasoline burned to generate electricity, and soon the lights in the back of the cabin came on. Suin closed the RV door and looked at the empty space that belonged to his home, a small 5 square meter space. One end of the wall had a window, one of 2 small high windows. On the other side, Suemo had finished the compressed biscuit Suin had handed him, the hard, brick-like biscuit crunching under his bear's teeth. He was clearly taking small bites, but the biscuit was disappearing quickly. Just now. Chapter 22. The bear was hungry. So was Suin. Suin planned to take the little bear to eat something good that night. They roast all the meat the monsters had dropped. It wasn't winter yet, so space didn't guarantee freshness. Meat spoils quickly, and needed to be processed as soon as possible. But there was a lot of work to do before then, and meat needed to be cooked or roasted before it could be eaten. Unpacking the box and upgrading the car was the top priority. The two of them could only eat a small meal. While unpacking the box, Suin took out the compressed biscuits she had brought from the space. She ate a small piece and gave the remaining half to Suemo, intending to let the bear have a small piece to fill his stomach. Now, she saw that the large piece had been almost completely eaten by the stuffed bear. The bag weighed a full 1 kilogram. She had brought it from reality. The ingredients were solid, a calorie-packed mixture of sugar and oil. Quickly, the little bear ate it all. Suin looked at the little bear. Now, Suin wasn't worried about the food, but rather about Su Xiong being full and unable to eat the meat later. It wouldn't be good if he ate meat all by himself later, with the bear watching. Xiao Mo, are you full? Suen asked. Su Mo shook his head and nodded again. Master, I think I am. The bear spoke hesitantly, and soon after, his stomach rumbled unceremoniously. The bear scratched his head sheepishly and said, Actually, Master Nen, I can still eat. It hung its head, its ears drooping. Suen handed him a strawberry bun and said, Let's have a barbecue together later. Now, we need to sort out our supplies. Suen quickly unloaded everything from the system backpack, which contained the supplies she had brought and a small amount of resources from the game's wooden box. At this moment, the entire room, save for the space where they stood, was completely packed, leaving no room for anything else. Xiaomo, let's get started. Okay. Little Bear shoved the strawberry bun Suen handed her into his mouth, ate it, and then followed her to work. Suen stuffed everything into Little Bear's space, then took out 5 copper treasure chests. Suen planned to use the 5 copper treasure chests as storage boxes. Treasure chests higher than wooden boxes all had built-in storage space. They were simple, easy-to-find storage boxes. As for the silver treasure chest, she couldn't open it without a key. Silver and gold treasure chests all required keys to open. Thankfully, both the copper and wooden treasure chests could be opened directly. Suen opened the copper treasure chest. The items in the copper treasure chests were clearly much better than those in the wooden ones. Opening 5 in a row yielded useful and valuable items. 10 L of gasoline, 1 kilogram of rice, 1 kilogram of white flour, 500 g of millet, 200 g of dried red dates, 200 g of tomatoes, 500 milliliters of rapeseed oil, 1 kilogram single quilt, 1 single wooden bed blueprint, 1 stove blueprint, 3 1-hour platform tickets, red paper, spiritual, 10 mechanical parts. Suen discovered that almost every box contained gasoline, mechanical parts, and some non-ready-to-eat food, blueprints, and platform tickets. Items of a certain size would appear in the box as cards. For example, gasoline would appear as a fuel card in the box. When taken out of the box, it would revert to its physical form, and when put back in, it would become a card again. The most unique of these items was a piece of red paper, which had a special symbol in the system prompt. This indicated that it was spiritual level material, the raw material for crafting special items. Suen sorted these items into categories: food, daily necessities, blueprints, and upgrade materials. They were then returned to the copper boxes. 3 copper boxes were used for food. 1 copper box held rice, flour, and oil, food ingredients that are ready to eat and require cooking. 2 copper boxes held steamed buns, bread, mineral water, and sausages. These wooden boxes contained items that could be eaten immediately, and they comprised the majority of the items found in the 73 wooden boxes today. As for the monster meat Little Bear had killed, Suen didn't plan to store it in the copper boxes. She had already stored it all in the system space, intending to have a feast with Little Bear later, then preserve some with salt, and sell some for game currency or special material blueprints. In the early days, food was still valuable, so Suen would probably be busy at night. Time flew by. Su Mo joined Suen, sorting and organizing the items and crafting furniture. The room quickly grew warmer and warmer. After Suen finished sorting all the supplies and completed the blueprints for the wooden bed and stove, the room began to feel more and more like home. You don't know until you organize it, you'd be surprised once you do. Chapter 23. The numerous boxes collected by the bear doll throughout the day, plus the supplies Suen brought with her, practically filled every copper treasure chest to the brim. This didn't even include the monster meat Suen had placed in her system backpack. After sorting through the supplies, Suen used the materials to build a bed and stove, then stored all the silver boxes in the bear doll's space. Sitting on the wooden bed, covered with a moisture-proof mat and quilt, Suen's heart pounded. You know, she slept all day, but that didn't stop the capable bear doll from progressing through the game at breakneck speed. 1 bear was better than 10 of her. In this situation, it might even be faster than a player starting with a car. Suen picked up the bear doll, couldn't help but give it a kiss on the cheek, and hugged it tightly. Sumo's face instantly felt hot, and he silently told himself to work harder tomorrow. Happy, Suen put the bear doll down. In reality, Suen knew that this situation would be difficult to replicate in the future, as the game's difficulty level was currently at its lowest. The novice stage isn't severely cold, and the climate is pleasant with its own protective shield. The roads here are flat, straight highways, flanked by a copy-paste of forests. The grass along the roadside isn't tall, offering a wide view and making driving easy. Additionally, during the novice stage, the chance of box spawning is high, and the monsters that spawn are weak. Suemo, with his strength, can easily kill them and reap the rewards. That's how he got so many supplies today. All of this is a safe period created by the game to help players adapt. Precisely because the game's initial difficulty isn't high, Suin, a physically weak and mentally depressed player in his previous life, was able to survive the novice stage. Although the overall game is still very difficult. Without Suemo, for Suin, a frail woman, pushing a cart and walking, opening boxes, and randomly encountering monsters, even with a protective shield, it wouldn't be easy. The vehicle couldn't leave the road, and many boxes would deliberately appear 10 meters away from the roadside. For this reason, some boxes had to be abandoned. After hugging the bear, Suin said cheerfully, cooking. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the preparations had taken over an hour. The small piece of compressed biscuit she'd just eaten was almost completely digested, and she was starting to feel hungry. At this moment, Suin arrived at the stove area. This is the part of the RV that automatically creates a fire area after loading, and using the stove blueprint and adding materials. The walls and floor of this area are made of steel plates, providing insulation and fire resistance. A large stove is installed on top, making everything feel like a single piece. In this regard, the game-like modular survival blueprint makes life much easier for players. Suin began to build a fire and cook. For firewood, planks are used. Using the system's built-in decomposition function, you can obtain wood strips. As for the wooden strips, the system doesn't have a dedicated disassembly service for them, so they can be cut or broken manually. Suin wasn't stupid, he had his Dolly Bear plush by his side, so he asked the bear to help with the manual process. Suemo understood what Suin meant. He manipulated the wooden strips with the same ease as a giant panda breaking bamboo, processing them effortlessly. Suin watched from the side as Dolly Bear broke the wood. The girl looked at the bear with starry eyes and clapped her hands. She couldn't help but praise him. Xiaomo, you're amazing. Suin's praise made the bear shyly lower its head, its cheeks flushing, and its hands moving faster. The little bear chuckled and broke the wood even more vigorously. With Sumo's help, he chuckled as he broke the wood, and soon a small pile of neatly sized firewood had formed beside the stove. After this little interlude, Suin found a lighter and lit the fire. The small wood sticks crackled easily, soon blazing vigorously in the stove. When the firewood was almost burned, Suin briefly watched the outdoor multi-purpose pot she had brought from real life. It was a complete set of outdoor pots, including a frying pan, a stew pot, and a kettle, all nested in nesting dolls. Made of aluminum alloy, it was lightweight and quick heating. This pot was something Suin had brought from real life. Her preparations paid off. Aside from the tent and sleeping bag, which was in tatters, she had brought everything else with her. The tent and sleeping bag, even compressed, were still quite large, and Suin had placed them on the outermost layer, so she was very happy to have them with her, but she wouldn't have cared to leave them without. The innermost layer contained the bear and the pumpkin carriage. She placed them in her arms, beneath her clothes, against her skin. The stove gradually heated up. Suin placed the pan in the multi-cooker on top and, after picking out the meat Suemo had dropped for monsters, selected the fattiest, most greasy goose leg, skimmed off the fat, and seared it on top. Sizzling. The fat and water gradually seeped out from the heat. Then, with a knife, she cut the whole goose leg into large chunks and seared them in the pan. Fireworks flew through the cracks in the open window and out of the RV. The fat sizzled as the meat sizzled, emitting an alluring aroma. When it turned golden brown, Suin turned the chunks with a knife. Wait until both sides of the meat are golden brown, then sprinkle with 5 spice powder and salt, and serve immediately. Now, wait patiently, letting the heat and time determine the flavor. At this moment, Suin noticed she had neglected tableware. Perhaps she had forgotten to bring it, or perhaps she had thought about it but didn't see the need due to limited space. The noodles in the wooden box contained a fork, or you could split the wood with a knife to make chopsticks. So many supplies. At this moment, Suin wouldn't begrudge the 2 buckets of instant noodles. Suin placed a frying pan next to the stove and slowly fried the goose legs over low heat. In the middle of the stove, she placed a deep pot from the multi-purpose cooker, poured water, and brought it to a boil. She opened 2 buckets of noodles, none of which belonged to any Blue Star brand. Both were spicy, because that was the only flavor they had 2 buckets of. They tasted a little more fragrant than the ones on Blue Star, and the noodles were thicker. This was the instant noodles from the system game, which claimed to be free of additives and preservatives, sponsored by the XX Civilization XX brand advertising. The players didn't recognize the cursive characters, and they were accustomed to the system's advertising. They privately savaged the cricket system's commercialized money-making practices. Something like kidnapping all of humanity to participate in a survival game, live streaming it to other civilizations, and advertising everywhere. This instant noodle was very expensive in the mall, 10 copper coins a bucket. There weren't many items found in the boxes, but nothing compares to stacking multiple boxes. After nearly 100 boxes, Suin and Suemo had already amassed several buckets of instant noodles. Lucky, thanks to Sumo's strength. The water gradually boiled. Suin added all the seasonings, and the distinct aroma of instant noodles filled the air. The flavor was strong. Chapter 24. 2 packets of noodles, 2 portions of seasoning, and a handful of dried noodles quickly filled a large pot of instant noodles. Suin divided the cooked noodles into 2 buckets, one with more, one with less. He then spread all the fried goose meat over the noodles, and the meal was ready. This exquisite, though a bit perfunctory, but still delicious meal was ready. The extra portion went to Suemo, and the lesser portion went to himself. Without a table, the two of them could only sit on the wooden bed with the quilt rolled up to reveal the planks, using a treasure chest as a table. The copper treasure chest had a small platform on top for storage. As for the fire, it wasn't wasted. The next pot of meat was already frying in the pot. Suemo was very obedient. While Suin was cooking, he wasn't idle either. He was busy breaking off a lot of wood strips and placing them neatly next to the stove. After gathering the firewood, it split several sticks into thinner ones and bundled them into a rough broom, if that thing could be called a broom. Using this, Suemo swept up all the sawdust from the floor. By the time Suin finished cooking the noodles, the whole house was much cleaner. Suemo, it's time to eat. I'm coming. Suemo excitedly put down his homemade broom and approached Suin. Suin handed Suemo a large bowl of noodles. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot, Suin said. Okay. Suemo agreed immediately and came down. Then the little bear ate with unbridled abandon, cradling the bowl of instant noodles in both hands and pouring them into his mouth. Suin blew on the instant noodle bucket, scooped up a piece of meat with a fork, and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. After sleeping all day without a proper meal, he felt truly blessed to have meat and noodles. She saw Sumo's rough eating. She couldn't help but feel distressed. Little bear, you're really hungry. This was Suin's first meal of the day, and she was very satisfied with the hot noodles and fragrant pan-fried meat. Suin had eaten halfway when Little Bear had already finished all the noodles and meat in her bowl, staring at the meat from time to time, drooling. Suin looked at the pot, reached into it with a knife, and when it was done, sprinkled it with seasoning, scooped it out, and placed it in Little Bear's bowl. He then added the next pot of meat to the pot. Suin and Suemo ate like this, and she quickly filled up, not even finishing half a bowl of noodles. Suemo didn't mind the remaining instant noodles and soup, and after getting Suin's permission, he poured it all into his own bowl. Little Bear ate 3 pots of meat, a large portion of instant noodles, 2 white steamed buns, and 1 mixed flour steamed bun before she felt full. The little bear had eaten a meal larger than its own body, but that wasn't the correct calculation. In terms of energy consumption, Suemo had driven all day, covering over 800 kilometers, found nearly 80 boxes, and killed dozens of monsters. Eating that much wasn't excessive at all. The little bear's fur seemed to have become much sleeker after eating. He sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, his body limp, his eyelids drooping. Suemo embarrassedly said to Suin, I'm sorry, Master Nen, I'm so sleepy, so sleepy. I'm sorry. Before he could finish his words, the little bear collapsed, his eyes closed, and fell asleep. The little bear's round belly rose and fell, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the sound of his deep, shallow breathing. It seemed truly tired. Suin carefully cleared the dishes, moving the pot and bowl through the space, trying to be as quiet as possible. The entire pot and bowl were spotless, seemingly needing no washing. After the meal, Suin simply watched the bear doll eat. Suemo wiped up any slop from the pot and bowl with his steamed bun and ate it. Suin simply wiped the pot and bowl clean with a damp cloth. She removed the treasure chest, spread the blanket, and placed the sleeping bear on the soft blanket. Suin sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, thinking about which supplies to trade and what she needed. Fresh meat and her half-finished tent and sleeping bag could be traded. She could save the meat for the bear tomorrow morning and trade it all. The family currently needed bathroom blueprints, other blueprints, vehicle upgrade reinforcements, and spiritual materials. The fire in the stove burned brightly, the wood burning well, warming the room. The first night in the game was quite comfortable, but Suin knew it was an illusion. After 3 days, the game would quickly cool down. She opened the light screen. It was now past 7 o'clock. 13 hours had already passed since the game started at 6 in the morning. She had slept for almost half the night, but she wasn't sleepy yet. She could make full use of her supplies. Before the transaction, Suin checked Little Bear's dashboard. As Sumo's master, Suin didn't actually know how strong Little Bear was now. Little Bear was completely different from his previous life. Moreover, this little guy was overly sensible in her presence, like insisting on waiting for her to wake up before eating together, or even saying sorry after falling asleep out of exhaustion today. After a full day of data collection, the system's dashboard for Su Bear had become much clearer. Doll 1. Su Mo Xiao Mo, Xiong Zai Zai. Producers, Su Aihua, Suin. Suin couldn't help but feel a pang of unease at the sight of the familiar names. Su Aihua was her grandmother's name, and little Suin took her surname after being left with her. She'd been with her since she was a baby. Suin continued reading. Talents, Attack 10, Defense 7, Spirit 1. Level 3. Why is this doll already at level 3 the moment it opens its eyes? I understand now. This is a pervert who's madly growing stronger to protect its owner, and it's still growing stronger. Experience, 21,237 plus /100, 000, still growing even when asleep. Suin looked at the changed system notes, and got used to this new system style. Current attributes, Attack, 30, can defeat 100 geese, Defense, 21, 70 geese can't penetrate its defense, Spirit, 3, average mental strength, but it obeys its master's orders, Intimacy, 100%. I understand why it's so high, because this stuffed bear is mentally ill. Skills, Skill 1, Enlargement and Reduction. The stuffed bear can expend a certain amount of energy to control the size of itself and its clothing. According to detection, enlargement and reduction change its size, and also increase its weight to increase its lethality. The current maximum detected expansion is 20 times, 8 meters in height. Skill 2, Massive Strength. This consumes energy to unleash a force of up to 10,000 kilograms, terrifying bear strength. Skill 3, Trampling, Claw, Bite, Slam, and Pounce. One stomp instantly crushes a red-eyed rabbit. One palm strike kills a geese. Other skills. Data pending, probably gone. Equipment, Velvet Flower Hairpin, a unique gift crafted by the owner. After being possessed by a spirit, it becomes the bear's exclusive magical weapon, and used, data pending, Gorgeous Combat Suit, a unique piece of clothing crafted by the owner, a second-tier defensive skin, stylish yet defensive, can grow and shrink with the bear's body, has built-in dust removal, and remains resistant to blood stains. Inner Space Pocket, includes 5 cubic meters of storage space, also accessible to the owner. Why are you stealing my business? Please, learn more about the system's backpack slots. Suin scanned the bear's dashboard in one breath, then exited his personal information and entered the chat interface. Chapter 25. The chat interface seemed past its peak. Not many people were speaking now, unlike when I first entered the game, when the chat channel would be constantly refreshed with the latest messages. Only by consciously stopping the chat interface could I check the relevant messages. A person can only send 3 messages a day. It was already past 7 in the evening, so it was no surprise that many people had used up their chat slots, and could only read but not speak. Suin first glanced at the area population indicator in the upper right corner. It hadn't changed much from the morning's number, suggesting few casualties today. Over 99,000 players lived in this area. The chat channel was full of all sorts of topics. Okay, I had to name it this way to get through. Can someone give me some water? Please, this is my last chance to speak. I had bad luck today. I only opened 2 boxes, and they're both empty. I'm really thirsty. Please, kind-hearted people. You. The person above is a scammer. Each player starts with 10 copper coins, enough to buy a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread. This whole thing is so annoying. You're the only one who's clever, begging here, haha. Xiaozi, I'm only half full. I want to cry, but I can't bring myself to. I miss home so much. I actually opened 2 boxes today, but only got a small loaf of bread, a bottle of water, a platform ticket, and 2 wooden planks. It's not enough to fill my stomach. I'm a bicycle, and I'm tired and hungry. Pigman vs. Ultraman. Gasoline, anyone? I can trade platform tickets and steamed buns for gas. I posted a link at the exchange. Muya, the person above, you're trading 2 steamed buns for 10 liters of gas. Do you think we're being taken advantage of? I'm too lazy to tell you off for your price gouging. Shuzi is busy. I opened 10 chests today and successfully killed a monster, dissecting it to get a piece of meat. Hee, the link is up. You can trade for staple food, gasoline, or blueprints. Click my profile picture to see my trade order. 1235. Bored, are there any ladies I want to chat with? We can help each other and relieve stress. Wang Jiji, anyone want to chat? Didi, paid, starting from 1 copper coin. Jiqiong, collecting food, materials, and copper coins. Rex and Lingling, refreshing the rules, compiled from beta testers Egod, Xiong Data, and Majiji. 1. Be sure to draw talents at the beginning. If you die, die quickly and cleanly to avoid suffering. Swan jumped to the trading interface and pondered his supply situation. Today, Suin and Sumo consumed a total of 1 1L bottle of mineral water, 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 1 small strawberry roll, 1 large loaf of bread, 1 box of chocolate brownies, 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of noodles, 100 grams of dried noodles, 2 goose legs, 1 piece of chicken, 1 piece of rabbit, 2 white steamed buns, and 1 whole wheat steamed bun. The remaining fresh food and meat included 200 grams of tomatoes, 8 goose legs, 1 kilogram, 8 chicken legs, 500 grams, 2 rabbit legs, 500 grams, 2 duck legs, 100 grams, and 3 frogs, 200 grams. We save the tomatoes for tomorrow. We have 16 kilograms of goose legs left, 14 kilograms of which we can sell, leaving behind 1 and 2 kilograms to stew for Little Bear tomorrow morning. We save all the remaining meat, except for the duck legs, and keep a portion of each, just enough for Little Bear tomorrow morning. That is 1 kg *7 goose legs, 500 g *7 chicken, 500 g *2 rabbit meat, and 200 g *2 frogs for trading. The most convenient way is to sell directly to the system. However, this is the least cost-effective. The system will only accept these meats at 10 copper coins per piece, regardless of type or weight. It's a huge loss. If you sell them at the platform, you can probably get at least 20 to 50 copper coins per pound. Selling items at the platform is a key way to earn copper coins. Opening chests and killing monsters drop copper coins sparingly. The resource collection dungeons behind the platform, or the trading dungeons, are where you can get the most copper coins. Suin first browsed the trading market and the system mall to check the prices. The system mall currently only has 5 items available. 500 milliliters of water for 5 copper coins. 100 g of black steamed buns for 5 copper coins. Shanghai brand instant noodles, random flavor, in a bag for 10 copper coins. 1 M space backpack slot, limited to 10,000, first come, first served, current quantity 10,000, for 1 gold coin / 10 silver coin / 10, 000 copper coins. A random material pack for vehicle upgrades costs 500 copper coins. As for the exchange, players sell a wide variety of items, and the pricing is quite chaotic. Suin has seen a wooden plank sold for 10 copper coins, a steamed bun marked as being in exchange for a high-level blueprint, and even someone asking for 10 copper coins for 0.5 L of gasoline. All of these decisions depend on personal judgment. Seeing the order for 0.5 L of gasoline for 10 copper coins, Suin placed the order directly. Received 10 copper coins. It's a good deal. At the station, gasoline generally costs 5 copper coins per liter, and if you come across a station with a small town, it's a good deal. You can make a profit of half the total. But the most important thing is that you can redeem copper coins for space backpack slots, which are limited in quantity, with only 10,000 sold in total. Having space is truly convenient. After a quick stroll, she realized there wasn't much demand for this kind of bargain. Everyone knew how precious copper coins were, so they rarely traded for supplies unless they were truly starving. Suin browsed, and when she saw a good deal, she immediately took action. In a short while, she traded 2 black steamed buns for 8 copper coins, 100 g of compressed biscuits for 10 copper coins, and 2 milk candies for 2 copper coins. 200 g of compressed biscuits, and a 500 g portion of rabbit meat for a 2-jean single-size quilt. That gave her a 30-coin pile, which was better than nothing. At the same time, Suin set up an anonymous listing 7 1-kilogram goose legs in a row, each priced at 100 copper coins, or offering to trade for materials, food, blueprints, or spiritual level items. While setting up her listing, Suin wandered around the trading area. Soon, she spotted a unique piece of equipment that caught her eye. Item: light shoes, premium, notes, defense plus 0.1, wear resistant and warm, automatically adjusts to the player's foot size. Price, 700 copper coins or blueprints, materials, or meat. I agree to a deal if I see a need. Seller, anonymous. Seeing these shoes, Suan thought of Xiaomo's bare feet. To be honest, she wasn't tempted by the bonus attributes, and the automatic size adjustment was a rare feature. She couldn't help but glance at the sleeping bear doll. Its soles were pink and black, and the flesh looked soft. Walking barefoot wouldn't be comfortable for even a bear. Suan clicked to buy. She started making an offer. After some thought, she decided 700 copper coins wasn't worth it. She used 300 copper coins worth of supplies to make the right combination. 500G chicken asterisk 4, 500G rabbit asterisk 1, 50G mixed candy. Soon, the other party replied. Suan frowned. Chapter 26. Anonymous, add a little more, and I sell it to you. After some thought, Suan added half a sleeping bag. Don't underestimate it, it's a half sleeping bag. It cost a fortune, and it's filled with pure down. Although it's half torn, the fabric and down are still good. Suan replied, I add this much at most. If it doesn't work, forget it. I look for other shoes. The transaction was successful. Suan then browsed around, but couldn't find anything suitable for a while. Opening the bidding interface, she received many offers. Suan used the system's built-in value assessment to set it to ignore any offers below 50 copper coins. Soon, most of the offers were removed. The top-ranked item was a spiritual level material called accelerated soil, which has the property of accelerating the growth of seeds when planted. Suan thought for a moment. This thing needed to be used with a planter and seeds, allowing for planting. While it wasn't particularly useful at the moment, its actual value was worth it. Even if she didn't sell it at the station, she could still get over 500 copper coins. She consciously confirmed the purchase. Scrolling further, Suan saw the simple bathroom plan template she'd been longing for. The price was a bit high though. Not only did they want a 7 kilograms goose leg, but they also wanted a high-level engine and 100 copper coins. Damn. This player must have come here on a wish. Not to mention the incredibly low copper drop rate. Where would she even get 100 copper coins? Her little bear had found over 70 boxes today, and she hadn't even seen one. The key point was that high-level engines were incredibly rare. Even in the Station Town dungeon, they cost thousands of copper coins. If she opened the random material pack for vehicle upgrades in the system, she wondered how lucky she'd have to be to find such a crucial component. It would have been fine if she hadn't seen him, but the moment she saw him, Suan felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Should she go out alone, or should she be more cautious and wake up little bear to go with her? Suan was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the bathroom blueprint in front of her, Suan couldn't help but feel a strong desire. For food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, a bathroom was a basic necessity. Suan gritted her teeth and tried to talk. Being able to use the bathroom in the car sooner would definitely be better than going out in the wild. If she could find a bathroom today, she wouldn't have to go outside the car alone, although going outside wasn't a big deal. It might be a little dangerous at night. In fact, she could manage in the car. After thinking it over, Suan decided to talk first. It's true that it's difficult to go from luxury to frugality. With little bear taking care of her, she couldn't help but pursue a better quality of life. She made it clear she didn't have copper coins or an engine, and only agreed to give him 6 kilograms of goose legs, a fair price. Suan's actions seemed to give the other party hope. He insisted on 7 kilograms of goose legs and 10 L of gasoline. Suan frowned. Gasoline was fine, she actually had it, and her current car didn't require much, but should she exchange it? But it wouldn't be worth it. That simple bathroom blueprint was worth, at most, 5 kilograms of goose legs. Even 6 kilograms was above market value. While she was hesitating, a purchase inquiry appeared. Bathroom blueprint, standard, asking price 3 kilograms of goose legs. The blueprint with a higher price was a higher level and even cheaper. Suan's eyes lit up, and she stopped arguing with the player and simply exchanged it for the bathroom blueprint, standard. Thank you, this generous player. As soon as she got the blueprint, Suan couldn't wait to take it out and check the required materials. Different blueprints require different materials. This bathroom is clearly quite high-end. Seeing the blueprint, Suan understood why the other party was selling it cheaply. The materials are difficult to gather, at least during the beginner phase, and it takes a lot of effort to gather them. During the beginner phase, the protective shield ensures a certain degree of safety when using the bathroom, so the demand for a bathroom isn't really high. Bathroom blueprint, common, requirements, 1 square meter of floor space, RV. Design, linear. Construction materials, for wooden boards, 2 iron boards, 2 ceramic boards, 1 toilet/squat toilet, 1 sink, 1 showerhead, 1 mirror, 1 glass, 33 mechanical parts. Sue-Ann looked around and saw that her RV had enough space, thanks to all the boxes she opened today. She had enough wooden boards, iron boards, and glass, but she only had 11 mechanical parts, still missing 22. She had 4 wooden blocks and 1 plank. One of the planks could be turned into firewood, and 1 wooden block could be broken down into 4 planks, which was more than enough. In other words, she still needed materials to exchange for 2 ceramics, 1 toilet/squat toilet, 1 sink, 1 showerhead, 1 mirror, and 22 mechanical parts. Glancing at the money in her pocket, she thought she might have a chance, though the 1 toilet/squat toilet, 1 sink, and 1 mirror would likely be quite expensive. Sue-Ann changed her requirements for the remaining goose legs and simultaneously began browsing the stock exchange, a two-pronged approach. 9 o'clock in the evening. Sue-Ann yawned and rubbed his stiff shoulders. Buying isn't an easy job. Prices are mixed, and many people think their own items are more important. Sue-Ann only managed to avoid losses by relying on his own judgment. Tonight, she spent the dozen pounds of fresh meat she'd been preparing to trade, along with 500 g of compressed biscuits, 1 L of gasoline, half a tent, and half a sleeping bag. In exchange, she received a complete set of bathroom blueprints and materials, 112 copper coins, a 2-pound quilt, a pillow, light shoes, the spiritual level materials accelerated soil, and white paper. Sue-Ann rubbed his eyes, stood up, and walked to the stove. He unloaded the materials, piling them on the floor. He took out the bathroom blueprints and began construction. Soon, a simple log-style bathroom appeared on the side of the RV. To save water, Sue-Ann opted for a squat toilet. It was simple, a handle on the side. Pulling it down opened the toilet, connecting directly to the black water tank below. Pulling the handle back up closed the toilet, turning it into a floor. It was truly rudimentary. But it was sufficient. All he had to do was empty the black water tank in the morning. The bathroom was free to go. So blissful. Sue-Ann couldn't wait to go. When she got there, she discovered there was no paper. She hesitated whether to clean the area by hand and then wash her hands, or find another solution. Sue-Ann tearfully spent 5 copper coins on a 100-sheet pack of tissue paper. She carefully used a tissue to solve her personal problem. After cleaning, Sue-Ann felt a little reluctant to wash her hands. She carefully opened a bottle of mineral water, feeling a pang of pain as she did so. She had to find a way to quickly enter the station and gather some resources. If only there was fresh water. She wet a rag with the mineral water and washed herself briefly. Sue-Ann turned off the lights, got into bed, and cuddled up in the single bed. It was a 1-meter wide bed, but it was plenty wide enough for her. She had a quilt under her as a mattress, and another one on top. The quality of life was probably better than 99% of gamers. But it still couldn't compare to the soft, comfortable mattresses in real life. Sue-Ann was in a good mood, completely content. He cuddled the soft bear and fell asleep, synchronizing his breathing with it. Outside the window, a faint wailing sound could be heard. Chapter 27. A good night's sleep. When Sue-Ann woke up in the morning, her neck felt a little stiff. She moved cautiously a few times and stretched. Little Bear had already woken up, having crawled out of bed at some point, and had been doing a lot of chores. The house was warm now. The stove was lit, and the wood smoldered. A fine mist covered the windows, blurring the shadows of the trees outside. The bare trunks, bare of leaves, created a bleak scene. A deep pot sat on the stove, boiling broth, emitting an enticing aroma. "Good morning, Master Annan." Little Bear saw Sue-Ann, put down his work, and rushed over to hug her, nuzzling her cheek with his head and greeting her. Sue-Ann returned the favor and hugged Little Bear. It felt soft and warm. The bear wasn't wearing a coat, and its exposed arms felt more like leather than fabric. Similar to the sleek, brown-orange cats you touched at a cat cafe. Sue-Ann couldn't help but pick up the bear and toss it around. It seemed even heavier. "Sorry, Master Annan, Xiao-Mo fell asleep yesterday, but today Xiao-Mo isn't sleepy at all and is full of energy." Sue-Mo apologized for yesterday's experience. Then, in Sue-Ann's arms, Sue-Mo raised his arms, showing off his sturdy physique. "I also cooked the meat according to Master Annan's instructions yesterday." Sue-Mo pointed to the burning stove and pot. "We be eating soon." Sue-Ann praised the bear. Checking that it was in excellent condition, he felt relieved. After a good night's sleep, Little Bear's experience points increased significantly. Her experience points also increased, probably from consuming the food of this world. In addition to defeating monsters, Eating and sleeping well also increases experience points, but the amount is pitifully small. Opening the screen also reveals the following system prompt. Good morning, player Sunshine Bear. You were well nourished yesterday and slept for 7 hours and 48 minutes, gaining 8 experience points. Your teddy bear, Suemo, was well nourished and slept for 10 hours, gaining 290 experience points. Compared to Little Bear's experience points, her experience points weren't much higher. More importantly, her spirit points were restored. Her spirit points had now returned to the full value of 13. Occasional headaches, lack of energy, heaviness, and weakness were no longer present. She was now full of energy and vitality. It seemed that she could undergo a new spiritualization. Thinking of the pumpkin carriage doll in her backpack, Suen felt a little excited, but she suppressed her urge to use it. Common sense told her that it was not appropriate to use it now. If she used her clean mental energy now, she'd have to sleep all day and be unable to do anything. Daytime during the novice period was precious gathering time, and even with Little Bear's help, she still missed many opportunities. Little Bear didn't have a system panel, so she couldn't trade with other players or upgrade vehicles. She had to be patient and use it on the last night of the novice period. That would be more appropriate. Suen glanced at the time on the screen. 5:30 a.m. Day 2 of the Snowy Plateau, novice period, 5:36 a.m. dawn. Current in-game mileage, 875 kilometers. Ranking zone, 2. Oh, you read that right, you're second. Suen turned to look out the window. Daylight was just beginning. The temperature outside seemed to have dropped considerably, and a thin layer of mist had formed on the windows, a phenomenon typically associated with a large temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. If you listen closely, you can even feel the cold breeze blowing in through the cracks in the window. Suen folded the quilt and placed it on one side of the bed, placing the copper treasure chest in the middle of the bed as a tabletop. Suen and Suemo began to eat breakfast. Breakfast consisted of stewed meat prepared by Xiao Xiong and served with warm steamed buns. The stew tasted similar to Su and yesterday, consisting essentially of frying the meat in the fat before simmering it in water. The meat was perfectly tender, and the broth and steamed buns were a delightful morning treat. Xiaomo cleverly replicated Su En's cooking skills, achieving a surprisingly good result despite the lack of seasoning and only salt. The tender meat and hot broth warmed him completely. Besides the stew, between Suen and Xiao Xiong, there was a special dish, cold tomato salad. This is a tomato diced and sprinkled with a little sugar. Compared to other foods, vegetables are particularly rare. To preserve all the nutrients, Suen treated the tomato like fruit, choosing to prepare it cold, and she and Suemo each shared half. Suen ate a few pieces of meat, half a steamed bun, and a few bites of tomato, and she was full. She usually had a modest appetite in the morning. The remaining few pounds of meat and 3.5 steamed buns all went into the stuffed bear. Suen watched the bear devouring it, and even as it finished the last bite with its steamed bun dipped in the broth, it looked unsatisfied. She vaguely sensed its inner thoughts. I think I can still eat more. What should I do? Should I tell an Ann's owner that I'm not full yet? Woohoo, I'm a glutton, a huge glutton. I think I'm only half full. The feeling at that moment was strange. Suen felt a connection. The little bear in front of him, in a trance, seemed to have an energy bar on its head, like the one on a phone, showing about 40%. Suen said nothing, handing the bear a bag of bread to eat first. He didn't skimp on the food, stewing all the remaining meat. The bear looked at his master with tears in his eyes, deeply moved. The bread in his hand quickly went into his stomach. When the next pot of meat appeared, the bear began to eat, his manners quite rough. Suen observed. The bear's energy bar seemed to be connected to a tuft of hair on his head. The hair began to stand up, and his eating slowed down. The energy bar showed around 90%. When the hair was fully erect, the energy bar was full. Suen had a sudden realization. In that moment, she understood everything about Suemo, much more than the system could. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for awakening class skill 5, doll perception. Doll perception. If you don't understand your doll, what kind of doll maker are you? You are fully aware of all your doll's emotions and abilities. Prerequisite, your mental strength is at full strength, and your intimacy with the doll exceeds 90%. Suen blinked. At this moment, Suen's mind contained more detailed data about the bear than the system log panel, and it updated in real time. At this moment, she was deeply shocked. Chapter 28. The bear seemed far more powerful than she had imagined. She silently controlled the system, opened her personal information, selected the doll interface, turned off the automatic collection of skill information, switched to privacy mode, and disabled the default automatic display of information to live stream viewers. Everything vanished. Only the most basic information remained. Doll 1. Su Mo Xiao Mo, Bear Cub. Level 3. In her mind, a panel identical to the system's appeared, but the information was completely different. This was her skill, allowing her to visualize and understand the detailed panel. Doll Bear Su Mo, also known as Xiao Mo and Bear Cub. A beloved little treasure who carries your infinite affection. Producer, Grandma. Owner, Suin. Talents, Attack 10, Defense 7, Spirit 1, Top Specialization, Super Strong Bear. Level 3, Experience, 29, 371/100, 000, Experience points increase through eating, fighting, interacting with the owner, maintaining sufficient energy to avoid hunger, sufficient sleep to avoid sleepiness, and maintaining a happy and relaxed mood. Based on the current progress, the next level up is expected to take 17 days. Intimacy, 100%, a bear that carries its owner's expectations and love. Born with its owner's talent, it returns love beyond expectations. Its life memory is connected to its owner, carrying all the memories bestowed upon it by its owner. Mental level, 13 to 16 years. Current status, excellent. Saturation/energy, 100%, very full of energy. Mood, super happy, even happier if the owner rubs my ears. Cleanliness, 85%, this bear is very clean. Remember to bathe it when its cleanliness drops to 50%. Skills. Skill 1, Bear Form Level 3 Transformation. Maintaining different forms requires a certain amount of energy. Energy can be replenished by eating, upgrading, and sleeping. Normal, Doll Form, Level 1, Normal Bear Form, Level 2, Big Bear Form, and Level 3, Giant Bear Form. Doll Form, 40 centimeters tall, 15 kilograms heavy, 100 kilograms strong, extremely fast reaction speed, low energy consumption, energy use time, 72 hours. Level 1, 2 m tall, 215 kilograms heavy, 1,100 kilograms strong, fast reaction speed, average energy consumption, energy use time, 24 hours. Level 2, 4 m tall, 515 kilograms heavy, 11,000 kilograms strong, average reaction speed, high energy consumption, energy use time, 6 hours. Level 3, 10 m tall, 1,215 kilograms heavy, 110,000 kilograms strong, slow reaction speed, very high energy consumption. Energy usage lasts 1 hour. This single skill alone makes the bear incredibly powerful. Just like a mini-boss, the previously collected skills, growing and shrinking, massive strength, stomping, bear claws, bite, slam, and pounce, are essentially just this one skill. The bear's second skill is quite unique. Skill 2, the bear possesses a massive storage space. The bear's plush toy, its long-sleeved loose plush top, brown overalls, a large trench coat, and a velvet flower hairpin are all integrated into one. The bear boasts ample storage space, with both the left and right pants pockets, the overalls pockets, and the original pockets acting as space portals. The current space is 5 meters, allowing the owner to access it at any time. Skill 3, the bear's disassembly and collection claws. This skill disassembles monsters to collect resources, making it an excellent choice for both home and travel use. Skill 4, the bear's beautiful velvet flower dance, a combination of offense and defense. Attack is the best defense. A group attack consumes a certain amount of energy. Use the velvet flower dance, and the beautiful, fluttering velvet flower hairpins unleash their power, transforming into 9,999 petal-shaped flying knives, capable of both attack and defense. This skill can be used 3 times per day, with a 24-hour cooldown. This skill consumes a significant amount of energy, so use with caution. Skill 5, Low Health Rage. If the teddy bear is seriously injured or its owner is injured, it will automatically overdraw all its energy and enter a low health frenzy. The teddy bear enters an indiscriminate attack mode, increasing its attack power by over 10 times, except for its owner. The teddy bear's attacks will not cease until the enemy dies. Note, the teddy bear's owner must not be injured. After using this skill, the teddy bear has a certain chance of becoming weakened, disabled, or even dying. It cannot be revived. Seeing this, Suin fell silent. This last skill is powerful, but it has significant side effects, essentially overdrawing all its energy in exchange for attack. The teddy bear noticed its owner's sudden daze, and approached to ask, Master Anan, are you okay? Suin hugged Suimo and rubbed his ears. The bear stiffened, then his face began to heat up, and the short tail behind his butt swayed uncontrollably. Through his skill, Suin could sense his mood. It was pure and simple. Bear, happy. The sun rose, and a new day's journey began. The bear was even happier when he saw the new shoes Suin had brought him. After asking Suin about it, Suimo used his daily allotment of drinking water and a rag to wipe his feet again and again. After putting on the new shoes and learning that they could grow and shrink with him, the bear almost did a cha-cha. They were delighted for a long time. Let's go! Bang! The bear transformed into its first-level form, a 2-meter-tall giant. Suin had wanted to drive with the little bear. But with Sumo's enlargement, the bear alone was enough to fill the small cab, leaving very little space. It wasn't enough to squeeze Suin in. Suimo wouldn't let his master get tired in the cab, exposed to the wind. Suin could only stay in the cab, opening the windows and the cab, watching the little bear drive. The enlarged little bear stepped on the pedals, and soon, the sturdy pedal-powered 3-wheeled RV was speeding away. Just as the little bear had said that morning, it had plenty of strength. The trees on both sides began to recede. Ahead, a straight road rose continuously, seemingly connecting to the sky. They were walking uphill. Step by step, they entered the snowy plateau. The cab wasn't fully enclosed, with only a canopy, no side shades, open windows, and the front shaded by the bear driver. Suin, still inside the car, could still feel the wind blowing relentlessly backward. The temperature had dropped, and it was getting even colder. The little bear outside would only feel colder. Yesterday, it was a normal 20 degrees Celsius, but now, sensing through the protective shield, it was only around 10 degrees Celsius. With the novice shield removed, it would probably be below zero. In her previous life, snow began to fall at the end of the novice period, and the temperature plummeted to below zero. Sub-zero temperatures meant no means of heating or fuel, and it was easy to freeze to death. Thankfully, things were different in this life. Today, I had to upgrade the cab as soon as possible. After the snow, the weather would get even colder, and even a strong bear like me would have a hard time driving. Suimo also noticed the wind. While pedaling the 3-wheeled RV, he didn't forget to check on his master. Master Anan, close the windows. It's going to be cold with the draft. It's okay. I need some fresh air. Suin responded to Suimo, but in reality, she was trying to use her temperature perception to understand the game's progress. At this moment, she placed a copper treasure chest on the ground as a stool, sitting on it, gazing outwards and enjoying the breeze. A sliding glass window connected the carriage and the driver's cab. Most of the window was obscured by the bear's back and waist, but the scenery outside could be seen through the edges. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance ahead, something resembling a box flashed by, a golden light gleaming. Suin pointed at it, and excitedly said, Xiaoimo, there seems to be a box over there. Before Suin could finish his words. Chapter 29. Squeak. The car stopped near the right side of the road. The road was about 30 meters wide, running straight eastward, and the road was flat. The sun rose from the direction of the road and gradually set behind it. Master, stay in the car. There seems to be a treasure chest over there. I go check it out. Suimo said, letting go of the handlebars, hopping off the tricycle and talking to Suin. Okay, be careful. Monsters might spawn at this distance. Suin warned Suimo. Then she ran to the stove, opened the side window, and leaned out halfway to look out. In the trees on both sides of the road, the leaves were almost completely gone, and the shadows were bleak. A golden chest could be vaguely seen, some distance from the roadside, beneath the trees. Looking over 20 meters away, the metal texture gleamed golden in the sunlight. It might be a copper treasure chest. Suin watched the bear puppet enter the forest, successfully approach the treasure chest, and pick it up to carry it out. As he was carrying it, a gray wolf suddenly jumped out. Suin gritted her teeth. Why did a gray wolf appear? During the novice stage, there weren't usually small monsters like rabbits and chickens. But Suin remained reassured. She knew how powerful the bear puppet was, and a wolf would be relatively easy to defeat. As expected, Suimo was very aggressive. He suddenly jumped up and sat accurately on the wolf's waist. The wolf struggled, but couldn't break free from the giant bear, which weighed over 400 pounds. One of the bear's paws grasped the treasure chest under its armpit, and with a claw, it twisted the wolf's neck. The monster didn't even have time to resist and fell silent. Your bear puppet Suimo killed a level 1 gray wolf, adding 13 player experience points. Suin looked in Sumo's direction. Sumo's bear claws grasped the wolf's tail, lifted it, and walked toward the road. Suin, relieved, smiled in Sumo's direction, praising him. Xiao Mo, you're great. Just as Suin was praising Sumo with confidence, 3 wolves appeared from nowhere and pounced towards the bear toy. Suin's face changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." With a clang, the treasure chest and the gray wolf fell to the ground. The big bear toy leaped up nimbly and, with a sweeping kick, instantly killed one of the gray wolves. Suin gaped at Kung Fu Bear's heroic fighting form. It was incredibly handsome and beautiful, comparable to a Kung Fu scene in an animated film, and its lethality was immense. Your bear toy Sumo enters combat mode, facing level 1 Gray Wolf, level 1 One-Eyed Gray Wolf, and level 2 Angry Gray Wolf. There's a level 2 monster. But it doesn't seem dangerous. Suin shut his mouth, feeling like he unnecessarily called for caution. A few seconds later, the monsters all transformed into wolf corpses. Your bear puppet, Sumo, killed a level 1 Gray Wolf, a level 1 One-Eyed Gray Wolf, and a level 2 Angry Gray Wolf. Player experience points increased by 17, 14, and 121. Sumo, holding the treasure chest in one paw and 4 wolf tails in the other, dragged the corpses along the road. He walked slowly, glancing around from time to time. Seeing no new monster spawn, he sighed with regret. Suin could sense Sumo's mood. Bear, no new meat. Back to the car. Sumo smiled as he placed the treasure chest on the car, saying happily, "It's a much better looking chest." Leaning closer, Suin discovered it was a gold treasure chest. She was pleasantly surprised. No wonder they just slain so many monsters, even level 2 monsters. It turned out to be a gold chest. Gold chests always had good stuff in them, and Suin was delighted. She just thought it was a bronze treasure chest. After all, from a distance, bronze and gold chests look similar. In the sunlight, both shone brightly. Put the treasure chest away. Sumo carried the wolf carcass and dropped it on the road, his hands grasping it. A flash of light passed. In a moment, the wolf carcass disappeared, replaced by 4 wolf pelts and 4 pieces of meat. Sumo handed the wolf pelts and meat to Suin. A message flashed before Suin's eyes. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 gold treasure chest, 2 torn wolf pelts, 1 ordinary wolf pelt, 1 high-quality wolf pelt, 3 pieces of 500g wolf meat, and 1 kilogram of level 2 wolf meat. Master Inen, we have meat again, Sumo said. It was clearly delighted with its recent success. Sumo tidied himself up briefly, and continued driving. Suin repeatedly examined the gold treasure chest. Like the silver treasure chest, it was locked and couldn't be opened. Suin sat on the stool next to the bronze treasure chest, activated the light screen, and studied the silver and gold keys, as well as the car upgrade materials. He browsed the exchange but didn't see the materials he wanted. Apparently, even if players opened a box and found a silver or gold key, they would consider it valuable and wouldn't trade it. The materials needed to upgrade the front of the car required glass and steel plates. These materials were available at the exchange, but the price was exorbitant. A ridiculously high price, making it uneconomical. After chatting for a while, Suin realized she couldn't agree on a price, so she naturally wouldn't be a sucker. She could wait for today's unboxing. The pedal-powered 3-wheeled RV stopped and started, driving fairly smoothly. It stopped every few minutes or even 10 minutes. Sometimes Little Bear was holding a wooden box, sometimes carrying a piece of meat. All morning, Suin spent her time unpacking and sorting items, or browsing the public chat screen. Lucky Xiao Xiao, my bike is so tiring to ride. My legs are numb now. I don't want to leave anymore. Wow. I miss Kai Kai so much, if I don't leave, I'd be dead. Sister Mocha, please be warned. During the beginner period, you're dead if you drive less than 50 kilometers. I didn't even have time to complain when pushing the RV on foot. It was truly painful. I am your highness. My starting vehicle is an RV. Ha 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 ha, you unlucky people tremble. Don't eat ginger, love cilantro. Anyone selling warm clothing? I can trade them for blueprints. Check out my profile. Suin clicked on it out of curiosity. On the account's transaction list, a furniture blueprint for a wooden table and chairs hung. Suin logged out. The wooden table and chairs held no appeal to her. With so little space inside the RV, she could sit on the copper treasure chest and use it as a table. Continue reading. Yixing Xiao Xiao, what should I do? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. It's only the second day, and I'm so sad. I'm alone on the road. I know I should be happy, but I can't stop feeling sad. My mental energy is constantly decreasing. It's now negative. My body has no strength, and I don't want to do anything. I want to die to end the pain, but I still want to live. Please help me. Let my mental energy return to normal. I can give you all my supplies. Storm, psychologically fragile. I suggest you die early and be reborn. Don't want to go to work this week. Depression? Or is it just the beginning of depression? Is a negative mental energy level really that serious? I'm very interested in your supplies, but I hope you live a good life. Give me a copper coin, and I chat with you tonight. Would someone talking to you make you feel better? There were many rumors and enthusiastic attempts at comfort. Suin paused at this, a feeling welling up within her. This player seemed to have overdrawn their mental energy, entering a state of collapse, their negative mental energy causing their body to suffer a similar condition to severe injury. She had experienced this in her past life too. But it was more due to overdrawing both their physical and mental energy in real life. Su-An's curiosity grew. Was this player overdrawing their mental energy in real life, or had they used some kind of mental talent? She shouldn't have meddled, but Suin, having experienced the pain of mental breakdown, couldn't help but take a closer look. Suin had been caught in the rain before, but she had no interest in tearing up umbrellas, mocking, or hurting others. She was the kind of person who wanted to help by holding an umbrella. It was like helping her former self. Hesitating for 3 seconds, Suin chose intuition. Chapter 30. Suin clicked on the player's account and discovered that everything except her gender was hidden, and her avatar was the default female one. Since strangers could only send one private message, Suin directly requested a friend connection with Yi Xing Xiao Xiao. Sunshine Bear, I have a method to increase your spiritual power. I can help you, but you need to pay me a certain fee. If you believe me, add me. If not, forget it. Suin chose to go along with it. If she was willing to cooperate, he could help her earn some supplies. If she wasn't, then there was no connection. Suin then kept scrolling through the chat logs, looking for any news about the gold and silver keys. While scrolling, he came across a message. Ningxi Luoyu, I found a site. Do you want to enter? I'm a little nervous. Chun Chen Mo Cha, go in, be careful. Noble Kitty, it's Sister Mo Cha, Beta Tester Front Row. Lune, Front Row +1. Morning Jasmine Tea, stop the nonsense. Those who have platform tickets, take them out and hold them. Those who don't have platform tickets, go buy them. If you don't have money or tickets, and don't want to risk overlooking the platform, keep an eye on the exchange. Suin's face froze as she dug out the platform tickets she collected. Platform tickets cost 1 hour x3, and 30 minutes x14. She ran towards the cab, and called out to Suimo Xiaoimo, stop and take a break. Shortly after calling Xiaoimo, the car slowed down and stopped by the side of the road. Suimo turned around and asked, Master Inen, I don't see any treasure chests around. Wait a minute ZZ, the station will appear soon, Suin said. She got out of the car, and squeezed into the driver's seat. She placed her hands on the handlebars. With a pop, the little bear transformed into a doll, sitting next to Suin and leaning into his arms. Holding its fragrant owner, Little Bear was delighted. Wow, it's a platform. We have a lot of goodies then, said the little bear. In Suin and Little Bear's memories, they had been to the platform once before. It was a small town. Just as Suin expected, they rested for a few minutes. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the sky. Ding dong, current area 20312, player Ningxi Luoyu has discovered platform unnamed lake. All players in this area, please spend a platform ticket to enter the platform route. Players have 3 minutes to choose. Yes or no. Suin immediately chose yes. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear detected. 1 hour platform ticket *3, 30-minute platform ticket *14. The current platform can use up to 3 platform tickets. Please choose the type of platform ticket you want to use. Suin thought for a moment. The lake probably had freshwater resources. She wasn't particularly short of fish and shrimp. Filling the water wouldn't take long. Using a 1 hour platform ticket was clearly not worth it. Suin chose to keep his 1 hour platform ticket, using 30 minutes of platform ticket. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has consumed 30 minutes of platform ticket and gained 90 minutes of platform access. Please be careful. Tongzi's friendly reminder, be sure to return before the time is up. Players lost on the platform are practically dead. A countdown appeared in the upper right corner of the view. 89 minutes and 57 seconds. Free trial of the platform time countdown featured during the novice period. In front of him, the flat road forked about 10 meters ahead, and a seemingly bumpy dirt road appeared on the right. The dirt road appeared only 3 meters wide. exceedingly narrow compared to the spacious highway. Also, a platform had appeared on the side of the dirt road. Platform unnamed lake resources. Freshwater, lake aquatic products. Danger level, almost none. Sue twisted the accelerator on the handlebars, and with a creaking sound, the three-wheeled RV entered the dirt road. The wind blew from both sides, ruffling her hair. Bumping. Unimaginably bumpy. The entire car seemed to dance on the dirt road. Sue pressed the pedals a few times, assisting with the steering and increasing the car's power. After just a few presses, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The teddy bear noticed this. "Masternin, let me do it," Suemo said. Sue handed the handlebars to Suemo. Bang, Suemo grew to a height of 2 meters. Instantly, the cab became extremely crowded. Sue sat in Sumo's arms, leaning against his broad bare body, observing the surroundings. "As long as we stay within 10 meters of the car, we'd be relatively safe," she said to the bear. "Time is limited, so whether there are fish or not doesn't matter. We collect enough water, and then return." "Master, leave everything to the bear," Suemo said enthusiastically. As Suemo drove, his speed increased considerably. The small dirt road soon ended, and it took them 10 minutes to reach the lake. This was a lake. It was vast and uninhabited. The lake was huge, stretching as far as the eye could see, and at first glance it looked like an ocean. The car stopped at the lake's edge. Sue jumped out, walked to the lake's edge, scooped up a handful of water, and examined it. The water was clear and translucent. It was safer to boil it for drinking, but it was definitely suitable for washing. She pulled out a stack of water bags from her space. The girl glanced at the bear doll, a sympathetic connection between them. Even a simple conversation wasn't necessary. The two of them set to work quickly, repeating the process of filling water and placing it into the space. Suemo was at the lake, filling a water bag with water and then placing it into the space. Suen ran to the RV, opened the water tank in the RV's bathroom, and poured water into it from the water bag. 20 minutes later, every available storage space in the RV, including the water bags, was filled with fresh water, enough for one person and one bear to use for more than 7 days. If nothing unexpected happened, the two of them wouldn't be short of water for the foreseeable future. When they did, the game would progress into the snowy plains. After a deep snowfall, as long as they could secure fuel, water would be no problem. Wow, there are fish and shrimp. Chapter 31. Suemo reached out and scooped up a silverfish, waving his catch at Suen. Suemo asked Suen, "Masternin, how much time do we have left? Can I go down and catch some fish?" Suen glanced at the time. It had been over 30 minutes since they entered the station, leaving nearly an hour. 54 minutes left. "Go ahead, Suemo. I call you when the time is almost up. Be careful, and don't go too deep," Suen said, not stopping Suemo from catching fish. It was a good thing to be able to get more resources. "Masternin, don't worry. Bears can swim." Quickly, the bear toy shuffled off its clothes and shoes, placed them in the pocket space on its belly, and jumped into the lake. Just as Suen had said, bears can swim, and they swim well. Suen could see the bear toy swimming in the transparent water. Its 4 paws moved in a rhythmic pattern, getting deeper and deeper, and then began its bear-like hunting. As it began to fish, Suen, on the shore, wasn't idle either, though she certainly wasn't joining in the fun. She knew she wasn't capable of catching fish. Suen, with a sudden inspiration, plunged her hands into the water, opened the light screen, and attempted to list fresh water for sale. Success. You list 10 L of clear fresh water, and enter the price. Suen's eyes lit up. She only tried it, but it hadn't been a success. However, for unpackaged fresh water, you can only enter 10 L per order, more wouldn't fit. After some thought, Suen listed the price at 100 copper coins, roughly equivalent to 10 copper coins per liter of fresh water. This price was comparable to the System Mall's unlimited quantity, where a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water costs 5 copper coins. This price was definitely on the high side, and generally no one would buy it. Suen would have made a net profit if he had bought it. Clear fresh water was of good quality, of course. But it couldn't compare to bottled mineral water that could be drunk directly, still in its plastic packaging. He placed 10 orders in a row until the system indicated that the player's trading list had reached its limit. Suen stopped in frustration. He could no longer use the system exchange as free storage space. This was only possible during the novice period, when the trading fee was waived. Once the novice period was over, the trading area would charge 20% of the goods and supplies, or 20% of the copper coins, as a transaction fee. Using the exchange as a warehouse would then be much more expensive. Before exiting the light curtain, Suin browsed the exchange and group chat. Because the first platform opened in the same area was a lake, Suin saw a lot of fresh water on the shelves, of varying quality, from turbid to ordinary to clear to high quality. The prices are endlessly varied, ranging from 100 copper coins, like Suin's, to items priced from a few to thousands. Clearly, there's no shortage of smart people in the world. Suin saw the information about the price of a few copper coins and realized this was a good time to earn copper coins. I have to say, when the overall atmosphere in a region is good, the players in the region are very smart and open about their resources. Mishu, wow, I discovered that I can directly store resources collected in the wild on the exchange. Everyone, come and try it. LHYL, players in the same region who have entered the nameless lake station, if you have enough time, you can directly sell water cheaply in exchange for copper coins. Chingching Ziren, it's recommended that players acquire free resources and sell them cheaply. The better off the players in the same zone are, the more survivors they have, and the stronger they become, the greater the chances for Blue Star. Suin realized that any time she spent at the lake was time she could sell fresh water for free. Before she knew it, Suin changed her order for 10 L of fresh water to 2 copper coins, noting that the platform ticket was limited to 20 minutes. 2 copper coins is currently the average market price. Ding dong, player Feng Ming spent 2 copper coins to purchase 10 L of clear fresh water, an item listed by Anonymous on the Sunshine Bear exchange. The transaction was successful. Soon, the copper coins arrived. Suin placed another order. This was a zero-cost trade. It was a waste of money not to make a profit. Thanks to the good water conditions, Suin quickly sold over 100 orders until the order flow slowed down. Opening the zone information, a glance revealed an increasing number of players selling water on the exchange. Some were even selling for as little as 1 copper coin. A rough estimate suggests nearly 1,000 players used their platform tickets to enter the platform. Suin lowered the price of water to 1 copper coin and sold a few more orders, but the pace of fulfillment remained slow. Could the market be saturated? Suin suddenly realized that everyone didn't have that many copper coins. Each player started with only 10 copper coins, and the drop rate from opening boxes and killing monsters was very low. Add to that a day's expenses, and everyone had very few coins. Suin immediately changed the price of the item to any material. A change of mind. Soon, a large amount of common materials, like wooden planks and mechanical parts, arrived. Many players, who hadn't entered the platform, had acquired a large amount of freshwater resources through trading. This is the benefit of a resource-based platform. Once it appears, the entire region benefits. The bear toy fluttered in the lake, catching fish and shrimp. The space was filled with more fish. Suin sat on a rock by the lake, his screen open, constantly manipulating both the exchange and reality. Both man and bear were busy and blissfully busy. Bang! A loud explosion in the distance sent lightning scattering in all directions. Suin, snapping back from the exchange on the screen, saw the lightning splattering towards her. From a distance, the bear toy stood in front of her, blocking the lightning bolt. When the lightning struck Suimo, it scattered, becoming scattered points of light. Like fireworks, like flying iron and silver flowers, these points of light launched their attack. When they came within 10 meters of the RV parked on the shore, they were stopped by the novice-level protective shield, making a crackling sound. Suin, now within the vehicle's 10-meter safety zone, immediately called out to Suimo, "Xiaoimo, I'm safe. I have a shield. Don't worry about me, just focus on the fight." With that, Suin ran towards the RV, glancing back at Suimo as she ran. The attack came from a giant fish in the center of the lake. The fish, over 10 meters long, was truly enormous and ferocious, with a small, lightning-like ball on its head. It was rapidly flying towards Suimo and Suin, continuously unleashing lightning attacks. Suin's gaze shifted to the giant fish. A system message box popped up next to it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for discovering the surprise level 3 elite mutated freshwater lanternfish. Discovered this side map Easter egg, full of surprises. Monster, mutated freshwater lanternfish. Level 3 elite, level 3 elite monster, habitat, lakes, rivers. Note, because fish are timid and prefer to roam in low-risk areas, they offer a surprise to players. Congratulations on the surprises. Enjoy an exciting hunt. This system reminder, from the beginning to the explanation, carries a strong sense of malice. Without the novice shield and Sumo's quick reaction, the fish's sneak attack with lightning bolts would have killed Suin. The situation is not optimistic now. A 23-minute countdown message popped up in the upper right corner. Suin watched Suimo and the mutated freshwater lanternfish engage in a fight, becoming increasingly anxious, his eyes fixed on the scene. Minutes passed in a flash, as Suin watched the bear and the fish locked in a struggle, only occasionally surfacing. Seeing it couldn't reach Suin, and couldn't immediately take out Suimo, the fish remained undaunted. It paused and struck, leveraging its geographical advantage, seemingly intent on luring the bear deeper into the water. Suin noticed this, and shouted a warning to his bear. Xiao Imo, only 20 minutes left. Don't fight any longer. Come to shore. As if heeding its owner's warning, the bear stopped pursuing and swam towards shore. The giant fish, observing this, moved forward to intercept. Lightning flashed above the giant fish's head, and it unleashed a barrage of lightning on the bear. The bear's movements stiffened, its attacks less agile. The giant fish dragged the bear underwater. Suin frowned. She stood inside the RV, watching the fight on the lake through the window, almost half her body leaning out. She was worried, uneasy, but she could only watch. She couldn't even command the bears to fight like in the cartoon she watched as a child. The combat here wasn't turn-based. She could only trust the little bear, she kept telling herself. Beyond that, she could do nothing. She refused to give up. Suin wasn't the kind of princess who waited for help. Even for something as logistical as awakening a puppeteer, Su Anya refused to give up. She just watched. She was filled with excitement, feeling a surge of warmth running through her body. A blessing struck her. Chapter 32. Player awakens new skill Spirit Light Arrow. Spirit Light Arrow consumes spirit points to summon the spiritual weapon, the Flowery Illusion Bow, creating an attack arrow, a long-range, spiritual attack. Subconsciously, Suin stretched out her hand toward the giant fish and made a motion to draw the bow. She spoke, Spirit Light Arrow. She could sense the power in her body surging into her palm. As she spoke, an illusory bow and arrow, composed of spiritual energy, appeared. It was the image she had just visualized in her mind. Illusory, colorful light and shadow formed a gorgeous bow, a velvet flower-like structure. An arrow condensed on the gorgeous bow. As Suin released her grip, it shot out at high speed, traveling 100 meters in a second, directly impacting the giant fish. Ah! A metallic scream spread from the spiritual level. Ah! At that moment, Suin saw a decayed humanoid soul appear above the giant fish's head. It flew upward, screaming in pain before dissipating. The water splashed wildly as the giant fish rose to the surface. A shower of water erupted in the distance, and crystal-clear droplets leaped high, shimmering and glittering in the sunlight. As the mist stirred, a faint rainbow light appeared on the lake surface. The mutated freshwater lanternfish, attacked by Suin, froze, becoming sluggish and floating to the surface with Suimo. The little bear, now freed from paralysis, naturally wouldn't miss this fleeting opportunity to fight. It knew this was a precious fighting opportunity its master had given it. With a bang, it transformed into its original form, the size of a delicate 40 centimeters doll. In Suin's field of vision, the energy bar above the little bear's head plummeted. The little bear toy surfaced, waved its arms, and spun gracefully in place. Suin could sense it activating the skill Bear's Attack and Defense Beautiful Velvet Flower Dance. Skill 4. Bear's Attack and Defense Beautiful Velvet Flower Dance. Attack is the best defense. A group attack consumes a certain amount of energy. Use Velvet Flower Dance, and the beautiful fluttering velvet flower hairpins will burst forth into life, transforming into 9,999 petal-shaped flying knives that attack and defend. This was the first time Suin had seen the little bear use this skill. What he saw before him was truly astonishing. It was as if it embodied the infinite, beautiful fantasies that had arisen in Suin's mind while crafting the velvet flower hairpins. Elegant, beautiful, and powerful. Xiaoimo, using the skill, did the same. A tiny bear body floated in midair. The velvet flower on its head shimmered, and a dense mass of petal fragments filled the sky. Pink, blue, and purple, reflecting a metallic luster. The petals swirled like a tornado, strangling the giant fish, which had become demented. The giant fish was torn into pieces. Bang! It vanished, falling into scattered balls of light. The little bear was swift. It tiptoed, leaped, and with a flick of its claws, it gathered all the balls of light into its paws, and stuffed them into the pockets of its belly. The velvet flower's skill was still active, its petals swirling around Suimo, keeping him afloat. Suimo gathered all his belongings and flew towards Suin on the shore. Suin glanced at the clock. 12 minutes countdown. Safe. Suin breathed a sigh of relief and called out to Suimo, Xiaoimo, hurry up. Let's get out of here. Once his anxiety was relieved, the colorful bow in Su-An's hand dissipated, transforming into mental energy and returning to his mind. Su-An felt his head sink, his mind suddenly heavy. He felt a little sleepy. Spirit points, 5 out of 13. Luckily, only 8 points had been used. Su-An steadied himself by holding onto the window frame, preventing himself from falling out of the car. Su-Mo quickly used the Velvet Flower skill's floating flight ability to return to shore. In front of the car, Su-Mo deactivated the skill, shook off the water, and, growing to 2 meters tall, plopped down in the driver's seat. Masternan, sit tight. Let's go! Bear Claw twisted the accelerator, stomped his feet hard on the pedals, and the car sped along the path they had come from. Bumpy. Still bumpy. The bumpy dirt road seemed to want to shatter the cars and people on it. This road condition. Su-An, whose spirit points had been depleted, felt an urge to vomit, but she held it back. In the swaying car, she climbed onto the bed and laid down against the blanket. This position made her feel much more comfortable. In front of her was a light screen that opened, moving with the car's jolts and hers. It displayed her personal attribute interface after her newly awakened skill. Under a row of class skills, there was a brand new skill. Personal Skill 6. Spirit Light Arrow. Consumes spirit points to summon the spiritual weapon, the Flowery Illusionary Bow, creating attack arrows, ranged, spiritual attacks. Then, the system popped up a belated battle settlement notification. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear and his puppet Su-Mo for killing the mutated freshwater lanternfish and the evil spirit attached to the lost player, gaining experience points plus 666 and plus 555. Kill drops, 199 copper coins, 1 silver key, 1 free gas card, 3 minutes, 1 unlimited electricity card, 10 minutes, 1 unlimited water card, 30 minutes, 1 special platform Misty Lake platform ticket, 3 hours. This is it. Chapter 33. The Long for Silver Key. Open the silver chest. But now isn't the time. Amidst the bumpy ride, Su-An forced herself to stay awake, glancing out the window at the receding scenery. Su-An put the silver chest opening aside for now. She had to prepare for that after she left the station. 3 minutes later, the car left the side road and entered the highway. A system screen popped up in front of Su-An. 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the current platform ticket. Do you want to leave the current platform? Su-An chose to leave. She wasn't used to keeping time to herself. She always liked to plan ahead for everything she did. After leaving the platform, Su-An felt completely relieved. Even though she wanted to open the silver chest so badly, her energy level couldn't sustain it. Sleepy. So sleepy. She needed sleep. Logic told her that she could do without, but she feels sleepy, tired, and had a headache. If she didn't rest when she felt uncomfortable, her energy level would drop even more. Su-An and Su-Mo exchanged a few words, and Su-An fell asleep. Not long after Su-An fell asleep, a message popped up on the public screen. Area 20312, Platform Unnamed Lake closed. Total time, 2 hours. Players participated in the platform, 971. Players left the platform, 967. Summary. Congratulations to the 4 players for entering the platform, escaping the hardships of fulfilling their duties, leaving behind their tedious physical bodies, and securing a lifelong job for their souls. Congratulations. Congratulations to the 2 players who eliminated the platform staff. Let's all spit on them. The public screen was buzzing with discussion. An irritable patient who didn't want to curse. Damn, what a summary. The system has no good intentions, and they're so crooked. Just think about the consequences for the 4 people who didn't return. Mooning's Tree. This is the first time I've seen the system describe human consumption so elegantly and elegantly. I really don't want to say anything. Noble Kitten, paw! I spit on the system and declare my admiration for those 2 bosses. They should have freed the players lost on the site. Wong Wong Tomato, damn, this is all a trap. I almost didn't get out. A monster appeared in the last 5 minutes and chased me. Luckily, I stepped on the accelerator quickly. Canteen Runaway. I accidentally fell into the lake while fishing. Now I'm soaked and freezing. I was in a hurry to get back, so I left 10 minutes early. The system even prompted me to ask if I was sure I wanted to leave. Now I think it was all a trap. Yawning without blushing, during the novice period, we had a protective shield, but we still lost several people getting in. Sunshine Bear said that if too many people died, everyone would suffer, and it would be unpleasant. 1 2 3 4 5. Does anyone have wood? I can't boil water now. I miscalculated. I thought the trees along the road could be cut down. I spent a lot of money on an axe, only to find out they were landscape features that couldn't be cut down. Wawa doesn't want to talk. Is the person above trying to make me die of laughter and inherit my two-seater tram? The rules provided by Moka-san on day 1 already stated this. Are you the one who slipped through the net of basic education? Dyer looks normal, but is actually mentally retarded. The value of this statement is still growing. I hope that children who know they're not smart can live cautiously and save their lives. Let me repeat the rules. Don't read too long. God. 1. Be sure to draw talents at the beginning. If you die quickly and easily to avoid suffering. Sunshine Bear. 13. Highway Survival is a single-player survival game and does not constitute a competitive situation. Increased death rates in the area will increase the game difficulty. Players should not hesitate to help their teammates unless it does not harm their own interests. Mocha. 14. There are random chests on both sides of the road. These are special resource boxes that spawn from the system and appear mostly during the novice phase. These chests can only be received by approaching a vehicle. 15. All trees, soil, and stones along the road are landscape items and cannot be collected. Avoid going too far along the roadside, as it's easy to get lost. Dungeons where resources are concentrated are called platforms. Platforms require platform tickets to enter and are relatively dangerous, so be careful. 16. Platform tickets can be obtained from chests or purchased through the system store. However, the system store requires 100 copper coins to unlock the platform ticket gacha. Purchasing platform tickets from the store during the novice phase is very uneconomical. 17. Platforms are divided into single resource, comprehensive, and special types. They have a certain mortality rate. You must leave before the platform ticket time expires. If you don't, you will be lost on the platform, your soul and body becoming playable material. Suin woke up, feeling light and refreshed. She glanced at her personal attributes. Her spirit value went from 5 to 8, and the negative feeling gradually disappeared. Suin slept soundly. Glancing at the time, she breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't slept long, it was only a little after midnight. She almost thought she'd have to sleep another day. It seemed her summary of mental energy recovery methods was correct. The higher the mental energy, the easier it was to recover, the lower the mental energy, the worse the self-healing ability. While checking the stats, Suin also glanced at the system prompts and the public chat. Upon seeing the system's message, congratulations to the 2 players for eliminating the platform staff. Let's spit on them together. Suin couldn't help but chuckle. It was a mocking gesture. Speechless. The system's words and text were constantly tinged with the arrogance of a higher-level being. Even when using honorifics towards the Blue Star players, contempt could be seen in the smallest details. We were all their playthings. Suin knew that only players who made it to the end of the game and successfully promoted Blue Star would have a slight chance of gaining a shred of dignity. He turned off the screen. Suin looked around. The simple RV sat securely parked by the roadside. All the windows were firmly shut, maintaining the same appearance as before she fell asleep. Through the window, she could see the surrounding scenery unchanged. The car was parked. At a glance, Xiaomo was neither in the RV nor in the driver's seat. Suin stood up, threw on a coat, and walked to the window. She looked out the left window, but didn't see the stuffed bear. She looked out the right window, and just happened to see the teddy bear. She opened the window, and peeked outside. To the right, in front of her, beneath a dry, leafless forest, she saw Xiaomo, carrying a wooden box, walking toward the RV. Suin called out to the teddy bear, greeting it. Chapter 34. Xiaomo. Masternin. Seeing his master awaken and hearing his call, the bear, clutching the wooden box, leaped out of the woods, leaping onto the road and happily running towards Suin. Approaching the vehicle, Suimo stuffed the box into the space in the belly pocket of his overalls. The teddy bear plopped, transforming into a 40 centimeters bear. With another high leap, it landed right through the window and into Suin's arms. Hee. Holding its master. Nude, the bear nuzzled Suin's face, flirting with her, its movements adorable and charming. They bonded for a while. The bear and he sat on the RV's small bed, chatting. Suin learned that the bear had continued to open boxes while she slept, finding 5 wooden boxes and killing 2 monsters. The spoils were now in the bear's space. Suimo counted them on his fingers with Suin. This morning, we harvested a total of 21 wooden boxes, significantly fewer than yesterday. However, considering the need for 1 person and 1 bear, The journey to the platform took an hour and a half. After Suin fell asleep, Suimo climbed onto the roof, wiping himself dry with a cloth, shaking himself off, and basking in the sun before continuing on his journey. At this moment, Suin and Little Bear took a break for lunch. They didn't cook, but simply ate a simple meal of bread and braised egg buns. Total inventory consumed: 1 meat bun, 100 g, 1 cabbage bun, 100 g, 1 brown bread, 100 g, 2 braised eggs, 60 g, 3 spicy chicken legs, 100 g, 2 breads, 200 g, 3 bottles of mineral water. Suin ate 2.5 buns and a chicken leg for lunch, which was a very filling meal. But the remaining food, a pound of bread, 100 g of steamed buns, 2 chicken legs, and 2 braised eggs, was just a quick snack for Xiaomo. Taste was more important than energy. Suin watched Suimo nibble his food with such delight and happiness that an indescribable sense of satisfaction rose within him. After dinner, Suin lay down for a while, watching the little bear's energy bar slowly rise from 58 to 80. He feed the little bear in the evening. Suin decided to spend the afternoon cooking and preparing an all-meat dinner for the little bear that evening. While the little bear finished his meal and dozed off, Suin studied the rewards he earned at the platform this morning. 199 copper coins, 1 silver key, 1 free gas card for 3 minutes, 1 unlimited electricity card for 10 minutes, 1 unlimited water card for 30 minutes, and 1 special platform ticket for the Misty Lake Station for 3 hours. There's nothing much to say about 199 copper coins. It's a rare, large sum. Thanks to Suin's hard work, he now has 663 copper coins, breaking the 600 mark. There's nothing much to say, except that it was incredibly difficult. It's still a long way from collecting the 10,000 needed to buy system backpack space. The silver key can be used to open the silver chest, but Suin resisted the urge to use it directly. She planned to use it in the afternoon, calm down, wash her hands, and change clothes. After all, she only had 1 silver chest to open right now. She had to be cautious. Free gas card, 3 minutes per card, unlimited electricity card, 10 minutes per card, and unlimited water card, 30 minutes per card. These are all special resource cards. In her previous life, Suin had only seen them traded by bigwigs on the public screen. Seeing them in person now was quite refreshing. They were all very convenient cards. The free 3-minute gas card is only available at a station in a town with a gas station. To put it simply, it's 3 minutes of free gas. During those 3 minutes, you can fill up as much gas as you want, all for free. The unlimited electricity card provides unlimited electricity when inserted into the RV, while the unlimited water card provides unlimited water when inserted into the RV. Both are great, albeit limited in time. With these 2 cards, unlimited electricity and water won't be far behind. Suin smiled naively at the cards, almost imagining a wonderful life with unlimited electricity, water, and gas in her RV. Suin laughed foolishly for a moment, then returned to reality and looked at the last item, a 3-hour ticket for the special platform Misty Lake. She took it out, revealing a colorful, hard card resembling an amusement park ticket. Thanks to the information she gathered from her past life of boredom and loneliness, hanging on the public screen every day, Suin had some understanding of special platforms. Special platforms are magical, like rare dungeons in a game, rare, dangerous, and highly rewarding. If a normal platform is triggered by a single player, all players in the same zone can enter by purchasing a normal platform ticket. The chance of platform overlap is extremely low, and most platforms are single-player instances. A special platform is triggered by a single player, and is accessible to all players worldwide with a ticket. The map is enormous, and platforms overlap, making encounters very likely. The initial beta testers mentioned that encounters are unlikely unless there are special circumstances, and special platforms are the special circumstances in which encounters can occur. Suin looked at the platform ticket. The background was a beautiful, misty lake. In elegant cursive script, it read, "Misty Lake welcomes you. View the magnificent lake scenery and enjoy a romantic life in the mist." The right-hand scroll read, 3 hours. Turn it over. It was filled with what looked like a guide to the scenic spot. This is the gateway to all lakes, a relaxing and scenic lake for lost travelers. Here, players can obtain everything they desire. Special product giveaway. Water resource treasures, unlimited water bottles, unlimited water pools, permanent unlimited water cards, limited time unlimited water cards. Spirit level materials, irresistible purple scales, white jade prawn tentacles, mermaid's tears, mermaid's kiss, amber fish skin. Rare ingredients: fresh sea bass, crystal clear organic river prawns, water shield, lotus root, water chestnut, water celery. Soo-in put the platform ticket into her system backpack. It had to be said that the special platform resource output was truly enticing. Just the description above was enough to make her heart flutter. If a player ever had the chance to trigger this platform, she wouldn't pass it up, no matter how dangerous it was. About 20 minutes later, Little Bear woke up, clamoring to keep going. Afternoon. Little Bear continued driving. Soo-in planned to cook the meat. First, he had to sort it out. The fresh meat currently in the space included 3 pieces of wolf meat, 500 g, 1 kilogram of second-level wolf meat, 2 pieces of wild boar leg, 500 g, 1 piece of rabbit, 2 kilograms, 2 pieces of red-eyed venison, 500 g, 8 pieces of silverfish, 2 kilograms, 2 pieces of carp, for 0.4 kilograms, 1 piece of silver carp, 700 g, 2.2 kilograms of grass carp, 2.1 kilograms of Christian carp, 1.3 kilograms of bighead carp, 3 pieces of whitebait, 2.7 kilograms, and 200 g of river shrimp. Much of the meat was fish Xiaomo had caught in the lake. These fish died immediately upon entering the space. Looking at it now, I can only say that Xiaomo is truly worthy of this. To have caught so many fish in such a short time. Soo-in first prepared the workbench before the cooking began. I secured a clear space inside the RV. Stacked the 5 copper treasure chests, and 1 silver treasure chest. Pile 3 on each side. Take out a piece of wood. Place it on the treasure chest, and the empty space will have a simple piece of furniture, a kitchen countertop and cutting board all in one. The countertop sits between the bed and the stove, forming a U-shaped worktop. Soo-in can sit on the bed and work. To avoid soiling the bed, Soo-in folded up the quilt, cushion, and pillows on the wooden bed, and placed them in the space. Get some fresh water, light a fire, and bring the water to a boil. Gulp, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, the RV jolted. Bang! There was a sound. Chapter 35. Fortunately, the water didn't overflow. Soo-in looked up at the cab ahead. The reason for the stop was Soo-mo's braking. At this moment, Soo-mo jumped out of the car and ran forward. Through the windows of the RV and the cab, Soo-in saw a wooden box appear in the middle of the road. The teddy bear picked up the box and put it away, and the 3-wheeled RV continued on its way. Soo-in lowered her head and continued to work on the task at hand. Now, with the protective shield, the temperature outside the window was cool autumn, while the fire inside the car was warm as summer. As the fire started and the temperature inside rose, Soo-in had already stripped off her clothes, putting away her coat, sweater, and long johns, leaving her in a simple, oversized gray t-shirt and thin khaki trousers. Her entire outfit consisted of supplies she had brought from reality: underwear, blouses, trousers, cotton pants, and sweaters. She wore everything, nothing missing. However, the thick down jacket, wool coat, cotton hat, and cotton pants, which took up a lot of space, were placed on the outermost layer, nestled next to the tent and sleeping bag. The tent and sleeping bag were half-carried, tattered, but none of the winter clothing was brought at all. Thankfully, Soo-in had a half-full mindset. She was already quite satisfied that she had brought so much into the game. The car restarted and gradually stabilized. Soo-in removed the boiling water from the stove. She soaked a clean rag in hot water. The rag had been cut into small pieces from a worn-out piece of clothing and used as a hand towel or rag. Soo-in wiped the simple wooden tabletop with a rag, doing this several times. Keep the simple kitchen counter clean. Next, it was time to process the meat dropped by the monsters. These dead monsters, processed through the decomposition skill, were perfectly organized. Soo-in placed all the meat in his backpack, except the fish, on the table. Using a small knife, he meticulously trimmed the fat from each piece, slicing the fatty parts into small pieces. He then cut half of the remaining lean meat into large squares, and the other half into long strips. The large pieces would be stewed later, while the smaller pieces would be made into bacon. Soo-in rubbed the long strips with salt, and set them aside on the table. During this time, the boiling water had gradually cooled. Soo-in poured the cooled water from the aluminum pot into a mineral water bottle, and stored it in a cooler. This was now ready for drinking. Soo-in deliberately left a little water in the pot, placed all the fat he had just trimmed into it, and placed it on the stove. He watched the water cook the fat, gradually boiling and then steaming up. Soo-in suddenly felt she needed a larger pot and more pots, pans, and bowls to cook more efficiently. This small set of pots wasn't enough. The main problem was that Xiaomo's energy needs were enormous. In other words, He was a voracious eater, and his food requirements were high. The cooking utensils weren't compatible with Suin and Xiao Xiong's growing cooking needs. If possible, she also liked a bacon rack and a table, but a fixed table would take up all the free space in the house, leaving her with a serious lack of space. Ultimately, she needed to upgrade her RV. She also needed to enchant the pumpkin carriage doll she'd been dreaming of as soon as possible. Let's take it one step at a time. Overcome what can be overcome first, if not, find ways to improve it. Sue had opened the exchange. She felt like she was in need of everything, so she loved browsing the exchange whenever she had nothing to do, looking for essentials to improve her quality of life. She occasionally used a wooden stick to poke at the sizzling, simmering fat. Sue scanned the exchange, searching for pots, pans, and other items. And she actually found them: wooden bowls, basins, chopsticks, plates, and spoons. For a 4-pound carp, Sue got 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. These 2 sets together contained 2 large basins, 2 medium basins, for plates, for small bowls, 10 pairs of chopsticks, for small spoons, 2 large spoons, and a wooden shovel. These items were crafted from wood blocks by this player using his awakened talent. Nice. Sue silently saved this player's shop and noted him as a master carpenter. She continued searching for the large iron pot in the exchange, searching over and over, but couldn't find it. When they first entered the game, players generally lived on a low standard, mostly trading for food, water, and materials for RV upgrades. She saw more than one player seeking the iron furnace blueprint alone. Thankfully, Xiaomo was lucky, strong, and had picked up a lot of boxes, so they were able to gather the materials for the RV upgrade and the furnace blueprints and materials on the first day. She glanced at the light screen from time to time. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of oil, and the fat pieces slowly turned to crumbs in the hot oil. Ding dong. A message. Suan's mind flicked, and the message unfolded. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao has accepted your friend request. You two are now friends. Come chat. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, Sunshine Bear, I believe in you. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, thank you for your willingness to help me. This is my sincere offer. Please let me end this suffering. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao unilaterally shared information with you. Suan watched. Recalling a similar incident this morning, she had, out of kindness, reached out and requested to be added as a friend. At the time, she thought, just do what's in your heart. Save if you can. Earn something along the way. Suan hadn't expected to gain so much trust from this stranger. This information sharing was a near-candid sharing of all her information with other players. Suan clicked on it and could view all her system dashboard information, even the live stream footage linked to her account. Sizzle. Bang. Oil splashed onto the back of Suan's hand. Hot, hot, hot. Suan immediately withdrew her hand, staring at the small red dot on the back of her hand and blowing on it. As expected, the world will evenly punish every human who isn't paying attention while cooking. She immediately found a large wooden bowl, drew water from the trading area, filled it with clear, fresh water, and placed her hand in it. It felt much better. Suan leaned over to look at the frying pan. The fat was almost cooked, leaving only the oil skewer. If she put it any further, it would likely burst and burn. She quickly moved the frying pan away from the stove. Her unburned hand took on the responsibility of scooping out the oily residue with a dry spoon and placing it on a plate. She then poured the remaining oil into a wooden basin free of oil and water. She added a little salt to the basin. After doing all this, the pain in her hand subsided. She took her hand out to examine it. It didn't seem too badly burned, just a small red spot. Then, Suan placed the meat in the pan with a little oil left in it, returned the pan to the stove, and briefly fried it. She then added water, salt, and the spice mix. Ding dong, ding dong. With the beeping sound, Suan remembered what had happened on the screen. There's another player who needs help. Suan sat on the wooden bed, leaning against the wall, looking at the light screen. Chapter 36. 5 minutes ago. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao has accepted your friend request. You two are now friends. Come chat together. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, Sunshine Bear, I trust you. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, thank you for your willingness to help me. This is my sincerity. Please let me end this pain. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao is sending you a unilateral message. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, Sunshine Bear, are you there? I'm sorry I saw your message so late and added you. This is absolutely not disrespectful. I just hesitated for too long and was too upset. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, there are players who help me, but I can't seem to feel happy. Yi Xing Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to force you to care about me. I'm sorry, I'm so terrible. Maybe I should just die to stop suffering. I'm a burden to everyone. Yi Xing Xiao Xiao, eh. Suan looked at the message, analyzing the player's condition simultaneously. Severe depression, with some self-destructive tendencies, but the fact that he can still communicate with her proves that he still has a sense of self-help. Good verbal organization, some education. Suan replied. Sunny Bear, I'm here, don't worry, you be well soon. Suan clicked on the shared message. In the back seat of a tattered four-seater car, a girl's eyes flickered with hope as she read the message before her. It was like she had found a savior. Yesterday she was fine, but this morning her condition worsened. After her energy level dropped to 0, she became lazy and sleepy, prone to crying and irritability, and she began to seek help. This morning, she forced herself to drive, thinking that getting busy would help, but then it got worse. Until now, she could only lie on the makeshift bed in the back of the car, unable to move. Waking groggily, she realized she had barely the strength to continue driving. Perhaps she should have died long ago. This thought kept lingering in her mind. Bearing down the discomfort, she opened the screen and saw that Sunshine Bear was willing to help her. With a thought, the girl clicked on the screen to confirm information sharing. A screen unfolded before Suan. On the left was a live camera. The camera focused directly on a girl with thick framed glasses and disheveled hair. She lay in the back seat of a shabby car, piled with junk. She looked only 16 or 17, her face pale, and dark circles under her eyes. A closer look revealed that the junk was a collection of textbooks and workbooks. Did she fall asleep on her textbooks during the time travel? On the right was the player's information panel. Suan glanced at the girl. She felt familiar, as if she had seen her before in real life, though she couldn't place it. Seeing the girl to her right, her heart skipped a beat. It was this little girl, one of the high school students she had saved. Player, Zhou Xiao. Nickname, Yexing Xiao Xiao. Area 20312-99636/100000. Level 1, 15/1000 experience points. Attribute status, poor. Attack, 1/4, awkward goose, defense. 1/2, crispy goose, spirit. -2/6, a goose on the verge of a breakdown, overall rating. A nerdy goose on the verge of a mental breakdown from the pressure of studying. Talent, a learning doesn't guarantee progress, not learning will deteriorate. Maintain a learning attitude, with a certain chance of gaining new skills and experience points. If you stop studying, your attribute points will regress. Occupation, student lagging behind, growth available, currently C rank. Studying won't necessarily make you stronger, but not studying will definitely put you out of business. Please study quickly to advance to the next B rank occupation, student lower average student, in the monthly and annual exams. Occupational skill 1. Mathematics is power. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to launch a random attack against the target. The attack questions are math problems of the first grade of high school. Those who fail to answer the questions will receive a certain amount of damage. Tongzi couldn't understand how such simple knowledge could have such power. Occupational skill 2. Language is life. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points. After using this skill, a random question will appear. Successfully answering the question will randomly grant the current supplies. Occupational skill 3. None. Scrolling down, Suan can also see the contents of her space. She shares everything about herself as information. Vehicle, 4-seater gasoline truck. Supplies, high school math, high school Chinese, high school math workbook, high school Chinese exam papers, 26L freshwater, 1 steamed bun, 100 G, 1 cabbage bun, 100 G, 2 mineral water, 500 milliliters, 2 bags of Shanghai brand braised noodles, 200 G rabbit meat, 3 wood blocks, 3 mechanical parts, 7.33 L gasoline, 1 RV kitchen cabinet blueprint. Simplified version, for copper coins. Suan blinked. Ahem. Forgive her for not being able to resist the temptation when she saw the RV kitchen cabinet blueprint. Simplified version. The little girl is quite lucky. Suan opened the friend's screen and began typing. Sunshine Bear, haven't you eaten yet? You need to eat something first. Take out the cabbage buns in your space and eat them. The girl in the image moved. She first said she wasn't hungry. Then, as if realizing something, she struggled to sit up, a move that seemed to require considerable effort. In her hand, a cabbage bun appeared, taken from the space. She tore off the system's packaging, and the bag vanished into thin air. The girl ate in small bites. Her voice was somewhat mechanical and numb, pausing periodically, as if she were going through some mental struggle before continuing. Suin knew this was the loss of appetite brought on by depression. But it didn't matter. Hold on. As long as she could eat, drink, and sleep, she would survive. Suin watched the girl eat quietly. The girl ate lightly, taking nearly half an hour to finish a single bun. During this time, Suin hadn't forgotten the meat in his pot. He opened the lid to take a look at the stewing meat, and the aroma filled his nose. A gentle thrust of a wooden chopstick easily pierced through the tender, mushy chunks of meat. These monster meats cooked quite well. Suin brought out a small bowl of stewed meat. Then, Suin initiated a friend trade, gifting the stewed meat and the wooden bowl. Sunny Bear, you're lucky, you just caught my broth. Remember to eat all the meat and drink all the broth, then return the bowl. Sunny Bear, your condition isn't serious at all. Just follow my instructions, and you recover quickly. Sunny Bear, give me one of your items, something that's most important to you, something you sleep with. I return it to you later. After a while, Suin looked at the diary in front of him. This little girl. She's really defenseless. She was so cold and sharp before. Suin glanced at the girl on the screen, her eyes watering as she sipped the broth. The friend interface was filled with messages of thanks and offers of supplies, copper coins, blueprints, food, and materials. Suin accepted none of them. Instead, Chapter 37. Continue to observe the girl's movements. Suin wasn't being conceited by not taking the supplies. She planned to wait until the girl recovered before taking the blueprints herself. At her current level, if the girl didn't waste her energy and remained steadfast in her hope, with a good meal and a good night's sleep, she would soon be able to restore her spirit level to above 0. Suin had once been able to recover from a spirit level of -3 to -7, then slowly recover again and return to above 0. Suin, with her reassuring presence, guided Zhou Xiao with peace of mind. Soon, Suin took Zhou Xiao's diary, but she didn't open it. She wasn't curious about the girl's personal privacy. Suin simply placed it on her lap, concentrating. Use the skill Doll Repair. Professional skill 4. Doll Repair. Consumes a certain amount of spirit to heal your doll, provided it's still there. Zhou Xiao's notebook wasn't her doll, but it was an important item to her, imbued with her spiritual aura. This attempt stemmed from a bold idea. Could Suin use a player's valuable items as a medium to heal their spirits? Suin didn't know. She just wanted to give it a try. This was a great opportunity. Suin consumed 2 points of spiritual power, just 2, no more. Then, Suin immediately returned the notebook, brimming with spiritual energy, to Zhou Xiao. Sunshine Bear, hold it, and sleep peacefully. Yixing Xiao Xiao, okay, thank you, Sunshine Bear, for taking care of me. Suin watched the live stream. After the girl had eaten and drunk her fill, she took out the diary Suin had given her, cradled it in her arms, and lay down, closing her eyes. Suin observed the girl's personal attributes on her left side. When the girl's diary was acquired, the numbers immediately jumped, from -2 to -1. Then -1 to 0, 1, 2. It continued to rise until it reached 2. It worked. With the answer, Suin had a new way of applying various skills. This was a game, but it was more than just a game. The game seemed like a higher-level civilization, a framework designed to facilitate the player's understanding of the test questions, in order to give Blue Star a civilization advancement test. Ding dong, player has mastered the personal skill, mental healing. By healing the medium contaminated by the player's mental link, it affects other players, restoring their mental energy. This skill requires the player being healed to have a mental energy lower than that of the player, Sunshine Bear. Looking at the new skills on the skill panel, Suin had an epiphany. Suin blinked, scrolled up his friend chat bar, and clicked the gift icon for the RV Kitchen Cabinet Blueprint, simplified version. He received the blueprint. He held the RV Kitchen Cabinet Blueprint, simplified version, in his hand. Suin left a message on the friend's screen. Sunny Bear, I only want this blueprint as a reward. Keep the food for yourself. Be careful using your class's second skill. Sunny Bear, see you later. After sending the message, Suin chose to delete the friend. Player Sunny Bear, are you sure you want to delete player Yixing Xiao Xiao? There are many items this player has gifted you that you haven't claimed yet. After deleting them, they will automatically be returned to player Yixing Xiao Xiao's system inventory. Suin clicked confirm, deleting the friend. Looking at the friend list, which had returned to blankness, Suin was momentarily distracted. Humans are social animals. Even though Suin is considered a loner, a homebody with social anxiety, and has few real-life friends, she still has a few. But hesitation will only lead to chaos. She was inherently lazy about socializing, detached from the peaceful environment. In this survival game, this slow and brutal elimination death match, she didn't need friends. She didn't want to deal with the hassles of favors and grudges. Suen believed in the good in human nature, and wasn't afraid to assume the worst. He turned off the light screen. Suen paused for a moment, then stood up to look at the pot. He placed the cooked meat in a wooden basin, free of oil and water, and stored it in the system space. He washed the pot, placed it on the stove to dry out the moisture, scooped in a spoonful of oil, and continued to sear the meat, frying both sides until golden brown. He then added water and seasonings and began to simmer. The aroma wafted from the RV, carried by the steam, filling the entire room with the aroma of meat. The room was small, like a small steamer. The window was open, but a fine mist still formed on the glass. If the bed hadn't been removed, one could imagine how damp it would be, reeking of meat. Luckily, Suen had anticipated this, and had already removed all the blankets and pillows from the single bed, and placed them in the space. The kitchen cabinet seemed to solve this problem. However, she had just looked at the RV kitchen cabinet blueprint, simple version, but it wasn't usable yet. The RV's level and space didn't meet the requirements for loading the blueprint, and the room needed to be upgraded. But it would be soon. Opening the box soon might bring the ingredients. Time passed slowly amidst the aroma of simmering meat. In addition to stewing the meat, Suen also cut some meat and fish into small pieces, sprinkled them with a thin layer of salt, and made pickled meat and salted fish, storing them in the space for easy consumption later. However, fish processing is complicated, and Suen planned to sell most of it. The car started and stopped, and the bear toiled all afternoon like a madman, bringing back a box and a piece of meat dropped by a new monster. He would lean over the window, peek inside, and hand the monster-dropped meat to his master. The bear's eyes sparkled as he looked at the stew inside. Suen was amused by this scene, and scooped out a bowl of meat, handing it to the bear. The bear shook his head in refusal, smiling. "Now's not the time to rest. I need to collect the boxes as quickly as possible before dark, and then I eat with Master and tonight." With that, the bear trotted to the cab and continued on. It seemed as if he was afraid he wouldn't run fast enough, so he eat too much and waste time. It was a little after 4 in the evening, and only a pot of rice remained on the stove, simmering over a low fire. Suen stored the previously cooked meat in his space. Both the system backpack space and Suen's space were very interesting. This dimension couldn't hold living things, but the items placed inside could remain independent of each other, leaving them in the same state as they were taken out. Unfortunately, it didn't freeze time. Food would spoil, but it would be much slower, significantly extending its shelf life. For example, fresh meat in the RV would spoil easily if left uneaten for a day or two, but it could last several days longer in the space. Suen removed the wooden planks, removed the treasure chest, and dismantled the simple kitchen counter. Opened all the windows to ventilate, and removed the odors. Wet a rag, used half a sink's worth of water, and a little soap, and Suen wiped the entire house clean. This cleaning work wasn't very convenient with little bears stop-and-go driving. Thankfully, the road was very straight and smooth, and the stops and starts were smooth, but there were no bumps or turns. Thankfully, it was only 5 square meters, so a quick wipe was enough. The bathroom sink provided a lot of help with her cleaning. 30 minutes later. Chapter 38. Suen finished cleaning. Rubbing her slightly sore waist, she couldn't help but mutter, "It's all just a game. If only there was a one-click dust removal feature." Of course, this was just a nagging thought. Suen knew that even if such an item existed, she wouldn't be able to enjoy it without money. As for copper coins, she believed that all players with better living conditions were like her, saving them to buy a dimensional space backpack. A dimensional space backpack was such a great item, and with a limited first-come, first-served purchase, anyone with even a hint of ambition would be saving for it. Suen cleaned the entire room. She promptly wiped the wooden walls clean, where smoke from cooking meat for hours had accumulated. She remade the quilt and pillows on the single bed. She closed the other windows, leaving only the one near the bed half open. She looked at her home, which had been restored to its original cleanliness and tidiness. It was a small home, with only a bed, a bathroom, and a stove. Suen smiled with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After replacing the dirty water, Suen washed her face with soap, feeling clean and refreshed. After a quick trip to the bathroom, she had some free time. Suen sat alone on her single bed, gazing at the view outside the window, thinking nothing, doing nothing. Since the window had just been opened for ventilation, the temperature in the room had dropped considerably. She also put on her coat and gazed out the window. Behind her was the warmth of the stove. Outside the window, a cool breeze blew. Ignoring the dangers of survival, this moment felt so free and romantic. Who hasn't dreamed of a leisurely road trip, stopping and starting, experiencing one ordinary, routine day and night after another, on the road? This seemed like the romance of a road trip. Unfortunately, at this moment, driving on the road in this survival game wasn't like traveling, but that didn't stop Sue-An from enjoying the beauty of the moment, savoring the scenery outside the window and the leisurely atmosphere. The wind was gentle, the sunlight was golden, and as the sun set, the afterglow of the sunset seemed no different from that of a blue star. Sue-An reached out, feeling the shape of the wind. A leaf, carried by the wind, landed in her palm, then vanished. Dissipated into a point of light, then merged into the air. At that moment, Sue-An sensed the subtle fluctuations of her mental power. It was a magical and romantic scene. Behind it lay a simple game rule: fallen leaves, decorative landscape decorations, could not fall onto the road. Sue-An fell into thought. Comprehension. This was a moment of understanding the nature of this world. It seemed that the composition of this game's rules, the construction of the map, was related to mental power. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear detected as cheerful, entering enlightenment mode. Spirit value increased by 6, reaching the maximum of 13. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear detected as activating his talent skill lie flat. Spirit value cap increased by 1, current spirit value is 13/14. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear detected as cheerful, spirit value increased by 1, reaching the maximum of 14. This moment passed by so long yet so quickly. When Sue-An came out of his thoughts, he noticed that his spirit value had returned to full, and the upper limit had risen to 14. Sue-An chuckled. Admittedly, this spirit attribute was quite mysterious and interesting. She continued to gaze out the window at the scenery. The trees on either side were receding, their leaves falling steadily. Compared to the first day's full leaves, there were now very few. Under the trees lay golden fallen leaves, a thicker layer than when they first started driving, perhaps 20 centimeters thick. The fallen leaves had buried the treasure chest, making it significantly less visible. The most common wooden treasure chests were a similar color to the fallen leaves, which undoubtedly made finding them more difficult. As time passed, the second day's survival game became much more difficult than the first. Because of his search for the treasure chest, Little Bear wasn't driving very fast. The Little Bear plush squeaked on the pedals, his eyes scanning the road with intense concentration, trying to find a few more boxes before nightfall. Time passed slowly. Sue-An felt a little chilled by the wind. He closed the window and lay back on the bed, propped up against the pillows. When her mental state fully recovered, her heart became profoundly calm and peaceful. The lingering anxiety, the worry about the future, the urgency to upgrade her vehicle and make it stronger seemed to vanish with the enlightenment brought by the newly dissipated leaf. In reality, she was no different from that leaf, living within the rules. At that moment, she realized the meaning of her gift. It was her true nature. Lying flat, it was not just about resting one's physical strength, but also one's mindset. This calm and natural state of mind, combined with a body free from fatigue, allowed her to embark on her own spiritual journey. Slower, stronger. At this moment, she somewhat enjoyed this place, enjoyed this game, and relished the joy it brought. Alone, she journeyed through endless journeys and challenges. She possessed a profession she loved and felt valued and meaningful: doll making. Her talent connected to her profession allowed her to better craft companions, imbuing her dolls with life and emotions. These non-human companions were an extension of her life, a source of her resilience. The wind gradually picked up speed as she retreated through the woods. The sky gradually darkened, the sun setting, leaving only the afterglow. The road ahead shone with a blue glow. Sue-An retrieved the pumpkin carriage doll from her space, kissed it several times, and whispered, "I'm sorry I neglected you since I came in, Showman." Sue-An used her mental power to imbue the pumpkin carriage doll with a piece of her affection, a memory of her long-held memories of making it. She imbued it until she felt it was just right. Player Sunshine Bear, you have spent 4 points of mental energy to nourish your pumpkin carriage. This pumpkin carriage seems different. Pumpkin carriage, Puppet Master Sunshine Bear's new creation. Uninspired, but with a ball of sentient spiritual energy attached to it. Intimacy increased. Sue-An stopped and placed the pumpkin carriage in a corner beside the bed. Who stipulated that infusing spirits must be completed in one go, following the system's skill prompts? This world is real, the system is merely a program that observes and summarizes. She is the puppeteer. How and when to create the dolls is up to her. When darkness was about to break, Sue-An called out to the bear, who refused to give up, to stop and rest. Xiaomo, it's almost dark, let's get here. Suemo sighed and parked the car. It returned to its original form, from a large bear to a tiny creature less than half a meter tall. As it climbed back through the window connecting the cab and the interior, its entire body was shrouded in moss. Both ears drooped. It looked up at Suen. Chapter 39. Suemo said, Xiaomo is so useless. This afternoon, we only found 10 boxes, all wooden. Suemo discussed his afternoon's achievements. In the morning and throughout the morning, he found 21 wooden boxes, 2 copper boxes, and 1 gold box. But in the afternoon, he only found 10, all wooden boxes. So today, he only found 34 treasure boxes, 31 wooden boxes, 2 copper boxes, and 1 gold box. Suemo looked up at Suen. His eyes were watery. They were filled with frustration and guilt. Wow, today's harvest was nothing compared to yesterday's, and afternoon's harvest was nothing compared to morning's. The reason was that the leaves on both sides of the road kept falling. In the morning, the top of the treasure box could be seen, but in the afternoon, the leaves fell more and more, completely covering it. To help him find the box, Suemo slowed down. Whenever he saw a bulge that looked like a treasure box, he would stop and run to look for it. This naturally meant finding fewer boxes. Don't be discouraged. Xiaomo is already very good. This is because the game's difficulty has increased. We just need to work hard. Suen picked up the little bear and comforted it. Survival games are never easy. The 3-day novice period gets harder every day. Once you leave the novice period, the system's novice shield becomes a paid feature, and it starts snowing. Days 4, 5, and 6 are filled with continuous snow. After the heavy snow, the 7th day will bring a long-awaited sunny day, and the system will open the first platform opportunity, opening up the entire area. It's a small town. There are opportunities to purchase supplies there. Suen learned all he knew about the platform from this small town. You thought the system was being kind. No. This was just a small treat before the 7th day's disaster night. The 7th night was the disaster night of the week. That night, a blizzard buried the players' vehicles. The cold was biting, and the death toll kept rising. In her previous life, Suen had experienced half of her zone's population dead shortly after nightfall, forcing a zone merge. But there was nothing to say. When the last fuel in the fire died out, and the last bit of supplies was gone, she didn't make it through the second half of the night. Suen massaged Little Bear's legs and arms. These past 2 days, Little Bear had been driving, finding boxes, and fighting monsters. She had no nerve to criticize Little Bear for his poor performance. Little Bear was agile, strong, and had good eyesight. If she had been driving, she would have been exhausted and gained very little. She would have been left struggling on the brink of starvation. Having Little Bear was her happiness and good fortune. After comforting the depressed Little Bear, Suen took him to dinner, replenishing his energy bar, which had dropped to 20%. Today's dinner was simple yet hearty. A large pot of stewed meat, nearly 10 pounds in broth and meat, and a plate of fat scraps sprinkled with 5 spice powder and salt, served with steamed rice, made up the meal for the 2 of them. When Suen was cooking, 2 sets of tableware weren't enough, so she later spent some money and ordered 10 large wooden basins. This is 2 of them. Each basin was the size of a wash basin. After the food was ready, Suen immediately placed it in her space. When she took it out, it wasn't completely cold yet, it was still warm. Perfect for eating now. As for the greasy side dishes of meat, vegetables, and fruits, she couldn't yet provide them. Having meat and white rice was fantastic. The generous portion quickly soothed Little Bear's unhappiness. He quickly became happy, wagging his tail and eating from the small wooden bowl. The stew, along with the meat and broth, was poured over the rice, mixed well, and then spooned into his mouth, bursting with flavor. Swan took a bite. The meat was tender and salty, while the rice soaked up the broth. It was delicious. As for the slop, it was incredibly fragrant, crispy, oily, and incredibly delicious. Little Bear held the bowl, spooning rice into his mouth, enjoying the meal. Swan's stew only had salt and 5 spice powder as seasoning, but with the time it took, the meat had a much more flavorful flavor than the plain boiled meat he rushed to fill his stomach with yesterday. Both Little Bear and Swan loved it. After dinner, Little Bear didn't sleep immediately after eating like he had yesterday. It ate more often today, and since the RV upgrade made driving easier, it expended less energy than yesterday and wasn't as tired. It accompanied Suen in sorting supplies. The boxes were all unpacked overnight, sorting what needed to be sorted and organizing what needed to be organized. By now, Suen and Little Bear's spaces combined were already overflowing. At lunch, Sue stuffed many of the wooden boxes under the bed, freeing up a lot of space in their space. Sue and Suemo opened all the wooden boxes they had collected today. It was quite fun. When the wooden boxes were stored in the space and then taken out, they were only the size of a notebook. They usually only contained 1 to 3 items, mostly related to packaged food. The total contents of the 31 wooden boxes were 7 white steamed buns, 100 g, 2 black steamed buns, 100 g, 3 meat buns, 100 g, 1 cabbage bun, 100 g, 1 mushroom bun, 100 g, and 2 dried noodles, 200 g. 6 bags of Shanghai brand instant noodles, mixed flavors, 1 100 g leek bun, 2 100 g chicken patties, 3 500 g mineral water, 1 500 milliliters purified water, 2 100 g ham sausages, 1 marinated egg, 3 mechanical parts, 3 chains, 2 wheels, 1 broken engine, 2 important mechanical parts, 2 wooden blocks, 1 iron block, for wooden boards, 2 30-minute platform tickets, 5 10L gasoline. 57 items in total, average luck. 2 copper boxes yielded, 5 copper coins, 1 kilogram rice, 1 kilogram cornmeal, 500 g salt, 200 g Sichuan peppercorn powder, 1 1-hour platform ticket, 1 bedroom blueprint, simple, 40L gasoline. Suen's eyes lit up. While the wooden box opening was average, the copper box opening was pretty good. A blueprint and a 1-hour platform ticket were given, giving them a small guarantee. Unfortunately, no spiritual level materials were found. Suen looked at the blueprint, finding useful items. Once the RV is upgraded, they can be merged with it and renovated according to the blueprint. He put these items aside. In the supplies pile, Suen held Little Bear's hand as they faced the silver chest they had been reluctant to open. Suen asked Little Bear to accompany her, and together they opened the silver chest with the silver key. I hope there's a golden key, she thought to herself. This moment was incredibly tense. Sensing his master's excitement, Little Bear couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes aglow as he gazed at the silver chest, gleaming in the light. A burst of fireworks flashed. The chest opened. Wow! Chapter 40. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for opening the silver chest. As the first player to open a silver chest in this area, the system rewards you with 10 copper coins. P.S. Keep up the good work. You also receive a reward for being the first to open a gold chest. 10 copper coins fell in front of Suen, then vanished. A large +10 appeared in his account balance. What a huge reward for the stingy system. A flash of light flashed, and the silver key vanished. The silver chest opened with a click, revealing 5 luminous items, 6 cards. Suen excitedly examined them one by one. Suemo, in her arms, leaned in to look. Cloud Energy Saving Lamp. Premium automatically collects solar energy, charges for 1 hour, and glows for 2 hours, consuming no energy. A great companion for those long nights of energy conservation and emission reduction. Cloud Pressure Cooker. Premium easy to use, large capacity, a great cooking assistant. The large pot cooks quickly, and the food is fragrant. Cloud Frying Pan. Premium can be used for frying eggs, frying meat, or making pancakes. If you're talking about using it as a weapon, it's a decent enough temporary option. Thunderstruck Wood. Spirit. This isn't ordinary wood, it's spiritual grade wood, capable of carrying spiritual power and spiritual energy. Advanced Engine. A crucial component for vehicle upgrades. Special Platform Golden Fish Pond Platform Ticket. 3-hour ticket. This is a place rich in golden koi and golden keys. One item after another left the box and materialized. Suen looked at 2 white cloud-shaped pots, a cloud-shaped lamp, a piece of wood, about the thickness of an arm and over 30 centimeters long, with a hint of fluorescent black, a shiny engine gleaming with a cold mechanical glow, and a golden platform ticket. The results aren't perfect, but they're pretty good. While the pots and lamps might look unrealistically cute, they're functional and practical. Wood is a spiritual material, so it can be used as a storage material for future dolls. As for the platform tickets, although Suen didn't get the golden key, he has a clue about it. Everything is fine. All the supplies are gone. Start organizing. It's a tedious and meticulous task. Lately, organizing every night has been a source of both happiness and worry. The worry is the dwindling space. The happiness is the daily abundance. Suen has kept the copper and silver boxes as storage boxes at home. These boxes have the ability to transform items into cards for easy storage, and with proper organization, they can hold even more items. Wooden boxes don't have this ability, but if they don't hold enough, They can be used to store things and can be disassembled as needed. Suin kept 5 wooden boxes and disassembled the rest into planks. 8 p.m. Suin and Suimo finished organizing, and a light layer of sweat had already formed on Suin's forehead. Looking at the neatly sorted items, placed in a row of open boxes, Suin felt a surge of happiness. Now is the time. No more delay. Upgrade as soon as possible while materials are plentiful. As long as they survive, things will only pile up. The storage space for 1 person and 1 bear is completely insufficient. This means Suin needs to upgrade the RV as soon as possible, expanding it with a multi-purpose room and preferably a warehouse. Also, the workbench needs to be put on the agenda. He should visit the exchange whenever he has time, acquiring important blueprints and materials in time, storing them for future use. Soon, Suin opened the light screen, found his vehicle, and chose to continue upgrading. Upgrade sturdy 3-wheel human-powered fuel hybrid RV to normal 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV. Required materials: 1 advanced engine, 8 iron plates, 16 mechanical parts, 3 wheels, 24 wooden planks. Upgrade successful. Your current vehicle is normal 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV. Reinforce normal 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV to sturdy 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV. Required materials: 32 wooden planks, 16 iron plates, 16 mechanical parts. Upgrade successful. Sturdy 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV to normal 4-wheel fuel hybrid RV. Suin continued upgrading. If he ran out of parts, he would trade fish for them at the exchange. The stored materials dwindled, and the RV's changes became more and more significant. Xiaomo watched the RV's constant transformation, his 2 paws together, gently clapping his hands. Great! The items in the box containing the materials dwindled. Suin was stuck. Reinforcement successful. Your current vehicle is a sturdy 4-wheel fuel-powered large RV. Upgrade the sturdy 4-wheel fuel-powered large RV to a Minutiai model of dilapidated psychic RV. Required materials: 1 psychic engine, ordinary, 3 energy stones, spirit, for high-level mechanical parts, for iron plates, fine, and 4 wood, fine. Suin looked at the unfamiliar materials, all of which were high-level spiritual materials she had never seen before, and silently memorized them. After the recent upgrade, Suin's RV had more than doubled in size. The interior space had increased from a small 5 square meter, a medium 10 square meter, and finally a large 20 square meter. The cab was no longer just a ventilated shed, it was now a modern, integrated cab. Suin observed the RV. The bear toy wasn't idle either, wandering around the RV, glancing left and right, its mouth wide open. Suin looked at the 5-meter-long, 4-meter-wide RV, feeling its spaciousness. She pulled out the blueprints for the bedroom and kitchen cabinets and began working on them one by one. The materials had been saved from long overdue replacements. RV kitchen cabinet blueprint, simplified version, *1, a 1-piece RV kitchen cabinet, occupying 1.5 square meters, requires a large RV to accommodate. It can accommodate a sink and stove. Material requirements. Confirmed. Soon, a modern, log-style kitchen counter appeared in the space previously occupied by the stove. The kitchen counter is 1.75 meters long and includes a ceramic sink, with the rest of the cabinets constructed entirely of wood. The inlet tap connects to the RV's main water tank, and the drain connects to a black water tank. Most surprisingly, it also comes with a small pull-out fuel hood. The fireplace and kitchen cabinets are integrated into the kitchen counter, making it very convenient for heating and cooking. For storage, there are cabinets below the counter, and wall cabinets above. Wow! After Suin finished upgrading the kitchen cabinets, the bear toy walked over and carefully touched the smooth wooden doors with its paw. It exclaimed in surprise. Then it rubbed its face against the cabinets. Suin almost laughed at the bear's behavior. She continued using the bedroom plan, aiming at the rear of the car. The bedroom plan, simple, was successfully used. Suin looked at the simple bedroom that had appeared behind the car with a look of surprise on her face. It was a simple little bedroom, a tattered gauze curtain separating the front and back. Opening the curtain revealed a 1.5-meter double bed. Beneath the bed was a drawer-like storage cabinet, and around it were storage cabinets. Suin placed the single bed's quilt and pillow on the bed, then excitedly hugged the teddy bear and kissed it repeatedly. The teddy bear was stunned. Ah! Chapter 41. By the time it realized what was happening, its face was furious. It didn't know what was happening, it just felt like it was going to break down. A strange, unfamiliar organ in its chest was throbbing, making it feel dizzy. It felt as if waves of power surged out, making it even stronger. The little bear looked up at its owner, but the owner seemed oblivious to its condition, absorbed in the light curtain, constantly busying himself. Suin didn't notice the bear's reaction. She cradled the warm bear in her arms, treating it like a hot water bottle. Suin's energy was completely focused on the light curtain. Nighttime was the peak time for the exchange market. During the novice period, it was crucial to seize the opportunity of free transaction fees and the exchange of materials. Suin then did a lot of small tasks, like selling the old wooden bed, selling the partially cooked stew at a high price, posting a request for table and chair blueprints, and purchasing some common materials at the right price. Whether it was materials for vehicle upgrades or heating supplies, as long as the price was right, or even not too high, Suin would exchange them for her home. Nighttime was a good time. The public screen and the trading market were particularly active. As she operated, there were also some buy-low-sell-high transactions. Her supplies and copper coins were piling up. The public screen was buzzing with discussion. Sunset-filled orange. Wow, there's a big guy selling fish and delicious stew. I wonder who can afford it. I only ate a vegetable bun and drank half a bottle of water tonight. Looking at the delicious stew on the exchange, I silently shed tears. Noble kitten, I had a pack of instant noodles tonight. The system's instant noodles were quite delicious, but I still crave them. Oh Ruru, I love you so much. I used to think you were annoying, but now I realize how good you are. Wogue, I saw someone selling wooden beds. They weren't blueprints, they were already built. I'm so tempted, but unfortunately I can only look at them. My car hasn't been upgraded to an RV yet, so it can't fit. By you, is that the wooden bed that the anonymous guy just put up for sale? I just bought it, so I'm showing off. That's definitely a big shot. I've been following that anonymous guy's personal stall for hours. He's been selling water cheaply this morning, and he's also been selling monster meat from time to time. He's definitely a big shot. I'm guessing it's either the aloof E-God or the low-key, sunny Xiongdada. Tacit understanding 0, you sound so right. Except for when they first enter the game, E-God and Xiongdada almost never talk on the public screen. Daisy Fish. Speaking of monster meat, I killed a rabbit today, and it was a really bumpy ride. Masked Shrimp. You could only speak 3 times a day, so wouldn't it be better to say something meaningful? Qianxiang Short Circuit Baby. What's meaningful and what's meaningless? I don't understand. I just want to speak. Xiao Su Tang. Help, I'm so hungry. Can someone save me? I'm starving. Is there anyone kind enough to give me a steamed bun? Xiaoren Bu Bian Yin. Here we go again, that guy Xiao Su Tang, begging for food. Oh my god, I don't want to comment. From the first day of begging until now, who doesn't need food? You just keep asking for it. Go open a box or buy it yourself. Are you begging here and waiting for it to blow down? I'm eating sausage in the square at Xiao Su Tang. You're really in trouble and need a lot of food. Tell us about your talents and profession, and we help you figure out how to use them and generate income. Ha! Suin yawned, sleepy eyes, and 2 natural tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Lying back on the pillow, she relaxed. It was already late. Half an hour ago, Suin had finished her trading for the day, turned off the lights, and settled into bed to rest. The RV was dark, warm, and cozy, the only remaining light coming from the stove. She lay on the brand new wooden bed, washed up, put on a loose t-shirt, and slid into the quilt. Beneath a warm, soft cotton mattress, she was also covered by a fluffy quilt. The teddy bear had fallen asleep. While she was making money trading, it had been sleeping soundly in her arms. Suin placed it on the bed, and went to wash up and change clothes. Even though she moved more quietly, there was still a lot of noise. None of this disturbed the teddy bear's deep sleep. After returning from washing up, Suin slid into the quilt and let out a comfortable sigh. It was just a little bear, but it warmed the entire bed. The teddy bear is truly the perfect accessory for home, travel, and daily life. Suin lay in bed, watching everyone's chat on the public screen as a pastime. Feeling deeply sleepy, he fell into a deep sleep. Beside Suin's pillow, a pumpkin carriage figurine glowed with a faint golden glow, the light appearing and disappearing, everything flashing by. The public screen was constantly filled with messages. It was the early hours of the morning. Man conquers nature. It's so cold. Is the system trying to freeze me to death? Isn't there a novice shield to keep new players safe? Winting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, Wang Yang, who had summoned a light curtain, saw the message and couldn't help but reply. Yang Yang, brother, why aren't you sleeping yet? How are we going to find the box tomorrow morning? We have to hurry on this last day. It's so cold. The temperature has dropped again. My car is a small 3-wheeled vehicle with a canopy, and it's a bit too much. Brother, do you have a quilt or sleeping bag? I'd love to borrow it for the night. My clothes are a bit too tight. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, Wang Yang tried his best to ignore the sounds outside the protective shield. After taking care of his physiological needs, he shivered as he returned to his three-wheeled RV and closed the door. Seeing the public message, he hesitated. Should he help? Normally, he would have ignored it. What did it have to do with him if other players froze to death? If you don't care about yourself, you'd be punished by heaven and earth. Just living well is enough. However, the beta tester said that if the death rate in a region increases, the game difficulty will increase, putting everyone in greater danger. Additionally, his awakened profession, which is considered a casual player in the game, has questionable combat effectiveness. Theoretically, only if everyone is doing well can he do well. Wang Yang looked at the worn quilt on his body. This was the first quilt he had made, his innate profession of tailor. He was inexperienced and his skills were poor, so he couldn't sell it for more than the raw materials, so he kept it for himself. Explorer, brother, don't be shameless. Someone kindly reminded you, and you're still trying to take advantage of them. If you have money, buy it. If you don't have money or supplies, you can rent a quilt. Man conquers nature. It's too difficult. I'm putting all my energy into earning materials to upgrade my vehicle. I'm not starting with a car. If I can't upgrade to a gasoline car during the novice period, I won't survive for long. Wang Yang, with a thought, said, I can rent you a quilt for a small fee. Message me privately. I can also make quilts. If you have cotton, cloth, animal fur, or other textile materials, you can message me privately, and I help you make one for a small price. Distant netizen at Poor as happy as Yang Yang, bro, do you have any extra? I'd like to rent one too. Friends admin at Poor as happy as Yang Yang, bro, can I rent a stove? Tachi Jean at Friends admin, I can make braziers and stoves. Just give me the materials. I need iron and mechanical parts. Brothers and sisters, please invest in me. After my talent upgrades, I can even create stove blueprints. Sue opened his eyes. Daybreak was just beginning. Lil Bear was sleeping soundly beside him, and he could faintly hear his snoring. She seemed to have gotten up a little early. The sky was still a deep blue, not yet fully bright. The RV had no curtains, and through the window, a deep blue sky could be seen. She had forgotten to turn off the screen before bed, so it was dormant. When she woke up, it came back to life. The public chat screen went dark. A dialog box popped up in front of Suin. Chapter 42. Dear Player Sunshine Bear, good morning. The third day of the novice period, 5:23 a.m., sunny. You slept for 7 hours and 53 minutes yesterday. Your physical and mental state is excellent, and your experience points increased by 53. Ding dong. Checking that the player talent life flat bonus has taken effect. Your spirit points increased by 1. Your current spirit points are 15. The spirit points limit has increased again. Suin has gradually become accustomed to this. Ever since her mind cleared and her body and mind flowed yesterday, this talent has shown its true formidable power. Cultivating the mind with ease will make you stronger. Suin climbed out of bed, her body leaving the warm blanket and being hid by the cold air, instantly dispelling most of her sleepiness. Suin picked up her coat from the bedside, put it on, and groped her way to the bathroom. As she walked, Suin couldn't help but complain. Yesterday, she had just wanted to save some firewood and added more firewood at night, but didn't add a layer of firewood. Was it necessary to torture her like this? It's so cold. The temperature inside the RV felt like only 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, like the winter when the heater broke when I was a kid. It looked like we wouldn't be able to save on firewood from now on. To improve efficiency, this stove needed to be upgraded or replaced. A heater or floor heating would provide better heating than just a stove. Also, we needed to find a more efficient heating material like coal. Wood blocks, planks, and strips were mostly just carrier upgrade materials. They were fine for cooking, but not very convenient for heating. A workbench would be great. I heard in a previous life that a beta tester obtained the blueprints for a workbench. By building one, they could turn wood into charcoal and iron into weapons and household items like knives, swords, scissors, and buckets. However, workbenches are rarely found. Most of the daily necessities on the market come from players whose awakening professions are life professions. Su-An's profession, puppet maker, is technically also a life profession. However, as an SSS profession, an extraordinary puppet maker, Su-An differs from ordinary life players in that she has the ability to create dolls and bring them to life. When dolls become living beings, their talents and abilities are not limited to combat or life skills. They become truly living individuals with infinite possibilities. When Sue-in returned to bed, her palms and soles were cold. Fortunately, the blanket was warm, and the warmth of the bear quickly soothed her. Pausing to warm her cold hands on the bear's fiery belly, this sinister thought. Sue-in tucked her hands behind her back to warm them. She tucked her body under the blanket, watching the sky gradually brighten, watching the morning light illuminate the bedroom through the window. As the light grew, Sue-in noticed the white mist rising from her breath. All of this signifies a sudden drop in temperature. Sue-in's thoughts flickered across the system screen. The first thing he saw was the game's public screen, where many people were discussing heating. Yesterday, many people hadn't slept much. The continued drop in temperature caused many to wake up in the middle of the night, desperately seeking out blankets and stoves. As for those who hadn't woken up yet, it would be difficult for them to do so. Last night's excitement had even given rise to the idea of renting blankets and stoves. Sue-in saw strangers on the public screen discussing how to pool their resources to buy a stove. They use it for an hour, you for an hour, I for an hour. As expected, facing the hardships of life, humanity has always been full of quick-witted and intelligent individuals. A cold breeze blew in through the crack in the window, making her feel a bit chilly. Sue-in couldn't help but tuck her head back into the quilt. It was only the third day of the game, and it seemed much colder than in her previous life. In her previous life, she didn't seem to remember it being this cold on the third day. Was it because she was used to the cold then, or was it because she was in a different zone? What other factors were at play? Sue-in pondered silently. After taking Sue-in to the exchange, she found that the prices of food and water had dropped slightly, while the prices of quilts, clothing, stoves, and fuel had increased. Thankfully, Sue-in had prepared well. Yesterday morning, she had traded water for basic materials and copper coins, and that evening, she had traded fresh food like fish and meat for materials like wood, iron, cotton, and rags. Sue-in had also stockpiled a lot of heating and insulation supplies. After a quick look, Sue-in didn't see anything she wanted, so she turned off the light screen. Sue-in understood that the entire zone was so small and so populated. People brought resources from opening boxes, but the good stuff in the boxes was a small percentage. Because of Sue-in opened dozens of times more boxes per day than other players. She was definitely at the top of the progress ladder in this area. The supplies she discarded were easily sold, so the better stove she desired was naturally rare. Even if they were available, those who got them mostly used them themselves. The occasional sale was always for a high price. Sue-in tucked her head under the covers and slowly put on her clothes. After getting dressed, she emerged from the covers and carefully tucked the bear in. She closed the bedroom curtains, opened the stove, scraped the ashes, emptied the black water tank, and added wood to the fire. Sue-in concentrated on these chores. With these trivial tasks, her heart gradually calmed. The wood gradually burned, raising the temperature in the room. The pot of water on the stove also slowly heated up. The room warmed up. Sue-in took off his coat and hung it by the door. He picked up the pot, poured the hot water from it into a wooden basin, and carried it to the bathroom. Wash up. The miniature toothbrush and toothpaste he brought from reality were very useful. The small soap was still useful, and it washed his face very clean. After washing his face, Sue-in looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. He seemed even more energetic than before entering the survival game. The girl in the mirror had bright eyes, fair skin, and a rosy, glowing complexion. She looked full of energy and vitality. Not bad. Sue-in hummed a song as he walked out of the bathroom. Only when he reached the kitchen did he realize that the little bear was still asleep, and he immediately stopped singing. Putting the treasure chest in the corner, it was just a simple stool. Cup of hot water in hand, Sue-in slowly drank the warm water while reading the e-book on his phone. She had brought her phone from the real world, having kept it in her space until now. The e-book she had just taken out was about some traditional arts of the Yin nation. As she read, Sue-in gradually became captivated. Disconnected from the fast-paced, impetuous life of modern life, she seemed to better appreciate the charm of these time-consuming, laborious, and meticulously detailed crafts. What she had only briefly observed before, she now had a new appreciation for. On the stove, yesterday's stewed meat sat in the pot, simmering slowly over a low flame. Sue-in woke up and immediately jumped out of bed. Oh no! It seems it's too late. And then, its owner isn't around, and it's already awake. It sleeps so well. Chapter 43. The little bear hurriedly put on his clothes. He put on the new shoes his owner had given him. The little bear toy emerged from behind the bedroom curtains, immediately searching for his owner, and then, when he saw Anan sitting on a treasure chest, warming himself by the fire, fascinated by a rectangular object humans called a cell phone, somehow, his panicked heart suddenly calmed. The little bear toy's gaze fell on his owner. A girl, wearing a sweater and loose trousers, huddled in a corner, reading intently. At her feet lay an empty wooden cup, still lingering with a little steam. White mist curled upwards. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma of cooking meat. The simmering sound of meat simmering on the stove was the sound of the meat. The sunlight filtered through the car window, casting a brownish-orange halo on the girl's black hair. So beautiful. Master Anan is so beautiful, even more beautiful than the colorful velvet flower on her head, even more beautiful than the memory she had when she opened her eyes. Suemo felt his head swell, and he didn't even know how to describe the feeling at that moment. Tranquil, comfortable, relaxed, forgive him, a little bear who has never been to school. He has no academic qualifications to speak of, his knowledge and understanding comes from his master. His vocabulary is limited by this scene. Thump, 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 thump! The little bear felt his unfamiliar organs throbbing, his whole body growing warm and cozy. He didn't want to disturb his master, who was so focused. Treading softly, the little bear slowly approached Master Anan, and sat down on the floor beside Suin, gazing at the girl in the bright morning light. At that moment, a terrifying thought struck it. How wonderful it would be if time could just stop. Stay in this moment, just it and its master, Anan, here, in their cozy little home, enjoying this beautiful morning. Suin finished reading the last chapter, and took a sip from the wooden cup on the ground. The water had turned slightly cool. Suin, preparing to pour herself another glass of water, stood up and spotted the teddy bear. The teddy bear sat beside her, as close as possible without disturbing her. Its large, sparkling, cat-like eyes stared at her, their watery irises filled with dependence and deep emotion. At the same time, it remained motionless, its breathing slowing, much like the lifeless doll. At that moment, Suan's mind flashed with all the memories of the mutual dependence between man and bear, their shared hardships, frozen in time. There was no food, no fuel, and the vehicle was very low-end. The snowy night was so cold, and it shared the same gaze. He took the initiative to hug me, trying to warm me with his tiny doll body, flesh and blood that had just shed its cottony covering, until it lost its warmth first, gradually cooling down. He became stiff. My heart suddenly clenched, aching. Suin put his phone into his space, and picked up the teddy bear. He said with a casual air, "Shalimo, you didn't even call me when you got up, and the floor was so cold you sat on it without worrying about a stomachache. Come on, I take you to wash up." Suin used nagging to mask the panic brought on by the memory. She immediately arranged what she would do next. We eat later. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Suin held the bear in his arms, and washed its hands and face. Suemo struggled slightly, muttering, "I don't need to wash. I washed myself yesterday, fishing in the lake. Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today." Suin washed the bear's hands and face. Overall, the bear was very well behaved. Its fur was smooth, not damp even when wet, but took a while to fully moisten. Soap lathered up. He washed his hands and dried them with a rag. They dried quickly. The sun rose, and the temperature rose. Using a combination of treasure chests and wooden planks, Suin set up a simple table in the open space behind the kitchen, reminiscent of yesterday's stew. Breakfast was pan-fried steamed buns with yesterday's stewed meat. Steamed buns with the stewed meat were like a Yenwa version of a hamburger, not an authentic Reggiano. The stewed meat had been left in the pot a little too long, reducing the broth too much, making it a bit salty. But Suin had his own way. Dilute it with hot water, stir it, and you have a bowl of fragrant broth. After breakfast, Suemo drove ahead to continue the day's journey. Suemo said he wanted to collect a lot of boxes. Suin didn't discourage the little bear, but instead encouraged him. After the car started, Suin did some housework, including but not limited to washing dishes and mopping the floor. The RV with a kitchen cabinet and a water table made life much more convenient. Suin washed the dishes with a rag and rinsed them with low water. Washing the dishes was much easier than yesterday. After finishing her chores, Suin opened the curtains between the bedroom and the kitchen anteroom and sat on the bed, feeling a bit bored for the first time in a long time. Oh! What a leisurely time of doing nothing. It suited her talent for growing taller by lying flat. Suin leaned against the window behind the bed and watched the receding scenery for a while. The scenery remained the same. At first glance, it looked much the same as yesterday. The road stretched endlessly, seemingly desolate. If there was any difference, the single biggest change was that, after a night, the leaves on both sides of the road had fallen, leaving them somewhat bare. On either side, the branches were left bare, their leaves all fallen to the ground beneath. The thick pile of fallen leaves made it difficult for Little Bear to find his box. Tired of watching, Sue turned around. Sitting in front of the bed, she could see the empty RV and Little Bear driving his new car. The driver's seat was designed for the player's size. Little Bear needed to be 2 meters tall to reach the accelerator. The car wasn't going particularly fast, and Sue could see Little Bear adjusting to the new car, fiddling with the buttons on the cab. Sue trusted Little Bear. In her mind, Little Bear was a versatile and reliable driver, possessing high IQ and EQ, and a quick learner. After all, in her setting, the Little Bear that had accompanied her since childhood was a reliable and powerful companion. The Little Bear could do everything she could do, and anything she couldn't, the Little Bear could do well. Sue lay on her bed, either sprawled or lying there, doing nothing, holding her pumpkin carriage doll, stuck within her natural safety line, using up some of her mental energy. Then, Sue unknowingly fell asleep, a sound nap. Meanwhile, cupping a fish dumpling in her hands, a mermaid devoured it with relish. On the interstellar network, Hazel, a female mermaid from the second-level civilization, ate while surfing the internet. But suddenly, a long ad popped up, dominating her screen for 30 seconds. Hazel curled her lips. She rolled her ocean blue eyes at the air. The recent advertising was truly excessive. Even though she was a premium member, she still had to watch ads. And it was an unskippable ad. It was exclusively displayed on the Mermaid Network. In the video, a mermaid celebrity is introduced in the commercial, reciting the promotional slogan. Shanghai brand instant noodles have joined the Civilization Upgrade survival game. Hungry or tired, enjoy a bowl of Shanghai brand braised beef noodles. Experience new civilizations, new flavors, and new features, a superior choice for carbon-based creatures. Come watch the survival game live stream. The current test is against the Blue Planet civilization. This civilization, a long-standing concern of ours, has finally advanced to the first level. The adorable carbon-based creatures are pure human beings, demonstrating their captivating survival performance. The system automatically redirects to the survival game live stream interface. After entering the interface, Chapter 44. The main interface displayed the live streams of the most popular players in the country, recommended by the mermaids. They varied in style, but most of them matched the mermaids' mainstream aesthetic. Beautiful. This was a smart recommendation specifically for the mermaids. It instantly captured Miss Mermaid's heart. Her anger instantly subsided. The unscrupulous advertisement instantly became a must-see. Hazel's eyes lit up. Humans. Pure carbon-based humans. Wouldn't that make for a precious and expensive pet? She had to keep an eye on them. You know, mermaids really love humans. These pale, delicate creatures, who look just like them, whose skin turned pale and swollen when they were in water. So cute. If only she could afford a human, preferably a female. Super cute and beautiful. Ah, but it's so expensive to keep, so she could only watch videos. Perhaps one day, when her cultivation reached the 8th level, and she became a spell trainer, she'd be able to afford one. Fight on, Miss Mermaid, a 4th-ranked mermaid at the bottom of the mermaid tribe. Hazel browsed the live streaming page. Thanks to the traffic from Mermaid Star, the live streams of handsome men and beautiful women she visited were overflowing with them. Every one of them matched her taste, and she fell in love with every one she saw. Unfortunately, every message she sent was drowned out by the messages. The sense of presence was extremely weak. This made Miss Mermaid, who already had a bit of a low self-esteem, uncomfortable. Are there no less powerful humans? She now wanted to find a Tamagotchi that only she knew about. Hazel, fuming, simply exited the livestream, scrolled to the end of the page, and then jumped 10 times to a livestream channel she hadn't recommended yet. She used this method again. Wow, so cute. She spotted a female human who matched her aesthetic, and entered the livestream of a player named Sunshine Bear. The screen showed a girl, soundly asleep in bed, with long hair, fair skin, and delicate features, adorable. She said there was always something fun to do here. I could see why I didn't recommend it. It was indeed the work of those stupid, naive, and jealous idiots. Those idiots only cared about combat prowess, and had no idea how cute humans were. In that promotion game, if it hadn't been for the top players handicapping, those idiots wouldn't have even qualified. But it was a good thing for her. Mermaid Hazel fan, too distracted to eat, smiled naively at the screen, and the live stream became overwhelmed with comments. They were all from her. Pink bubbles floated around her, the spiritual energy unconsciously emanating from the mermaid when she was in high spirits, manifesting in the water. Following, commenting, collecting, sending gifts, Miss Mermaid was having a blast. She decided that as soon as she could make a living, she would give this little cutie some gifts. Sue woke up, and was stunned by the message that popped up in front of her. Congratulations, player. You gained a new viewer. They followed you and sent you some gifts. One love letter * 100 unlocks the gift rewards. Click to see the details. Sue clicked to try it out. This thing was a bit unfamiliar to her. Although the system mentioned live streaming in the very beginning, she had never unlocked this interface in her previous life, until her death. Sue opened the live streaming backstage. This page is a collaboration between the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System and the Myriad Worlds live streaming system. It was established under the supervision of the Interstellar Alliance's Level 7 Civilization Central Intelligence. It complies with the laws of the highest civilizations, pays reasonable taxes, and is fair, just, and open. Equals. Account, Sunshine Bear. Avatar, default female. Level, LV1, Level 1 ordinary player, followers, 1. Collections, 1. Gift income, 50 points, 1-star coin gift equals 1 point. Cash out after successfully advancing your civilization. The system will automatically pay taxes on your withdrawals. Gifts are split 50-50 between the system and the player. Enthusiasm is a way to survive. Points Mall, unlocked, pay 10 points to unlock the link to the Points Mall. Sue felt that familiar feeling coming back when he saw this. This felt right. A system that's so demanding. Sue chose to pay 10 points to unlock the mall. A brand new interface suddenly popped up in front of him. This system interface had much better art than the survival game interface. It looked extremely advanced. Sue glanced at the logo. 1G Live Broadcast System Points Mall. It seemed that this system was different from the other. Sue looked at the interface before him. It was simply dazzling. However, the items here couldn't be exchanged for copper coins or survival supplies. They were mostly items useful for live streaming. For example, the live streaming recommended spot, traffic promotion package, small 30-second small random ad placement, expected to show and drive 10,000 to 20,000 viewers. 100 points. Traffic promotion package, medium 5-minute recommended spot, expected to show and drive 20,000 to 100,000 viewers. 1,000 points. Traffic promotion package, large 10-minute recommended spot, expected to show and drive 1 to 5 million viewers. 10,000 points. 30-second server-wide large screen promotion, golden traffic display. 10 billion points. Sue scrolled all the way to the bottom, speechless at the sight of the 10 billion. She continued to scroll. There were products that added beauty filters, products that made beautiful clothes with bubbly lights and shadows, products that added intelligent sound effects to live streams, and products that helped edit exciting videos for personal homepage promotion. It was indeed a live streaming system. The entire service was dedicated to work. Sue browsed around and felt like a piece of shit, lured into a survival game, forced to live stream without a contract fee, entertaining the public, earning enough to open a Points Mall, and selling nothing but live streaming props. Was she a tool for the system to make money? Sue searched the entire mall until, in a hidden corner, she found the user terms, which she had implicitly agreed to. After reading them, Sue realized that she and billions of Blue Star humans were indeed tools for the system to make money. They had good reason. How could one advance from a level 0 civilization to a level 1 civilization without paying a price? No one wanted to work for nothing. For Blue Star civilization to advance one level, it naturally stakes the entire civilization's advancement. The survival game is both a test and an opportunity to help civilization. Every player, whether alive or dead, is the system's property. What a fair and blatant civilization version of the law of the jungle. Sue felt a chill run down his spine. He felt a chill all over his body. Ding dong, a notification sounded before him. The message that popped up next startled Sue. Chapter 45. Dear player Sunshine Bear, your sanity has returned to -2. Please open the sanity panel in advance. Please pay attention to your physical and mental health to avoid any undue distortion. Sanity, 98/100. Sue took a breath and looked at the little bear driving steadily ahead. Sanity +1. Sanity +1. Dear player Sunshine Bear, your sanity has returned to normal. Due to map version issues, the sanity panel has been closed for you. The light screen in front of him returned to normal. Still stuck in the Points Mall. Sue also regained his composure. Sue didn't erupt in anger and curse the system or turn off the live stream to vent his anger. Complaining about the world won't bring any benefits. Since she's here, she should make the best of it, seize every opportunity, and accumulate strength. That's what she should do. Sue thought for a moment and bought the only item she could afford, which she found particularly useful: built-in background music. Smart background music, BGM, adapter, low-level intelligence, price, 40 points. After using this item, it automatically matches music from the database based on the player's game progress. Purchase note: the low-level intelligent music matching function may not always match the appropriate music. Item effect: has a certain probability of enhancing the live broadcast effect, improving the quality of the live broadcast, attracting viewers, and increasing the chance of rewarding. Suin doesn't care about the music used. If he encounters a monster or treasure chest, a musical reminder would be perfect. To be honest, after looking around, Suin found this feature the most practical. It could be used as a monster alarm. Next, Suin tried using a prop. A speaker appeared in her hand. It was shaped like a plush ball, like the briquettes in the cartoon. Suin looked at the speaker, and the speaker looked at her. All around her, there was the rustling of the wind, no background music, and the Bluetooth speaker made no sound. Could this product have been wasted? Suin poked the speaker, but it was silent. She thought the money couldn't just go to waste. She had to give it a try. She thought the best thing to do was to make some noise, to stimulate the speaker. At this thought, Suin felt her throat tighten, her cheeks flush, and she opened her mouth and began to sing. As she sang, the speaker actually played a light music accompaniment, though it was a bit sad, which didn't quite match her voice. Her voice was a cheerful piece, and the accompaniment was sad. As the song and accompaniment began, the bear doll slammed on the brakes and glanced around warily. Then it slowly turned back to look at its owner. Suin stopped singing. Very good, very good. It might not seem right, but as long as there's music, it's fine. What's the point of a bicycle? Suin hurried to comfort the frightened bear and placed the speakers in front of the cab. She wasn't a good singer, and her singing wasn't good. Suin didn't know that just now, the only viewer of her livestream, a certain mermaid, had nearly quit following her. Mermaids, one of the most beautiful species in both singing and appearance, are naturally gifted with high spiritual power and vocal talent. Hearing the human singing intermingle with the background music of the live stream was truly a torture for her ears and soul. She awoke instantly from her mesmerizing pink bubble. She exited the live stream, patted her chest, and looked at the pink bubbles around her, a hint of fear in her eyes. When this lovely human female, beautiful in appearance, with an unpleasant singing voice, seemed to possess a certain spiritual allure. Miss Mermaid reopened the live stream, trying to remain calm. She checked the streamer's information and saw a hidden gem. Her cuteness seemed more than just a facade. Yes, compared to the others struggling for survival, she seemed more relaxed. I'd been so engrossed that I overlooked it. Suin explained the speaker's function to Little Bear, who understood and continued driving. Suin, tired of lying down and having slept enough, opened the screen and began to wander around. While browsing, she gathered bits of information and kept refreshing the exchange to see if there were any new finds. A silver key had been released. 1 silver key, 1,000 copper coins. Good stuff, but expensive. At least in Suin's mind, spending 1,000 copper coins for a silver key wasn't appropriate. If it were a gold key, she might have considered it. But out of habit, Suin still tried to negotiate, asking if monster meat was acceptable in exchange, and made an offer she thought was acceptable. The response was negative. They only wanted game coins, either copper coins or for their own use. They also indicated they were looking for silver chests. It seemed this was a player who hadn't found a silver chest, only a silver key. Suin gave up and continued browsing other items. A purchase request caught her attention. The person claimed to have a tailoring profession, and with monster skins, scraps of cloth, thread, and cotton, they could create cotton cloth, quilts, and clothing. Thanks to her early preparations, Suin had enough clothes and quilts for now. Suin was wearing a lot of clothes when she came in, which was why she had to use the air conditioner at home. She had pure cotton underwear, thin long johns, thick cotton pants, and 2 pairs of very loose black trousers. She had a loose shirt and sweater as tops, and a coat, which was a 2-piece coat that could be disassembled, with 1 layer for windproofing and 1 for warmth, enough for changing. She also brought 5 extra sets of underwear, all vacuum-packed and stored in her coat pockets. As for the scraps, they came from the broken sleeping bag and a blanket from the tent's package, which contained a lot of bulky items that she hadn't brought with her. She used the broken sleeping bag to trade for things. Suin cut the broken blanket into small pieces and used them as towels and rags. As for the quilts, she had 2, but they were single quilts, one for a mattress and the other for a quilt. If she switched to a larger quilt, it would probably be even warmer, enough to handle the drop in temperature tonight. But then Suen suddenly thought of the pumpkin carriage doll. She planned to enchant Xiaonan tonight. If the pumpkin carriage doll truly developed skills as designed, perhaps she would even have a magical pumpkin house. Suen shook her head. It was unpredictable. You couldn't just assume things would work. You had to be prepared for both scenarios. Suen clicked on the player to inquire about making a quilt. She had 100G goose feathers, 350G chicken feathers, and 9 rabbit furs. 2 torn wolf furs, 1 ordinary wolf fur, 1 high-quality wolf fur, and 1 sheep fur. She could make a patchwork blanket and a goose feather quilt. The player seemed impressed by her generosity and offered to make it for her, charging less for the materials. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Suen and Suemo didn't cook for lunch, simply eating a bite of bread, ham, and a braised egg before continuing on their journey. The mileage displayed in the upper right corner kept rising, but the regional ranking dropped from 2 to 3. Suen sat next to Suemo in the passenger seat. There seems to be a box over there. I go get it. Suemo braked, stopping the car, and said to Suen. Suen nodded. The bear's eyesight was much better than hers, and with his experience searching for boxes, he could spot the box early. Suen watched the bear run toward the woods ahead, turning over a pile of fallen leaves, searching for the box. A moment later, it was holding a shiny box. From a distance, it looked golden. Suen instantly perked up. Was it the second golden box? Chapter 46. Watching the little bear leave with the box, and no monsters appearing, Suen guessed it was a copper box. Approaching, he saw it was indeed a copper box. Climbing aboard, Suemo placed the copper box in the back compartment. The compartment contained numerous wooden boxes, and a few copper boxes, all part of today's harvest. Interestingly, the abundance of leaves made the boxes seem easier to find. The wind blew the leaves around, and they piled up where the boxes would be. Whenever you saw a pile of leaves, you looked through them, 8 or 10 of them would contain a box. The car continued to drive. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard. Suen leaned in, and saw that it was the gasoline indicator hitting the bottom, prompting him to refuel. Suemo was silent for a few seconds. He parked the car on the side of the road and looked at Suen. This was the first time Suemo had encountered such a situation. Sumo's energy bar had been depleting very slowly today, and he had eaten about the same amount of lunch as Suen. The reason was that the car was fuel only, so the bear didn't have to expend the energy of pedaling, saving the stuffed bear's energy. Suemo said, "Why don't I push the cart? We need to save some gas." Suen shook his head, and pulled out a 10L gas card from his space. "Use this for now. I rest for the day after I use it up. I run here." Suen made his decision. It was already past 2 o'clock. Another hour or two, and it would be dark. That was indeed the end of the day. It wasn't that they were out of gas. On the contrary, they had quite a bit of it. At least among the regional players, they were among the biggest gas users. The gas in the form of cards alone was 120L. On top of that, there was still some left in the tank. This was also the reason Suen had leveled up directly yesterday. Suen planned to wait until the novice period was over, and he entered Platform Town, where he could naturally refuel at any gas station he came across. She had a 3-minute unlimited gas card, and she could also pay to store gas. Just use it sparingly until then. Their mileage far exceeded the novice period mission. Suen had no intention of competing for first place. She glanced at the top of the screen. Snow Plateau Day 3, Novice Period, 2:37 p.m., 9 hours and 23 minutes until the end of Novice Period, current in-game mileage, 2,132 kilometers. Regional ranking, 3, you dropped 1 place from your all-time high after using the gas card, the tank automatically filled, and the RV continued on its journey. To be honest, the upgraded vehicle wasn't as strong as the bear's pull. After all, food was easier to come by than fuel. But that wasn't the way to calculate it. First, the vehicle always needed to be upgraded. Second, Suen wasn't some slave owner exploiting the bear's strength. She treated the bear as family, not livestock. At first, my abilities were limited, but now they're more than sufficient. I can't let little bear suffer alone, pedaling his tricycle in the wind all day. If there's gas, use it. Aren't resources meant to be spent? The car kept on driving. Half an hour later, Suen was leaning back in the passenger seat, drowsy, when she suddenly heard music blaring from the speakers in the cab. It was a rather eerie background music, a ghostly, sobbing sound. Suen instantly perked up. She sat up straight, and called out to Little Bear to stop the car. Little Bear stopped the car, and looked at its owner. It too had heard the sudden music, but it didn't notice any danger around it. There seemed to be nothing unusual around it. No boxes, no other roads. Sue-in leaned out the window and looked around, but saw nothing unusual. However, with the background music playing, there couldn't be any anomalies. Normally, background music is only used when it's necessary for a show, so there shouldn't be any errors. To be on the safe side, Sue-in called Little Bear out with her for a stroll. If there were any anomalies, there might be some benefit. If not, just treat it as a stroll to get some exercise. Sitting for too long isn't good for your health. Sue-mo, understanding his master's intention, immediately opened the door and got out, running to Sue inside, shielding her from behind. Sue-in put on her clothes and got out of the car with the furry speaker. As she stepped out, she felt the cold. She tightened her clothes, zipped up her coat, and put the speaker in her pocket. None of this affected the furry speaker, which continued to play music. She first slowly circled her RV, with Little Bear following behind her, keeping an eye on the surroundings. The upgraded RV occupied nearly 30 square meters, a vast area. Walking around and carefully observing the surroundings took about 3 minutes. After a moment's thought, Sue-in walked back. Beyond 10 meters, he saw a fleeting glimpse of the novice stage shield. Beyond the shield, the wind suddenly grew stronger, and the air grew colder. Little Bear became more cautious, staying very close to Sue-in. Sue-in continued walking. After about 30 meters, the music faded. It looked like it wasn't this way. Sue-in turned around and led Little Bear toward the front of the vehicle. As they walked back closer, the music suddenly started. Sue-in continued, back and forth, locking onto a location about 50 meters in radius. There must be something we haven't discovered, Sue-in said. The speakers had also changed the music, a little adventure tune that was less eerie and more suspenseful. Turning around, Sue-in and Little Bear entered the forest and found nothing unusual. Not a single monster, not even a single insect. Dusk was setting, and the sun hung high above the road, almost touching the edge. Sue-in checked the time. It had taken nearly half an hour for the two of them to explore. It was quite a luxury to simply stop and stroll for such a long time, without rushing during the day. The music didn't stop. When the music ended, the speakers automatically played a new song, either eerie or quiet and mysterious. Sue-in decided that if he couldn't find her, he would stop here for the day and continue searching tomorrow. Master and you take a break. I look for clues, Little Bear said. Sue-in didn't bother with Little Bear. Near the vehicle, inside the protective shield, he took a wooden box from the space and sat on it to rest for a while. Looking around had indeed taken a lot of her energy. Her physique was certainly no match for Little Bear's. She felt tired after just a short walk. Sue-mo began to explore, centered around the vehicle. Sue-in looked around, wondering what she had overlooked. Honestly, if the speakers hadn't suddenly started blaring, they would have rushed right past this spot. Sue-in watched the wind whip the leaves around, the dry leaves swirling, revealing a brown wooden plank that would have been easily overlooked had Sue-in not been watching. That was Chapter 47. Is it a wooden box? It seemed to be inside a protective shield. Sue-in approached cautiously, sweeping the area with her foot and discovering it was a broken piece of wood. She picked up the palm-sized piece of wood and examined it carefully. There had been writing on it, only a few scattered words, but the writing was unlike any other language on Blue Star, and some were unrecognizable. As Sue-in picked up the wood, the speaker in her pocket began to emit a special sound effect, resembling a fireworks salute. Sue-in blinked, realizing she had discovered a crucial clue. Sue-in called out to Sue-mo, telling Little Bear to return quickly. Then Sue-in and Sue-mo searched the surrounding area, quickly finding many fragments of wood. With Little Mo joining the search, the collection of fragments accelerated, and many were found under the fallen leaves nearby. Sue-in tried to piece the pieces together. Halfway through, Sue-in realized it looked a lot like a sign on the platform. Completely pieced together, the wood shone, forming a sign. Ding dong. A pop-up window popped up in front of Sue-in. Congratulations, player Sunshine Bear, for discovering the abandoned platform, Star Ocean's 37th Lumber Processing Plant. Platform, Star Ocean's 37th Lumber Processing Plant, abandoned, danger level, unknown, though abandonment is always for a reason, players are encouraged to consider carefully. Information, perhaps, there are some lumber and special treasures. Spin the platform ticket and choose to explore. Note, this platform is a single-player station, with only one entry in the entire area. Abandoning the exploration will automatically destroy it. Yes or no? Want to go? Sue-in looked at the sky, which was almost dark. The setting sun was already close to the edge. He then glanced at the bear doll, whose energy bar was almost full. She asked the little bear. The little bear looked into its owner's bright eyes, and said it would go. It would protect the owner, and the owner didn't need to get off the bus. Sue quickly made a decision. Go. The little bear was so determined, so she wasn't someone who feared danger. While they were still in the novice stage, and still had a chance to protect themselves, both she and the little bear were in good shape. Even if they encountered some danger after dark, they could handle it. The station was a rare place to obtain resources. Sue quickly put away the wooden box she had just been sitting on, then took out 3 30-minute regular platform tickets from her space and chose to spin them. The platform tickets disappeared. The wooden block automatically stood up beside the road, and then a gravel road appeared beside the highway. The road was half the width of the highway. A message appeared on Su's screen. At the same time, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding dong, current area 20312, player Sunshine Bear has discovered the abandoned platform Shanghai 37th wood processing plant. This platform is a single-player platform, and is off-limits to all players in this area. Her courage is admirable. Let us all wish this lucky explorer a lifetime on the platform. A message popped up in front of Sue and player Sunshine Bear. Would you like to spend 100 copper coins to purchase the ticket countdown service? Sue glanced at the time. 4:06 p.m. She turned off the system ads. She decided to return at 5 p.m. in an hour. She never wastes time exploring. Sue and Sue sat in the RV as it began to drive towards the platform. A light, melodious tune played from the speakers in her coat pocket. In the car, Sue used a 20L gas card to fill the tank. The car left the highway and found the gravel road in good condition, much better than the dirt road by the nameless lake. The public screen was bustling with activity, unusually lively. Xingye xiao xiao, pa! Sunshine Bear will surely return safely. The system is such a bummer. If you can't offer your blessing, don't even bother. Sunshine Bear is awesome and amazing. He surely have a great harvest and be safe. You. Wow, as expected of Sunshine Bear. I haven't seen a message from her in ages, and now it's this big news. But it's almost nightfall, so it might get a little dangerous. I'm stopping to rest and make dinner. Juju Buchiyu, how can beta testers be like us? They have levels, and are incredibly powerful. Twisting the river Luoyu, bubbling. By the way, what's the difference between an abandoned platform and a normal one? Curious? Maple leaf falling back to the roots. Caught Luoyu, the first player in this area to discover the exploded platform. Take a photo and screenshot. I'm curious too. Can anyone explain? Yuan Xian. The public chat is absolutely amazing. I think your licking of the beta testers is disgusting. Those beta testers should share information with us. They all owe us. Sunset Misty Orange at Yuan Xian. Get out of here if you have a crooked outlook. Want to eat grilled cold noodles? Yes, we owe you. Everyone in the world owes you. So, big creditor, why don't you just die and give us some peace? Early morning moss tea, the beta wasn't all good. It wasn't as peaceful as it is now. I can only say it's more aptly called a death game than a survival game. By the end of the first level, I'd been through 10 zones. Back then, zones would only merge if the population fell below 10,000. You can calculate the survival rate yourself. The system retains our levels because they can't be erased. The system's displayed levels are just records. Players cultivate their own strength, and unless we're killed or exiled, it can't be erased. Finally, the abandoned platform is dangerous, but it shouldn't be a problem for beta testers. If the Sunshine Bear doesn't make it out alive, it's just bad luck. Mocha sent the message and continued driving forward, ignoring the discussions among the players in the area. She was simply thinking. Sunshine Bear, who is it? That guy was obvious, his nickname hadn't changed. As for Sunshine Bear, she hadn't found any leads yet. 5 minutes later, Sue stopped the car. It was an abandoned factory. When parking, Sue deliberately turned around and found a spot to park so that he wouldn't have to turn around when leaving. Sue got out, ready to explore with the bear. Sue looked at Sue seriously and said, Sister Nin, can you stay in the car? That way, if I see danger, I can fight directly. If I can't defeat them, I run back and drive away. Sue spoke seriously. It could sense the presence of danger in the factory. It could take risks, but its master couldn't. If its master was nearby, it would be afraid and wouldn't be able to protect her in time. It was only at level 3 now. Not enough, absolutely not enough. But if its master could stay in the vehicle, with the novice's protective shield, it would be safe. Suin understood Xiao Xiong's concerns and returned to the car. After entering the RV, she opened the window and spoke to Su Mo through it. Okay, I'm in the car, Xiao Mo. Don't go too far. Come back within the hour. I call you 10 minutes in advance. Suin watched Su Mo enter the abandoned factory. The factory was pitch black, like a terrifying moth swallowing the little bear. Suin frowned, beginning to worry. Waiting was unbearable. But soon, Suin discovered a good way to sense Su Mo's situation. Use the skill Control Spirit. Professional Skill 3. Control Spirit. Reach over 80% intimacy with the doll, consuming a certain amount of mental energy to control the doll's body and make it serve you. Suin didn't need to control the bear's body, she simply synchronized her vision, perception, and communication with it. The moment she used the skill, Suin felt a connection with Su Mo, understanding her concerns, immediately agreed. Then, Suin experienced two visions and sensations, one hers and Su Mo's. It was a bit unsettling. Thankfully, after a while, Suin got used to it. She controlled her body and sat down by the window. At the same time, she observed the factory through Su Mo's vision. The place was filled with dust. The little bear began to search around, storing any useful mechanical parts he found in the space. Suin's mental energy slowly depleted, synchronizing with Su Mo's vision and perception without controlling the battle. She calculated that one mental energy point could synchronize for about 20 minutes. After more than 10 minutes, Su Mo discovered a warehouse. Opening it, he found a pile of wood blocks. Struck rich. At the same time, Suin and Su Mo thought of this together. Suin and Su Mo shared a common vision, to take as much as possible. With time running out and the task at hand, Su Mo began rapidly collecting wood from the space. Suin simultaneously unloaded the wood and placed it in the copper box. The copper box could temporarily store wood in the form of cards, but the space was limited. Soon, the box was full. The RV was full, and Su Mo's space was almost full too. To make room, Suin urgently put the wood blocks on the shelf for sale. His personal stall only had 5 spots, so space was limited. To expedite shipments, Suin sold wood at 50% of the market price in exchange for copper coins and other materials. She also, for once, didn't turn anonymous and advertised herself on the public screen. Sunshine Bear, cheap wood for sale, come quickly. Maple leaf returns to its roots. Wow, cheap wood. Great job, Sunshine Bear. A light salted fish. Applause, applause, applause. To Antwiner's cub. Thank you, Big Bear. As Suin bustled about, a humanoid monster hidden deep within the wooden planks opened its eyes and glared resentfully at the bear collecting the wood. These outsiders disturbed its tranquility. Get up. Pounce. Chapter 48. It happened so fast. Su Mo immediately noticed the attack from behind. Without turning, he raised his bare claws, reached back, and met the attack with one claw. Suin, absorbed in the wood rack, breathed heavily, nervously sensing Su Mo's visual movements. The speaker in his coat pocket, inappropriately playing a surprisingly festive tune, began playing the moment the monster appeared. Ding dong, your doll has been attacked by a level 1 deformation mutated withered puppet, and is currently engaged in combat. It was a humanoid monster, resembling a mummy, with a dry, woody body and hollow, black eyes. The setting sun streamed in through the shattered glass windows of the factory. Su Mo was agile and powerful. With one strike of his claw, the monster snapped in two. Level 1 deformation mutated withered puppet has died, dropping one spiritual piece of wood. Su Mo collected the fallen piece into the space. Logically, Suin and Su Mo should have continued collecting wood. But neither Su Mo nor Suin let down their guard. Because the music didn't stop. While the soundtrack wasn't entirely accurate, it still served as a decent alarm. In a split second, dozens of humanoid puppet monsters suddenly appeared in the factory, their bodies swaying. Some rushed towards Su Mo, while others exited the factory and headed for Suin's vehicle. At the same time, puppet monsters continued to appear in every corner of the place. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for awakening the dormant puppet monster. Player Sunshine Bear and the puppet are being attacked by a horde of deformed monsters mutated, withered puppets. Ha 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 ha. The system's familiar, malicious teasing returned. Quick victory. Suin communicated with Su Mo through her senses. After these words, Suin stopped communicating with Su Mo. While watching Su Mo fight as calmly as possible, she headed for the cab, took the driver's seat, started the RV, and prepared to depart at any moment. At the same time, she calmly observed her surroundings. The danger was manageable. The swarm of puppet monsters rushing towards the vehicle were stopped by the novice-level protective shield 10 meters away. Soon, they launched an attack on the shield. They scratched, rammed, and bit. At this moment, Suen also saw the full name of the shield. Top-level protective shield health. Defense value 99931/100000. Exclusive to the novice during the limited time. Humane novice protection given according to interstellar law. Remaining time 7 hours and 57 minutes. Note, mainly protects against many attacks, while also maintaining a suitable temperature to a certain extent. System comment, you're so lucky. You won't die if you don't do anything. A protective bar appeared on the shield, dealing damage like scraping. -1. -1. It looked like these level 1 monsters wouldn't be able to break through the shield even if they attacked until the shield disappeared tonight. Suen felt relieved. Even then, attention was focused on Sumo. For a level 3 bear, these monsters were incredibly fragile. Obeying its master's orders, it knew time was running out. Sumo swelled with a thud, expanding from 2 meters to 4 meters. Activating its second stage bear transformation. The enlarged and stronger Sumo was incredibly powerful, looking like a true boss among the fragile puppet monsters. One claw shattered several puppets. In a short while, hundreds of puppets were slain, and Suen could see her experience points constantly increasing by 8, 6, 3. Sumo, while slaying monsters, also didn't forget to collect their drops. This made Suen a little itchy. Looking at the monsters gathered outside the shield, scraping and scrambling, she also wanted to try her own attack. She also had attack skills. But on second thought, she decided not to. Her attack skills consumed a lot of mental energy, and her mental energy was already destined for the pumpkin carriage puppet tonight. Save as much as possible. Sumo was enjoying a refreshing mowing game, while Suen didn't forget to keep an eye on the time. While doing so, she couldn't help but glance at the public screen. Xing Yi Liao Liao, Mr. Sunshine Bear, please restock quickly. Are you there? We sold out your stall. Ning Shi Luo Yu, the wood block suddenly stopped, and I haven't grabbed any yet. Mr. Cold, please help me. We're out of fuel. Mu Ya, shame on you for being cute. Hurry up and let me sell. Let me be Big Bear's cute little darling. Bossy Bear's little sweetheart. Loves candied haws. It's over. Big Sunshine Bear hasn't moved. Is he in danger? Don't eat candied haws. Quick, drag the crow's mouth upstairs away, fork it out, and hang it on the car. What's on his mind? Cursing our area's Hope Bear. Zero tacit understanding. Maybe Big Sunshine Bear has run out of wood and has no more. Let's wait a little longer. I hope Big Bear gets a lot of it, and we can all benefit from it. Sunset-filled orange. I sincerely hope there are as many bosses in the game as possible. Let's finish the game quickly, so we can all win without any effort. Eric at Sunshine Bear, the abandoned platform. Many things are related to mental pollution. Be careful of monsters that pollute mentally. Mental pollution is silent, so try to keep your sanity high to avoid getting lost. Spinach has energy. Wow, spotted egod. Front row photo. Bean sprouts. Group photo. Screenshot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get out of here, troublemakers. What if Big Bear can't see this? Copy this. Egod at Sunshine Bear, the abandoned platform. Many things are related to mental pollution. Be careful of monsters that pollute mentally. Mental pollution is silent, so try to keep your sanity high to avoid getting lost. Suen saw this, took the time to at Eric, and replied to thank him. Suen took note of this information. She believed mental pollution was related to sanity, but the beta testers didn't seem to know about sanity. As for the others, she didn't reply. One reason was that she herself was a bit socially anxious and didn't know how to respond, so she simply avoided replying to avoid making mistakes. This was also why she was usually one of the silent majority when she was a screen sniper. The second reason was also because the number of posts was limited. Suen then turned his attention to the bear. It had already emerged from the house, smacking the monster, scratching the shield to pieces. When the last monster was shattered, the music stopped. Suen saw this, ran from the driver's seat to the passenger door, opened the door, and observed Sumo's condition. The bear's energy bar was still at 73%. 31 minutes to an hour, Suen said. Sumo nodded, saying he would continue exploring, and turned to continue into the factory. Sumo continued to collect wood blocks, while Suen continued to sell them. There was no other way. If Suen didn't sell them, Sumo's space would be full. Suen had to keep space available for her to collect supplies. As for the interior of the RV, it was already filled to the brim with wood blocks, including the area where she had just stood. The pile of wood in the factory was cleared, and the view became much wider. The bear continued to explore the surrounding rooms. Suen took a breath, cleared Little Bear's space, and stopped selling. Suen transferred the wood that Little Bear had just collected from monsters into his own system space. 513 pieces of spiritual wood, each the size of a palm. Furniture design room. Suen hadn't deactivated his synchronized perception with Su-Imo and could see him approaching a room. As Su-Imo arrived, the words on the door automatically translated into Chinese. Su-Imo had a hunch that there might be something valuable here, perhaps a blueprint that would transform Master and Anne's home once used. Su-Imo was much taller than the room itself. The door was only 2 meters high, while he was now 4 meters tall. Bang! Su-Imo grew to 2 meters tall and placed his paw on the doorknob, twisting it. Click, no movement. Click. Suen could feel Su-Imo exerting force, twisting it hard. The lock failed. He pushed the door open. Chapter 49. The door creaked, as if something was blocking it. But Xiao-Imo was incredibly strong and pushed it open. The room was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. Su-Imo blinked, and in an instant, everything inside was clear. Suen only then realized that Xiao-Imo had night vision. He was truly an all-around teddy bear. Suen remained silent, not interrupting Xiao-Mo's exploration. He was stronger, higher level, and had better eyesight and intelligence than her. Suen positioned herself well, providing assistance without hindering the team. She only needed to stay home, pay attention to the time, and explore the situation. This was a large office. The door seemed to be blocked by a cabinet, and Su-Mo's powerful push only managed to open halfway. The windows of this room were boarded up tightly, preventing any light from entering. On the desk lay a few blueprints, the outlines of which could be barely discerned. Something like a sofa, table, and chairs. Several shriveled, puppet-like corpses lay motionless on the ground. It seemed this room, too, was haunted. Directly across from the crack in the door was a blackboard. Written on it were a series of words, which automatically translated into Chinese as Little Bear's gaze swept over them. Rules for employees of the furniture design room of the wood factory. 1. This place is polluted. Only by following these rules can you survive. 2. You are an employee of the furniture design room, not a worker at the wood factory. You are more resistant to pollution. 3. You must produce 8 designs daily to survive, or you will turn to wood. 4. Suen felt dizzy. She felt like she was a design department employee, but then her spirits jolt. Xiao-Imo, don't look at that blackboard. Smash it. Fight at the same time. Suen reminded Su-Imo through a mental link. A series of system notifications appeared in the upper right corner of Su-En's dashboard. You came into contact with a contaminated object, resulting in a negative sanity value of -3. However, this contact was indirect and your sanity talent is exceptional. You will soon regain consciousness, with a sanity value of +3. Your contamination has been eliminated. Dear player Sunshine Bear, your sanity has returned to normal. Due to map version issues, the sanity panel has been closed for you. Oh my god, why do I have to keep reminding you and showing you the sanity panel? Is it just because of this damn novice period? Hateful laws, oh, noble interstellar laws. Suen noticed that the chattering system had revealed a lot more information to her. The novice period, the one she had overlooked in her previous life, actually holds so many perks. Even on the other side, Su-Imo transformed into a violent, destructive bear, entering the house and immediately engaging in house-destroying mode. As Su-Imo entered the house, Su-En's idiotic background music speakers automatically sounded, playing a mournful song, as if Su-Imo and Suen were both destined to die here. Su-Imo was incredibly powerful. With a single slap, the wooden board, covered in words that could cause mental pollution, shattered. The board shattered, and the puppet corpse on the ground stirred. Su-Imo lifted it up with both hands and bit it by the legs. The movement was similar to breaking firewood at home. Crack! The puppet broke into 2 pieces, and without a single word, it fell into a ball of light. Ding dong, your puppet has been attacked by 3 level 2 elite monsters. Designer Withered Puppet. Currently engaged. Monster, Designer Withered Puppet. Level 2 elite, level 2 elite monster, habitat. Who knows? Note, the designer worked overtime until the last minute, but still couldn't escape his fate of becoming a puppet. Finally, they can rest here forever. Awakened, they're delighted. Damn intruder, couldn't you just read the employee rules? Ding dong, battle over. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear and his puppet for killing 3 Designer Withered Puppet and gaining 213 experience points. Kill drops, 23 coppers, 1 free 1-minute gas card, 99 wood blocks, cards, 1 blueprint, table and chair, 1 blueprint, sofa, booth, folding bed, 3 complete spiritual wood blocks. So crunchy. Is this really an elite monster? It seems like a very crunchy kill, very easy to kill. At that moment, Su-en's mental rant resonated with Su-mo. Hearing his master's rant, Su-mo thought it was a compliment and gave a simple laugh. After that, he quickly explored the room, picking up items. He found 3 spirit-grade white paper, 1 long ruler, 7 unsubmitted blueprints, and a box of 12 pencils, and 13 copper coins. When Su-mo received the copper coin, Su-en took it out, and it automatically vanished from her hand, becoming the copper coin number behind her personal information. Su-mo searched the room until he could find nothing else, then immediately headed to the next room, the supervisor's office. At this moment, Su-en reminded Xiao Xiong that they had 12 minutes left before they were supposed to discuss leaving. Hearing this, Su-mo immediately sped up his actions. Brutal break-in. Kicking the lock, the door creaked open. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated. Unlike the designer's room, the windows here were bright. The last ray of sunset light shone through the room, and it was almost dark. Similarly, a wooden sign stood in front of him. Su-en had barely seen the title supervisor's rules when it was destroyed. Su-mo moved swiftly, not even glancing at it, and broke the sign into pieces. The shrunken humanoid puppet on the chair moved, and Su-mo confronted it and began to forcibly break it. Ding dong, your puppet is under attack from a level 3 elite monster supervisor withered puppet *1, currently in combat. Monster, supervisor withered puppet. Level 3 elite, level 3 elite monster, habitat. Who knows? Note, the supervisor, despite being contaminated, couldn't escape his fate of becoming a puppet. Finally, he can rest here in peace. He's not happy to be disturbed. This bear actually killed so many of his employees. Security. He needs to call security. Being a level 3 puppet, the supervisor puppet was incredibly resilient, and Su-mo couldn't pry it apart. The supervisor withered puppet was initially stunned, but then, realizing what was happening, it opened its mouth and began to scream. Accompanying the scream was an attack laced with psychic energy. Ah! Chapter 50. A double scream, piercing their ears and souls, caused both Su-en and Su-mo to momentarily freeze in shock. But at the same time, Su-en's mental resistance enabled Su-mo to simultaneously break free from the monster's spells and escape the freeze. At that moment, Su-en understood what the monster was doing. The system's introduction had revealed its ability to call security. Xiaomo, it's looking for help. At this moment, Su-mo had reached his second-level physical form. The 4-meter-tall bear possessed far greater strength. Although his head banged slightly against the ceiling, it didn't matter. He bent down, avoiding the pressure of the height. Using brute force, Su-mo grabbed both ends of the still howling, withered puppet. Tighten. Bend. Like a giant panda breaking bamboo. Like breaking wooden strips in the past. With one breath. The monster. Break in 2. A single force crushes 10 skills. Su-en felt Su Xiong's immense strength. Some of its actions were swift and reckless, overwhelmingly powerful. But it was truly exhilarating. It felt so crisp and effective. The giant bear's second stage transformation reached a height of 4 meters. It was the mightiest of bears. Weighing 515 kilograms and possessing a strength of 11,000 kilograms, nearly 20,000 kilograms of strength, a nearly 100-fold increase from its first stage. It directly snapped the withered puppet, a tier 3 elite monster with a certain degree of resilience in 2. Remember, this was only its second stage transformation. It also had the even more powerful tier 3, 10-meter-tall bear state. You can imagine how formidable that would be. Surprisingly, the puppet, broken into 2 pieces, didn't die instantly. Instead, like a split lotus root, the 2 halves remained connected by a silken thread. These silk threads were invisible and intangible, though Su-en could sense them. From Su-mo's perspective, they were invisible. However, with the enhancement of her perception and the addition of her mental power, the silk threads became clearly visible. These silk structures resembled the decayed soul of the fish she had killed last time. That material was spirit and soul. Su-en quickly realized this. When the puppet was broken in 2, it seemed to be in excruciating pain. At the same time, a scream rang out. This scream was even more piercing and heartbreaking than the previous one. The voice carried a hint of misery. This attack, naturally, was also an attack targeting mental power. Su-mo froze for a second. Suin also felt as if an invisible hand had slapped his head. The system panel appeared, and a sanity value of -2 flashed across it. However, due to Suin's distance perception, and her own high sanity value and mental resistance, her sanity instantly recovered. Xiao Mo, are you okay? Suin's immediate concern was for Su Mo. The bear's psychic talent wasn't high, being the weakest in 3 dimensions, which worried Suin. I'm fine. Su Mo quickly recovered and replied to his master. He added, Xiao Mo and Master An are in sync. I'm sharing Master An's psychic resistance, and Master An has helped me resist most of the psychic attacks. As Su Mo described the current situation, it froze for less than a second before instantly freeing itself, immune to the screaming psychic attacks of the broken puppet. This withered puppet, apparently lacking in physical attack power, possessed a certain degree of defense and psychic expertise. Su Mo also realized that purely physical attack seemed incapable of killing this monster. But letting the master risk his spells is absolutely unacceptable. At that moment, the door to the supervisor's side began to move, and the door to the security room connected there began to rattle. Bang! The door burst open, and 2 2-meter-tall, muscular puppet monsters squeezed in. The situation became even more serious. Ding dong, your puppet is being attacked by 2 level 3 elite monsters security withered puppet, and is currently engaged. Monster, security withered puppet. Level 3 elite, level 3 elite monster, habitat. Who knows? Note, work. Even after transforming into a puppet, I have to work, and I have to protect that treacherous and two-faced supervisor. The security guards are very dissatisfied, and my enraged state attack is increased by 50%. Oh no, 1 against 3. And they are all monsters of the same level with elite panels. This is quite dangerous. Little bear, can you handle it? Or should we run? You run out, I back you up. There's a shield holding us back. I just step on the gas, and we both run. Suin, erring on the side of caution, communicated directly to Little Bear. At worst, he could just give up fighting this half-dead puppet supervisor and discard the items he dropped. Nothing was more important than Little Bear's safety. Finding so much wood, selling it and taking it, was a good return. Plus, it was getting darker. It's okay, Master Nin, I can handle it. Let me try. I still have that trick. As soon as Little Bear finished speaking, it instantly transformed into a 40 centimeters bear, deftly dodging the fists of 2 withered security guard puppets. The 2 sturdy withered security guard puppets' massive fists pounded the floor, shattering it, cracking the wood, and sending rubble flying. These 2 were clearly extremely violent, power attack monsters. The little bear used its transformation skill adeptly, its bear form a 3rd level transformation skill. The larger the size, the heavier the weight, the greater the strength, but the lower the agility. Synchronously, the smaller the size, the lighter the weight, the less strength, but the higher the agility. The little bear transformed into its original form, less than half a meter long. It nimbly dodged the attacks of the 2 burly security puppets, tumbling and leaping with joy. It was more than a beat faster than the 2 withered security puppets. The withered security puppets, no matter how much their fury increased their attack power, could not cause damage if they couldn't hit. Compared to them, these 2 were clumsy monsters, unable to hit the nimble little bear puppets, no matter how hard they tried. Suin synchronized Sumo's perspective, feeling dizzy and nauseous. The little bear's reaction speed far surpassed hers. The little bear's natural attack and defense were much stronger than hers, and coupled with a level difference, Suin simply couldn't keep up with the little bear's pace. Suin often didn't react. The little bear had already slipped away from the monster, attacking for several rounds. At this moment, the supervisor's withered puppet slowly wriggled through the silk, finally connecting. It opened its mouth, seemingly about to unleash its mental attack. At the same time, the 2 withered security puppets, as if suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, stopped attacking, expressions of pain on their faces, and crouched down with their hands covering their ears, and their heads in their hands. At this moment, Su Mo activated his skill. Chapter 51. Skill 3. Bear's Beautiful Velvet Flower Dance. Offensive and defensive combination. Attack is the best defense. A group attack consumes a certain amount of energy. Use Velvet Flower Dance, and the beautiful velvet flower hairpin will burst into life, transforming into 9,999 petal flying knives, a combination of attack and defense. This skill can be used 3 times per day, with a 24-hour cooldown. This consumes a lot of energy, so use with caution. Its 69% energy bar instantly drops by 30% to 39%. At the same time, The normally inconspicuous velvet flower hairpin pinned to its ear lit up, and a circle of petals emanated from the bear. Suemo flew up from the spot, hovering in the air. In its smallest form, it weighed very little, easily achieving a floating state with the velvet flower's skill. At the same time, the petals shone brightly, and the 9,999 petal flying knives began to attack the three monsters frantically. The main focus was on the withered puppet. The shrunken body of the withered puppet in charge, barely connected, was instantly shattered into wooden debris. No matter how hard the soul thread in the middle tried to piece it back together, it wouldn't fit. Because as it did so, it was being shredded by the petals. What a domineering attack method! Even on the other side, the two withered security puppets reacted and attacked the petals, but the petals were too small to escape easily. They seemed to have some intelligence, realizing they couldn't hit the petals, and turned to attack the floating bear. The bear would try to dodge, but before it could get close, the petals would gather into a shield, absorbing the attack, and then transform the shield into a blade to continue attacking the monster. Suen, observing the battle with synchronized perception. This was the first time I saw the bear's petal dance, a combination of offense and defense. How to use the defense. At the same time, Suen also noticed the shortcomings of this skill. The little bear's spiritual talent wasn't high, and controlling both the petals and its body simultaneously was a heavy burden. Using petal rain made it difficult for it to move quickly. Its reaction speed was significantly reduced compared to when it wasn't using the skill. Thankfully, the petals not only attacked but also protected. Facing the three monsters before it, the little bear wasn't in immediate danger. Suen immediately thought of a solution. Once Suen became stronger, she could assist Suemo in controlling his body to dodge the attacks. However, Suen wasn't quite capable of that right now. Her level was too low, far behind Sumo's, and she couldn't offer much help. On the other side, these monsters were in a terrible state. They couldn't use all their skills. The supervisor's withered puppet was a bit more fragile, and was chopped into smaller pieces by the petals. The security guard's withered puppet was larger and tougher, but it couldn't escape the petals' blades, and was gradually whittled down. As Suen watched the battle, he thought of a wood chipper. God knows how aggrieved the withered puppet manager must have felt. Once, it was a powerful player with immense spiritual talent. After becoming lost and transformed into a strange form, it logically should have become even stronger. Awakened by the player, it should have feasted on a feast or permanently trapped the intruder. But it didn't have time to use its skills, and even when it did, they had little effect. And so it was trapped in this situation. A short while later, the withered puppet manager died. Dead. When its soul power was completely exhausted, unable to repair its body, it died, with no hope of survival. The only remaining intelligence it had, at the moment of death, was a single thought. This player, transformed into a strange bear, was even more terrifying than a monster, as powerful as a king monster. It dropped 4 points of light. After it died, Sumo's petals continued to attack the withered security puppets. The two sturdy withered security puppets transformed into two slender pillars. It was like sharpening a pencil. Soon, the attack reached the center, and the wooden sticks were reduced to sawdust. The two withered security puppets died. Ding dong, battle over. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear and his puppet for killing one level 3 elite supervisor withered puppet, one lost player soul, and two level 3 elite security withered puppet, gaining experience points plus 666, plus 555, and plus 1288. Kill drops, 1366 copper coins, 1 free 10-minute gas card, 1 unlimited 10-minute electricity card, 3 wood blocks, 99 cards, 1 supervisor's notebook, 1 3-hour special platform ticket Shanghai Furniture Company, and 3 complete spiritual wood blocks. A great harvest. She was happy, but at the same time, Suen didn't forget her business. She calculated the time. They had already spent almost an hour exploring this platform. Suen contacted Suemo to hurry back. It was almost time for them to leave. Although, theoretically, they could stay for 1.5 hours, since they had used 3 30-minute platform tickets, Suen was cautious. It was getting dark, so she only planned to leave after an hour. In fact, Suen didn't understand it at all. When she used to read infinite novels, the protagonist would wander around even with 10 minutes left in the save time, only to return at the last second. She always feared that the protagonist would get out of control, and not be able to quit in time. As 5:07 p.m. approached, Suen stepped up her urging on Suemo. She knew full well that if she didn't leave the platform by then, the system would actually close the access. Suemo was obedient. He collected the monster drops, and scanned the supervisor's room. He then immediately packed everything he thought was useful into the space. This included, but was not limited to, desks and their clutter, bookcases, display cases, and so on. Since there was space in the space, he could take it home. Whatever he could use would be used, and what he couldn't be used would be sold as junk. Then Suemo turned and ran outside, not even bothering to explore the security room, the door of which was wide open. The owner urged him to go back. In his original form, Suemo was short, light, and had short legs. When he ran, he didn't just run, but jumped. This greatly increased his speed. In less than a minute, Suemo bounded out of the factory building, sprinting towards the parked cars on the road in front of the factory gate, following the setting sun. At that moment, the sun completely sank below the horizon, leaving only a hint of afterglow, and the sky was covered in a faint blue. Suen opened the passenger door, waiting for Suemo. When Suemo entered the vehicle's protective shield, Suen felt his worries ease. Suemo was fast and agile. The tiny Suemo suddenly jumped up, leaping directly into the passenger seat and closing the door. As the door closed, Suen deactivated his skill. His vision returned to normal, and the world in Suemo's perspective vanished. Heading back to normal. Let's go! Suen stepped on the accelerator, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and drove directly in the direction they had come. That was the direction away from the setting sun. At that moment, they felt as if they were running after the darkness. Suemo didn't sit in the passenger seat, but stood on the car seat, leaning against the window. Through the transparent, half-open window, Little Bear watched the factory building recede behind him. The entire factory building, pitch black, was only a silhouette in the afterglow of the setting sun. Silence drifted further and further away. This was a cluster of buildings. Suemo had only explored the factory building closest to the road. Master Inen, I can still sense danger, Suemo said with some concern. Suen focused on driving, the RV moving smoothly along the gravel road, constantly increasing speed. Suen replied, it might be a monster that hasn't woken up yet. But don't worry. The automatic music player I bought will play music when the monsters are within a certain range. I just regret that the space isn't big enough, and we don't have enough time to explore, the little bear hummed. Haha, don't be too greedy. Suen laughed heartily, and spoke to the little bear. Plenty of supplies, so Master Inen can live a more comfortable life. The little bear toy scratched its head sheepishly, expressing its true thoughts. Suddenly, tense, drum-like music began to play. The speaker in Suen's pocket blared. Chapter 52. Suen's face changed drastically. The system pop-up window that suddenly popped up in front of him was terrifying. This test examines a person's mental fortitude in times of crisis. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for awakening the surprise LV5 King Deputy Factory Director Machine Tool Splice version Withered Puppet. This has awakened this site map's super powerful king monster. Oh, surprises are coming! Monster, Deputy Factory Director Machine Tool Splice version Withered Puppet. Level, LV5 King, Tier 5 King Monster, Habitat, Factory? The kind with a factory director? Who knows? Note, this is a top executive who single-handedly sealed off the factory. As for why he became so distorted, it remains a secret. Suen felt her heart pounding. Everything before her was so clear. It was like slow motion. At the same time, her speed increased significantly, and her driving became more agile and swift. All she could think about was running. Through the rearview mirror, she could see the giant monster, resembling a puppet, slowly rising. The giant puppet pushed open the factory roof. Suen stomped the accelerator, unconcerned about the risk of tire friction on the gravel road, and sped the RV forward. At that moment, she had no time to bother communicating with Little Bear. The car's sudden acceleration sent Little Bear crashing directly into the passenger seat. Thankfully, the upgraded cab had cushioned seats, which shouldn't damage Little Bear's defenses. Little Bear quickly realized the enemy was about to attack. It leaned against the window and looked back. It saw a giant puppet, lifting half a factory wall and hurling it at the car. Suen, of course, saw this too. She had already floored the accelerator. This RV was truly reaching its upper limit, but unfortunately, that limit wasn't very high. It could only reach 80 kilometers per hour. Compared to when Little Bear pushed the cart before, it was still slower. It was because the RV had such a large compartment at the back. If it had pedals, Suen could have shouted, "Dead legs, hurry up." Now, Suen could only grip the steering wheel and slam on the accelerator, staring at the road in the distance, hoping to shake off the monster's attack. She could only watch helplessly, as the monster's hurled object drew closer and closer. Suen remained calm. Seeing she couldn't dodge, she became more open-minded. Now she could only rely on the shield. Clang! A violent vibration. Suen saw a huge number appear before her. Minus 55,555. Minus 1. Minus 2. Minus 3. Top level shield defense value. 44360/100000. The shield's defense value, which she was so proud of, was instantly reduced to half. Can't withstand a second attack, run away. Suen quickly realized this. In an instant, a pile of reinforced concrete appeared, shaking the entire gravel road. Suen gritted her teeth and controlled the car, determined not to let panic cause her to make a mistake. The exit was now in sight. She saw the main road, right before her. Just then, Suen saw a new blocky object thrown from afar. Sumo guard against it. In that instant, Suen and Little Bear's mind connected. They both understood each other's intentions. Skill 3. Xiong Mimi's attack defense velvet flower dance activated. Thousands of petals flew, intercepting the giant's attack before it could reach the shield. Just a few moments, less than half a second. The petal shattered, and then the giant attacked the shield. It turned out to be a finger, resembling a puppet. Bang! Minus 33333, minus 1. Minus 2. Minus 1. Top level shield defense value. 11003/100000. As the shield's defense value rapidly decreased, Suen drove the car through the intersection and onto the main road. Suen didn't even look at the pop-up window, simply shouting, "Yes, get out." Bang! Suen drove the car back to the main road. He eased off the accelerator, slammed on the brakes, and the car slid for a few dozen meters before slowing down to a dozen seconds. Suen turned the car around on the spot, slowly driving away from the original area. Suen could see outside the car that where the platform had once stood, only a broken wooden board remained. The gravel road gradually disappeared like a phantom, and the giant puppet monster also gradually disappeared. Even though he knew it was safe enough, he should stop and rest now. Suen started to drive away. The RV moved at a steady pace along the highway. The sun had completely set, and the straight road behind them was devoid of any glimmer of light. Suen drove 2 kilometers until the last ray of light faded from the horizon, leaving only darkness. The protective shield displayed a message, -1, -1, -1. Suen then stopped the car. After stopping, Suen didn't turn on the lights. He simply sat quietly resting. Neither Suen nor Sumo spoke. One was slowly calming down, the other was exhausted. The little bear, who had just activated a skill, had seen its energy drop to 7 points. It slumped limply in the passenger seat, feeling hungry, heavy, and exhausted. The limp little bear lay in the passenger seat, watching its owner. With its night vision, it could clearly see the beads of sweat on its owner's head. Beads of sweat, tiny and dense, hung on the girl's head, soaking the front of her low ponytail. The master was not at ease. Sumo hesitated, thinking that both he and his master needed some rest. As Suen parked the car, the attack signal on the shield stopped. Everything came to a sudden halt. Stop driving at night, and there's no danger. Invisible monsters hidden in the pitch-black darkness, if they were to hit the shield while the car is stopped, would simply glide past it and not attack. Top-level shield defense value, 10099/100000. Exclusive to novice users for a limited time, humane novice protection granted according to interstellar law. 6 hours and 29 minutes remaining. Note, mainly protects against numerous attacks, while also maintaining a comfortable temperature. System comment, "Oh, the shield is still there, what a shame." At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Only the stars in the sky held a faint glimmer. Suen and Sumo gasped, slowly regaining their breath. Suen watched the top-level protective shield information gradually disappear before her. Since she had been pressed for time since entering the platform, Suen immediately noticed the countdown. Remaining time, 6 hours and 29 minutes. She immediately opened the public screen and checked the time, 5:31 p.m. How could it be this late? She turned and drove 2 kilometers. Because she slowed down, it would only take another 6 or 7 minutes. This meant she would be out of the platform at the latest at 5:24 p.m. Entered at 4:06 p.m., exited at 5:24 p.m., a total of 1 hour and 18 minutes. That's not right. Chapter 53. It was just after 5 o'clock when she called out to Xiao Xiong, according to the time. Before 5:06 p.m., she had already driven away with Xiao Xiong. Logically, she should have been out by 5:10 p.m. Where did the extra 8 minutes come from? Suen immediately looked through the records. This glance sank her heart. The record said she had left at 5:27 p.m., meaning she hadn't been out long. Nervousness had dulled her perception of time, making her think 6 or 7 minutes had passed. In reality, only 4 minutes had passed. In other words, it took her and Xiaomo a total of 1 hour and 21 minutes to enter the platform. But she should have left at 5:10 p.m. Where did the missing 17 minutes go? This was a major event. If she didn't calculate this time correctly, she would lose control the next time she entered the platform. She flipped back through the records and found the system information from that time. Finally, she found a clue. Outdated platform facilities detected, causing time disruptions with the system connection. Time update in progress. Tickets for the previous platform have 23 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. After the upgrade, it will be 8 minutes and 21 seconds. So they were waiting for her here. Sue-An gritted her teeth, a surge of fear rising in her stomach. She didn't know whether to criticize the system's insidiousness or congratulate herself for her own caution. At the same time, she began to reflect on herself. She had been too careless and insecure. She had miscalculated here. If she had been more cautious, she shouldn't have saved those 100 copper coins. Safety is paramount. She should have spent 100 copper coins to purchase the system's countdown service. But it was a high price of 100 copper coins, but the service was only a one-time use. So expensive. Sue-An, possessing the memories of rebirth, knew this. When the time comes, go to the town platform. For just over 40 copper coins, you can buy a regular watch item, and for just over 100 copper coins, you can buy a waterproof and cold-resistant mechanical watch item. No need to be ripped off by this system. Outsmarting your own cleverness can backfire. Be careful next time. The survival game may seem easy, but it's actually full of traps. The slightest mistake can lead to death. Sue-An silently reviewed the gains and losses of this platform trip. After summarizing, Sue-An flipped through the system information. She carefully read through each item, not missing a single piece of information. On the public screen, Sue-An saw the system summary of this adventure. It was a regional announcement. Area 20312, Platform Shanghai 37th Wood Processing Plant, abandoned, has closed. Total time, 1 hour and 22 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 1. Players who left the platform, 1. Summary: we deeply regret this player not staying at the platform, avoiding the tiring journey. We hope they continue to work hard and find a quick and peaceful death. Yeah, Canteen escaped. The system summary is still so annoying. Don't like ginger, love cilantro. Sunshine Bear is safe, Sunshine Bear is the best, yeah. Yawning without blush. It only took 1 hour and 22 minutes. Are the beta testers that cautious? They actually exited 8 minutes early. Wouldn't it be better to sell a little more wood? Wah doesn't want to talk. Just be greedy above. Those who drown will be the ones who can swim. Those who are killed are the ones who are stubborn. Those who get into accidents are the ones who are seeking death. You're really careless, just checking the time. You have no sense of fear. I think you're in danger. 71. Yes. Chen Yunshur. That makes sense. Sue-An's attention drifted away from the public screen. Sue-An closed the driver's window and turned on the light. The light was the one she opened the box with yesterday, called something like cloud light. It didn't matter, it was energy efficient and didn't burn gasoline. Now, the light from the rear compartment reached the driver's compartment, following the gaps between the wood blocks. Yes, there's still work to do. There are still so many wood blocks here. Sue-An looked at the entire compartment of wood blocks, speechless. The space was completely filled now. A man and a bear couldn't fit into the compartment at all. She and Xiaomo still had to eat and sleep, so they needed space. Sell it. Sue-An made a decision. Holding a number of wood cards dropped by monsters, Sue-An immediately took possession of these wood blocks, which couldn't be stored as cards or fit into space, taking up a lot of space. But this time, he couldn't sell them cheaply. 50%. Impossible. Sue-An wasn't a sucker. She planned to sell at the market price. However, due to Sue-An's sales an hour ago, the market price of common materials like wood blocks had dropped significantly, perhaps 10% lower than before. But Sue-An knew that 10% was still a profit, slightly higher than the price of fuel in town. Sue-An sold at the average market price. Sue-An said something to the little bear, and seeing that its energy level was running low, she found a small bag of bread in the driver's drawer to feed it. Then, Sue-An got busy. She began touching the wood blocks, placing orders, and selling them. Sue-An also encountered bargaining attempts, but she ignored them all. She could buy or not, because before she could respond, the order would be taken by another player in need of wood. The novice period is almost over, and the weather is getting colder. Storing wood for fuel is a no-brainer. Suin isn't raising the price, which is very conscientious. On the platform, selling cheap was meant to boost sales, but now that we left the dungeon, that's no longer the case. On the public chat. Wow, Sunshine Bear is selling wood blocks again, so great. What's so good about it? So expensive, are they trying to freeze us to death? I always say these beta testers are just heartless, profiting from disasters. So sour. Is it expensive? Isn't this the average price for wood blocks? It's even cheaper than before. People have already left the dungeon, and it's not enough to just give them some wood blocks normally. This is the kind of thing where a little kindness pays off, and a little revenge pays off. It's dragging down the quality of our District 312. To my mind, these players are truly annoying and ruin the atmosphere on the public chat. I don't want to participate in your discussion, I just want to quietly stock up on wood blocks, hee hee hee. A few minutes later, Suin entered the living room. 10 minutes later, except for 4 stacks of wood, Suin stopped selling. After finishing all this, Suin hid and closed his stall. He spent 10 copper coins to trace back to his once anonymous stall. Suin sat on the floor, panting heavily. Some wood chips and dust stained his clothes, but he didn't care. Elsewhere, the room gradually warmed up. While Suin was selling wood to clear the space, Little Bear had already started a fire. Little Bear stuffed the wood stacked on one side of the stove into the stove, lit it, and added the wood, all in one go. Even while doing all this, Suimo opened a package of small bread and stuffed it into his mouth. When you're hungry, everything tastes delicious. In its original form, the bear grabbed the small bread, which was just the right size for its palm. After eating 5 small breads, Suimo stopped and set them aside. Although he wasn't full. Although the large bag of bread actually contained 10, it would appear in the owner's backpack as 60 x 10 strawberry buns. And Anne's owner promised to give it all to eat. It wouldn't eat alone. Although it was very hungry. Although this thing was sweet and soft, it couldn't be stopped. The little bear was concentrating on making a fire to numb its ravenous appetite. Suin felt a softness in her heart when she saw this. She couldn't help but move closer, rubbed the little bear's head, and spoke softly. Chapter 54. All this is for you. Eat it. Suin looked at the bear's energy bar, which had increased to 14. It was so empty, you could imagine how hungry it was. It even saved half for itself after eating. Even though the bear knew there were plenty of small bread rolls at home, it still saved half for her. What a thoughtful bear. Suin stuffed the small bread rolls into the bear's hands. In fact, this large bag of small bread rolls was originally a snack Suin had prepared for Suimo. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been placed in the drawer in the cab. Suin naturally felt sorry for the bear, who was busy driving. Several bottles of water and small bread rolls were placed in the cab for the bear to eat when it was thirsty or hungry. Suimo shook his head firmly and said, "No, Master Anin, these are yours. There are only so many sweet buns. I can't eat them all. I can't be a selfish little bear." Suin chuckled at the bear's words, and she ate a bun under its gaze. She looked at the overly sensible little bear with a certain resignation. At that moment, she seemed to see a reflection of her childhood in the little bear. As the one who had accompanied her since childhood, the one she had nurtured with her affection, the little bear was naturally well-behaved and sensible, like her childhood. Why was he so well-behaved and sensible? Because he lacked love, so much so that he suppressed his desires and gave to others in an attempt to earn it. But later, Suin realized that love only flows to those who are not lacking it. Imo, from now on, call me Anan or sister, okay? Don't be like that. It hurts me. Suin hugged the little bear, rubbed its ears, and stared into its eyes. Suin saw the little bear shyly avoid her gaze. The bear nodded and picked up the bread. The bear looked at Suin sheepishly, then at the bread in his hand, hesitant. Suin knew it would be uneasy, hesitant, and afraid, but this was a normal process. Just as Suin hadn't asked the little bear to change his name at the beginning, only doing so would reassure it. In fact, she had heard the little bear call her sister when excited, so Suin decided to strike while the iron was hot. Let's take our time. I cook. Suin stood up and filled the pot with water. Master Anan, Sister Anan, can I help with the cooking? Suimo put down the bread and tiptoed over to help. Suin shook her head, looking at the little bear, which was no taller than the stove, and flatly refused, letting it rest. In his doll form, Suimo was less than half a meter tall. He could stretch his arms to light the stove, but to cook, he had to transform into his first level, 2-meter tall form. Its energy bar was already at the bottom, and using it to use skills would be too much of a strain on the bear. As a puppeteer, Sue-in knew from the moment she saw the energy bar that a puppet's energy bar served as both a mana bar and a stamina bar. Overdrawing it would only make it more vulnerable to injury or illness. Let the bear rest while Sue-in cooked. Truly, she hadn't been particularly tired today. She had slept in the morning and had a leisurely afternoon, aside from that brief, tense moment. But right now, Sue-in didn't have the energy to cook a big meal. Just something simple would do. Because she couldn't wait to sort through the supplies, today was a bountiful harvest. After dinner, she would have to make full use of the supplies she had obtained. Dinner. Sue-in planned to cook instant noodles and dried noodles. These were the most convenient, easy to cook, hot meals available, besides instant meals. Sue-in used up all the noodles she had at home. First, she rummaged through the food box and took out the instant and dried noodles. She pulled out 4 packets of instant noodles, all braised. She found 2 pounds of dried noodles. Sue-in planned to cook the instant noodles and eat them right away. As for the dried noodles, she would boil them in water, remove them, and then heat up all the meat she cooked yesterday and add some seasoning to make a braised sauce. Or, she could add them to the instant noodle soup and eat them as a noodle soup. This plan made it a relatively hearty meal. There was oil, salt, white flour as a staple food, and meat. There were no fruits or vegetables, but there was no other way. Besides the few persimmons she had picked up last time, no vegetables had yet bloomed. Thinking of this, Sue-in moved quickly. She was hungry too. A soft, sweet little bread whetted her appetite. 2 pots cooked simultaneously. The stovetop was a rectangular surface, separated by a layer of clay walls, and connected to the kitchen cabinets. It was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 small pots simultaneously. However, the unusual shaped pots created by the system couldn't accommodate so many. Sue-in now had 2 pots set up. One was a large, cloud-shaped soup pot, and the other was a multifunctional outdoor pot he had brought with him. The 2 pots were just the right size. Sue-in found the remaining stew in the space, and poured it all into the outdoor pot. The small pot heated up the leftover stew from yesterday. After several meals, there wasn't much meat left, and the repeated stewing had made it soft and mushy, losing its texture. Sue-in used a wooden spoon to casually stir it, softening it into a mince meat. This was exactly what Sue-in was looking for. Add salt, simmer, and reduce the sauce to create a fragrant meat sauce for noodles. Place the pot of meat sauce next to the stove and simmer over low heat. Sue-in planned to use the other soup pot to cook instant noodles first. This was truly a treasure trove from the silver chest. The water boiled quickly. Sue-in then added the instant noodle seasoning packets, using 2 packets for 4 packets of instant noodles. Sue-in placed the remaining 2 seasonings in the spice drawer of the kitchen cabinet. As the seasoning packets entered, the rich, spiced aroma unique to instant noodles suddenly burst forth. This instant noodle produced by the system seemed to have inherited the common characteristics of Blue Star instant noodles. It had a rich aroma. During this time, he added the noodles. Seeing that the noodles had just begun to fall apart, Sue-in moved the instant noodle pot off the stove and onto the kitchen counter. Sue-in preferred his instant noodles to be slightly firmer. When eating, it's a little hard at first, but you can quickly feel it softening. If it's cooked too soft, it'd be too soft and lose its texture. Sue-in poured the instant noodles out, giving himself a bowl and pouring the rest into a large wooden basin for Sue-in. He filled the pot with more water and set it on the stove, waiting for it to boil before adding the noodles. Sue-in looked at the cooked instant noodles and thought, I should eat them right away. Oh! Eat standing up, or maybe even share a table. Sue-in turned around and saw the restless little bear scrubbing the floor with a wet rag. While Sue-in was concentrating on cooking the noodles, the floor had already been scrubbed to a gleaming shine. When Sue-in noticed, Sue-in stiffly stood up and stood on his feet, holding the rag with both hands hidden behind his back. The bear lowered his head slightly, looking at his toes. His furry head and soft, floppy fur were exposed. In the little bear's mind, it rests while its owner cooks and serves it, and it waits for the food to be ready. This is absolutely unacceptable. It's the opposite of Tian Gang. Protecting and caring for its owner is the true meaning of its life. Go wash your hands. Eat now. Sue-in didn't criticize the little bear for being disobedient. The little bear's willingness to work was a fairy bear. She wouldn't manipulate it into obedience just for its own good. Chapter 55. Sue-in was now thinking about how to solve the problem of convenient dining. Sue-in remembered that they had obtained the table and chair designs today, which meant they wouldn't have to eat on the bed or make do with a makeshift table and chairs. While Little Bear was washing her hands in the bathroom, Suen searched Sumo's space and quickly found the table and chair design *1. The table and chair design. This is a meticulously crafted design by a top designer. It requires 8 pieces of wood and 4 mechanical parts, takes up 3 square meters, can be integrated with the RV, and comes with a customizable template. Would you like to spend 50 copper coins for a personalized modification? Enter your height, and wait to get the most suitable table and chair design. Suen didn't save this money. Although she was generally stingy, she was willing to spend where it counted. She couldn't let Little Bear eat on the table. Suen spent 50 copper coins and entered her and Little Bear's height and weight. Suen took the glowing design and placed it in the open space behind the kitchen, then added the materials one by one. Soon, a small table appeared in the open space, accompanied by 2 chairs, one tall and one short. The tall chair had built-in ladders on either side. It looked like the right table and chair solution. Suen placed his instant noodles on the table and sat down on the short chair. It was surprisingly comfortable, with a wide back for leaning. Suemo had just emerged from the bathroom. The teddy bear had jumped onto the sink, stood on the platform above, crouched down, and bent over to rinse the mop with soapy water. He then drained the dirty water and rinsed it with clean water. He wrung out the clean mop and hung it on the bathroom railing. Then, he soaped his hands. Wash your hands and dry them with a rag towel that's just for you. The teddy bear hopped out of the bathroom. Wow! The first thing it saw upon emerging was the new table and chairs. Sister Anin was sitting on the chair, smiling at it and waving it over. Xiaomo, come here. Suemo spotted the high stool with a ladder near the cab and quickly ran and jumped over. It touched the chair, feeling the smooth wood with its paws. It rubbed the smooth steps with the soft flesh of its cheeks, its nose inhaling the fresh scent of the wood. It didn't climb up the ladder as designed. Instead, it took off its shoes and jumped on the spot. With a swish, Suemo leaped onto the chair. Sitting on the high stool, its feet didn't dangle in the air, they rested on the small platform beneath. Also, the back of the chair was set back forward, so a slight lean against it would support its back as it sat. I like it, Suemo blurted out. Suen watched Suemo trying out the new furniture, his eyes sparkling with joy, and smiled knowingly. A large bowl of instant noodles was pushed in front of the little bear. The little bear's usual fork, spoon, and chopsticks were placed beside him. Let's eat, Suen said. He picked up the noodles with his chopsticks, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to slurp. Delicious. There had been a few minutes delay in setting up the table and chairs. Those few minutes allowed the scalding hot noodles to cool down, making them easier to eat. At the same time, the residual heat of the hot soup soaked the hard noodles, giving them just the right chewy texture, neither too soft nor too hard. Suen ate the instant noodles, mouthfuls of noodles and sips of soup. This food, brimming with oil, salt, spices, and fried carbohydrates, was incredibly fragrant. On the other hand, Suemo ate with a ferocious gusto. The bear's mouth opened wide, its chubby hands grasping the spoon, shoveling noodles into its mouth. He chewed briefly twice and swallowed. In a few minutes, Suen finished a bowl of noodles. The wooden bowl in front of him only contained some instant noodle soup, which Suen emptied out in one gulp. Suen stood up to check the pot. By now, a pot of instant noodles was cooked, and the noodles and meat sauce were brought directly to the table. Suen finished another bowl of noodles with meat sauce. Compared to the rich, complex aroma of the instant noodles, the noodles with meat sauce seemed much more plain. It was the wee aroma of the noodles, the aroma of the meat itself, and the flavor of fat and salt. Simple, but still delicious. After finishing the second bowl of noodles, Suen was completely full. He couldn't fit in another mouthful of noodles. I usually don't eat this full. But the teddy bear's food was so delicious, it was like a live food show on the other side. It had unknowingly whetted Suen's appetite, and he'd eaten too much before he knew it. Suen burped, sipping the pre-cooked and stored boiled water, watching Suemo eat. At this moment, it had just finished a bowl of instant noodles, bigger than its face. Suen helped Xiaomo serve the noodles, and doused them with the meat sauce. Today, I cooked a full pound and a half of dried noodles, and 4 packets of instant noodles. Suen figured that if it wasn't enough, she cooked more later, and she still have half a pound of dried noodles left. As for why she didn't cook them all, although the cloud pot was quite large, it couldn't hold more noodles. These noodles, including the pot and the water, weighed over a dozen pounds. Suen watched the bear devour bowl after bowl of food. When only a few noodles remained, the energy bar above the bear's head reached 100. It could eat no more, looking anxiously at the remaining noodles and meat sauce. It seemed to be debating whether to eat it or not. Suen picked up Suimo and laid him on the bed, letting him rest while he took care of the rest. One moment, he'd been yelling for help with the chores. The next moment, the bear's speech became slurred, and he drifted off to sleep. Sleeping right after a meal was clearly not a good habit. But for the bear, it was a sign of extreme exhaustion, and Suen was accustomed to it. Suen knew the bear was digesting the food and converting it into energy. It would sleep soundly, not waking up until dawn. Suen watched the sleeping status bar appear above the bear's head, a smile playing on his lips. Suen gently took off Little Bear's coat, placed it under the quilt, and tucked him in tightly. Suen folded Little Bear's coat and placed it beside the bed. Back in the room, Suen glanced at the remaining food on the table and began to clean up. There was probably about a small bowl of noodles left, and a spoonful of meat sauce left. Suen fished out the noodles, poured the meat sauce into the broth, and sent it into the space. The noodle soup was marked at a price higher than water and lower than porridge, and sold directly in packages. Of course, this kind of thing usually didn't fetch copper coins, so it was mostly bartered. The pots and pans were washed and scrubbed as needed. During this time, Suen didn't forget to keep the stove burning, adding firewood from time to time. After cleaning the kitchen, Suen took a short rest and began to unpack. It must be said that this was the most enjoyable part of every night. Unpacking the boxes was like opening a blind box. Even though she mostly found wooden boxes, and she knew the goodies inside were limited, she couldn't help but open the next box with everlasting anticipation. Today's total harvest: 2 copper boxes and 33 wooden boxes, roughly the same as yesterday's. But there were no silver or gold boxes. Suen opened the wooden boxes first. One box contained food, 500 g of mineral water, and 160 g of strawberry bread. The next box, 2 mechanical parts and 1 L of gasoline. Continue opening. Steamed buns, soap, handkerchiefs, wooden boards. Wooden boxes usually yielded 1 to 3 items, mostly small items. Suen opened over 20 boxes in a row, piling the items on the table and placing some in her storage. They were all unremarkable items, ordinary supplies. Suen suddenly found a compressed, solid object in a wooden box. She took it out, and it instantly expanded. Wow! Chapter 56. Windproof jacket, large, *1. The wooden box also yielded something good. Suen immediately stood up, shook out the clothes, and tried them on herself. Without a mirror, she couldn't see her whole body, so she could only lower her head and turn around to examine the garment. A gray coat with no discernible pattern. The style was a standard coat cut. The thick coat was heavy and bulky. It was huge, much larger than her own coat, and could easily be worn over the coat she had brought, with plenty of room for stuffing inside. The coat's color and style were standard, making it hard to tell if it was for men or women. When Suen put it on, the sleeves extended past her fingers, and the hem reached her calves. The coat was large enough to completely wrap around her. Even a 2-meter-tall bear in its second stage state could fit in it. Although it didn't fit her properly, it was still a good item. Suen could imagine that she wouldn't look out of place wearing it, even holding the bear in her arms. Satisfied, Suen continued unpacking the box. The wooden chests didn't yield anything particularly surprising. It seemed like that was just how luck worked. Suen opened both copper treasure chests in one go, revealing a large amount of food and a silver key. Ha 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 ha. She laughed. She was still lucky. Silver key, silver key. This morning, there was a silver key in front of her, but she couldn't afford it. And then, in the evening, she found a silver key. Suen realized after laughing that she had been a little too proud. She now had no silver chests left, only a gold chest, and the silver key was just there for no good. She could only continue opening chests if she found a gold key. But no matter what, opening the chest was still fun, and Suen chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. Contentment brings happiness, hee. So happy, hee. Suen sorted through the supplies he found. 33 wooden crates, yielding the following: 7 bottles of mineral water, 500 g, 2 bottles of purified water, 1 L, for steamed buns, 100 g, 5 steamed buns, 100 g, 100 g pickled mustard greens, 5, 2 cabbage buns, 100 g, 1 pork bun, 100 g, 7 strawberry rolls, 60 g, for chocolate rolls, 60 g, 10 egg yolk rolls, 1 large bag, 3 dried noodles, 200 g, 5 bags of Shanghai brand instant noodles, mixed flavors, 100 g sausage, 1, 8 mechanical parts, 1 chain, 1 wheel, 1 important mechanical part, 1 L, 1, 2 L for L. Gasoline, 200 G soap, 100 G soap, 1 handkerchief, 2 towels, for wooden planks, 3 iron blocks, 7 30-minute platform tickets, 1 large windproof jacket. The copper chest contained 2 fresh eggs, 500 G bok choy, 200 G chili powder, 2 kilograms rice, 1 1-hour platform ticket, 200 milliliters Zifeng brand shampoo, 30 L gasoline, 1 simple bathroom blueprint, and 1 silver key. Overall, it was quite a surprise. There were fresh eggs and vegetables, as well as the blueprint, gasoline, and shampoo. I guess I didn't need the blueprint. But there was a silver key, a silver key. Hee hee. Add to that the other goodies I got from killing monsters today. There was some meat from opening wooden chests, and some goodies from the withered puppets, hee hee. Suin began organizing his storage. He put aside the items he was going to sell, like the duplicate bathroom blueprint and the things Little Bear had looted from the office before returning. Suin stored items he wasn't selling by category and size. Smaller items went into the cabinet, larger items into the copper chest. After 3 days, Suin had a total of 9 copper chests and 1 silver chest. Each copper chest could hold 6 different items, and each silver chest could hold 12. Items placed in the chests materialized into card-like storage, and could be physically retrieved with a thought. This was also why engines, blocks of wood, and iron could be stuffed into the chests. It was a shame that monster-dropped meat couldn't be placed in the chests, otherwise the card format would have been much easier to store. As for the wooden chests, they were only disposable, items could be taken out, but not put back in. Once disassembled, they could just become ordinary wooden chests. Suin used them as ready-made storage boxes, keeping a small amount for later use and breaking down the majority into planks to store in the copper chests. This took Suin 2 hours. He placed the fresh meat in his backpack and cooked it all tomorrow, making it easy to eat. Common edibles, especially the limited packaged foods, rice, flour, dried goods, and seasonings, were stuffed into the RV's storage cabinets. The boxes were primarily filled with materials, which could be stacked up to a maximum of 99. After finishing, Suin took a pencil and wrote notes in a notebook, placing them one by one on the copper box as labels. While tearing up the notebook, Suin saw words in the notes, but he couldn't understand them. A pop-up window appeared on the system, promoting the paid translation feature. Suin didn't rush, planning to check it after finishing his work tonight. Right now, he didn't have the energy to delve into what was written in a notebook. He had a lot to do tonight. After everything was packed up, Suin sat in a chair, looking at the box in front of her and the items on the table. These were the more important supplies she had sorted out, some packed into the single silver box, some placed on the table. There were special platform tickets. 1 special platform ticket for Golden Fish Pond, 3 hours. 1 special platform ticket for Misty Lake, 3 hours. And 1 special platform ticket for Shanghai Furniture Company, 3 hours. There were spiritual materials. 1 red paper, spiritual, for white paper, spiritual, 1 accelerated soil, spiritual, 1 thunderstruck wood, spiritual, 513 spiritual wood pieces, 6 complete spiritual wood pieces, and 1 design encyclopedia, spiritual. The design book was among the items that Little Bear had stored in his space, and Suin had found it. Little Bear brought back all the relatively intact items from the supervisor's office. Suin had already sold quite a few of them. Among a pile of decaying and tattered books, Suin found the only intact book, this design collection. There were design drawings, 1 design, for a sofa, booth, and folding bed, and 7 unsubmitted designs. This unsubmitted design was quite interesting, likely an unfinished design, featuring various common furniture items. When Suin touched it, a pop-up window appeared. The player, Sunshine Bear, hadn't mastered the drafting techniques and couldn't fully create the design. Finding it interesting and useful, Suin kept it. In front of Suin was an item that seemed to contain a clue, the supervisor's notebook. She planned to examine it later. As for the special resource cards, there were these: 1 free gas card 3 minutes, 1 free gas card 1 minute, 1 free gas card 10 minutes, 2 unlimited electricity cards 10 minutes, and 1 unlimited water card 30 minutes. These things are marvelous, a delight to look at. After admiring her treasures, Suin put them all into her backpack, leaving only the supervisor's notebook outside to review later. Then, Suin opened the screen and began tonight's trading session. She put up a 2-hour bathroom blueprint, simple, and received a row of bids. Suin picked the highest bidder and sold it. In exchange, she received 2 1-hour platform tickets, 1 piece of white paper, spiritual, and 1 plant pot. Great! Suen thought it was worth it. The plant pot, combined with the accelerated soil, can be used to grow plants. This provides a stable source of vegetable harvest. In this survival game, vegetables are more precious than meat. It would be great if she could grow some scallions and cilantro. Suen suddenly remembered that she seemed to have prepared vegetable seeds. She had, but as she bought more and more varieties, she crossed them off her carry-on list. She considered that after entering the game, the platform would produce a variety of seeds, and she could supplement them with better seeds once she had enough water and planting conditions. There was little point in bringing too much from Blue Star. She simply placed the oversized seed packet on the outermost layer. No! She took out a large packet, but left a small amount. Here. Suen tapped his head, thinking. Chapter 57. Before entering the game, she prepared a plethora of supplies, and after several revisions, she couldn't recall them all at once. Oh, right. She put them in her medical bag. At the time, she considered the medicine and seeds to be of little use in the game, so she packed them together. Suen rummaged through the medical bag and quickly found a paper bag, 6 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide, among a pile of neatly stored pills. Opening the large bag, she found several smaller bags containing some common seeds. She written the seed types on them in black marker: coriander seeds, scallion seeds, lettuce seeds, leek seeds. These vegetable seeds were specially selected by Suen for their ease of harvest, repeated harvesting, easy planting, and small size, perfect for potted plants. They were for the early game vegetable planting needs, if that's what they were looking for. Suen hadn't expected her earlier preparations to actually come in handy. She was quick to act, taking out the plant pots, stirring up the soil, placing them in the pots, and watering them. Water the soil thoroughly, and sprinkle a layer of onion seeds. Let's give it a try. If the seeds are alive, she might be able to eat scallions tomorrow. Thinking of this, Suen became energized and in a good mood. Suen moved the plant pots to a corner behind the dining table, near the bedroom. This open space, near the stove, and with some distance from it, was a perfect place to place the pots. Then Suen continued buying and selling supplies, conducting transactions. Working late into the night, Suen was exhausted from bargaining, and her initial energy was now listless. The stove was refilled again and again, the burning wood resisting the cold. Determined not to waste wood, Suen boiled pot after pot of water, letting it cool before pouring it into containers or water bags. She kept refilling the hot water in front of her. Suddenly, she received a reply from a player named Poverty Like Pleasant Goat. He had sent her an email. This player, claiming to be a tailor, took orders from the exchange. That morning, Suen saw his shop and chatted with him. Then, using materials like wolf fur, rabbit fur, goose feathers, and chicken feathers, she customized a patchwork blanket and a 200 by 230 centimeters goose feather down quilt. The majority of the labor and materials were paid for with fish, with a small amount paid for with wood. It replied because it had finished the quilt and blanket Suen had ordered. After receiving the message, Suen immediately took out the patchwork blanket and down quilt and examined them. Looking at the items before her, Suen examined them carefully. This player's craftsmanship is quite good, worthy of his gifted profession. Both items are well made. Compared to modern products of the same type, they're no less impressive. The patchwork blanket is beautifully crafted, not as ugly as Swan had imagined. The fur colors of different monsters vary, and Swan hadn't originally had high hopes for its appearance, only its warmth. The tailor's attention to detail on these scattered fur pieces is excellent, with no trace of shoddy stitching. The white of the rabbit fur blends beautifully with the gray of the wolf fur, and the resulting cuts and stitching create a surprisingly harmonious and beautiful effect. The texture looks furry, and it feels soft and smooth. As for the down comforter, it's also quite good, very warm to the touch. In addition to the quilt and blanket, there are also 2 small pillows, which Swan specifically requested. The inspection was satisfactory, and receipt was confirmed. Suen made another payment, completing the transaction. A message popped up in front of Suen. Thank you for using the custom purchase service and completing the transaction. The system should have charged a service fee of 20 copper coins. Upon inspection, the player is in the novice phase, so the transaction fee is waived. Feel free to try this feature. I wish you a happy life. You have received items crafted by the player poor as Pleasant Goat, a goose down quilt, a patchwork blanket, and 2 extra small pillows. Goose down quilt. Quality: simple, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: This product is meticulously crafted by the player pour as pleasant goat based on a custom order. It can be used to keep warm. Patchwork blanket. Quality: ordinary, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: this product is meticulously crafted by the player pour as pleasant goat based on a custom order, using a variety of materials of varying quality. It can be used to keep warm. Extra small pillow. Quality: simple. Note: this tiny pillow was custom made by a player as poor as pleasant goat, using leftover scraps of various materials of varying quality. Suin wasn't picky about the quality, as long as it worked, it was fine. Suin blinked, carried the new quilt over, and began making the bed. She moved gently, so the bear's sleep didn't get disturbed. She laid the single quilt side by side, as a mattress, covering the edge of the wooden bed. She placed the small pillow under the bear, and covered it with the new quilt. The small pillow was 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The bear looked a little bigger with the pillow, which was a bit adorable. She placed another one on top of the bear, this one for the pumpkin carriage. Although it hadn't been possessed yet, Suin had already prepared it as a companion. She placed the pumpkin carriage on top. It didn't look like a pillow, but more like a cushion for storage. Suin stared at the pumpkin carriage. I silently read system information. The system's detection information for the pumpkin carriage popped up before me. It was as follows. Chapter 58. Pumpkin Carriage Doll. Quality: unreviewable. It should be a premium quality wooden doll, but due to its owner, it is a magical doll with the potential to become alive, and cannot be measured by the quality level of an item. Note: this is the latest creation of the puppeteer Sunshine Bear, a labor of love. It is not possessed by a spirit, but it carries the spirit and emotions of the puppeteer, bringing a subtle sense of intimacy and inspiration. Once awakened, it is full of unknowns. According to the original plan, Suin would now complete the spirit of the pumpkin carriage to prepare for the challenges at the end of the novice period. Suin thought, and took out a spiritual piece of broken wood and a spiritual piece of intact wood from his backpack and placed them next to the pumpkin carriage. Suin saw a light flickering around the pumpkin carriage. She touched the wood, but it only lasted a second and quickly disappeared. Suin suddenly felt something. It was as if the pumpkin carriage was acting coquettishly towards her, then whimpering in grievance. I want to eat. I don't have the strength. I just licked it, and I'm exhausted. Numb, ravenous. I can see it, but I can't eat it. Suin blinked, the feeling just now vanishing like an illusion. She took a deep breath and considered the current situation. The RV has been cleaned. The supplies collected today have been sorted and organized. Trading, almost everything that can be sold has been sold, and resources have been properly exchanged. For warmth and protection, all doors and windows are tightly closed, and the stove is filled with firewood. As for my personal situation, I used the restroom, washed up, and changed into clothes for sleeping. Oh, it seems there's a supervisor's diary I haven't read yet. No problem, I get to it later. For now, I'm looking forward to seeing my little pumpkin wake up. Suin took a deep breath and hugged the pumpkin carriage doll. Use a skill. Professional skill 2. Infuse. Consume a certain amount of spirit points to give the doll life. This spirit point can be used in large or small amounts, but Suin knew that the more spirit points used, the better the doll would be. Currently at 15 spirit points, Suin slowly rushed into the pumpkin carriage doll's body, continuously returning to 0. Suin could feel a headache coming on. The pumpkin carriage before him glowed, its changes becoming increasingly dramatic. Suin felt a little dizzy. The pumpkin carriage seemed like a bottomless pit, still capable of being filled with more spirit points, no matter how much they were poured in. Nan, nan, nan. A crisp baby voice called out, followed by a scene of a small wooden doll appearing. Master, whimper, whimper. It sounded like crying, like a coquettish cat's meow. Sweet and adorable. Suin rubbed his head, leaned back against the pillow, and breathed slowly. After she had adjusted to the headache, she carefully examined the possessed pumpkin carriage. The object before her was a pumpkin doll, devoid of any pumpkin carriage elements. It simply resembled a doll. It resembled Swan's carving, only 10 times larger. It had 3 heads, 30 centimeters tall, and a head as round as a pumpkin. At first glance, it resembled a human cub, but details revealed its inhumanity, such as the woody joints of its hands, the lack of legs, and its lower body, a wooden block, floating in midair. Its skin was pale, like a baby's, with short, soft ebony hair, atop which lay a pumpkin orange mask. It wore a thick birch-colored coat and a dark walnut cloak, adorned with a reddish-purple Chinese knot. The cloak floated freely without wind. It tilted its head and looked at Suen, its eyes the golden yellow of pumpkins, filled with warmth. Master, give me a hug. It opened its arms towards Suen, tears streaming down its face, like a wronged kitten. Suen hugged the pumpkin carriage doll, and the little creature nestled in her arms, like a kitten. Nan Nan, you're sorry. You're making Master feel bad. Wow, you shouldn't be so greedy. The little creature seemed like a whimpering monster, very fond of acting coquettishly. It sensed Suen's weakness, and acted coquettishly in her arms, expressing its guilt and embarrassment. Suen hugged the soft pumpkin carriage doll, responding to its uneasiness. In reality, she could have cut off the use of her mental power at any time, but she felt reluctant. She felt she could hold on a little longer. A message flashed before her eyes. You have expended 16 points of mental power, successfully giving new life to the lifeless pumpkin carriage doll. Your current mental value is -1, and you are in a critical state. Please recover as soon as possible. Unlock a new doll panel. Doll 2, unnamed, nickname, Xiaonan Pumpkin. Producer, Suen. Talents, Attack 1, Defense 10, Spirit 6. Level 1. Current attributes, Attack 1, Defense 10, Spirit 6. Intimacy, 100%, the system still doesn't understand. Did it take some kind of aphrodisiac? Skills, undetected, data pending, equipment, pumpkin mask. Little pumpkin wanted to resemble its owner, so it made its body into a mask. Wearing the mask allows it to transform into a pumpkin carriage. This is hard to say. Thick clothes and stylish cape. These are made by the owner himself. The clothes are warm, the cape is stylish. The clothes have built-in defensive abilities, and the cape has a floating function. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have shoes. It doesn't have feet anyway. Traditional Chinese knot. The Chinese knot is not only a magical weapon exclusive to the pumpkin carriage, but also comes with 20 cubic meters of storage space, which its owner can also use. Why are you stealing my business? What were you thinking when you made it? Why is there still space, and so much space? How did you make it when you're not even at the 4th level and can't use spiritual power? Did you just rely on luck? Was it my fault for detecting it? Are you a space maker with a spatial talent? Suen looked at the system's complaints. She didn't know what to say. While making the pumpkin carriage, she was also simultaneously researching how to buy and organize supplies, and all she could think about was the desire for space. Great. Another space. Although I almost had a spirit possession and a mental breakdown, it was all worth it. Suen wanted to continue using skills, sensing the little guy's skill dynamics. Remembering that ability required a full mental state. A sharp pain stabbed in her head. She had truly overdrawn her mental energy. Her mind was completely foggy. No, I can't hold on any longer today. Let's wait until she rests before trying again. Suen collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep, sleeping even more soundly than Suemo. The little pumpkin doll whimpered coquettishly, but for a long time, no response was heard. Looking up, it saw its owner was already asleep. It stopped whimpering and flew out of its owner's arms, somewhat stiffly. It floated over the bedroom bed, looking around, quickly absorbing common sense and the situation around it from the memories and perception of the world granted by its owner. This was a survival game. They had to overcome levels to survive. It would get cold after tonight. It stood up, used its levitation technique to help its owner lie down, and tucked him in. Then, curious, it explored the room. Chapter 59. The first place he explored was the bedroom. This was at the very back of the RV, entirely devoted to the bedroom. He first noticed the teddy bear on the bed. It was also covered with a blanket, with only its head sticking out. He looked at the pumpkin carriage doll, its open mouth, its rhythmic breathing and tiny snoring. He knew it was his owner's first doll. He reached out his finger and poked it. It was soft. Except for the fur, its body was as soft as its owner's, as if made of flesh and blood. Its nose looked wet. What would happen if he touched its nose? The little hand reached out and just touched the teddy bear's nose. Ah, achoo! The bear sneezed in his sleep, then turned over and slept, facing the wall. The pumpkin carriage doll had to go around to the other side and pull the bear over before he could continue to touch him. The pumpkin carriage doll didn't do that, because something new and more exciting had captured its attention. Those were the two pieces of wood beside the bed. One was a very irregular splinter, the other a more regular, whole piece. They were the spiritual splinter and the spiritual whole piece that the owner had just taken out. They were specially prepared as a birth gift for it. The owner absolutely loves it. It's the owner's sweetheart. The best pumpkin carriage doll in the world. The pumpkin carriage doll was obsessed with playing with the doll, holding the spiritual splinter in both hands and taking a bite. It didn't gnaw or chew, just nibbled, absorbing the comforting contents of the splinter. A few minutes later, the spiritual splinter turned into a pile of wood chips, which fell onto the bed. The pumpkin carriage doll had a huge smile on its face, and a flash of light passed through its body. It wasn't enough. It could eat more. Then, it scooped up the whole spiritual block and took a bite. It was hard, but so satisfying to chew. This was the precious nugget it wanted to eat as it was born quickly. After a while, the pumpkin carriage doll grew tired of biting, realizing that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't absorb any more of that comforting substance. It held the whole spiritual block and carefully placed the block, half its size, on its mat, pillow, and set it aside. This was its treasure. It would put it in its nest and continue eating later. Looking at its sleeping master, with furrowed brows and a slightly pained expression, the little pumpkin blew a breath, transferring the comforting substance within its body to its master. The master's brows gradually unfurled, and his sleeping face became peaceful and natural. Your doll uses spiritual energy to feed you back. Your experience points increase by 233, and your spirit points increase by 3. Your current spirit point is February 15th. The little pumpkin doll circled the bedroom a few times, touching and looking here and there. It followed the tattered gauze curtain and the pumpkin cart doll into the RV's kitchen living room, where it began to explore its owner and its home. It touched the table and cupboards with its short hands. Wow, they were tables and chairs, but not as pretty as its card-shaped counterparts. Wow, they were kitchen cabinets, but not as pretty as its card-shaped counterparts. When it uses its skills and becomes much bigger, it'd be much more powerful than these. Tomorrow, when its owner wakes up, it show them off to him. It touched the stove. The heat from the stove passed through the iron door and into its hands. It felt the heat and quickly pulled it away. It looked at the burn marks on its hands, and it hurt so much. Master, whoa. Soon, several blisters appeared on his hands. Feeling the intense pain, the pumpkin carriage doll pouted, nearly crying. Then, realizing that being too noisy might disturb its master, it burst into tears, but held them back a second before appearing. In excruciating pain, the pumpkin mask on its head fell down, transforming into a pumpkin man. A flash of light. The entire RV space transformed dramatically. Unnamed doll, displaying pumpkin carriage form, spirit level, fused with the current vehicle, a sturdy four-wheeled gasoline-powered large RV, fusion successful. Ding dong, the novice period of the highway survival game has ended. Newbie benefits such as free trades have been redeemed, as has the basic protection of the novice shield. All players' road mileage has been reset to 0. Players who have not completed newbie missions will be eliminated. You will officially enter the Snowy Plateau. Based on the regional journey rankings, the top 10 players will receive a mystery gift pack blind box. Based on the player survival rate ranking by region, the top 100 players will each receive a reward of 10 copper coins and 3 30-minute platform tickets. Based on the player survival rate ranking by region, the bottom 100 players will each receive a reward of 100 copper coins and 1 30-minute platform ticket. Player Sunshine Bear, you are currently in Area 20312, with 99,321 players, and ranked 7th in survival rate. You will receive the following rewards: 10 copper coins and 3 30-minute platform tickets. Ice and Snow Plateau game rules updated. 6. According to interstellar labor laws, while testing lower-level civilizations, the game needs to promote more advanced systems to them. Based on the situation on Blue Planet, starting today, the game will implement a 6-hour work week with 4 days on and 3 days off. Every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 14 p.m. to 5 p.m., the game will refresh treasure chests. The rest of the day is rest time, and treasure chests no longer refresh, increasing the chance of platform refreshes. Everyone is welcome to take a break at the platform, enjoy the beautiful scenery, and have a good time. The moment the protective shield disappeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The RV, in its pumpkin carriage form, was the first to notice this. The little pumpkin fiddled with its clean, unscathed hands, using a skill. A protective shield appeared outside the RV, replacing the original shield and providing some insulation from the cold. Then, the fire in the beautiful stove burned steadily. The little pumpkin sat by the stove, throwing sticks into the fire and making faces. It muttered, "I want you to burn me, I want you to burn me. You're a part of me now, under my control. You can never burn me again." Though the fire burned brightly, the cold could still be felt invading. A cold breeze blew through the room. Feeling the temperature drop so much from before, Little Pumpkin quickened the pace of adding firewood. Dead fire. Hurry! Don't let my dear master get cold. A good night's sleep. Sue-Ann was still a little groggy when she woke up, looking at the brightening sky, a bit disoriented. She thought she'd wake up in the middle of the night from the cold, shivering as she went to add firewood and checked the bulletin board. She didn't expect to sleep warmly until dawn. The whole room was warm, and the teddy bear was soundly asleep, purring like a cat, making her feel so comfortable that she stayed in bed, unwilling to move. She opened the light screen to check the situation. Day 4, Monday, 8:03 a.m., weather, light snow. You slept for 9 hours and 23 minutes yesterday. You are in good physical and mental condition. Experience points plus 132. Dismiss the system greeting pop-up window. Sue-Ann saw a long string of messages. She read them from beginning to end. It seemed different from her previous life. Where did that 6-hour work week, 3 days off, come from? Why hadn't I seen it before? And the system was giving out rewards to the areas with the highest and lowest survival rates. What was going on? It didn't seem like a good idea. She opened the email and found a platform ticket for a special dungeon called Ice and Snowslide Racing. She blinked, stunned for a few seconds, reflecting on her memories before her rebirth. After repeated comparisons, she confirmed that there were no such messages, and no gift-giving session. What? Chapter 60. The sudden change after her rebirth left her a bit bewildered. She couldn't help but wonder if it was the butterfly effect or some unknown factor she didn't know about. Sue-Ann pondered for a moment, struggling with the issue. Then she decided to give up, no longer being held back by the problem itself. Finding the answer to this question seemed a bit unsolvable for her right now, and she couldn't let it become a constraint. She shifted her mindset, approaching life from a fresh perspective. After returning, she was already a new person, everything was new, and it didn't matter. There was really no need to rely on any past experience. She lived a good life here, living each day with all her heart. Ding dong, current player's spirit points are 11. Healthy and peaceful. Player talent life flat points is active. The spirit points cap has increased by 1, and your current spirit points cap is 16. Sue-Ann looked at her own spirit points, somewhat surprised. It was great to see her spirit points increase today. It seemed her talent was that a good mindset would enhance her spirit points. Sue-Ann lost herself in thought. A few seconds passed. Sue-Ann felt a warm, comforting sensation in her head. Player Sunshine Bear, triggers enlightenment, follow your heart. Spirit level quickly recovers to full strength, spirit, 16 to 16. This guy seems to have discovered a remarkable spiritual cultivation technique. Sue-Ann watched her spirit level fill up, feeling both surprised and somewhat understanding. She now fully understood her spiritual talent. It was beyond its capacity. As for spiritual power, it was all about the study of the mind. Cultivating the mind was cultivation. As long as she maintained a positive mind, she would continue to grow stronger, little by little. Wait. Sue-Ann noticed her surroundings. She seemed to be there. Sue-Ann looked around, and she saw what was happening around her. The scene before her wasn't the same as yesterday's sound sleep. The scenery had changed. She wasn't sleeping in the large RV bedroom, but on a soft, high bed. Although she was covered with the same blanket, her surroundings were completely different. The more she looked, the more familiar it looked, the pale green and cream-colored curtains, the curved cabinets, the delicate round windows. Everything was exquisite and dreamy. She followed the curtains on the other side of the bed, and saw the curved kitchen, the beautiful stove. She was in the pumpkin carriage. Sue-Ann quickly recognized it. This was the little carriage she had designed, a creation imbued with beautiful fantasy and sincere emotion. Yesterday, she had successfully possessed Shannan. Little pumpkin, where was the little pumpkin? Sue-Ann searched for her second doll, looking around and searching, until the sweet, adorable murmur of love filled her arms. Sue-Ann lowered her head. She found it in her arms. The puppet was small and soft, its mask loosely covering it, revealing a round, adorable half of its face, sleeping soundly in her arms. It was so light and airy. It felt almost feather-like in weight, making it difficult for Sue-Ann to feel it when she held it. When it hummed, its sound was sweet and tender, like a kitten, meowing and whimpering. It instantly melted Sue-Ann's heart. Sue-Ann felt a change in her body, becoming soft, fluttery, as if she had transformed into a fragrant, soft little cake, returning to a time of pure innocence. Oh my goodness, how could there be such an adorable little creature? Sue-Ann held it carefully. Sue-Ann slowly activated his skill, Doll Perception. Professional Skill 5. Doll Perception. What kind of doll maker is it if you don't understand your doll? You are fully aware of all your doll's emotions and abilities. Prerequisite. Mental power is at full strength. Intimacy is over 90%. Perception successful. All information enters Sue-An's mind in the form of a text panel. Doll pumpkin carriage. Full name is unknown, also known as Little Pumpkin, Xiaonan, and Pumpkin. This integrated car and house doll, embodying your rich emotions and imaginative home designs, comes to life through the spiritual and emotional investment of your skills. Producer, Sue-An. Owner, Sue-An. Talents, Attack 1, Defense 10, Spirit 6, Defense Specialization, Safety First, Level 1. Experience, 12/1000, Experience Gain Path, Replenish Spiritual Energy Materials and Food, Use Skills, Participate in Battle, Interact with the Owner, Sufficient Spiritual Energy, Adequate Sleep, Adequate Cleanliness, a Happy Mood, and Being Well Cared For. Based on current progress, the next level is expected to be 100 days away. Intimacy, 100%, Little Pumpkin swears it loves its owner dearly. If it doesn't love its owner, or its owner doesn't love it, it will fall apart and break down. Mental level, 4 to 10 years. Current status, good, lack of spiritual energy, saturation/energy, 23%, needs to replenish spiritual energy. The pumpkin carriage doll's food is different from that of humans and bears. Its flesh and blood body is a disguise to follow its owner. The pumpkin carriage can only consume materials of the same spiritual origin and spiritual source stones. If desperate, it can also consume oil and ordinary wood, but it's best not to do so. This will damage the carriage's interior, reduce its talent, make it difficult to upgrade, and even cause it to break apart. Mood, happy, my master's arms are so comfortable, sob. Cleanliness, 55%, outside the window, just a slight frost. Skill 1, the little pumpkin has 2 faces, a skill that can be developed, consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to maintain different forms. Energy can be replenished by eating, upgrading, and sleeping. Can randomly switch between single and double forms, and pumpkin carriage forms. Note, the pumpkin carriage form is integrated with Sue-An's bound vehicle. Single and double form, humanoid puppet, 30 centimeters tall, 150 g weight, wearing beautiful clothes and a handsome cape. Note, the clothing and cape are integrated with the puppet, representing another form of humanoid flesh and skin, and are not removable. Strength capable of lifting objects under 3 kilograms, reaction speed average, lacking legs or feet, and a solid cylindrical lower body with inherent levitation, low energy consumption, and long standby time. Compared to its pumpkin carriage form, this form consumes less energy. Energy use time, 7 days. Pumpkin carriage form, integrates with system vehicles, overriding the current vehicle. Vehicle upgrades and merges regional blueprints, allowing the pumpkin carriage to follow optimizations. High energy consumption, rapidly burning through the energy bar every minute and every second. Energy use time, 8 hours. External dimensions, 3m long, 2m wide, 5m high, oval shape, 6 wheels, speed 0 to 30 km/h. Current features, universal turning, telekinesis, autonomous driving. Interior, the current pumpkin carriage has a usable area of 12 square meters. Current trait, level 1 folding space. Configuration, low-level spatial shield, defense value, 100/100, current trait, self-repair, consumes 1% of energy to restore 20 points of defense. Configuration, synchronizes with the in-game vehicle, with components, bathroom, integrated kitchen cabinet, stove, separate bedroom, dining table and chairs. The pumpkin carriage only changes the decorative appearance of the components, not their specific functions. Skill 2, the little pumpkin knows a few tricks. Spiritual power feedback, consumes a certain amount of energy to restore the owner's mental power. Telekinesis, levitate and use telekinesis to control and retrieve objects. Skill 3, mine all mine. Can assimilate any vehicle and incorporate it into the pumpkin carriage form. Skill 4, this is not a simple Chinese knot, this is the pumpkin's treasure. The Chinese knot contains abundant storage space. All storage spaces in the pumpkin carriage form serve as space entrances, currently 20 meters wide. The owner can connect to the space at any time with telekinesis. The Chinese knot has more defensive and combat abilities, which are not yet unlocked. The pumpkin carriage doll believes it will be useful once it grows and levels up. Please take good care of it. After the skill was activated, Sue-An instantly understood the little creature's situation. It was born as a spiritual level vehicle, requiring higher energy requirements and incompatibility with lower level energy sources like gasoline. It is a late-stage growth vehicle doll. Suin needs to take good care of the pumpkin carriage and provide it with sufficient spiritual energy resources in the early stages. The little pumpkin doll in his arms opened its eyes. Chapter 61. Master, it said in a soft, milky voice. Ah! It yawned, then said, I'm running low on energy, ow. Bang! The surroundings suddenly changed, returning to the original RV, and the temperature dropped significantly. Suin, holding the little one, lay in the RV's bedroom, feeling the cold wind creeping in through the window. The system's walls were thin, unable to withstand the cold air outside. Through the window, Suin could see the snowflakes drifting outside. The little pumpkin, reverting to its doll form, with its pumpkin mask pulled up, nuzzled Suin with its exposed, fair face. Hungry, it said. Suin dug out all her spiritual supplies. Half an hour later, little pumpkin, named Sunenling, was cradled in Suin's arms, crunching on a spiritual wood chip with a blissful expression, absorbing spiritual energy and replenishing its energy. Suimo sat across from Suin, sharing their breakfast of heated toasted buns. The buns, unpacked by the system, tasted ordinary, like the pre-made buns commonly sold at convenience stores, neither unpalatable nor delicious. The restless bear, fresh from a nap, wasn't particularly hungry for energy, satisfying its hunger with only 3 buns. Its appetite was only 1 bun higher than Suin's. Sunenling, however, was different. It consumed 10 spiritual wood chips in a row before its energy bar above it was full. Suin also learned what little pumpkin had done yesterday, exploring the RV, consuming spiritual wood chips and whole spiritual wood blocks in exchange for energy value conversion. Speaking of little pumpkin's full name, Su Nanling. This name had been prepared long ago. Although Suin always called it Little Pumpkin, Lil Nan, Nan Nan, and Pumpkin Gua when it was still alive, she hadn't neglected the full name. She consulted the dictionary. And only after getting her consent did she settle on the name. Nanling. Nan comes from Little Pumpkin's nickname, and the ling at the end expresses her hope for her to be agile and free. It carries Suin's beautiful hopes for Little Pumpkin. She hopes she will be smart and intelligent, grow up well, and have a promising future. That morning, she understood Suin's explanation. Little Pumpkin expressed her love for the name, puffing out her chest and happily responding to Suin. Nanling will become the best pumpkin ever. When I level up, I protect my master and Big Bear. These were the words Suimo heard upon waking. His face, once a little wary, suddenly turned shy. After dinner, Suin led everyone in radio calisthenics to exercise. After a restful rest until 9 o'clock, the RV continued on its way. Because the pumpkin carriage's form was more advanced, consumed more energy, and had a limited speed, it was necessary to continue driving the original vehicle. This vehicle, after being integrated with the pumpkin carriage, had undergone a transformation. While the interior remained the same, the exterior resembled a larger version of the pumpkin carriage. From a very sturdy 4-wheeled fuel-powered large RV to a pumpkin carriage doll accessory sturdy 4-wheeled fuel-powered large RV. Vehicle, pumpkin carriage doll accessory sturdy 4-wheeled fuel-powered large RV. A small car covered by a pumpkin carriage doll, toyed in the palm of one's hand, possessing the pumpkin's exterior and the original interior. Everyone was speechless. Robbers, you are robbers. Pumpkin carriage doll, you are a carjacker. Woo. Little Pumpkin was talkative and clingy, clinging to Suin almost constantly, wanting her in his arms. Little Pumpkin loved to act like a spoiled child, curious about everything and constantly asking questions. Suin felt a sweet sense of distress facing the little pumpkin, who kept asking questions. Perhaps all new members go through this period of adjustment. Little Pumpkin asked the girl in a baby voice. Master, why can this big car run on gasoline, and so fast, but I can't use that oil? I feel it's harmful to my body. Every creature and object obtains energy differently. Your energy source is spiritual energy, Suin explained patiently. After answering one question, Little Pumpkin asked another. Master, why do you want me to call you sister? You created me, so you're my master. I'm a doll, and dolls belong to their masters. I can only call them master. Calling them sister is wrong. Sister refers to individuals of the same origin, not just a doll, like Big Bear. Big Bear calls you sister because it doesn't understand. Why doesn't the master call her sister, and ask me to call her sister? I don't understand. It calls you that because it's a wicked Big Bear, who doesn't recognize its master. The pumpkin carriage swears to defend the master's safety. This is the rule I adhered to from the moment I was born. Bear cannot break it. Sue-Ann explained this topic many times, but Little Pumpkin didn't seem to understand. Ever since hearing Sue-Mo call her sister and in that morning, it kept calling Sue-Mo a wicked big bear. Considering Little Pumpkin's mental state, which was between 4 and 10 years old, Sue-Ann could only explain patiently. At the same time, Sue-Ann reflected on herself. Every moment she spent creating the pumpkin carriage doll was a time of emotional sustenance for a safe, private home. Safe house, safe house. Everything Little Pumpkin does complies with the safe house's rules. Recognizes its master, is loyal, and is curious about all external risks. Up ahead, Sue-Mo, driving in the driver's seat, his 2 bear ears perked up. Swish. Buckled. Driving bear rejects negative comments. Driving bear doesn't accept the ignorant little toy's careless ginseng rooster. He's also a loyal child. Sister, you're the master, your family, you're the source of life. Sue-Ann spoke to Little Pumpkin, but he couldn't tell if the little creature understood. He just watched it nod. He began to ask the next question. It tilted its head. Chapter 62. Master, what is a system? Why is it scolding me? Why is it calling me a chatterbox and a moron? Is it jealous of my beautiful pumpkin-like body, or is it envious of my beautiful bow? Sue-Ann knew the answer instantly. In fact, it wasn't what Little Pumpkin said. The system scolds people simply because it's stingy. It gives every player a vehicle with the default right to use, not ownership. It considers it its own, and once the player deposits their property, it will belong to the system. Little Pumpkin merged with this vehicle, and from then on, it and Sue-Ann shared life and death. But let's be honest. That was a good grab, a brilliant move. The vehicle originally belonged to every player. I just like how the system couldn't stand her, but couldn't get rid of her. It was also after awakening Little Pumpkin that Sue-Ann discovered that her life was connected to every doll. Little Pumpkin swears it loves its master dearly. If it doesn't love its master, or if its master doesn't love it, it will fall apart and break. If its master dies, it will die too. Similar to Little Bear's Skill 5, Bloodlust Frenzy, once Swan is injured, Little Bear will overdraw all its energy and enter a low-health frenzy, fighting madly until all enemies are dead or it dies. If Swan is in trouble, no bear will survive alone. It was as if a hidden rule existed within each bear, both a gift from fate and a curse. Swan seemed to regard her life as inestimably precious. The car stopped and started. Sizzle! A sound echoed from the kitchen. The pan sizzled as large fish fillets gradually goldened, gaining a golden, crispy crust. Just then. Turn over. Little Bear had caught some fish, but Sue-Ann had sold it, leaving only a few scattered pieces of fish. It was a few cut fish fillets. Sue-Ann planned to fry them during the day for easy consumption. The fish fillets, marinated with spices and salt, filled the house with fragrance as they cooked in the hot oil. The blazing stove warmed the entire RV. The aroma of the food spread, adding a touch of warmth and beauty to the moment. There was more than one pot on the stove. The other 2 pots were bubbling with large chunks of meat. These chunks of meat were from yesterday's monster drops, venison and chicken. Sue-Ann had each of these pieces stewed separately. The food in each pot had a different flavor. The broth in the other pot, enhanced by yesterday's harvest of chili powder, had a bright red hue, and the aroma of the meat was even more pronounced. Meanwhile, Little Pumpkin wasn't idle either, assisting in the kitchen. He was chopping meat. Little Pumpkin would occasionally help fetch seasonings and supplies, enjoying the task like a child playing house, full of cheers and excitement. Sue-Ann had also discovered Little Pumpkin's usefulness. It was a storage genius. It could help organize and sort anything in the RV, and when needed, it could instantly retrieve it from its Chinese knot, its own space. Little Pumpkin's basic abilities, hardly even skills, didn't make it any less useful. Sue-Ann sat in a chair, frying a pan of fish fillets, and placing them in a wooden basin. Sue-Ann continued frying new meat. With Little Pumpkin helping him, Sue-Ann's cooking efficiency improved dramatically. Although, he also had to field some of Little Pumpkin's curious questions. Master, why does fried meat smell so good? Master, why is Bear so powerful, able to kill monsters and get meat? I couldn't help him just now, no matter how hard I tried. Sue-Ann spent the entire morning cooking all the raw meat. It was expected to be enough for Little Bear to eat for about 2 days. But there was a problem. While cooking, Little Bear would also bring back tons of meat, making it difficult to cook all of it. Little Pumpkin, excited, chopping meat was so much fun. Little Pumpkin, I couldn't finish chopping, I just couldn't finish it. The novice period is over. Little Bear is finding fewer boxes, but he's catching more meat. Every time Little Bear gets out of the car, his mouth is wide open, carrying a huge lump of meat, and he can't hide his joy. The game's difficulty has increased, and the monster spawn rate has dramatically increased, but this is actually a good thing for them. Strength can turn danger into resources. During the novice period, 1 or 2 monsters would appear in every 2 or 3 boxes. Now that the difficulty has increased, almost every box has a monster, and more than one. That morning, Little Bear encountered 6 level 1 red-eyed goose monsters attacking simultaneously. Those monsters were determined to target the unshielded vehicles on the roadside. Alas! Before they could reach them, Little Bear's giant foot dropped from the sky and crushed them to death. In addition to gaining 15 experience points, they also received a piece of goose meat and a bag of goose feathers. This one-sided monster hunting routine made Sue-Ann's morning quite fruitful. Sue-Ann counted. Little Bear had traveled 121 kilometers that morning and found 7 boxes, all wooden. Meanwhile, he had killed 24 monsters, 3 deer, 1 pig, 7 geese, 5 chickens, 4 rabbits, 1 tiger, and 3 venomous snakes. Increased Sue-Ann's experience points by 471. Obtained 30 kilograms of venison, 40 kilograms of pork, 2 kg** 4 goose legs, 2 kg** 3 goose meat, 100 g** 5 goose feathers, 1 kg** 3 chicken, 100 g** 3 chicken feathers, 1 kg** 4 rabbit meat, 1 tiger bone, 1 complete tiger skin. At noon, Sue-Ann, whose energy level had dropped to 45, ate heartily, replenishing his energy. Sue-Ann simply ate a bowl of rice, a fish fillet, a few pieces of meat, and some vegetables, leaving her with a limited appetite. Mainly, she didn't exercise much and wasn't particularly hungry. After Sue-Ann finished eating, she watched the bear eat, constantly serving food to the bear puppet, ensuring that the bear, the primary monster killer, would be well fed and replenished. It must be said that Little Bear's food is delicious. Whether simple or elaborate, Little Bear always has a hearty appetite, praising his meals as he eats. A heaven-chosen companion for a delicious meal. After lunch, Sue-Ann cleared the dishes, and Little Bear and Little Pumpkin both rushed to wash them. Leave it to me, leave it to me. I can wash the dishes. I love washing them. This is my job. Don't fight with me. Wow, 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 wow. Little Pumpkin burst into tears of joy. This scene made Sue-Ann and Sue-Ann stop collecting the dishes. Seeing everyone stop, Little Pumpkin put away his fake tears and seized the opportunity. A broad smile curved its lips, and then it took action. With a powerful levitation spell, the dishes flew steadily into the sink. Then, the faucet automatically opened, and the water splashed, washing away the dirt. The clean dishes went straight into the cupboard. This scene shocked Sue-Ann and Sue-Ann. They stared at it, stunned for a moment. Smart Home Plus version entered reality. A few seconds passed. Sue-Ann's mouth dropped open in shock. Sue-Ann clapped mechanically, like a humanoid. When Little Pumpkin looked over, the clapping quickened. Little Pumpkin puffed out his chest and held his head high, looking impressive. If I were in pumpkin form, I could do so much more. Self-driving, self-cleaning, dishwashing, sweeping, mopping, and laundry, I could automate everything. Oh, and I even have a protective shield and a massive storage space. After saying this, Little Pumpkin puffed out his chest even higher, appearing even more proud. Sue-Ann closed his mouth in surprise and clapped, joining Sue-Ann in a clapping chorus. Soon, Little Pumpkin demonstrated the self-cleaning function to the man and the bear. Chapter 63. It hummed softly, and as it activated its power, a flash of light flashed across its body, a streak of orange light appearing. At the same time, the air began to flow, and a breeze began to pick up. The wind blew up the dust on the ground into a pile. The door automatically opened a crack, letting the dust escape through the gap. The faucet turned on, and the rag flew up, soaking it with water, and then automatically wiped the floor. When it reached Sue-Ann and Sue-Ann, the rag stopped. Sue-Ann and Sue-Ann exchanged a glance, then sat down on chairs and lifted their feet. The rag continued its movement. In a few minutes, the room was refreshed. As it cleaned, the aroma of food completely dissipated, replaced by the scent of pumpkin. Little Pumpkin wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Sue-Ann with pride. Sue-Ann noticed that Little Pumpkin's energy value had instantly dropped by 5 percentage points. From 97 to 92. This little guy wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Sue-Ann clapped even louder, then gave Little Pumpkin a thumbs up, saying, "Great." Because of the system's updated Rule 6, Sue-Ann and the dolls didn't rush to continue their journey after lunch. Everyone rested. They all took a nap together. The bed was large, with 2 dolls per person, providing ample space. Little Bear slept on Sue-Ann's left, Little Pumpkin on her right. When Sue-Ann woke half an hour later, Little Pumpkin stared at her with its round eyes, as if wanting to talk. Sue-Ann blinked. Little Pumpkin suddenly jumped into Sue-Ann's arms and rubbed against her. Then he pointed out the window. Sue-Ann followed Little Pumpkin to the window and saw that the sky was still gloomy, with a light snowflake falling. Only withered branches and a thin layer of snow remained on either side of the road. A thin layer of snow also covered the highway. The road stretched out, and in the distance, a snow-capped mountain appeared. Sue-Ann rubbed his eyes and looked closely. It was indeed a snow-capped mountain. The road stretched out, connecting to the snow-capped mountain and spiraling upwards. Has the map been updated? It hadn't been updated when he stopped at noon. Sue-Ann opened the system screen and looked. See if anyone's map had been updated with the relevant information. The novice period ended, and the daily limit for posts in the regional chat group was increased from 3 to 10. Posts over 10 cost 0.5 copper coins per post. This greatly increased the amount of information in the regional chat. It was lunchtime, and everyone was actively discussing. Arrived on time. Damn it, just let me die. What a disgusting game, abusing people for fun. There are so few boxes, and the monsters are so many and difficult to fight, and they even attack vehicles. I really can't hold on. Zhao Heng, everyone's like that. Life is torture. It's so hard. Driving until my hands and feet are numb. Opening boxes is even more risky. I'm short on food and clothing, and everything else. Without my protective shield, I'm terrified even when I go to the bathroom, afraid a monster might pop out. Your little sweetie, I'm craving roast goose legs. Seeing all the barbecue on the market is so tempting. I really can't bear to live even a single day without enough food, clothing, or shelter. Poor as pleasant goat, how about this? Give me a block of wood, and I give you 50 G of barbecue to satisfy your craving. I sell it to you at a discount. Tree boss, it's so cold. Can anyone sell me some wood at a discount? Future Breeze, didn't you buy the blocks of wood that Big Bear was selling at a discount a few days ago? You. I was slow, so I didn't get any. Maple leaves return to their roots. Actually, monsters aren't that difficult to defeat. You can break down iron blocks into iron plates, which can then be broken down into iron bars, which can be used as weapons. Don't be afraid of level 1 monsters. If you encounter a small animal, just smash it. If you encounter a large one, just rev up your sports car and drive away. Faya de Hong. Thank you, may good people have a peaceful life. Chio milk tea. Does anyone have trauma medicine? I can trade it for food material blueprints. I searched the exchange, but my application has been sitting there for ages with no response. I'm in urgent need of medicine. Tu Cha Miao. Looking for medicine +1. Is there anyone who's a pharmacist or doctor? Please help me, I need medicine. I see no one is discussing anything about the snow mountain. It's possible that she's the only one who encountered this strange snow mountain. Sue-Ann turned off the light curtain. Thinking for a moment. The snow mountain appeared on the main road, not on a fork in the road. The speaker in my pocket wasn't working, so does that mean there's no danger? But whether there's danger or not, it seems I have to move forward. How could I stay still? How strange. Sue-Ann looked at the snowy mountain. It felt familiar. Suddenly, Sue-Ann thought of something and pulled out a platform ticket for the ice and snow slide, racing, from his space backpack. The platform ticket glowed faintly. Compare. The background above was very similar. A towering snowy mountain with a slide running across it. In the upper right corner were 2 large words. Racing. Below, in somewhat wild handwriting, it read, The ice and snow slide welcomes visitors. Exciting, safe, and profitable. Go to the ice and snow slide for an extraordinary experience and a glimpse into the kingdom of ice and snow. The right-hand scroll read, One-time game experience card. On the back, there's an introduction to the ice and snow slide. Built in the year 203821 of the interstellar calendar, it's a famous tourist attraction at Ice and Snow Planet 29372. Its thrilling and lively scene is replicated here, the 10,000-meter ice and snow slide. Here, you can earn a large sum of money. Sue-Ann held up his platform ticket and compared it. The snow-capped mountains in the background, and the ones in front of him were 80% similar. A gift from the system, a trap. This forced her to go even if she didn't want to. Half an hour later, Sumo's nap ended. The RV began to move steadily forward. Considering the uphill climb, all the items in the RV were stored in the cabinets. Sumo drove carefully, while Suen held Su Nanling in the passenger seat. The RV slowly moved along the road. The road narrowed as they drove. Arriving near the snow-capped mountains, the winding mountain road became extremely steep. Looking at the narrow road, Suen's expression changed. He asked Sumo to stop the car and carefully park the RV at the foot of the snowy mountain. The only road leading to the snowy mountain had become very narrow at some point, and Suen's vehicle was a large RV, quite wide. The road was barely wide enough for the car, meaning it was difficult to drive uphill, and the road was full of curves, leaving no room for error. Our current car is dangerous climbing the mountain, Suen said. Actually, we could drive a pumpkin car, but it would be slower, Su Nanling suggested. Trust me, I'm slow, but I'm super stable. The little pumpkin flew out of Suen's arms, floating lightly in the air as it spoke to Suen and Sumo. Suen nodded in agreement with the little pumpkin's suggestion. She pulled a complete spiritual block from her backpack and gave it to the little one. Shaman, take this and use it to replenish your energy. Without the spirit source stone, Suen could only use spiritual materials to power the little pumpkin. Luckily, their last visit to the abandoned station yielded a wealth of spiritual wood fragments and whole, spiritual pieces, all excellent items of the same spiritual origin. Otherwise, when Little Pumpkin woke up, he'd have to face starvation for 9 meals a day, or have to pinch his nose and swallow gasoline, which would damage his talent. Simply creating dolls for use without caring for them wasn't Suen's style. Each doll carried her love and dedication. Little Pumpkin nodded and took the whole, spiritual piece of wood. She looked at Suen with sparkling eyes. Chapter 64. According to Little Pumpkin, a piece of spiritual wood can replenish its current energy bar by 7% to 10%, while a whole piece of spiritual wood can provide approximately 80% to 100%. After absorbing the spiritual energy within, the wood chips will turn into sawdust. However, a whole piece of spiritual wood will not break down after absorbing it. If set aside, it will continue to absorb and accumulate spiritual energy over time, but the recovery is very slow. It's roughly similar to the difference between disposable batteries and reusable power banks. It has a certain source of spiritual energy replenishment. Little Pumpkin immediately activated its skill. The pumpkin mask on its head clicked and fell smoothly onto its fair face. It transformed into a small pumpkin-headed doll. At the same time, the large RV underwent a dramatic transformation. Centered around the little pumpkin doll, an orange spiritual light emanated, enveloping the entire vehicle. Soon, a small pumpkin carriage appeared in its place. The pumpkin carriage had the ability to fold space. Suen, Xiaomo, and Little Pumpkin instantly moved from the driver's seat to the carriage's interior. Everyone sat on cushions around a low table. Suen could see the system popping up again, cursing. Low table. The pumpkin carriage's built-in decorative table, unenchanted by spiritual power, just a mock-up, capable of bearing 3 kilograms. Sumo noticed the spatial shift and immediately scaled back to his original 40 centimeter size. Little Bear surveyed his surroundings curiously. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't help but clap his paws in front of him. It was like the little bear's natural instinct for admiration was triggered. This familiar place made Suen recognize it immediately. The small living room she had designed. The surroundings were largely similar. From the round lattice windows to the warm cream yellow curtains lining them, the layout mirrored hers. The curtains were tied with a light green ribbon, and the tassels dangling from them bore traces of Suen's hand sewing. Unfortunately, a quick glance revealed the system's complaints. Curtains. The pumpkin carriage comes with decorative curtains, just for show, for light blocking, not wind blocking. Whose curtains are used for wind blocking? Suen looked around. She could see many differences from the original design, especially regarding the size of the space. Because of the built-in folding expansion space, the pumpkin carriage had more space inside. The originally low, split-level space was transformed into a small, 2-story loft with ample ceiling height. The pumpkin carriage's interior was divided into a first and second floor, a curved space. Each floor contained a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, while the second floor contained a 2.5 x 2 bed and a full wall of storage space. When Suen woke up that morning, she took in the entirety of the space. All the vehicle storage spaces connect to the 20-meter-long space in the Little Pumpkin. We're currently staying in the first floor living room, the largest area on the ground floor. One side of the living room has a large window, offering a view of the surroundings. On the other side is the kitchen, separated by a curved dining table and chairs. Behind the dining table and chairs is the kitchen cabinet assembly, which includes a sink, kitchen counter, stove, and cabinets. At the end of the kitchen is the separate bathroom. The dining table and chairs are modified versions of the table and chairs in Swan's original vehicle, while the kitchen counter and bathroom are also from the kitchen cabinet and bathroom blueprint components. The dining table and chairs, integrating original vehicle internal components, produced from system blueprints, they are undoubtedly top quality. You bandits. Kitchen cabinet, the internal components of the original vehicle that were fused together, the system's blueprint for a RV kitchen cabinet, very practical. Can't you design your own? I'm furious. Sue enclosed the series of system messages that popped up before her. Each pop-up window clearly indicated that this puppet you created had completely devoured the system's vehicles. Damn it. Sue was used to it. Ever since the pumpkin carriage puppet had awakened, the system hadn't been very friendly. She simply didn't know where to complain to the system, so if possible, she'd deal with it first. Yo, pumpkin carriage, destination locked, shield activated, off. The little pumpkin, transformed into a pumpkin carriage, was clearly full of energy. Finding its place, it happily somersaulted in midair, then raised its hands and shouted a slogan. After the slogan was finished, the sweet little voice ended. The pumpkin carriage began to move. The car started to move, climbing up the snowy mountain along the narrow winding road. Inside the car, Sue felt only a slight jolt of start-up, then all sensation faded. The interior felt as stable as if it were parked in its original position. The scenery outside the window began to recede and shift, reflecting the pumpkin carriage's progress. Because of the little pumpkin, the pumpkin carriage had taken on a more physical form, removing the driver's cab and leaving only the RV space. Driving was entirely controlled by the little pumpkin doll. If Sue wanted to participate in the driving, he could use Class Skill 5 doll perception to synchronize his vision with the pumpkin carriage and control its movement. As for the bear doll, when the vehicle appeared as a pumpkin carriage, it completely lost its role as driver. The little bear, still unaware of this, only stopped and clapped when the car started moving. Tilting his head, he asked, "Don't you need bear to drive?" The little pumpkin leaned close to the bear and said, "Big bear, I can run on my own." Then, with a clear, "You're unemployed, I'm still useful" look, he was filled with pride. Sue smiled, picked up the little bear and said, "Leave it to Xiao Nanling. Let's take a break." The little bear understood, nodded, and with a plop, laid down on Sue, relaxing. Then, as if suddenly struck by something, it stood up, ran to the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and stood on the narrow edge, looking out. "Be careful," Sue blurted out. Then he realized he was inside the pumpkin carriage. All the doors and windows were controlled by the little pumpkin, and the outermost layer had its own protective shield, making it an extremely safe space. Sue also stood up and looked, following the little bear's gaze. From the window, one could see a steep cliff on one side of the road, the trees below growing shorter and shorter. "We're getting so high," Sue sighed. "I remember sister and was afraid of heights." Sumo's eyes shone with worry. This was what he was worried about. As soon as Sumo finished speaking, he turned around and saw Sue wiping the sweat from his forehead and taking a few steps back, away from the window. Sue sat down on the cushions, still feeling his legs go weak. Looking down, he saw his legs trembling. Sue touched his pounding heart, slowly inhaling and exhaling, repeating this cycle, trying to calm himself as much as possible. Sue took a deep breath. The scene he had just seen was still playing before his eyes. The pumpkin carriage drove along the narrow road, circling the edge of the cliff, spiraling upwards. The windows seemed to be suspended outside the cliff, offering a direct view of the scene below. So high. So terrifying. After a moment's pause, Sue returned to the window and looked down. Even at a high altitude, she had to see it. She needed to adapt and advance. She would soon enter a special platform, the snow slide. She didn't know how to play the game on the ticket for this platform, but since it was built on a snowy mountain, it seemed to involve sliding down from a height. 20 minutes passed, and the pumpkin carriage climbed higher and higher. Sue gradually adjusted to the altitude, at least her heartbeat slowed, and her legs felt less weak. She had indeed adapted well. The pumpkin carriage had universal wheels, allowing it to move in any direction. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin carriage to rotate in place, positioning the living room window in front, allowing everyone to observe the road conditions. Now, through the window, the platform sign above the snowy mountain could be vaguely seen. Snow slide at this moment. A sound began to emanate from the speaker in the coat pocket hanging on the wall of the pumpkin carriage's entrance. It was a rhythmic melody, like the background music from the side-scrolling mini-games I used to watch on handheld game consoles as a child. As the carriage moved towards the platform, a system pop-up window appeared in front of Suen. Chapter 65. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for entering the special platform, Ice and Snow Slide platform, Ice and Snow Slide. Danger level, information, exciting, safe, and profitable escalator. Do you want to spin the platform ticket and choose to explore? This platform is a special platform with special rules. It is only open to players with special platform tickets, and there is no option to abandon exploration. Yes, yes. I'm already here, and you won't let me leave. The main path leads to the platform. Unless I stay put, I must enter. The platform ticket is a random gift from the system. Suen had long known this was the system's handiwork. Considering the system's harsh words and curses since the pumpkin carriage doll appeared, it really loves to set traps for players. However, the danger level written on the platform is not high. Does this prove that even if the system wants to set traps, it must follow certain principles? Suen immediately thought of the level matching difficulty. Their journey was safe and easy, all because the monster difficulty was based on Suen's level, yet the strongest among them was the bear doll. Suen suffered heavy losses against those monsters. The bear went on to fight, taking out Saner in one round and increasing his meat reserves. As long as he could use this effectively, the system's targeting could be a blessing in disguise. Suen explained this to the two dolls, and Su Imo and Su Nanling nodded repeatedly, promising to exercise caution. As Suen clicked yes, the platform ticket in his hand vanished, and the train pulled into the platform. At this moment, a system announcement rang out. Ding dong, current area 20312, player Sunshine Bear has been invited to the special platform Ice and Snow Slide. Enter the platform. This platform is an entertainment racing game mode with no time limit. I wish player Sunshine Bear a happy and enjoyable time. For the first time, Suen realized the system wasn't saying anything offensive. But concealing malice is the greatest malice. If the child appears normal, he must have been quietly misbehaving for a long time. Suen was no longer afraid to speculate, even with the utmost malice, about the system's ill intentions. The pumpkin carriage drove slowly around the top of the mountain for a few minutes before arriving at the gate of what looked like an amusement park. The gate was closed, and a glittering ice sculpture hung on the plaque. Snow Slide. It truly looked like a normal amusement park. Of course, one had to ignore the two animated snowmen at the entrance. The two snowmen, over 3 meters tall, waved at Suen. As soon as Suen's car stopped, the two snowmen bowed together and shouted enthusiastically in unison. Welcome player Sunshine Bear to the Snow Slide platform. They were both classic snowman figures, their bodies primarily composed of two large snowballs. The larger snowball at the bottom formed the body, while the smaller snowball at the top served as the head. They had black buttons for eyes, a red plush ball for the nose, a standard smiley mouth, and wore red scarves and red hats. They looked identical, the only difference being the orientation of their scarves. Snowman, hurry up, said the snowman with the red scarf hanging on the left. Snowman, happy, said the snowman with the red scarf hanging on the right. Then the two snowmen chorused, Snowman happy, on behalf of the entire Ice and Snow Slide staff, welcome you. We wish you a happy and enjoyable trip. They were quite friendly. But Suen's expression grew increasingly serious. Very cautious. Then, a snowman jumped out and spoke softly. This game is a single-player escalator racing game. Players must participate without a vehicle. We offer free parking. Leave your vehicle there, and you're welcome to pick it up anytime after the game. Suen suddenly felt like this was a trap. Could she really come back to retrieve it? According to the instructions for the 10,000-meter Ice and Snow Slide, she left her vehicle here. After sliding nearly 10 kilometers, how would she get back to the main gate? Walk? Climb? Or could she only retrieve her vehicle the next time she came across this platform? Suen coughed a few times, opened the window, and said to the snowman, I want to bring my vehicle with me, can't I? The snowman's smile froze as he explained the rules. Another snowman chimed in principle, it's not allowed. Please don't make things difficult for our employees. We don't want to lose our jobs. Suen, understanding the implication, raised an eyebrow. I'm about to drive in. You all said you're welcome to play. Do you welcome me or not? If not, let us leave. With that, Suen gave the little pumpkin a look, and the pumpkin car, without even turning around, began to drive directly away from the amusement park. Don't. The snowman held out his hand. At that moment, a large snowman suddenly appeared behind the car. The pumpkin carriage stopped. The 6-meter-tall snowman, adorable and charming, bent down, lowered his head, and whispered to Suin, who was standing by the window, "No, no, no, dear player, please don't give up this opportunity to play and waste your precious platform ticket. They are both temporary workers, their work processes are irregular, and they haven't memorized all the rules and regulations. As the park manager, I'm deeply sorry for the inconvenience this has caused you." The big snowman spoke in an official tone and pretended to lecture the two smaller snowmen. The two smaller snowmen covered their heads, huddled together, and trembled slightly. The snowman, claiming to be the manager, said to Suin, "In addition to free parking, our park also offers temporary space rentals to help you store your vehicles. They forgot to mention this and caused you trouble." "Oh, you mean they just forgot?" Suin blinked and asked back. "Yes, yes." The snowman nodded politely. Unexpectedly, the seemingly fair, pretty, yet thin-skinned little girl suddenly slammed the windowsill, her face aggression. She shouted, "Damn it! You look down on me? Do you think I can't afford the rent and you're discriminating against me?" At that moment, Suimo instantly understood his master's intention. He should seize this opportunity to extort money in exchange for something. The little bear swiftly leaped out of the car window, mindful of staying within the 3-meter radius of the pumpkin carriage's protective shield. Suimo immediately used the bear form level 3 skill, transforming into level 3, giant bear form. This was also the first time it had displayed its largest form. At 10 meters tall, weighing 1,215 kilograms, and possessing a strength of 110,000 kilograms, the giant bear looked exceptionally ferocious. The tall snowman looked dwarfed by it. Suimo grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Shah! The war seemed imminent. Chapter 66. The administrative snowman was startled. It tilted its head back, staring at the giant bear, then shivered all over. Then, it vanished in a flash, leaving only the two welcoming snowmen at the door. The two welcoming snowmen weren't much better off. They were shaking like sieves. Gone, gone. The administrative snowman simply slipped away, leaving the two gatekeeper snowmen to face the terrifying player. Coming up with this kind of evasion to shirk responsibility is simply unreliable. The two snowmen hugged each other, trembling and apologizing. "Sorry, dear player, sorry. We simply accepted bribes from the system, and need to keep our mouths shut. We didn't do it on purpose. We're just low-level workers, who accidentally ended up here at the entertainment platform. Please don't embarrass us." "Woo, I apologize. We were threatened. I give you all the game coins I have. Lulu will give you the best vehicle storage item for free. Please don't attack us or report us. Woo, you be dead. We only need to work a few more days, and we can leave this dangerous position." Suin was surprised by the scene before her. She simply thought the snowmen were being a little too nice, so she took the opportunity to scare them. She hadn't expected it. The snowmen had backed off so quickly. Quicker than she imagined, and so completely. It seemed to have made their combat effectiveness truly lacking. Then they happily recounted their lives. They claimed to be players from another world, lost on the platform and lost their memories. Later, after regaining their memories, they somehow transformed into snowmen and stayed to work and survive. Their biggest dream is to work for a few more days and get promoted without having to rely on others. The snowmen voluntarily offered their wealth to avoid being killed by Suin. Suin received 1 silver coin, 22 copper coins, and the item, a temporary space ring, 100 meters for 3 days. Accepting the favor, Suin spared the two snowmen. Although she knew she could kill them, she didn't want to openly oppose this entertainment park. Besides, that wouldn't mean she accepted a reward. However, Suin also knew the system wouldn't let them go, so she could only leave the two foolish snowmen to fend for themselves. Suimo deactivated his skills and returned to his original form. The little pumpkin returned to its puppet form. Suin dressed, pulling on his thickest clothes, then a heavy, loose coat. He exited the vehicle and stored it in the space ring. He cradled the teddy bear and the little pumpkin in his coat, his hat tightly covering his head and half his face. The teddy bear, once flesh and blood, was quite solid, weighing 30 pounds and quite heavy. However, Little Pumpkin used his levitation technique to help the bear reduce its weight, relieving Suin of his worries and making things easier. Suin heard two screams as he entered the park's main gate. Turning back, he saw that the two snowmen had shattered into a shard of snow through the iron gate, leaving only two intact, spiritual snow blocks. An ice sculpture of a beautiful woman, standing outside the gate, picked up the two intact, spiritual snow blocks and smiled at Suin. At the same time, the ice sculpture's name disappeared from the sign at the entrance. Dear guest, please forgive these two snowmen for the unpleasant experience you experienced. We offer this as a small token of our respect. The woman handed over 2 glowing snow blocks and extended her hand across the railing to Suin. Suin didn't approach the strange ice sculpture woman to accept her offer. Instead, with a stern face, she stepped back, out of the sight of the ice sculpture. Suin said cautiously, "No reward without merit." The ice sculpture chuckled cheerfully. What a clever player. No wonder that person targeted her. These mechanical creatures love to engage in racial discrimination and cultural discrimination, even thinking their actions aren't obvious. She gracefully twisted her body, brushing against her soft hair even as she transformed into ice. The agile movements of an ice sculpture added an eerie touch to the scene. I wish you good results in the game and increase the visibility of our park. If you have time, come visit the Real Ice and Snow Star 29372. I'm a spiritual force of Bing Chi, the slide supervisor. I be following your live streams. See you sometime. With that, the ice sculpture transformed back into the sign on the gate, and the 2 glowing snow blocks vanished. Silence reigned. Only the wind blew and the snow fell, scratching her exposed skin, causing a slight pain. Suin quickly tightened her clothes, hugging her teddy bear and pumpkin tightly. Following the large arrows on the ground, Suin walked forward and came across a standing billboard. Suin looked over. The teddy bear and pumpkin peeked out from under her coat and looked over. Attraction, Ice and Snow Slide. Introduction. Sunshine Bear, you are currently on the ice and snow slide, lower level. Game rules. 1. This game is not a vehicle-based mode. Players participate in the game independently and are responsible for their own safety. 2. At the Blue Igloo, spend game coins to rent or craft a skateboard. No obligation, we offer free skateboards or skateboard blueprints. It's up to you. 3. At the Red Igloo, enter the ice and snow slide and queue up for the game to begin. While waiting in line, you can choose whether to enter the convenience store to make purchases. 4. This game requires a ticket. Each ticket allows only 1 entry. After the game ends, you will automatically exit the platform. Without a platform ticket, you cannot enter the second round. You cannot return to the parking lot. Players who have stored their vehicles are welcome to come back next time. After 3 days of free storage, parking fees will be charged. Please check your receipt. Suin saw this message, and the snowman's plot was confirmed. The system had issued her a platform ticket specifically for her vehicle. If she wasn't careful and stored the pumpkin with it, that would be disastrous. Suin continued reading. 5. Each group of 100 players participates in a racing game. The full team starts at the same time. This mode is a racing entertainment mode with props. The rewards and penalties are as follows. First place, 10,000 copper coins plus 1 advanced ice and snow protective shield, a rare treasure. Second place, 1,000 copper coins plus 1 intermediate ice and snow protective shield, a rare treasure. Third place, 500 copper coins plus 1 low-level ice and snow protective shield, a rare treasure. For th to 10th place, 100 copper coins. 10th to 20th place, penalty exemption. 21st to 50th place, 100 copper coin penalty. 51st to 100th place, 1,000 copper coin penalty. After reading the rules, Suin didn't waste any time and immediately headed for the Blue House Igloo. The snow was falling heavier and colder. The snowflakes grew from tiny fragments to large balls, like goose feathers. After walking a few hundred meters, Suin saw the Blue Igloo building. One wall was a transparent floor-to-ceiling glass window, filled with a variety of skateboards and snow rings. Suin pushed the door open and entered the room. Chapter 67. The doorbell jingled. She entered the room, which was just as cold as outside. Dear player, it's a pleasure to serve you. A somewhat mechanical, sweet voice echoed, polite, courteous, and a touch of fatigue. Suin instantly got the feeling. Like a worker who's been working overtime year-round and is filled with resentment. Behind the counter was a snowman, a woman with a red bow around her neck. She greeted her with a stiff smile and performed the same movements she'd practiced a million times. Suin immediately spotted the work badge on her chest. Snow House salesperson. Ms. Wang. Hello, Ms. Wang. Suin nodded politely. The snowman seemed to brighten up a little after being called by name. She pulled out a dozen brochures from under the counter and handed them to Suin. Suin looked at the brochures. Snow House Snowboard Collection. Dear players, our shop offers rental and manufacturing of various snowboards. If you like any, feel free to purchase or contact me for more information, the snowman said. After that, The snowman stood back and waited. Suen flipped through the booklet. The first page was the rental book, which contained snowboards provided free of charge by the ski resort. Simple snowboard, free rental made of plastic, for easy gliding. It resembles a small plastic shovel, shaped like a child's, and measuring 51 by 35 inches, small and narrow. To use it, you sit on it, lift your legs, and slide down by grabbing the triangular section. It looked unreliable at first glance, and it only fit a small area the size of a buttock, making it a very uncomfortable position to sit on. Suen flipped through the books. The skis she rented were getting better, with larger and wider boards and snow rings that let her lie down, freeing her hands. They were also more expensive. Prices ranged from 100 copper coins to over 1,000. There weren't many skis available for rent. There were 6 categories: small, medium, and large skis and snow rings. Suen had just pocketed the coins contributed by the snowman at the door, totaling 1,022 copper coins. When it came to racing, skis definitely played a role. Suen wanted to win. She opened another book. These were blueprints for making your own skis. Buy the blueprints, make them yourself, and the skis you get weren't disposable, you could take them home. Suen looked at them. The blueprints had prices listed below them, and the quality varied. However, whether or not they could be made depended on the player gathering the materials. Soon, Suen discovered something called a Spirit with Ski blueprint. It cost 899 copper coins. It was a type of ski that could be made with any type of spirit grade wood. She happened to have some spiritual grade wood materials. For example, complete spiritual wood blocks and lightning struck wood. Suen looked and saw the materials needed for a spiritual wood ski: 1 piece of wood, spiritual, 1 piece of iron, and 4 pieces of wood normal. Suen pointed to the paper and asked the snowman saleswoman, "Hello, I'd like to see this blueprint." The snowman saleswoman smiled brightly when Suen asked about the blueprint, but suddenly, her smile froze, as if she had received a sudden news. The snowman saleswoman gave a wry smile and said, "Sorry, this blueprint is out of stock." But unlike her words, she also rubbed her fingers together. Now her smile was flattering. It was like seeing a fat sheep. "But if you give me some?" Suen frowned. "She's lying. She's robbing customers. I'm going to file a complaint." The little pumpkin poked its head out from nowhere and said, its small white teeth bared, holding a sign, looking rather aggressive. The snowman's smile faltered. The little bear poked its head out and hopped to the ground. Suemo instantly transformed into a 4-meter-tall bear, its head pointed at the ceiling, looking down at the snowman saleswoman. "You are robbing us?" A few minutes later, Suen bought the blueprints at the employee price of 599. Crucially, Suen didn't have to spend the money. Ms. Wang, the snowman saleswoman, offered it as compensation for her rudeness. Suen finished making the lightning-struck wooden skis and looked at the brand new prop. Thunderstruck wooden skis. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly grade. Notes: weight 1 kilogram, dimensions 100 cm * 43 cm * 39 cm. Special features: 30% faster gliding speed on ice, durable and wear resistant. Suen placed the skis in the space and called back Suemo, who was shaking hands with the snowman saleswoman. Suen left the blue igloo with the dolls. "Welcome back next time," the snowman said weakly. The employee rules, long hidden by the snowman saleswoman, suddenly appeared in Little Pumpkin's hands and on the counter. 6. Employees must respect players. Disrespecting players and receiving player complaints will result in a full deduction of performance bonuses for that month, a 50% reduction in next month's salary, and cancellation of performance bonuses. I clearly came in alone, so where did all those helpers come from? The system also warned her that this person was easy to rob, so she should hurry and make a killing. The snowman was puzzled. Could it be that the system was plotting against her? Ah, that was too much. It had set her up, even though they had promised not to harm workers. Suen tightened his hat and carried the 2 dolls to the red igloo. "The master is the smartest master," Little Pumpkin said softly. Before entering the house, Suen had Little Pumpkin help search for clues and not to miss any signs with words. He also had the little bear ready for battle at any moment. So she hadn't been tricked. Her large coat concealed everything. Suen carried the 2 dolls into the red-roofed igloo. There were no salespeople here, and after pushing the door open, all she could see were signs. The queue for the ice and snow slide. Current player progress: 3/100. Latest game start time: 4 p.m. Countdown: 1 hour and 54 minutes. Players who haven't arrived will be considered forfeited and will be fined or paid for work. Currently arrived players can wait in the free rest area here or rest at the convenience store. The convenience store is a special natural chain store with unique products. It's warm, safe, and comfortable. There's no minimum purchase. The products are high quality and affordable. Recommended. Suin read the sign and pushed open the door to the adjacent convenience store. Natural chain convenience store, ice and snow slide platform branch. A warm breath washed over me. It was a warm place. In front of the cashier's counter was a transparent freezer with a snowman inside. Squeak. The small door above the transparent freezer opened, and the snowman inside spoke quickly. Welcome to the natural convenience store. Please select your items and check out here. Whether you buy anything or not, you can rest for free in our rest area. We offer credit, up to 10,000 copper coins. Pay before leaving the platform. With that, the freezer door closed, and the snowman seemed afraid he'd melt if he didn't close it in time. Suin glanced at the shelves. The dazzling array of goods was eye-catching, making it tempting to shop. Suin immediately experienced the game's difficulty and pitfalls. Here, human greed is tested. Will some daring player use their 10,000 copper coin credit limit, determined to stay here until they win first place? Suin was first drawn to the item section, which displayed a variety of protective shields. Wow! Chapter 68. Disposable Protective Shield, Advanced, Defense Value, 10,000. Price, 1 gold coin / 10 silver coin / 10,000 copper coins. Quantity, 0/1. Disposable Protective Shield, Intermediate, Defense Value, 1,000. Price, 1 silver coin / 1,000 copper coins. Quantity, 4/5. Disposable Protective Shield, Low Defense Value, 100. Price, 100 copper coins. Quantity, 9/10. Items related to warmth. Warm Pad, Advanced, after use, maintains the player's surrounding temperature at 25 degrees Celsius for 1,000 hours. Price, 1 gold coin / 10 silver coin / 10,000 copper coins. Quantity, 1/1. Warm Pad, Intermediate, after use, maintains the player's surrounding temperature at 25 degrees Celsius for 100 hours. Price, 1 silver coin / 1,000 copper coins. Quantity 4/5. Warm Baby, low level, after use, maintains the player's surrounding temperature at 25 degrees Celsius for 10 hours. Price, 100 copper coins. Quantity 10/10. Warm Baby, regular, after use, maintains the player's surrounding temperature at 25 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. Price, 10 copper coins. Quantity 93/100. There are Spirit Source Stones, but only one type. Spirit Source Stone, low level, a type of energy stone that provides spiritual energy. It's a more advanced form of energy supply. It's clean, and can be used to charge vehicles or increase player experience during training. Price, 100 copper coins. Quantity 8/10. There's even a special platform ticket, VIP, for the ice and snow slide, priced at 8 silver coins / 8,000 copper coins. Besides that, there were also a lot of packaged foods, biscuits, drinks, instant noodles, bread. Money was attractive, and with limited quantities, Suin could imagine how these would appeal to players. Players who have checked their vehicles in particular, are likely to buy tickets on credit in order to retrieve them. With tickets so expensive, it's difficult for the average player to save up 8,000 copper coins. Even Suin felt a strong attraction. A limited edition special shop. Watching the number of items dwindle, she immediately removed all the remaining Spirit Source Stones, low level, from the shelves. This was Little Pumpkin's rations. Finally, there was a way to obtain it, freeing Little Pumpkin from constantly chewing on wood to absorb spiritual energy. As the 8 cards were taken, the number in the item column returned to 0. Spirit Source Stones, low level, an energy stone that provides spiritual energy. A more advanced form of energy supply, clean and usable, it can be used to recharge vehicles or increase player experience through training. Price, 100 copper coins. Quantity 0/10, only the label below remained, showing the items originally on the shelf to players who entered the convenience store later. After so many days of hard work, opening loot boxes and killing monsters during the day, and trading online, Suin had amassed 2,142 copper coins in her backpack. Adding the 1 silver and 22 bronze coins the snowman had contributed just after entering the dungeon entrance, her total assets totaled 3,164 copper coins. Subtracting the 800 copper coins she used to buy the Spirit Source Stones, She still had 2,364. At that moment, even though she knew it was a trap, Sue-in was still tempted to buy 10,000 copper coins on credit, buy some extra items and supplies, and finally win first place, paying them back when she left. After all, the items in this special shop were hard to come by. This thought lasted only a moment before Sue-in regained consciousness and broke free from her greed. She held 2 cute dolls in her arms, living a happy and stable life. There was no need to risk your life in a low-risk racing dungeon, risking your chances of success and putting yourself in danger. She hadn't impounded the vehicle here. There was no need to fight so frantically. Being cautious might mean missing out on a chance to make a fortune, but at least it wouldn't involve such a huge risk. After some thought, Sue-in set aside 1,000 copper coins to protect his assets, just in case. He carefully selected supplies and items worth 1,364 copper coins, a small amount of items, and a large amount of food. He bought a basic protective shield. It would be enough for the skis later. The built-in protective shield on the pumpkin wouldn't be needed when he left the dungeon. 20 minutes later, Sue-in paid 2,164 copper coins and loaded a large bag of supplies into the space. The Snowman convenience store clerk handed Sue-in a long invoice. Spirit Source Stone, low level, *8, 800 copper coins disposable protective mask, low level, *1, 100 copper coins warm pad, regular, *20, 200 copper coins regular quartz watch *1, 307 copper coins healing candy, low level, *2, 200 copper coins Tongxing instant noodle mix flavors *24. 200 copper coins 2.5 kilograms delicately packaged white rice *5, 130 copper coins 2.5 kilograms delicately packaged white flour *5, 130 copper coins 3L thermos flask *1, 26 copper coins ordinary toothbrush *3, 15 copper coins large soft towel *3, 21 copper coins soap *3, 15 copper coins rope *1, 10 copper coins mask *1, 10 copper coins. Total, 2,164 copper coins. Money is like sand, a hard thing to hold on to. If you let go without paying attention, it fly away. After making her purchases, Sue-in settled down on the sofa near the convenience store door to rest. The chair was comfortable. She occasionally glanced at the sign outside the glass door. Current player progress, 41 out of 100, the players arrived so quickly. Time flew by. Sue-in was almost falling asleep, hugging the warm Sue-imo and Su Nanling, when the little pumpkin nudged its owner. Heeding the little pumpkin's reminder, Sue-in blinked and sat up straight. Sue-in glanced at the quartz watch on her right hand. The current time was 3:50 p.m. A glance at the bulletin board outside. Current player progress, 90/100. Then, as she watched, the player progress jumped to 94. The sofa in the lounge area was a little too comfortable. Sue-in straightened her clothes and, with considerable effort, stood up carrying the 2 little ones, leaving the natural convenience store. Behind him, the snowman locked in the freezer hummed and hummed. Goodbye, I look forward to seeing you next time. Sitting in the cold waiting area, Sue-in hugged the 2 little ones, waiting for everyone to arrive or for the time to expire. At 3:55 p.m., following the instructions on the bulletin board, Sue-in arrived at the ice and snow slope preparation area. Following the instructions, he deployed the lightning-struck wooden skis. Sue-in tied himself and the 2 dolls around the waist with ropes, then securely strapped them to the skis. Sue-in, the heaviest, sat at the back, while Sue-imo and Su Nanling sat in front of the skis. Everyone applied a standard heat pack, which greatly alleviated the cold. The disposable protective shields, low level, were placed and activated. The screen in front of Sue-in displayed game information. Go go go! Ice and snow slide, racing, prop race, player ready, 95/97, countdown, 51 seconds. Game rules. Players use skateboards to slide, picking up props along the way. The time to reach the finish line is calculated, and rewards are distributed according to ranking. Race down the 10,000-meter ice and snow slide and enjoy the thrill together. A broadcast played in the air. Sue-in could see the surroundings, 100 slides. On each slide were the shadows of various players. They wore a variety of clothing, some even wearing goggles, and their skis were of various types. Players using free skis were rare, and only a few could be seen sporadically, mostly in the distance. The slides were separated by a barrier. They were all different. Sue-in was on the 3rd slide, which seemed to correspond to the time of her arrival. The first slide featured a canoe-shaped snowboard. The player was heavily dressed, and so sturdy, that it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. The second slide featured a young boy huddled in a circle of snow. Soo-in could only vaguely make out his blonde hair, obscuring his eyes. The next slide, the fourth slide, featured a girl with a bun and a short-sleeved skirt. She was dressed beautifully, her pink skirt adding to her vibrant energy. She stood on a skateboard, greeting the players on either side. Soo-in had a good impression of this skateboard. It was one of the more expensive ones from the Snow House. The skateboard, worth 1,299 copper coins, had a 60% speed bonus, making it incredibly fast. Unlike a regular snowboard you could sit on, this one was a stand-up type, requiring a certain level of control. If you make a mistake, falling off your skateboard is a very dangerous situation. It seems this player has some basic skating skills. The barrier blocked out most of her sound, but her enthusiastic movements could be seen. It was as if she was saying, "I'm Chuinchi from District 12. Please support me." Soo-in pulled her hood tighter to hide her masked face, pretending she didn't see anything. Players have different talents, and who knows if they might be caught in some unforeseen situation. She didn't want to have any contact with other players. She was focused on her own affairs. "Are we going down there soon?" Little Pumpkin asked quietly, nervously gripping the front handle of his skis, looking at the long ice slide beyond the transparent barrier. He sounded a little scared. From the top of the mountain to the bottom, there was a nearly vertical slope, which was indeed frightening. But the little bear was different. It stared intently at the light ball above the ice slide, where something was floating. "Yes, Master is afraid of heights, so we need to bring lots of props and then lead Master to the first place," the little bear sitting in the front said to the little pumpkin doll next to him. Soo-in could hear it. She hadn't expected the little bear to care about her so much. She was almost in tears. The time skipped to the end. Soo-in reminded her dolls, "Xiao Mo Xiao Nan, get ready. It's time to begin." Music blared in her ears. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 69. As the countdown continued, Soo-in couldn't help but tense up. Whoosh, as the transparent barrier before them vanished. 100 ice and snow slopes, nearly 100 competitors, all on their skis, descended simultaneously. Her heart nearly stopped. She missed a second. Even with sufficient mental preparation, Soo-in couldn't help but scream. "Ah!" The vertical drop was almost like jumping off a bungee jump, and coupled with her fear of heights, the thrill was truly immense. Soo-in gripped the handles of her skateboard tightly with both hands, nearly fainting. From next door came intermittent screams. It seemed as if, as human beings, none of them were any better. Soo-in couldn't help but offer a bit of sarcasm to ease her discomfort. And this was just the low-level slopes. Who on earth would be using the high-level slopes? Some players, who chose to use the free skis, lost their grip on the handles in their panic, causing their skis to fly off, landing on the ice, and rolling downwards, until his head hit the ice, and he lost consciousness. But this didn't stop the player's slide. His body tumbled down the transparent ice-blue slide, leaving a long trail of blood. The commentator appeared from mid-air at some point, passionately explaining the current situation from the moment the game began. "Hello everyone, this is Ice and Snow Slide. Come play if you want to." Commentator and referee being duo. This game invited 100 players, 3 were lost, and 97 actually arrived. I'm excited to see how many players will become our colleagues, and which will walk away with the grand prize. The 97 players have already started the game. The first stage is our acceleration track. With an 87-degree, nearly vertical slope, it gives the skateboarders their initial momentum, and takes about 3 minutes to complete. Wow, they all screamed, "Ha ha." Unfortunately, players 95, 87, and 36 made mistakes and left their boards. TSK, let's hope they don't become limbless snowmen. After all, even gatekeepers need to have all their limbs intact. Wow, player 4 is riding lightly, speed skating on a snowboard, taking the lead and currently having the fastest time. She's quite the coolie. Let me check her profile. She's a celebrity player with millions of StarCraft fans, Ms. Chuinchi. Wow. Players 3, 1, and 17 are following closely behind, with player 2 currently last. After the vertical section, the slopes became relatively flat. Soo-in tried to suppress her pounding heart and observe the road conditions. She kept her eyes open, braving the biting wind and drifting snowflakes, trying to control the direction of her snowboard. The first group of players are about to enter the second section, a sea of curves. Whether they overtake or fall behind depends on their performance here. The first turn was almost here. Soo-in took action. Twist. Change the direction of the car. The entire snowboard went from a stumbling turn to a beautiful drift, turning into the first bend. But it wasn't his own credit. He couldn't have managed such a stunning maneuver. It was Little Pumpkin who helped. Sue-Ann greeted Little Pumpkin and turned back to help with the steering, seeing Little Pumpkin's sparkling eyes. "Master, leave it to Little Pumpkin." Little Pumpkin drove. "Steady," it yelled, its tail lingering. This excited cry, high-pitched, filled with passion and confidence. As soon as the words fell, Little Pumpkin leaped up in excitement, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood. Using the car's inertia, it leaped directly into Sue-Ann's arms, grasping the steering wheel with both hands, steering the car. Trusting Sue-Ann, he released his grip on the steering wheel. There was a bend ahead. Little Pumpkin twisted gently. Just right, a beautiful S-turn. The skis glided effortlessly across the icy track. Then came a series of U-shaped turns. 3 U-shaped turns. Little Pumpkin, with Sue-Ann's speed too fast to react, happily drifted along, clutching the steering wheel. Beautiful. Player 3 made no mistakes around the turn, 5 consecutive drifts without losing any speed, and is about to catch up with Player 4. Amazing. The announcement continued. Chapter 70. Wow, Player 57 has come from behind to take first place. He used the item space to swap positions with the current first place player, Lane 4. He didn't react in time to turn and took a tumble, hitting the ice wall. The player in Lane 3 is now in first place. The announcements in midair continued non-stop. Continuously. They were now in first place, but it was clearly dangerous. Many players were targeting the first place player, throwing items to them first. At that moment, a ball of light appeared ahead. The little bear standing in the front leaned forward, extended its arms, and with a clawed hook, grabbed an item. Sue-Ann also raised his hands high to grab a ball of light floating overhead. Swiftness, 3 seconds increases the current speed of the skis by twice for 3 seconds. The little bear handed over the item it had just found. Mist bomb, 3 seconds releases mist for 3 seconds. Throwing it will automatically chase the player it released. Sue-Ann threw the fog bomb directly. In a competitive arena like this, she wasn't the type to play nice. She held onto her props and, at the same time, was taking the heat. As the player in the front row, many attacks landed on their slide. Player 19 threw a squid bomb at Player 3. Player 23 threw a squid bomb at Player 3. Player 74 threw a spider web at Player 3. Player 3 threw a fog bomb at Player 19. Wow, fog appeared on the road ahead of Player 19. Hey, everyone's fighting. Looks like everyone loves the props. It's exciting. A large cartoon squid bomb flew in midair. As it approached, Sue-Ann immediately used his speed prop. The skis suddenly accelerated, but they couldn't avoid the squid bomb. The squid bomb prop had an automatic tracking effect and chased the skis like a canoe. The protective shield popped open. While deducting 10 points of defense, it withstood the squid bomb's attack. The sky was dark, obscuring half the view of the sky, and then gradually disappeared. Then, another squid bomb struck. The protective shield had only 80 points left. The spiderweb prop's attack was avoided with the speed prop. It seemed that in this game, both strength and luck were indispensable. At least they had no worries. Sue-Ann's only thought now was to do his best. Xiao-Nan, I leave the driving to you. Xiao-Mo, let's focus on finding props and fighting back. Okay. At that moment, Sue-Ann's fear of heights completely forgot her entire being focused on finding props. To make sure she wouldn't be thrown from the car, she even leaned halfway out to grab props. The bitter wind rustled her large coat. A circle of snow accumulated on her skis, and the wind blew Little Pumpkin's cape off her body. Everyone and the dolls, pressed against the heat pads, didn't feel noticeably cold, preventing them from freezing. Every breath they exhaled was white steam. Protective shield, 3 seconds resists any prop attack for 3 seconds. The bear dolls were very agile, and they quickly collected a large number of props, which Sue-Ann kept using. Little Pumpkin piloted the entire ski, zipping around the curves like a spaceship. In midair, accompanied by a cheerful background music, the radio commentary continued. Wow, player number 4 used a power-up to sprint back to first place. So cool. A single-player skateboard track is truly stunning. A true fan favorite. Player number 2 used a power-up, possessed by the wind god, surpassing player number 4 and taking first place. Wow, the battle was intense. Player number 77 used a personal skill, teleporting, aiming at the current number 1, replacing player number 2 as the new number 1. Sue-Ann couldn't help but glance at the light screen suspended in midair in the upper left corner, which displayed the current rankings. 1. Number 77, District 2038, Prince of the King. 2. Number 2, District 83711, Mo Chinchuan. 3. Number 4, District 12, Chuanxi. 4. Number 3, District 20312, Sunshine Bear. 5. Number 1, District 633, Long Live Orange. 1034, District 2977, Eat Grapes and Portuguese Egg Tarts. Current ranking, 4th, Number 3. Area 20312, Sunshine Bear Slide. Progress 31%. The screen displayed the top 10 players, and the rankings were changing rapidly, changing almost every second. Thanks to Little Pumpkin's driving, Swan's team snowboarders hadn't made a single mistake at every turn, maintaining their position in the top tier. Only props interfered with their progress. But it was clear that the players who had access to this special platform and participated in this racing game were no rookies, each possessing their own unique abilities. Suddenly, an uphill slope appeared ahead. The snowboarders surged upward at high speed. A voice boomed from the air. Players 77, 4, 19, 3, and 1 are about to enter our maze course. Good luck to everyone. The skis soared high, and for a few seconds in the air, Suan took in the full view of the densely packed maze below. Suan's brain raced, quickly realizing this was a crucial clue. The problem-solving skills honed through years of practice began to emerge. She activated her shorthand. She memorized the maze's path as calmly as possible, gathering clues. She concentrated intensely. She lost consciousness as her energy drained. Cold sweat soaked her hair and stained her hood. The map's contents lodged deeply in her mind, becoming a pictorial memory. Several routes followed simultaneously, and the shortest route out of the maze emerged in her mind. The skis dropped from the sky, entered the maze, and began to slide. A fork in the road appeared before her. Little Pumpkin was a little confused, unsure which way to turn the steering wheel. Left passage, Suan reminded Little Pumpkin. The Little Pumpkin puppet followed Suan's instructions, turning left without hesitation and entering the left passage. Suan summoned her memories. Their skis, now pinpricks of light, moved forward through the maze of paths in her mind. Everything was under control. Right passage, next fork, take the middle. There are 3 props ahead. Xiaoma, you're short enough to take the bottom one on the left. I take the rest. After saying that, Suan opened her arms, raising one arm upward and extending the other to the right. Several props appeared before her, landing squarely in her palms, as if they were colliding with hers. Xiaoma also managed to grab a prop. Chapter 71. Everything matched the map she had just memorized. Squid Cannonball. 3 seconds throws a large squid cannonball that explodes above a random player's head, obscuring their vision. Invincibility Aura. 3 seconds grants a 3-second invincibility aura, resisting all negative item attacks. Rebound Aura. 3 seconds grants a 3-second rebound aura, reflecting all negative item attacks. Suan had accumulated quite a few of these items, and she planned to save them for when she was nearing the finish line. Especially the protective items. Right, left. Under Suan's command, Little Pumpkin steadily steered his skis forward, passing through one fork in the road after another. At the same time, each player entered their own unique maze map. In Chunxi's livestream, countless viewers were posting comments and discussing the situation. Haha, it's fun, I'm enjoying it so much. I want to go to Ice Planet. I want to ride the giant slide too. I want to slide down a 1,000,000-meter-long slide. Are you a murloc? Be careful you freeze to a pulp. No, I'm a noble goose, with dense, fluffy feathers, so I'm not afraid of the cold. Come on, Chuanxi. Come on, my little one looks really cool with his Akina mountain racing talent today, riding the waves on his skateboard. Awesome. We definitely get first place, and the first place prize is a piece of cake. Don't ask me why I'm getting so addicted to the live stream. The humans on Blue Planet are truly fascinating. Their awakened talents and professions are so full of possibilities. I've been following a lot of players lately, all of whom I think will make it to the end. They should be able to successfully advance to the next level. You're a fanboy. I only really love Chuanxi. Her profession, her ever-changing idol, I love her so much. My sister can awaken temporary skills based on her daily performance, making every day truly exciting. Don't you know that the more complex a race's awakened talents and professions, the harder it is to successfully advance? Races like Blue Star, which are similar to the intelligent Protoss, have the highest difficulty in civilization advancement, but once promoted, they can advance by leaps and bounds. What profession and talents does the person who's being pursued the most, number 3, have? Does anyone know? I don't know. I just checked the live stream, and that Sunshine Bear only has one follower, isn't online, and her profession talent panel is hidden. I checked the live stream camera, and she has 2 pets helping her, one driving and one fetching items. She's smart and can memorize maps, making her quite formidable. I suspect she has a talent like a high psychic-powered, controllable beast. I just came back from the live stream of player number 2, Mo Chinchuan, next door. After chatting with her viewers, number 2's talent is I am Capybara, and her profession is do the job of a monk for a day. Their innate characteristics are, living is fine, and dying is fine, allowing everything to happen. They are always emotionally stable, shielding themselves from any negative mental attacks. A profession that can do anything, and can do anything. Currently, her focus is on the referee for this match. She has a referee's perspective, allowing her to find the best routes, and use her clairvoyance to detect item locations and information. However, her talent seems to be a slacking tactic. She's completely buried in the snow, sliding around randomly, using whatever item she can find. Number 97 isn't dead, his talent is unbeatable cockroach. He's now slipping, and sliding down the slide to catch up with the main group. Ha 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 ha, too funny. I silently wish him well, ha ha ha, not to be left behind as a snowman. I finally understand why Sister Binchi is courting each player individually. The players who received platform tickets from the upgrade system, and were sent to the platform for the ice and snow slide, are both talented and interesting. Everyone knows about that system, it's a money grubber and petty-minded. Look how long it's been messing with us goose people. We're suffering. Shoo, it's okay. We're speaking here on the Wanjia Live broadcast system. What good can cursing that system do? After the maze, there's a smooth downhill ice and snow slide. Little Pumpkin excitedly grabbed the steering wheel, steering. Skip! You're so stupid! It shouted anxiously. It almost made Suin, who was grabbing items, laugh. She could sense the little guy's nervousness. Now that there were no detours, many players began to speed up, closing in on them. Suin and the others, who had relied on their coordination in the maze to maintain their lead, were now being gradually overtaken by the players who came after them. In midair, the broadcast commentary intensified the tension. After passing the maze section, wow, this is a long straightaway. Player 3, currently in first place, is being chased by the next players. Player 4 is closing in, and so is Player 1. Player 1 has surpassed Player 3. His skis are incredibly fast. The reason is, the skis Suin and his friends were using weren't the fastest, just the best they could make, with only a 30% speed bonus. Suin and Suimo weren't idle either. As the slopes turned, they hurled squid shells and fog bombs at the player currently in first place. However, Player 1's shield had clearly cost a fortune, expanding to a large, round size. It seemed the props had little effect on him. Seeing he was being overtaken, Little Pumpkin grew anxious. He knew this was the last moment. His face flushed red, and he wished he could race straight to the top on his skis and win the race. The distance had reached 85%. Ah! Excited, the pumpkin toy's energy bar plummeted, its spiritual energy flowing through its arms, and onto the lightning-struck wooden ski. In that instant, the pumpkin assimilated the ski, the entire ski now its own. Just as it assimilated its master's vehicle, the pumpkin assimilated the ski. It used its abilities, levitation, and spiritual energy to boost its power. The ski became light and swift. Whoosh! Instantly, the ski's speed more than doubled, and it began to accelerate. Player 3 used his innate skill, using his spiritual energy to levitate and boost his skis. He even managed to pull this off at the last moment. This competition truly has its share of hidden talents. Player 3 has returned to first place. So cool. Player 4 used his innate skill, ride the wind and waves. She soared into the air on her skis, catching the wind. Can she catch up with Player 3 and take first place? In the final moments, Suin watched the energy bar on the little pumpkin head rapidly decrease as the skis sped faster and faster. The finish line was in sight. A dense array of power-ups appeared in the sky. Suin and Suimo simultaneously activated their protective and acceleration items. Invincibility Aura, 3 seconds, Protective Shield, 3 seconds, Rebound Aura, 3 seconds, Swiftness, 3 seconds. At the last second, Suin saw a shadow was by next door. It was Player 2, the blonde boy. He lay on his snow ring and flew high. He emerged from it, a bewildered expression on his face, a slightly dazed expression. This was a beautiful, androgynous young man, suddenly sent to the stage like a bewildered capybara, and soared high. Game over. Game results are being calculated. You have left the special platform, the ice and snow slide. The platform is closed. The results will appear shortly. Have fun. The skis flew high, sprinting off the ice track, gliding across the snowy mountain for several hundred meters, then onto the road and gliding forward for a few dozen meters before stopping in the middle of the road. Under the gloomy sky, snowflakes fell in a flurry, showering the group on the skis. Little Pumpkin collapsed on Suin, its energy bar at 3% remaining, but that didn't diminish its vibrant appearance. It anxiously asked, "Master, did we get first place?" Chapter 72. Did we win? Did player number 2, who darted over at the end and flew up, surpass us? Little Pumpkin demanded. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Little Bear stared at Suin with a burning gaze. Although he didn't speak, he was also waiting for his master's answer. The little bear puppet was full of anticipation for the outcome of the event they had just experienced together. Suin was also feeling the same way. She watched the light screen in front of her spin, but no result had yet appeared. She really wanted to curse the system for keeping things in suspense. Isn't the internet speed usually fast? Why was it keeping things in suspense right now? Suin held the two little puppets in his arms, adjusted the light screen downward, and watched them together, waiting for the icon that kept spinning. The results were updated. They waited for about 10 minutes. Swish, the game settlement screen appeared. One person and two puppets, both fixed their eyes on the light screen, not daring to look away. Snow fell, the wind blew, and even in this tense moment, the cold didn't seem so cold anymore. The game is over, and the results are ranked. Congratulations, player Sunshine Bear, you won first place. The first place reward is being sent via email. Upon seeing this message, both the person and the two dolls laughed joyfully, haha. Little Pumpkin excitedly jumped out of Suin's arms. Standing on the steering wheel of the lightning-struck wooden skis, he popped out his chest and said, "Yeah, master, Little Pumpkin and Big Bear won. We won first place. Little Pumpkin is the best driver, and Ban is great too, hee." He lowered his head, hugged the ski's steering wheel, and kissed it. Thankfully, the ski's steering wheel was made of wood, not iron. The lively Little Pumpkin, not satisfied with kissing the skis, burst into laughter and shouts at the sky, making sounds like ah-ah. Suimo was more reserved, not as lively and boisterous as Little Pumpkin. But his happiness was unconcealable. His ears perked up, his butt lifted, and his tail couldn't help but wag. The corners of his mouth curled up in a wide smile, and he chuckled non-stop, a bit foolishly. "We won, so good," Suin said. Suin stretched out her arms, each holding a stuffed animal, hugging it tightly, kissing it left and right, giggling. She was probably like a dove spirit, giggling, 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 and she couldn't stop for a long time. The silver bell-like laughter echoed across the empty, vast, endless snowy road. Everyone was very happy. The three of them knew that taking first place was truly a difficult feat. It was the result of everyone's combined efforts, a bit of luck, and a narrow escape. Now, facing the fruits of victory, they naturally relished the joy. After a smile, Suin finally had time to read the complete event summary on the screen. Ice and snow slide, speed race, total length 36,666 meters. Ranking, first place, number 3, District 20312, Sunshine Bear, 18 minutes 44 seconds 18, top speed 562 kilometers per hour. Second place, number 2, District 83711, Mo Chichuan, 18 minutes 44 seconds 19, top speed 862 kilometers per hour. Third place, number 4, District 12, Chunxi, 18 minutes 47 seconds 10, top speed 554 kilometers per hour. 10th place, number 54, District 2477, Lijiangguo, 19 minutes 24 seconds 11, top speed 312 kilometers per hour. The rankings were a long bar, and Suin couldn't help but control the light screen to slide down and take a look. There are a total of 100 players ranked, but the bottom 10 or so players don't have any results. 95th place, number 92, District 1293, Dream Awakening, unfinished. 100th place, number 100, District 291, Wangwanzi, did not participate. Suin looked at the results, his mind still replaying the final moments of the race. The second place player, number 2, had a top speed of over 800 kilometers per hour, apparently a last-minute sprint. He was just barely overtaken. What a close call. After checking the results, Suin's excitement still flared. Ding dong, the system beeped. Special platform ice and snow slide, racing closed. Total time, 3 hours and 42 minutes. Players participated in the platform, 100. Players left the platform, 57. Summary. Congratulations to the 43 players who have joined the platform. This is a cause for celebration. 18 players became snowmen, and 12 became ice sculptures. 13 players, unable to repay their debts, became temporary workers in the special building natural convenience store. May they soon be lost. Congratulations to 1 player for using their skills to steal the referee's uniform and cheat with items. Congratulations to 1 player for not paying back a convenience store debt, seriously injuring the snowman salesperson, damaging the store's facilities, and escaping. Congratulations to 3 players for threatening and bullying employees, robbing their property, and then paying for it. Let's all despise these players. After reading this summary, Sue-An only saw one word: show. In contrast, she suddenly felt she hadn't done enough, having only peacefully taken advantage of a few snowmen who were trying to dig a hole. Little did she know that the invisible announcer was the referee, whose items could be stolen, and that the convenience store could accept credit without repayment. All she had to do was defeat the snowman salesperson. Suddenly, Sue-An grasped something. Relying on intelligence and hard work to interpret the rules was one way to pass. Possessing sufficient strength was another. She needed to lie down and grow stronger, so she could be bolder next time she entered the platform. She turned off the light curtain. Suddenly, Sue-An saw the little pumpkin, who had been howling just a moment ago, collapse headfirst into her arms, becoming limp. It was like a phone suddenly realizing it was low on battery, and sending a warning message. The little pumpkin, its energy bar at 1%, cried softly and adorably, "Master, I'm so hungry." A low-level spirit source stone was thrust into the little pumpkin's hand. The quin-sized, white jade-like, soft, and gold-like spirit source stone landed in the little pumpkin's delicate palm. The little pumpkin toy stuffed the spirit source stone into its mouth and inhaled sharply. The little pumpkin's fair face flushed from the exertion. The energy bar above its head surged, 20%, 40%. In less than a minute, little pumpkin's energy bar quickly filled. Its eyes sparkled, and then it slumped comfortably into its owner's arms. Burp! It burped, exhaled, and spat out the half-remaining spirit source stone in its mouth. It wiped it off its clothes and placed it inside the Chinese knot. Then its eyes closed, and without a word, little pumpkin comfortably fell asleep in Sue-An's arms. After a while, it began to snore and mumble in its sleep. Fly. Chapter 73. Go for first place. It was so tired it just fell asleep. The bear came over, looked at the soundly sleeping pumpkin, checked on it, and said, "Don't worry, sister." The sky grew darker and darker, and the light gradually faded. Snowflakes fluttered down, landing on the pumpkin's fair face, melting into shimmering droplets. Sue-An quickly wiped away the droplets, only to realize they had been outdoors the entire time. The bear's back was covered in a layer of snow, resembling a white-furred bear. Afterwards, Sue-An took the bear and pumpkin into their large RV. The bear shook the snow off the skis and placed them against the wall in the living room. In the RV, as the effect of the heat pack wore off, the perceived temperature plummeted, and the chill became palpable. Half an hour later, Pumpkin lay in bed in the RV bedroom. Sue-An tightly wrapped her in a goose-down blanket. Feeling the still warm room temperature, Sue-An worried Xiao-Nan might catch a cold, so she used a new heat pad to keep him warm. She settled the sleeping little pumpkin. Sue-An lifted the gauze curtain and emerged from the bedroom. It was already completely dark. The room was gloomy and gray, the only light coming from the fire in the stove. She saw a little bear crouched before the stove, adding firewood to it, making the flames burn brighter and warm the chilly interior of the RV. The firelight reflected on the little bear's body, casting a large bear-like shadow on the wall behind it. There was something humorous and amusing about it. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Sue-An couldn't help but smile. She approached and turned on the living room light. Instantly, the whole room was bright. Sue-An took out the 2 treasure chests he made that morning, using them as makeshift chairs. He and his bear sat together, warming the fire and adding firewood. "Xiaomo, that's great. You got the fire going so quickly." Sue-An praised the bear, who giggled. Man and bear chatted quietly, becoming excited. The bear clung to Sue-An's arms and nuzzled him. While Pumpkin slept, the bear recounted his feelings and thoughts of the day. From seeing his new friend that morning to his feelings throughout the day. The bear confessed his own narrow-minded feelings, which had made him feel a little uncomfortable when Pumpkin was so close to him. Sue-An held the bear, grasping its paw and gently stroking it, listening to its words, its analysis, and its discussion. When necessary, he would interject, expressing his feelings and soothing the bear's somewhat anxious heart. "You are an important family member to me." After the stove heated up thoroughly and the room heated up, Suin removed his coat, outer layer, thick clothes, and cotton pants one by one, leaving only the thin, loose-fitting top and pants he often wore as home clothes. 3 pots sat on the stove, 1 cooking rice, 1 heating the stew he had made that morning, and 1 boiling water. The food slowly heated on the stove. The aroma of the food gradually filled the room. Suin sat at the dining table, looking through the rewards. He received the rewards for his recent victory in the competition in the email. The first place prize was 10,000 copper coins, and 1 advanced ice and snow protective shield, a rare treasure. 10,000 copper coins went directly into Suin's personal account. Seeing the number 11,000, Suin felt incredibly relieved. But before the coins even warmed up in her pocket, Suin spent them. 1M space backpack slot, limited purchase, first come, first served, quantity 1621/10,000, 1 gold coin/10 silver coin/10,000 copper coins. She bought 1M of space, expanding her personal space to 2M. She already had plenty of space on her current doll, but she never need more, and it was limited and hard to come by. She asked, why didn't Suin just make a doll and a large backpack specifically for it, then attach a spirit to it? That way, she have space again, saving money on buying it from the system. Suin had thought of this idea a long time ago, and when she saw Little Pumpkin had 20M of space, she was really tempted. Suin had a free moment between stewing the meat that morning, and she tried this idea, but she quickly dismissed it. Suin sensed that the energy she possessed in crafting magical dolls was limited. This energy wasn't just physical and mental, but also encompassed something inexplicable, like emotion or soul power. At this moment, she was completely unable to muster the strength needed to craft the next doll. During the day, she had been fiddling with the spiritual wood, contemplating how to create a spatial doll, but she was completely lost. It was like lacking inspiration for a painting, or lacking the imagination to write a novel. In that instant, she knew clearly that even if she crafted it, it would still be a mortal object, a tool, not a living doll. She abandoned her immediate plans to create dolls. A magical doll is a precious life created by the puppeteer, a unique, indispensable, and most wonderful creation. Suin saw the ice and snow advanced protective shield and took it out. It was a halo-shaped item. This was advertised on the bulletin board as a rare treasure. She was asked to see how it differed from ordinary protective shields. After seeing it, Suin felt a bit overwhelmed. Ice and snow advanced protective shield. Defense value 10,000/10,000. Note, mainly protects against attacks, with some protection against severe cold temperatures. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the shield is 5 degrees. The special feature is that it can block snow, preventing it from falling into the shield. A must-have for home and travel. No need to sweep snow from the roof. No need to worry about snow pouring in from open windows, making you unhappy. Compared to ordinary advanced protective shields, it has the added benefit of snow protection and slight warmth. How should I put it? It's nice to have it, but it doesn't make much difference without it. The description of it as a rare treasure is obviously a bit exaggerated, but it's also quite expensive, priced at 10,000 copper coins at the convenience store. It's a good thing. Suin activated the protective shield and installed it on the RV. It took off quickly. The shield gave the RV a little extra protection late at night. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but with the shield, Suin felt noticeably safer. Although everyone said late at night was dangerous, Suin hadn't seen any of it. They said monsters spawned, but no one could tell what they were. No one on the public chat room was discussing the topic. They only said that unless you had a protective shield, try not to go out or leave the vehicle at night. Suin didn't have any further ideas at the moment. He would stay safely inside the RV at night and never venture out. A sound came from behind, and Suin turned around. Bang, bang. Chapter 74. Suin turned his head and saw the sound of the kettle heating up, the steam rustling against the lid. Really? Scare yourself. Little Bear, sitting in front of the stove, also heard the noise and stood up, looking up. Suin stood up and went to the stove before Little Bear, removed the boiling water, and poured it into the thermos he had bought from the convenience store on the platform. Thermos are the most old-fashioned type, used to store hot water. With a thermos, you basically have warm water all the time. Suin took the opportunity to boil some water for cooking and store it, making it convenient for washing dishes and brushing teeth without having to use cold water or boil fresh water. Perhaps because of the low temperature outside, even with the stove on, the water in the tank was still very cold when it came out of the faucet. Thermos are a great thing. If Sue hadn't only found one at the convenience store, she would have bought several more. A new pot of water boiled. Sue stroked the head of the stuffed bear warming itself by the fire, then returned to the dining table and sat down. Sue returned to the table to continue her work, organizing the day's supplies and checking the public screen for trades. There was no significant activity on the public screen today. She had returned from the special platform, and the system's platform summary announcement hadn't been posted to the regional chat. It seemed that these special platforms, open to all players in each zone, were not included in the regional platform announcements. Today, more monsters spawned, and the trade volume for meat, ingredients, and leather increased significantly, with prices generally declining. However, after leaving the novice stage, the system added a transaction fee. Meat prices remained similar, and other supplies saw some increases. Coupled with the increasing number of injured people, life was clearly becoming more difficult. Taking advantage of the high prices for medicine, Sue bought 2 healing candies at the convenience store. Sue could trade in some of the medications she had brought from real life. Sue dug out the pills she had brought from real life and placed the commonly used anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and cold medicines on the shelf, one by one, in packets, marking the prices to exchange for spiritual level materials, blueprints, and the special materials needed for the RV booth blueprint she held. After finishing these tasks, and checking the public chat screen, Sue felt a bit bored. The rice for dinner would still take some time to cook. Sue dug out the notes from the supervisor she had wanted to read yesterday, but hadn't had time to. Behind her, the little bear would occasionally transform into a large bear, lift the lid to check if the rice was cooked, then stir the fragrant stew with a spoon. Then, he would transform into a small bear, politely roasting himself by the fire. But after a while, he couldn't sit still and began to change size again. Sue opened the first page of his diary. Sue felt a sense of resistance. She tried hard but couldn't open it. The entire diary seemed sealed shut. She tried to input her mental power. Click. Some invisible lock opened. Spirit level -2. The diary was open. The text was incomprehensible. The text was entirely in cursive, the same style as the original furniture factory, like the writing of another civilization. The system translated the text on the platform. No translation available now. After thinking for a moment, she realized she couldn't let the text stop her from gaining information. Sue took out 10 copper coins and negotiated with the system. After a few minutes, they bargained down to 15 copper coins, and the system agreed to assist with the translation for 15 minutes. You know, this is a privilege only available in dungeons. Sue nodded and obediently paid. Then, Sue looked at the notebook. Chinese characters appeared next to the cursive text. On the first day of realizing I was trapped, I tried to write down my notes. I always liked to joke about who would write notes. Now I'm starting to write. I'm certainly not a perfect person. I don't know who will see this diary. I hope this isn't a tragedy, but rather the notes of a hero. Sue turned the page. On the second page, the owner of this notebook began to explain the rest of the story. My name is Celius, a human from Y #6. 3 months ago, I was captured into a strange game and entered the rule of weirdness as a pioneer to fight for the world. I'm confused but also grateful. This isn't a dull life, and I should be proud to have contributed to all of humanity. I can't seem to leave here. I feel I need to leave something behind as proof of my existence. Or perhaps to help future lives. Fortunately, as a furniture designer, the last thing I need in my office is paper. I ordered a notebook and tried using the prop eternal record pencil to write down my notes. No, I'm not a furniture designer. Furniture designer is just my in-game identity. What am I really like? What was my profession? Scratches, sorry, I've forgotten, but it must be something I'm very proud of. Thinking of this, I feel much more refreshed. My mind isn't so cloudy anymore. Following the rules of the game can help me survive longer, but obviously, there's no escaping the contamination. The longer I follow the rules, the more I forget my true identity. Following my in-game identity. The constant overtime brings me security, but it also makes my mind increasingly dull and my body more rigid. I lost a lot of memory, and I hope writing a diary can help. I think I must be a very smart person. Day 2, strike day 5. Damn boss, overtime, every day. Am I some kind of animal? But if I can't finish the design, there's no food, and I'm going to die. Compared to my teammates, who were among the first to become workers exposed to pollution, I'm lucky. So I have teammates, yes. It's not just the game that's bad, it's our civilization too. The spiritual toxins in civilization, materialized in the game, are inflicting trials and disasters on us. Damn game, damn spiritual toxins, it's alienating human nature, turning everyone into monsters, and I actually thought of my teammates like that. Obedient puppets. Whoever wants to be one can be one. Work hard, become a puppet, and destroy this damn thing. I'm much more lucid. I seem a little crazy. I had to find a way. Disaster couldn't befall our world, this dungeon couldn't befall my civilization, or else countless companies working overtime would suffer. I was going to destroy it all. I remembered my identity. I couldn't say it. I couldn't let my peers know I was awake. I decided to become a leader, a supervisor, and replace him. Day 7. It must have been the 7th day. My brain was failing, but luckily I had my diary. Thankfully, I still knew what to do. I could become a supervisor, replace him, and then create opportunities for my teammates. The pollution wasn't completely reversible, and they still had a chance at freedom. Everyone could survive, and my world could survive. If only everyone could be a little more alert. I'm the smartest. My mental resistance is the highest. I can do this. Sue-Ann flipped through her diary, like she was reading a strange, endlessly fascinating novel, observing how a half-mad man slumps from lucidity to complete madness. But he seemed to have succeeded. He succeeded in replacing the supervisor. He became the supervisor of the furniture factory's core design area. He let his teammates go. He instigated a fight between the deputy director and the director. Then he took advantage of this opportunity to sabotage the core of the dungeon, preventing it from descending into his world. In the end, the furniture factory was sealed, and innocent ordinary people survived. He didn't leave. His soul was completely lost within it, his body transformed into a withered puppet supervisor, possessed by a lost soul. Sue-Ann turned to the last page of her diary. The system still knew how to kill, and it kindly sent Sue-Ann a text update to report on the current state of this civilization. He summarized the information recorded in the diary. Why ##6 civilization upgrades took place in the year 612-8347 of the interstellar era. The primary intelligent species were humanoids. This survival game was hosted by the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System, codenamed Flash Gold, retired veteran. The survival game was a Weird Tales dungeon, primarily testing the player's mental abilities. In the year 612-8412 of the interstellar era, after 65 years, all intelligent life in this civilization fell into disarray, and the upgrade game ended. Look, I'm providing you with this information for free. Would you like to give me a 2 copper coin reward? Chapter 75. Sue-Ann was speechless. How could the system do this? Just a while ago, it was scolding her little pumpkin for tricking her into giving it a platform ticket, and now it's so shameless as to ask for favors. All I can say is that the system is indeed a mechanical life form, without the human concept of shamelessness. Its malice is open, its flattery is also open, and it's straightforward, without any ulterior motives. It says whatever it wants, and asks for whatever it wants. However, its behavior clearly shows a lack of equal treatment for players, and arrogance permeates its actions. No, Sue-Ann said bluntly. She wouldn't give the system any extra game coins. A bunch of garbled characters popped up on the white paper, seemingly insulting, but blocked out by various symbols. Sue-Ann rolled her eyes at the garbled characters. Snap! With a sound, she closed the director's diary in her hand. All the information disappeared. She wasn't afraid of offending the system had tricked her many times before. Seeing the system unhappy, she was actually quite happy. The system hadn't meant well in the first place. It was clearly trying to demonstrate the game's difficulty, and destroy her Taoist resolve. And asking for money was wishful thinking. It wasn't Sue-Ann's nature to follow the system's wishes, and be led around by the nose. At worst, she could just not use the system's translation next time, and see if she could get a translation tool or something. For the system, it's like crossing the river and destroying the bridge. It's not a derogatory term. It's a compliment. It's cooked, the rice is cooked, sister, we can almost eat. The little bear cried out in joy. Sue-Ann turned around and saw the 2-meter-tall, sturdy little bear, dancing in front of the stove, holding the pot lid in one hand and waving the other. A pot of steaming rice sat on the stove, the grains plump and beautifully white. Now little bear, unfazed by the heat, began to take the pot down. Sue-Ann smiled and came over to help, bringing the meal to the table with little bear. Then she simply rinsed the pot of stew, added hot water, and made a small pot of vegetable and egg drop soup, using the vegetable packet and egg from the instant noodles she cooked. Dinner began with the familiar stew and rice. A bowl of rice, a spoonful of stew, mixed well. This was Little Bear's favorite stew and rice. Little Bear had a big appetite, and meat was their most stocked ingredient. Stewing meat was the simplest way to prepare it, so they ended up eating it many times in a row. The only new dish they ordered was the vegetable and egg drop soup, but it was mostly just soup, with very few vegetables or egg drops. Suan had found very few eggs in the box, so this was all she could make do. But Little Bear enjoyed the meal happily, not finding it monotonous at all. Perhaps because of its bear image, the little bear has a high energy consumption, all of which comes from food. It has a natural affinity for rice. It enjoys its delicious lunch and dinner. While serving the rice, Suan deliberately scooped out the rice crust from the bottom of the pot and sprinkled it with salt, 5-spice powder, and chili powder. The slightly burnt rice crust made a crispy snack. But the little bear didn't seem to like it. After taking a bite, he shook his head and continued eating. Suan devoured a good portion of the rice crust. The crunching sound it made, combined with the rustling of snow outside the window, formed the background sound of a peaceful life. After dinner, Suan took out his phone and looked through books on doll making. She watched intermittently, occasionally opening the trading interface to see if her medicine had sold. Many people wanted medicine, but none of the items offered were what she wanted. Suan hesitated to make a move. No matter how pitiful her superiors talked about her, she remained unmoved. She considered herself a decent person, but she wasn't one to be morally blackmailed. She sold medicine partly because she didn't need to stockpile so much, and partly because she was truly short of materials. She ignored anyone who offered to sell her medicine while complaining about being poor. She sold medicine, either because she had sufficient supplies to back up her supplies, or because she was in urgent need, and yet they wanted to give her less, morally blackmailing her into selling cheaply or giving it away. That was for the mildest cases. However, in cases where there was a genuine emergency, offering items Suan didn't need, but offering a price above market value, was a sincere gesture. Suan was also considering it. For example, the person before her. Player, Tucha Meow. Message, Boss, I don't have the blueprints, spiritual materials, or those materials you listed, but I really need hemostatics and anti-inflammatories. I give you all the supplies I have in exchange, okay? Bid, 8 mechanical parts, 6 iron blocks, 3 wood blocks, 1 low-level engine, 70 G salt, 100 G MSG, 200 milliliters soy sauce, 200 milliliters vinegar, 200 G sugar, 200 G garlic, 2 kilograms cabbage, 500 G chicken, 100 G pickled mustard tuber, 100 G yeast, 100 G cabbage bun, 100 G pork bun, 200 G dried noodles, 1 Shanghai brand instant noodles, mixed flavors, 1 bag, 2 strawberry buns, 2 chocolate buns, 2 egg yolk buns, 100 G ham sausage, 37 copper coins. There were so many things, so many small things, and so many different things. Suan looked around. She wanted all the seasonings, the cabbage, the garlic, the spirit stone fragments, the copper coins. She silently calculated the value of the items, and found it quite a bargain. She could have just bought the healing candies. It was a shame the healing candies were limited in purchase, otherwise, she could have sold them. The convenience store only allowed 2 healing candies per player. If you wanted more, you couldn't get any. They said you had to go to the natural pharmacy to buy more medicine. Looking at the sincere offer from the player Cha Cha Meow, Suan made her choice. Chapter 76. Agreed to the deal. The other party wanted a hemostatic powder and 3 anti-inflammatory pills. The anti-inflammatory pills Suan brought were all in high doses, 1 pill lasting a day. Suan also hoped that the player who bought the medicine would recover within 3 days. Suan had completed the order, and the remaining pills remained hanging, waiting for the next player who could afford what Suan wanted. The stove burned slowly. The whole room grew warmer and warmer. As night fell, the temperature continued to drop. The iron stove was thin and had a short flue, so it heated up quickly. Once the fire stopped, the room would cool down quickly. After leaving the Snow Mountain station, the room was completely cold. We only heated it back up when we were cooking, and soon after dinner, the fire gradually died down. At this moment, the little bear, worried that the room wasn't warm enough, added more firewood, filling it until the stove was full. After filling the stove, the little bear looked at Sister Anin and saw her fiddle with something called a cell phone, looking very serious. It then ran to the bathroom. The sound of washing could be heard from the bathroom, swishing. The little bear diligently washed its head, face, and body. Suin focused on the e-book on her phone, pondering its contents. She had read this book once in real life, and now, for the second time, it had given her some new insights. The book discusses the making of silk dolls, the Yin Kingdom's version of humanoid dolls. Silk dolls have a long history. Traditional silk dolls incorporate Eastern aesthetics, typically depicting classical beauties. They are made of iron wire as their skeletons, with cotton filling for flesh and blood, silk fabric and sandworm silk for their skin, and colorful satin for their clothing. The resulting dolls are elegant, heroic, graceful, each in a variety of styles. Traditional silk dolls are mostly based on folk tales and characters from traditional operas. In modern society, their imagery has evolved to reflect new trends, with the most common being the cute, chibi-style Peking opera doll. Compared to the traditional image of a courtesan in ancient costume, modern silk dolls incorporate a touch of modern aesthetics, such as large, cartoon-like eyes, and a more adorable, short stature. The difficulty of production is also much lower. Suin, perusing the book, couldn't help but wonder, if she were to create a doll using this technique, what design would she have? A beautiful, graceful courtesan in ancient costume, or perhaps a cute, chibi-style toy. If she were to create a third doll, with the bear as the main attacker and the pumpkin as the main defender, the third doll should focus on spiritual skills. Spirit? God? Demon? Ghost? Suin, staring blankly at the book, suddenly lost in thought. Just now, a flash of inspiration had struck her. Unfortunately, inspiration is fleeting. Now, no matter how hard he tries, he can't find it. Suin frowned, lost in thought for a long moment, trying to track down the flash of inspiration that had just occurred to him. The bear finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, standing beside its owner, Enin, looking at Suin with worry. The owner had been staring at the phone for a long time, not turning the page. The owner's vision was vague, hazy, and vacant. It was as if she were immersed in another world, a world she couldn't touch, a world she couldn't reach. The bear didn't know what was wrong with her, but it knew she must be doing something and couldn't be disturbed. Just obediently staying by her master's side, keeping an eye on her. Suin came to her senses. She caught the worried gaze of her little bear. She realized that her days, seemingly fleeting, had actually lasted a long time, long enough for the little bear to notice and watch over her anxiously. Her mind had been completely blank, and she had an idea she wanted to grasp, but the harder she tried, the more elusive it became. Suin met the little bear's worried eyes and picked it up. Suin smiled and said, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about making a new doll, but unfortunately I don't have any ideas." Looking at the girl, whose face was a little pale, the little bear hugged Suin tightly and said in a muffled voice, "I don't want you to be too tired. I want you to be well. I work harder to protect you. Be well." The little bear didn't know how to express the emotion surging in her heart. She could only follow her instincts and say what she wanted to say at the moment. Suin was bewildered. She'd just been dazed for a moment. Why was the bear acting like she was seriously ill? She was fine. Suin hugged the freshly washed and fragrant bear tightly, preparing to take it to bed to rest. As she stood up, she suddenly felt very weak. Her head was dizzy. Her body was limp. Thankfully, the bear was clever and immediately sensed her owner's weakness. It jumped out of Suin's arms, transformed into a 2-meter-tall bear, and supported Suin as she nearly collapsed. The giant bear, wearing a skirt and overalls, spoke in a muffled voice. "Sister, you have to take care of yourself." Suin only then realized something was wrong. In that moment of daze, her energy level had plummeted by 12 points. It wasn't just her spirit level, her 3-dimensional attributes were also declining. Her attack and defense had both dropped to 0, meaning her physical strength was also being depleted, leaving her completely defenseless. What had she done? Suin immediately reviewed what she had just experienced. She quickly discovered the cause. She had just been experimenting with the design concept for a third doll, and had found a clue, so she delved deeper. She didn't seem capable enough to complete the third doll's concept. This was about creating a doll with spiritual expertise. Sleep. Suin took the little bear and went to bed, afraid to show off, fearing that her thoughts might cause problems and deplete her already limited 3-dimensional attributes. Overdrawing the body would weaken it, making it difficult to recover. The next day, she woke up. Suin, with dark circles under her eyes, stared at the slowly growing light on the bedroom ceiling. Beside her, the little pumpkin and the little bear were sound asleep, their soft, gentle snoring sounds continuing incessantly. It was soothing and warming, making the lonely journey of survival less lonely. The system screen announced the time as usual. Day 5, Tuesday, 7:02 a.m., weather, moderate snow. You slept for 4 hours and 12 minutes yesterday. Your physical and mental state was poor. Experience points +0. Suin hadn't received the lie-down bonus for the first time in a long time, nor did she receive any experience points. She hadn't slept well yesterday. Even though she and Sumo had gone to bed early, she couldn't fall asleep. She had severe insomnia. She closed her eyes, her mind a tangled mess. After finally falling asleep, she had a bunch of chaotic dreams, and when she woke up, she had forgotten most of what they had been about. Suin had completely forgotten that in her dream, she had heard the voice of a crying little girl calling her mom, mom, mom. It went on and on. She slid close to her, intent on gaining Suin's attention and giving her a chance to live. The little ghosts surrounded her, their eyes eager and full of fervor. They tried to elicit a response from her. This caused Suin great mental torment in her dream. Suin glanced at her stats. Her spirit level had only increased by 2 points. She hadn't gotten much rest during her sleep. Current 3-dimensional stats. As follows. Chapter 77. Attack 4/6. Defense 1/3. Spirit, June 16th. What a loss. Suin suspected that his moment of inspiration yesterday had sparked something profound, causing such a profound mental shock. Perhaps spiritual dolls have more requirements. Suin felt listless all day. Thankfully, Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were full of energy, so whether she was awake or asleep didn't matter, and it didn't affect the game progress of the player named Sunshine Bear at all. Little Bear drove the car, opened the box, fought monsters, and ate with her, while Little Pumpkin did chores, cleaned the house, and chatted with her. Aside from occasionally helping with cooking, Suin laid down to rest. Even when cooking, Little Pumpkin had become increasingly adept at chopping and preparing vegetables, saving Suin much effort. Suin's 3-dimensional attributes didn't return to full value until the 7th day of the game. On the 5th and 6th days of the game, the stats recovered extremely slowly, and Suin was initially a little anxious. After Little Pumpkin woke up, he used his psychic feedback skill to help Suin recover. However, after using it several times, it didn't seem to have much effect. Later, Suin came to her senses and simply let things slide, eating and sleeping. When she was awake, she would cook, chat with her Little Pumpkin and her bear stuffed animal, and praise it. She believed in treating herself like a pig. When she was hungry, she ate. When she was tired, she slept. When she felt upset, she cried. When she was happy, she laughed. She didn't think about anything, didn't dwell on anything, whatever she wanted was fine. If she didn't rest well, she would rest more. If she couldn't sleep well, she would sleep more. She would always fall asleep. This mindset accelerated her recovery, significantly improving her attributes, and she no longer had bad dreams. Day 7. Suin successfully recovered to full health. For a while now, Suin didn't want to pursue inspiration for her third magical doll. But she believed. Once her spirit value rose a little more, her level rose a little more, and she gathered a little more spiritual materials, her abilities would become sufficient. A new magical doll would appear on its own, just like the inspiration that had suddenly emerged before. Today, Suin didn't plan to stay put like she had the previous 2 days. The 7th day was a crucial milestone. In her previous life, she had entered her first station, the nameless town, on the 7th day. It was also on the night of the 7th day, in the early morning of the 8th day, that Suin and her teddy bear could not survive the cold, snowy night when the temperature plummeted. In other words, after today, the future would be completely new. If nothing unexpected happened, she would go to the town today. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Suin looked at the light screen in front of her. Day 7, Thursday, 7:07 a.m., sunny. You slept for 8 hours and 2 minutes yesterday. Your physical and mental state is good. Experience points increased by 145. The lie flat bonus skill is activated, and your spirit points increased by 1. Suin looked at her current experience points, 8721/10,000. Thanks to her good rest and Little Bear's diligent monster hunting, she's almost leveled up. This is good news. Suin calculated. With luck, she might even level up today. Hopefully monsters will spawn more today, and Little Bear will kill more monsters, so she can earn more experience points. After praying, Suin got up and began to work. Now that she was feeling better, she couldn't continue to be as half-dead as she had been the past 2 days. Today was different. She had risen early, feeling full of energy. Suin opened the stove, cleared the ashes, added wood, and started the fire. These tasks were strenuous when he was feeling heavy, but once he recovered, They felt like play, fresh and fun. Suin watered the scallions, a smile playing on his lips as he watched them fully grown. Then, he ruthlessly plucked away half the greens. Suin then took out the ingredients and prepared to cook. The bear had worked so hard driving and fighting monsters, so the meal had to be better. Suin took out a whole 5-pound bag of white flour from the convenience store and poured it into a large wooden basin. He carefully added yeast and boiled water, kneading the dough. Suin covered the dough with a clean towel and placed it on the kitchen counter near the stove, waiting for the temperature to rise. Then Suin retrieved pork and half a head of cabbage from his space and chopped them up. Suin planned to make dumplings with 2 fillings, one with cabbage and one with pure meat. Cabbage is a rare commodity, a rare vegetable, usually only found by luck. She'd gotten it from a box a few days ago, while changing the dressing. Suin was quick and deft, quickly preparing both fillings. By the time Su Imo and Su Nanling woke up and came looking for their master, Suin, sitting at the dining table, had already wrapped a table full of buns. Steam rose from the air. A pot of plump, white buns of all shapes and sizes emerged, crammed together and emitting an alluring aroma. The little bear had never seen such a spectacle before. It had eaten buns before, but only the bagged ones from the box. The same size, the same taste, the same wrinkles. It was a food it neither disliked nor loved. But the buns before it were different. Each one looked and tasted different, each one stained with brown grease. It simply held a wild, fiery allure. At that moment, the bear felt as if its eyes were about to transform into steamed buns. Steamed buns, steamed buns, steamed buns everywhere. Sweet-smelling steamed buns. In his excitement, the bear couldn't help but clasp his hands together, gurgling and gurgling to express his respect and appreciation for the food. Until Suin handed over a large steamed bun. The steamed bun, the size of an adult's fist, seemed even larger compared to the bear's petite prototype. But this thin-skinned bun, with a generous filling, revealed its full charm with just one bite. Delicious. The combination of pork and chopped green onions was simply delicious. The bear devoured the large bun in just a few bites. Suin, who had just prepared the minced garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil, and was about to pass it over. Both Suin and Su Imo relished their morning meal. Suin preferred the cabbage and meat buns, the cabbage perfectly blended with the aroma of the meat, adding a touch of freshness. However, Su Imo seemed to prefer meat. He specifically chose the meat-only buns. The juicier the meat, and the more marbling on the buns, the more he seemed to like them. Little Pumpkin, unable to finish his meal, was also excited. It sniffed the buns, exclaiming how delicious they were, and occasionally licked the remaining half of the spirit source stone. But Little Pumpkin had plenty of energy, so no matter how much it sucked at the spirit source stone, it didn't change much. Perhaps it was simply licking a few times to satisfy its craving and join in the meal. The little bear was truly respectful of its owner, who was cooking. This was the first time Suin had seen the little bear overeat. Seeing the 110% energy bar, Suin was startled. She was afraid the little bear would get hurt. She stopped the little bear from reaching for the next bun. She stopped the little bear and said, Chapter 78. Xiao Imo, you can't eat anymore. What if you get too full? Little bear smiled awkwardly, looking at the buns with a reluctant look, and nodded emphatically. I know, Sister Inen. After stopping, Little Bear felt incredibly full. He'd never been this full before. It was mainly because the buns today were so delicious. Smart Su Imo immediately transformed into Big Bear to speed up his energy consumption and help digest his food. Unable to sit still in his chair after his transformation, Su Imo stood inside and helped clear the table. Breakfast was over just after 8 o'clock, and it wasn't time for the box update yet, so it was time for a break. Suin still had a lot of buns to make. Now everyone helped make more. Little Pumpkin and Big Bear were both very clever. Su had only taught them a few times, and the two little dolls had mastered how to make buns. Soon, a bunch of buns appeared on the table. Although they looked different, and were of varying sizes, they were all recognizable as buns. Suin planned to steam these large quantities of buns and freeze them outside. It was cold outside, so the buns would freeze solid in just a dozen minutes. These frozen buns would then be packed into wooden boxes, tied with ropes, and stored in the freezer on the roof of the car. They were very convenient pre-made buns. They were easy to eat hot and a staple food, and even tastier than the ones opened from the system box. These operations. Little Pumpkin was a huge help. Integrated into the RV, it possessed telekinetic abilities, easily taking care of the freezing and packaging of the buns. This enabled unmanned, automated bun freezing and packaging operations. With the combined efforts of the three, The first batch of fillings quickly became buns. And then, there was still some dough left. Suen thought for a moment, and continued making new fillings. After using up all the pork in his space, he pulled out the most stored meat from his backpack. That was goose meat. The most common monsters around the treasure chest were geese, rabbits, and chickens. Wild boars, snakes, and tigers were rare. Although geese were small, he had accumulated quite a few. Goose meat was mostly lean, and Suen was worried it wouldn't taste good if he just stuffed it with it. He prepared a pot, and sautéed the goose meat in goose fat, adding seasonings until it was half cooked, creating a braised pork filling. Then, Suen immersed himself in the process of mixing dough with fillings, and making dough with fillings. At 9 o'clock, the little bear washed the flour off his hands, got into the driver's seat, and the car began to drive. Little Pumpkin continued to help Suen make food, steamed buns. Little Pumpkin was a quick learner. By now, it had learned how to knead the dough and roll the dough, greatly increasing the speed of the steamed bun production line. It rolled the dough with telekinesis, its movements becoming increasingly faster as it became more proficient. Suen, though quite nimble, sometimes couldn't keep up with Little Pumpkin's pace. Thankfully, after a period of adjustment, things became smoother, and overall, the two of them worked very well together. Though Little Pumpkin couldn't eat, it was enthusiastic about all household chores, including cooking. The dough became a toy in its hands, transforming it into any shape. In the cab, the 2-meter-tall bear was concentrating on driving. The car drove very smoothly today, its movements rough yet delicate, making the rear cabin almost imperceptible. The bear drove as steadily as possible. It didn't want the frozen buns on the roof to fall off due to its jolting driving. Every bun was a treasure. It couldn't afford to drop even one. The thought of losing a bun meant it would eat one less, and the bear toy was extremely careful. The bear knew that Sister Anan made so many buns just to fill its belly. It was a natural glutton, eating dozens of times more than Sister Anan. Little Pumpkin didn't need to eat. The buns were mostly its daily rations. Sister Anan loved it the most. All morning, the kitchen pots kept simmering. I had customized the steamer from the Carpenter player a few days ago, but I hadn't expected it to be so busy today. Boiler after pot, a mountain of buns were steamed. Suen steamed them all in one go, starting at 7 in the morning, and not even eating until 11. The whole carriage was filled with the aroma of buns. Thankfully, the bedroom was a separate room, and the thin wooden planks and curtains kept out most of the fumes from the kitchen. The car was filled with steam, and with the windows open, white smoke billowed out. The RV driven by the bear doll stopped and started along the endless highway. In the back, a mobile bun shop churned out buns like an assembly line. While the bear doll stopped to find a box to kill monsters, Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to manipulate a wooden board full of buns onto the roof for a quick freeze. Then, using telekinesis, she placed the frozen buns into a wooden box and strapped the box to the groove in the RV's roof. At first, it was fine, but she got more and more excited. Towards the end, Suen began to wonder why she kept kneading the dough, using a full 10 pounds of flour. To maximize her meat consumption, she made large buns with more meat and less flour, each one crammed full of filling. Ultimately, it was her stingy nature that was taking over again. She was reluctant to part with the yeast, thinking she'd try to rise more dough while she had some. She also thought Little Bear had a big appetite, so she might as well make some extra for storage. Plus, after lying in bed for so many days, she felt better, more energetic, and more energized when she woke up. Little Pumpkin's help boosted her confidence. She added more meat because Little Bear was still producing a steady supply. Luckily, Little Pumpkin was incredibly diligent, and his telekinesis was surprisingly effective. She considered doing some housework a form of exercise. Suen calmed herself down and finished making the buns. If Suen had eaten all those large buns by herself, she felt like she could have eaten them for months. But with Little Bear around, she could eat them every now and then, and she could finish them in about 2 weeks. After finishing the buns at 11 o'clock, Suen lay on her bed in her bedroom, paralyzed for half an hour before she finally rested. Aside from the one pot of buns left for today's meal, Little Pumpkin had sorted and packed all the buns, securely tying them to the roof of the car with ropes. She was completely unaware that, in StarCraft, her live stream was flooded with negative reviews, with countless StarCraft netizens clicking no on it. The popularity, which had been improving, gradually waned, until it finally fell silent. The story began a few days ago. Chapter 79. A few days ago, Suen participated in a game on a special platform, the Ice and Snow Slide, along with hundreds of other players. Most of these players were given tickets specifically by the system because they were disliked and wanted to cheat them out of it. A small number of them entered through sheer luck. Most of these players were very impressive, and a small number of them had a large fan base in StarCraft. For example, the popular ever-changing idols. Su-En's game performance attracted many viewers from other players' live streams. Everyone was curious about this player, whose private life was secretive, whose innate profession was mysterious, whose pet seemed powerful, and whose brain seemed sharp. Su-En's live stream, under the ID Sunshine Bear, saw a significant increase in followers. But Su-En's subsequent life was a complete disappointment to fans who had been expecting her to demonstrate her abilities. What was going on? Making fires, cooking, eating, sleeping. Aside from the parts that the system automatically blocked, everyone quickly realized that this player was nothing but a weakling. She does nothing all day, leaving her 2 pets to care for her. Some viewers, disappointed after thinking they found a treasure, have commented, "This player is so boring. All they do is eat and drink, and they either lie down or sleep all day. They wish they die. Watching her livestream is such a waste of time. She kills geese and eats their meat every day. Does she have a problem with geese? We goose folk are clearly a superior race." In just 3 or 4 days, Su-En's livestream's popularity plummeted, sliding back into the shadows. You noticed her sinking into the vast sea of livestreams numbering in the billions. Without viewers and popularity, her livestream's popularity waned. Only one mermaid, who let people come and go without changing her attitude, woke up every morning, glanced at her little cutie, gave her a few flowers, and then went on with her life. Seeing the little cutie's actions today, the mermaid smiled warmly. What does Blue Star's food taste like? Let her imagine it. As the mermaid thought about it, a smile spread across her face, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Achoo! Su-En sneezed loudly. The wind blew against her. Su-En pulled a tissue from her space, wiped her nose, and wrapped her clothes tightly around her. It was so cold. No wonder they say it's not cold when it snows, but when it melts. It must be over 20 degrees Celsius below zero. She tightened her coat, but the temperature didn't improve much. Luckily, she probably wouldn't be outdoors for long. Su-En was walking in front. Su-Emo, transformed into a 2-meter-tall figure, followed closely behind Su-En, adopting a protective posture, every step cautious. Su-En's pumpkin car stopped in front of the gas station. The little pumpkin looked out the window, watching its master and Big Bear enter a small, brightly lit building. A large sign hung on the building. Deep Sea Energy Station, gasoline exclusive store. They were currently at the gas station outside the Nameless Town platform. Half an hour ago. After lunch, Su-En received a system announcement that a player named Mamatu in the area had discovered the platform Nameless Town. Su-En spent 3 one-hour platform tickets and drove into the platform with her dolls to explore. Su-En knew this was a chance to restock before the temperature dropped. The platform Nameless Town could restock a lot of supplies. So she was willing to spend 3 one-hour platform tickets to give herself more time to restock. Ding dong, current area 20312, player Mamatu discovered the platform Nameless Town. All players in the area, please spend platform tickets to enter the platform's route. Platform Nameless Town. A simple place without even a name, home to the remnants of a lost civilization. Resources. Can sell/buy supplies. Danger level. It's considered a safe zone, practically non-hazardous, unless you accidentally violate the town's rules. Su-En pushed open the door and entered the brightly lit shop. It was located between the town and the platform road, a brand new building that stood out. It stood out from the gray town in the distance. The room occupied approximately 50 square meters, the lights on, no one in sight, and only a row of vending machines. The vending machines sold gas cards, tissues, and mineral water. 10L gas card, 50 copper coins, can be inserted into a gas pump, allowing refueling via pipe, 400 sheets of tissue paper, 4 copper coins. 1L of mineral water, 8 copper coins. Su-En calculated that tissue paper was significantly cheaper than at the exchange, mineral water slightly cheaper than the system mall, and gasoline even cheaper. She first bought 10 packs of tissue paper, and stored them in her space as a reserve. As for gas cards, she didn't buy any. She had 3 free gas cards, totaling 14 minutes of free time, which was enough for her gas reserves. As for getting more, she was limited in space, and couldn't carry that much gas. However, she didn't forget about purchasing on behalf of others. She directly opened her personal store on the exchange, and started offering a purchasing service. However, mineral water probably wouldn't sell, and paper towels weren't in high demand. Paying transaction fees through the exchange was too expensive, so she only offered a gas purchasing service. At the station, gas was 10L/50 copper coins, with a 20% transaction fee, which meant 10L/60 copper coins. Considering the time cost, Suen simply set the price at 10L/75 copper coins. For every 10L purchased, she could earn about 15 copper coins. All they earn is the money they earn from their time on the platform. But Suen didn't expect to take many orders. Aside from those who couldn't bear to part with their platform tickets, everyone else would likely enter the platform. She planned to take as many orders as she could during the 10 minutes, or so she was staying there using her unlimited gas card. Suen glanced at her watch and, taking Suemo with her, went to the gas station outside. Following the prompts, they quickly found the slot to insert their gas card. Insert a free gas card for 1 minute. A mechanical chime echoed from the gas station. Ding dong, special gas card detected. Free gas card for 1 minute. Within that minute, players can fill up and dispense gas at will. The gas pump connected to the tank. The countdown above the gas station began ticking. The amount of gas below also began to tick. The little pumpkin saw Suen filling up and heard the mechanical chime, realizing something. Limited time free gas, huh? Watch me. The little pumpkin activated its telekinesis. Try harder, it shouted. At that moment, the gas tank seemed to have grown its own mouth, sipping gasoline furiously. Suen watched the amount of fuel, initially flowing steadily, rapidly increase, doubling in speed. If it weren't for the limited size of the pump's hose, the refueling would have been even faster. The tank was soon full, and Suen had Little Pumpkin collect the fuel from the pump into his space. A minute later, the gas card disappeared, and the fuel level displayed below read 102L. Little Pumpkin was truly impressive. Its telekinetic control allowed Suen to fully utilize his free, but limited-time, gas card. Suemo watched the entire process, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He couldn't help but extend his bare paw and clack. But the little pumpkin said, "Master, I didn't perform well. Come again, let me suck harder." Then, Suen repeated the process. With the little pumpkin's cooperation, she used up all the free, limited-time gas cards. The free gas cards were inserted into the machine. The fuel nozzle was inserted into the spatial channel opened by the little pumpkin's Chinese knot. A total of 1,821 liters of gasoline were obtained, occupying a little over a cubic meter of space. 1 meter equals 1,000 liters. With this, combined with the previous storage, Suen had about 2,000 liters of gasoline in reserve. During this time, perhaps due to the high price, Suen only accepted 3 orders for 10 liters of gasoline. After processing the orders in 5 minutes and earning 45 copper coins, Suen closed the purchasing service. Almost half an hour had passed, and she would spend the next half hour exploring the town. With a beep, the large pumpkin truck, fully fueled, drove away, and soon the gas station was silent. It slowly disappeared from the spot. A long time later, the energy station staff arrived, emitting a sharp roar. How could a 14-minute free gas card consume so much oil? What was going on? The large RV drove into the distant town, and the entire town seemed to awaken from a deep sleep. "Stop here," Suen said. Suemo stepped on the brakes. The car stopped. Suen and Suemo got out, leaving Little Pumpkin in the car to operate the protective shield to protect the RV. A dark mass of shops stood before them. One sign hung on the shop. Coal. Chapter 80. The meaning of the words was translated by the system. Suen discovered that as long as one paid for a platform ticket and entered the platform, the system would provide free translation services. This was understandable. It was a service the system had to provide. Even if the system disliked Suen and cursed him, it wouldn't affect its translation. The information provided by the system was concise, but it didn't affect Suen's understanding. This was a place selling coal. Coal? It was a more convenient fuel than wood. On the increasingly cold snowy plateau, it was a priority resource. Suen entered the house. Suemo followed closely behind Suen, squeezing into the room. The room had low ceilings and was dark. There were no windows, and only a little light could be seen when the door was open. As Suemo entered, the light became less, and the sunlight filtered through the cracks, casting a halo of light on the dim room. Fortunately, his eyes quickly adjusted to the dimness, and he could see everything clearly. After entering the house, Suen saw a pitch-black lump of coal with arms and legs, nestled among a warehouse full of coal. It looked up at her. Or rather at her. Its featureless body stared at her, its gaze greedily, as if it were looking at a piece of fat meat. At this moment, Suemo stood in front of Suen, his tall, upright bear-like figure standing in the forefront, shielding him from the coal mine owner's greedy gaze. Suen clearly felt the unpleasant feeling of being stared at disappear, becoming cautious and timid. Sue had only heard the coal making a crackling sound, a caw-caw-caw-caw sound, and then it changed to the understandable language of the Blue Star Yin Nation. Long time no see, foreign player, a fresh face again. Luckily, my translator still works. My name is Kara, I used to be a player, now a businessman living here. Would you like to do some business with me? This shop primarily sells coal blocks for energy, and we also recycle any materials. Of course, if you have game coins to buy coal blocks, I'd be very happy. The coal monster said. I buy some coal, Suen said directly. Don't try to manipulate the price or quality. With that, Su-Mo bared his teeth in cooperation, unleashing his fierce aura. A ferocious giant bear assisted behind the girl. Everything was just right. In his previous life, Su had also relied on the teddy bear to work with him when shopping. Both he and the bear were experts at this. Clearly, their tacit cooperation at the ice and snow platform was not the first time. Although this town was different from the one in his previous life, and the layout was somewhat different, Suen believed that many things were the same. For example, these monsters. Except for the vending machines, almost none of the intelligent and communicative creatures on the platform were easy to get along with. They were all bullies, who only cared about the weak and feared the strong. Only when they realize the player is not easy to mess with will they do business. As for why they buy instead of rob, one reason is the system's nagging reminder, and the other is Suen's past experience. Perhaps when times are tough, people tend to gamble. In her previous life, the impoverished Suen was like this. Toward the end of her dungeon time, Suen tried this idea and took action. Unfortunately, killing a single monster alerted all the monsters in the town. Taking the entire town was a difficult task. The monsters in the town were numerous, and all intelligent. They were completely defeated, and she and Little Bear were injured. Fortunately, they drove away from the station at the last minute, and didn't stay on the platform. 10 minutes later, Suen sold a bunch of junk, mainly tables, chairs, and benches that Little Bear had gotten from the housekeeper's office, along with some recent bargains, and some meat, and added 420 copper coins to buy coal that took up about 5 cubic meters of space. A total of 5.3 tons. The entire stock of this coal monster was bought out. It was expected to last for several months. After paying for the goods, Little Bear moved quickly. It used its space to help transfer the coal to Little Pumpkin's space for storage. After selling all its main products, the room became much emptier. Although the coal monster lacked facial features, it exuded a sense of joy. It began promoting a more advanced energy fuel, called Fire Spirit Stone, low level. A Fire Spirit Stone, low level, once activated, slowly radiates heat for 3 to 5 in-game days, providing thermal energy. This Fire Spirit Stone, low level, costs 500 copper coins. When used with a Fire Spirit Stone specific stove, it can be used for cooking and heating, providing a smokeless, ashless, and clean energy source. In fact, Fire Spirit Stones are a type of Spirit Source Stone, all crystals imbued with spiritual power. However, compared to Spirit Source Stones without attributes, these attributed Spirit Stones are a special type, a rare and in-demand commodity, each capable of using different energies depending on its attributes. Similarly, fire for heating, ice for cooling. However, it clearly overestimated Suen's wallet. Suen had very little money left in her pocket, and couldn't afford such a high-level energy stone. There were many good things in the world, but she didn't have much, and she was as poor as ever. Unless they robbed her. Suen looked at the Fire Spirit Stone, then at the coal monster. This one was a monster, theoretically and practically robbed. Noticing the coal monster's aura, she became even more excited. Suen calmed down. Forget it. That's it. There was no need to risk her life on a platform that was like a safe zone just for a stone. She hadn't explored the entire town yet, and her 3-hour platform ticket wasn't long in coming, so she couldn't waste it. Suen rejected the coal monster sales pitch and left the coal shop with Su-Mo. The coal monster let out a look of regret and turned off the annoying system screen in front of it. Mission: lure the player into getting lost/dead, obtain the player's identity vehicle, and return to the game. Please complete this mission without violating the town's survival rules. Game failed. The system panel, which had finally regained its brightness, dimmed, losing its luster, as if dead. Like it had lost its name, surviving in this nameless town, without a past or future. The door closed again. Chapter 81. The room was dark. The coal monster took out a piece of meat, and shoved it in front of its face. Its mouth, exposed from beneath the thick coal shell, swallowed the meat. After eating all this, it mechanically opened the cellar and climbed down the rope ladder into the mine. In a corner of the mine, there was a spacious room on the first floor. The copper coins and the goods it had received were stuffed into the room. The coal monster left the room and entered the deepest mine, mechanically digging up the coal with its limbs. In the passenger seat of the RV, Sue calculated the remaining space and copper coins. She felt so poor, her copper coins were running low again. She only had 583 copper coins left in her pocket, both in small and large amounts. This was why she couldn't bear to buy the low-level fire spirit stone. If it were an ordinary spirit source stone, she might have gritted her teeth and bought it. At 200 copper coins each, it could replenish Little Pumpkin's current energy bar 2 or 3 times. Buying fire spirit stone simply for heating was too extravagant. Ultimately, it was just because they were too poor. There seemed to be no inflation in the system. Game currency was extremely rare, starting with 10 copper coins per person, and even the copper coins dropped from monsters weren't much. The biggest sum she ever earned was a bonus of 10,000 copper coins from the ice and snow slide platform game. But before she could even get her bonus into her pocket, she spent it. She snatched up a space when the Space Grid backpacks were almost sold out. This world is full of talented people. Although she had awakened her SSS talent, Sue never considered herself particularly powerful. There are always people better than you, and there are always better things beyond you. That's the norm in this world. Sue-Ann's thoughts wandered, reflecting on many things. At this moment, Sue-Mo was driving his RV around the town, not going very fast, moving along the streets at a pace that allowed him to easily see the buildings. Looking out the window, everything around him was slowly receding. Leaving this street, he saw no other open shops. Occasionally, when he came across a shop, Sue-Ann would find the sign already tattered and the building in disrepair. The signs, barely legible, were tattered and covered in dust from the passage of time. This was also different from everything he had experienced in his previous life. In his previous life, the town had many shops. Sue-Ann specifically asked Sue-Mo to stop the car, get out, and analyze the situation. It seemed as if there had been a war in this town, a fierce one, that had destroyed many shops. The RV continued on its way. It headed to the next street, and quickly passed through the entire town. Dozens of buildings of varying heights stood out, seemingly lifeless, with no sign of life inside. It couldn't be just one store. The car turned a corner. Sue-Ann saw a sign for a grocery store. The building stood out from the rest of the town. How could I describe it? It's rather fresh and simple, a bit like the rustic houses in anime. The car stopped. Sue-Ann and Sue-Mo got out. Looking at the sign, it said, Afam's Grocery Store. The text on the sign was in Chinese. Sue-Ann stood at the doorway, hesitating for a few seconds. The architectural style of this shop's sign was noticeably different from the others. After a moment's thought, Sue-Ann walked to the door and pushed it open. This dungeon is considered a semi-safe zone. As long as you don't do anything stupid, you shouldn't have any problems. The door opened, revealing a home with a very lively atmosphere. Smoothly polished log walls, bright, grid-shaped windows. Inside, a large, warm stove burned with wood. Sunlight streamed into the house through the wooden windows. It was spacious, bright, clean, and tidy, without a speck of dust. Everything was impeccably clean, as if the owner cleaned daily and lived a life of dedication. Everything looked exceptionally beautiful. The monster in the house didn't have a strange appearance. Instead, it was a normal-looking old woman, with white hair, black eyes, a wrinkled face, and a kind gaze. She looked no different from a blue-star human. She sat on a recliner, took a sip of hot tea, then placed it on the table and smiled at Sue-Ann. Maybe it was the hot tea, but Sue-Ann could vaguely see a mist in the old woman's eyes. My dear child, welcome to my shop. Rest a while, and let me show you my collection of props. The old woman pointed to the comfortable-looking wooden chair across from her. Sue-Ann didn't move, simply standing where she was, closest to the door. Sue-Mo entered the house behind her, noticing the owner's caution. He stood in front of her, half obscuring her figure. This angle didn't obstruct the owner's view, but in the event of a sudden fight, he could immediately intervene between the owner and the elderly woman, protecting her. The door closed, keeping the wind and snow outside at bay, and the warmth inside gradually returned to normal. The old woman forced a smile, as if trying to be friendly. But it seemed she hadn't smiled in a long time, and her sudden smile made her look a little frightening. From Sue-Ann's perspective, the platform equaled the monster. This old woman's smile might have been a sign of her trying to keep her. The old woman noticed Sue-Ann's caution, but she didn't show any embarrassment, instead continuing her conversation. I just heard the noise of a car, and assumed it was a player arriving. I didn't expect a player to actually arrive, and a girl at that. So wonderful. Seeing you reminds me of my daughter. The old woman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Suen, soft and loving. Suen didn't say anything, but took a few steps back and stood at the doorway, her muscles tense. She knew full well that the monsters on the platform were lost creatures, not normal people. The more kind the old woman looked, the more cautious Suen became. The old woman seemed to notice Suen's nervousness and spoke slowly. Don't be afraid, girl. I'm also a Blue Star player. My name is Wang Fong. You can call me Sister Fong. I suddenly entered the game on February 7, 1943. Back then, the system was still saying something about the highway game being in beta. It's been a long time since I seen a Blue Star human. Looking at Suen's glaring disbelief, the old woman realized something, stroked her silver hair, smiled wryly, and spoke slowly. Actually, I'm a middle-aged person. When I came in, I was only in my 40s. I look this old because I overdraw my vitality using my innate skills. It's okay for you to treat me like an old person. Suen understood the old woman's explanation. The logic made sense. After all, the first batch of players in the system were between 15 and 55 years old, so it was impossible for the internal test to use elderly players. However, she only listened halfway, believing it or not. She nodded, agreeing with the old woman, and waited for her to continue, to express her intentions. She wasn't afraid of the old woman's nagging speech. She still had plenty of time. A 3-hour platform ticket would allow her plenty of time to stay in the town. Seeing Suen's attitude soften a little, the old woman became a little excited, a tear slipping from her eye, and continued. Seeing someone like her, after so much loneliness, she was clearly excited. She invited Suen to sit down and talk. She poured Suen a pot of hot tea, and pulled a plate of small, bagged cookies from the spatial ring on her finger. Suemo helped him sit on the chair, and after finding no problem, Suen sat down. As for the tea and cookies, neither Suemo nor Suen touched them. Suemo stood in front of Suen's chair, not concealing his wariness. The old woman withdrew her hand from pouring tea. She spoke slowly. Don't worry about me hurting you. Although I'm a lost player now, a hostile faction, we must abide by the town rules. I can only attack you if you attack me. The old woman continued. Chapter 82. Theoretically, as long as players don't actively attack the townspeople, steal their goods, or damage their houses and shops, I can't attack you. The old woman said. I'm telling you this to show I don't want to attack you. The old woman said this, her tone emphasizing her goodwill. The old woman had no intention of attacking the young woman before her. At least not yet. Even so, the system panel that had reactivated, with its row of messages and promises of restoring her player status, urged her to attack the player in front of her, guiding her malice. Thankfully, she still had some sanity. It hadn't been completely twisted. Her life had been overdrawn to this point. After assimilating to life in this town for so long, what good would returning to player status mean? It wouldn't mean much. Now, she just wanted a chance to see her daughter and learn about her. The old woman took a sip of her tea and continued slowly. Staying here is my personal choice. I'm tired of the life-threatening journey, so I chose a station to settle down. You can understand that I chose to be lost. After all, I won't live much longer if I continue. If I stay here, maybe I meet other players, maybe even get news of my daughter. At this point, the old woman paused and looked at Suen hopefully, hoping the young woman would understand her intentions and offer to help. That way, she could assign her a quest according to the town's rules. This scorching gaze made Suen feel a little hot. Suen lowered her eyes. She understood what the old woman meant. It seemed she wanted her help finding her daughter. But Suen didn't speak. She didn't want to make promises she couldn't keep. To be honest, she couldn't quite understand the old woman's longing for her daughter, and her willingness to become a monster, lost in the game, just to survive, to see her daughter again. She really didn't understand. The word maternal love was a bit too foreign to her. In her understanding, a mother brought her into the world without a care, abandoned her, hurt her. She watched the old woman before her as she pulled out a pile of things from the space props, spiritual materials, blueprints for advanced RV components, spiritual source stones, high-level props, and Suen even saw gold and silver keys, more than one. The pile of things lay on the table, overflowing. At a glance, Suen felt her breathing change rhythmically. They were all valuable things that would broaden her horizons. In particular, the system kindly displays information about each item, much like the in-game explanations that appear when you hover your mouse over an item. Car compressor, a high-level item, created by the Goose Tribe's God-level space master, Super God Goose Schwader. It uses spiritual energy to compress 1 meter of the same material into a spatial card format for storage. Each 10 uses consumes 1 energy stone. Cooldown: 24 hours. Small vending machine, water, a small water supply item that provides cheap, clean drinking water. 100 L of water for 1 copper coin. Excellent value, no deception. Durability: 98/100. As long as the faucet is intact, it can last for 3 years. These are just a few of the many exquisite items. There are many more goodies. Suen couldn't help but blink, trying to slow her heartbeat. She resisted the urge to just grab the items and run. Perhaps the other party was waiting for her to snatch them and attack her. The fact that she was able to obtain these items while surviving was enough to prove this old lady's strength. She should not be underestimated. But the teddy bear is also very powerful. Perhaps? She couldn't think about it anymore. Suen took a deep breath, suppressed her greed, and tried to control her itchy, restless heart. Looking at the old lady's face, she said directly, "Sister Fong, I don't have money. I can't afford these things. Please take them back." Suen said bluntly. "I can't help you find your daughter. This is a single-player game. My abilities are limited, and the areas are randomly assigned. I can't find someone in a vast sea of people." After that, Suen stood up, preparing to leave. She couldn't stay here any longer. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might resort to robbery, starting with this old woman and then the monsters in the entire town. Fortune and wealth are sought through risk. But they can also be lost through risk. Suen was a cautious person. She only knew that while she wasn't sure if she could win, the chances of injury or death were high. Who knew what level this old woman was? The system wasn't going to tell her. "Wait, young lady," the old woman called to Suen. Suen turned around, ready to see what this guy would do. Wang Fong glanced through the props, pulled out a golden key that caught the girl's eye for a long time, held it in her hand, and handed it to her, asking, "Do you dare to take a chance? The price of a gold key is generally 1,000 copper coins. According to town rules, I can sell it to you for as little as 100 copper coins. But there's a condition. You have to ask me if I can do something to trigger the conditions for my quest." After speaking, Wang Fong scanned the items and said, "You can choose any of these items as quest rewards. It's fine to take them all, but remember, the higher the value of the quest reward, the more difficult the system will make it. If you fail, the penalty will be severe. I keep the controls as simple as possible. I can't guarantee the system's involvement. It will distort my intentions, including my good intentions, as much as possible. It seems quite hostile to you. I do my best to help you. After all, this is what I want to do." After saying this, Wang Fong looked at the player, awaiting her decision. At that moment, the system on the screen before her was raging, cursing, and a screen full of blackout characters. Wang Fong had grown accustomed to it, and even felt a sense of familiarity. After all, the system had treated her the same way before. Under the guise of uniform game difficulty, the oppression of beta testers was a safeguard for player fairness. If it weren't for her immense talent, she hardly survived until now. Alas, all power comes at a price. Discovering the true cost of using her abilities, she stopped her gaming journey and chose to get lost in this nameless town. She couldn't continue to overdraw, becoming the sustenance for everything. Wang Fong looked at the girl. Wang Fong awaited the young girl's decision. She didn't know if this player would trust her, even if she had been as sincere as possible. During the beta test, many players said that lost players would become accomplices, and if they encountered a player, they would risk everything to leave them lost on the platform together, or even kill them in revenge. But Wang Fong knew. Chapter 83. This behavior is partly due to inherent human malice, a jealousy of their own vibrant identities, and partly due to the influence of bizarre rules and systems, which twist everything and amplify this malice. This highway survival game may seem like a simple game of environmental disasters and monster hunting to unlock treasure chests. In reality, it incorporates many failed attempts at other civilization games, including but not limited to rule anomalies and bizarre dungeons. These fragmented materials have been crafted into platforms, a feature the system prides itself on. These platforms, interspersed throughout the highway survival game, offer varying degrees of risk, serving as both resource points and burial grounds. Wang Fong looked at the player before her. Their actions truly earned her a point. Such prudence and restraint, yet with only a level 1 aura, they could still carry a level 3 giant bear pet. There was indeed a chance of living longer. Wang Fong hoped she would live long enough to help her fulfill her dream. Suin pondered for a moment. He considered the risks comprehensively. He looked up at the old woman and asked, "Okay, but I want to trade at a different location. How about that?" The confused old woman nodded. The door opened, and a gust of wind and snow rushed into the house. Suin asked Suimo to get in the car and parked it in front of Ah Fong's grocery store, facing out of town. He then sat in the passenger seat, took out 100 copper coins, and threw them into the store. The vehicle shield was up, and Wang Fong, as a hostile force, couldn't leave. If she did, she would be crushed by the shield. Or if she did, she would be considered to have attacked, violating the town's rules. According to the old woman's account, the rules of this town were that monsters couldn't attack players without provocation, or they would be punished. This was also the reason she'd chosen to live here. Using her skills less often allowed her to stay awake and healthy longer. The old woman frowned and handed over a golden key. She was actually a little worried the girl would just run off in the car. If that were the case, she would definitely seize the next player she met, and stop being so gentle and frank. She could use coercion or bribery. She was clearly a monster, so she had to use some monster tactics. Just as Suin was about to run, the system, at that moment, made a face on the screen, mocking its former nemesis. Lost in the small town, yet still acting like this, so refreshing and unpretentious, did she really think everyone was her cousin? The deal was a success. Suin really wanted to call it quits, let Suimo step on the accelerator and drive off, but she saw the old woman's gaze. She hesitated. Damn, it wasn't bad enough. Or rather, it wasn't greedy enough. Suin closed the car door. Then, facing the old woman's disappointed gaze, he directly asked, "What can I do for you?" Suin then said, "I need the car compressor as payment, so in return, I can only do you a small favor." "Thank you." The old woman's eyes lit up, and she bowed to Suin. Then, Suin saw the old woman in the shop, manipulating something like a system panel, then inserting items from the table into it. A moment later, a panel appeared in front of Suin. Ding dong. After detection, player Sunshine Bear has sent a mission request to Ah Fong, the owner of Ah Fong's grocery store in Nameless Town. Receive the following mandatory mission. Mission name, Ah Fong Souvenir. Mission description. Ah Fong, a new resident of Nameless Town, misses her daughter terribly, and wants to ask player Sunshine Bear to deliver a letter to her. Please help deliver Ah Fong's letter to her daughter, Song Lihua. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest item, Ah Fong's letter. Quest reward, item card compressor *1. Quest penalty, if the player fails the mission, they will be attacked by Ah Fong's natural talent, the Witch's Curse, with the help of the system. Witch's Curse, one of Ah Fong's natural skills, Sunshine Bear, will be cursed, causing a weakened state for 3 months. Weakened state, 3 attributes remain at 20% and cannot be restored. Vitality is continuously weakened, and a careless act can easily lead to death. Ha ha ha, you took this quest randomly, finding a player every 3 days, and not even in the same area. Let's see how you do it. I know how to find them, but I won't help you, la la la. Suin clenched his fists, trying not to let the system's taunts dampen his spirits. Oh no. The only information about Wang Fong's daughter is her name, Song Lihua, and there's no other clues. Since she accepted the quest, Suin naturally took the risk and proactively sought clues to the quest. Suin looked up at the old woman and asked directly, "Sister Fong, I think you need to tell me more about your daughter. I don't have any information except her name. You want me to deliver the message, so you must want me to complete it, right?" Suin asked. In fact, she knew that she and the player portrayed by the old woman were now mutually beneficial. "It's giving you a hard time, hiding the key information I provided, right?" The old woman raised her head and asked, her words a question, but her tone was firm. The old woman took off her ring and asked, "Miss, I left something here that can help you. Are you ready to run?" Suin was bewildered. "Leave this place within 3 minutes, and don't let me catch you." Suimo, quick-witted, tensed, his foot on the accelerator. "Right now." The old woman rushed towards Suin, colliding with the protective shield on his vehicle. Then, a ring fell through the window and landed directly in Suin's arms. It was the old woman's space ring. Wang Fong's impact with the shield dealt damage. The shield displayed a 10% reduction in defense. Advanced Ice and Snow Shield. Defense 9990/10,000. Ding dong, Ah Fong, the grocery store merchant in Lost Town, attacked the player. This violated the town rules and resulted in a 3-minute imprisonment penalty. Ding dong, the player, Sunshine Bear, robbed Ah Fong, the grocery store merchant, of 1 space ring. This violated the town rules. Town residents may now attack Suin. Current town residents: Coal Miner Offing, Level 4, Witch Offang, Level 5, Vampire Lays, Level 3. A blood-red glow seemed to appear above the nameless town. Suin saw that a second ago, a beam barrier had trapped the old woman in place. The next second, the old woman transformed into a tall, black-robed monster, a large black hood obscuring her face, revealing only her sharp chin. Her withered arms, like eagle claws, bared their teeth at Suin, as if ready to attack, but were restrained by the beam barrier. It was too late. Su-mo floored the accelerator as the system notification sounded. The giant bears first stood on end. The town suddenly took on an aura it could not resist. The car sped away 10 meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speakers in the cab, mounted on the cab, only belatedly began blasting thrilling music after the car had already sped away for several hundred meters, adding to the tension of the situation. Suin also reacted and shouted, "Su-mo, drive as fast as you can and exit the platform." Then he turned to Little Pumpkin, help speed up. "Okay, master." Little Pumpkin activated his skill, using telekinesis to reduce the weight of the car. This way, the car's speed exceeded the meter's limit. Soon, the RV left the town and headed towards the platform. The drive had taken about 10 minutes. 3 minutes to leave was obviously a stretch. With only 1,000 meters left, Suin and his group came under attack. The speakers blared a background music resembling screams. Clang. A burst of colorful light appeared, followed by an ice and snow bomb attacking the protective shield. Minus 3,333. The shield blocked the attack. Defense 6657/10,000. Through the rearview mirror, Suin saw a witch on a broomstick approaching. She made a cry like an eagle, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at the car, shouting, "Give me back my treasure." Full of madness. Decrease 444. Defense 6213/10,000. Suin's scalp tingled as he listened. Chapter 84. Fortunately, by this moment, Su-mo was about to drive out of the platform, the car only a few meters away from the main road. The protective shield could still withstand it. It should be safe. But the witch, who had lost her mind and transformed into a monster, had obviously noticed this. She then unleashed her most powerful attack skill. Using her innate skill, Time Freeze, an SSS innate skill, this skill can be activated by using one's own energy, freezing time for all creatures except the one who possesses it. This skill has always been invincible. After transforming into a monster, it was even more terrifying when activated recklessly. Suin didn't know what the witch's skill was. But the moment the skill was activated, Suin felt a terrifying premonition. This fear was truly terrifying. The intense energy wave that threatened to overwhelm her made her feel uncomfortable all over, and her hair stood on end. Goosebumps appeared. Her sixth sense told her that she had to leave now. Otherwise, she would never be able to leave this place. A sudden inspiration struck. Before Suin could react, she instantly activated her skill. A magnificent bow, an arrow appeared in her palm. At that moment, Suin used all her mental energy to unleash a single arrow in the direction of the witch. Personal Skill 1. Spirit Light Arrow. Consumes mental energy to summon the spiritual weapon, the flowering and colorful bow, creating a ranged, mental attack. Mental attacks are inherently invisible, and the light arrow instantly pierced through the vehicle. The arrow aimed directly at the witch, midair. A successful hit. It interrupted her impending spell. A mere 0.1 second of interruption. When the witch raised her staff, attempting to cast another spell, she saw no target. The players and their vehicles had vanished from the road, entering another world. She stood on the empty platform, howling and roaring, attacking everything around her. Monsters in the town took cover, avoiding the indiscriminate attacks of the mad witch. She had been just as fierce when she arrived. The witch's arrival had wiped out more than half of the town's residents. The mayor had been killed, half of the shops were gone, and even the town sign had been destroyed, reducing it to a lowly platform dungeon, a nameless town. Now, Su-mo was already driving his RV down the main road, several kilometers away from the platform. The speaker seemed slow to react, the music continued to blare. Long after the car reached the main road, the sound stopped, as if realizing it was out of danger. Su-mo finally released the accelerator, tapped the brakes, and slowly brought the car to a stop. It had always remembered its owner's words. A silent speaker was the safest state. After stopping the car, Su-mo noticed the condition of its owner beside him. He saw Sister-nin, unconscious in the passenger seat, a bright red streak on her nose. If there weren't any hostile targets nearby, Suemo would have immediately activated Skill 4, Low Health Berserk Mode, and attacked indiscriminately. Snap. Suemo transformed into a teddy bear and threw himself directly into Su-En's arms. Sister Anan, are you okay? Sister Anan fainted. Is Sister Anan okay? The teddy bear was worried. Big stupid bear, get out of the way. You're too heavy. You're pressing down on me, and I'm going to suffocate my master. Little Pumpkin pushed Suemo away. Then Little Pumpkin said seriously, if you're bored, go do something, empty the toilet, sweep the snow. Don't make things difficult, and delay my healing. With that, Little Pumpkin focused on Su-En, using his skills. Skill 2. Little Pumpkin has a few tricks up his sleeve. Psychic Feedback. Consumes a certain amount of energy to restore the master's mental strength. Little Pumpkin channeled spiritual energy into Su-En, slowly feeding it. After noticing his master fainted, Little Pumpkin began healing. Unexpectedly, when the big, stupid bear came to his senses, his eyes were focused solely on his master, not his massive block of wood. The energy bar above his head drooped. It pulled the spirit source stone from its space and stuffed it into its mouth, absorbing and using spiritual energy simultaneously. A dozen minutes later, Su-En opened his eyes, only to be met with the worried gazes of Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. I'm fine, she said, wiping the blood off her face with a tissue and comforting the two dolls. Then, Su-En's power was broken, and he couldn't help but cry out, clutching his head, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." It seemed as if the pain had just returned. His mind wasn't the usual groggy feeling from overdrawn energy, but a stabbing pain. Ah, what just happened? Why does it hurt so much? Su-En felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing her brain. Little Pumpkin noticed his master's pain, blushed, and continued to use his skills on Su-En. Psychic Feedback. It hated it so much. It only had this one recovery skill, mainly because its natural defense was strong, its mental state was weak, and it wasn't good at healing. Ah, as for the bear, there was nothing to do except feel sorry for him. It had only one mental talent point, and no healing skills. Half an hour later, Su-En's headache eased. Actually, it was just a gradual numbness from the pain. She took a deep breath, her expression softening. She said, I'm sorry to have worried you. Then, Su-En rubbed the pumpkin's head and comforted the bear's hand. Su-En glanced at her personal dashboard. Spirit value, 6/17. Negative status, mental trauma. During the battle, your mental state has suffered some shock damage. Please treat it as soon as possible, otherwise your mental recovery ability will be permanently reduced. This is a bit troublesome. This is a negative status that continuously reduces your mental recovery ability, an invisible mental wound. Su-En pursed her lips, pretending nothing was wrong, and comforted the two bears, telling them not to worry. Su-En had originally planned to spend 3 hours exploring the platform in the nameless town, but she hadn't expected to finish in just an hour. There were some risks, but the rewards were also considerable. Su-En checked the time. It was just after 3 in the afternoon, and she glanced out the window. It was still light. Today was the 7th day, Thursday, and it was still treasure chest spawn time. Life went on. Seeing nothing was wrong, Suemo got out of the car, inspected the RV for any damage, and then continued on his way. The teddy bear circled the RV, inspecting it, then climbed onto the roof to examine the wooden boxes containing the buns. It tightened the ropes and reinforced the boxes, which had become somewhat loose from the acceleration. By the time Suemo returned to the driver's seat and drove on, Su-En and Little Pumpkin had already entered the RV to rest. Suemo drove as usual, searching for boxes and killing monsters, but his expression was heavy. When fighting monsters, the blows were particularly heavy-handed, with a touch of brutality. Inside the RV, perhaps having used too much spiritual energy, Little Pumpkin only chatted with Su-En for a few words before falling asleep. It fell asleep suddenly, its levitation instantly failing, and it plummeted. Su-En reacted quickly and lifted Little Pumpkin into his arms. Su-En carried Little Pumpkin to the bedroom and tucked her in before emerging. She added a few more pieces of wood to the stove, took off her heavy coat, rubbed her aching head, and sat down at the dining table. Sitting at the table, she looked at the space ring in her hand, realizing that her first challenge was the quest. The quest information was incomplete, and it was extremely difficult to complete. Looking at the space ring, she felt the solution lay here. Chapter 85. That seemingly powerful player, Sister Fang, wanted her help fulfilling her wish and delivering a letter to her daughter, so she must have made all the necessary preparations. Su-En stared at the gleaming ring. The system screen introduction appeared before her, and her mood couldn't help but brighten. because the system's cursing pop-up window had reappeared. She had no choice but to figure out this system's ways. The more it cursed, the more she wanted to laugh. Space Ring, a casual creation of the Goose Tribe's god-level space master super god Goose Shui Dare. It occupies 1 meter and contains a lot of items. This is a product that disrupts the fairness of the game. It's unreasonable and illegal. You are all robbers, thieves, troublemakers, and the most foolish of fools. Suin simply ignored the system's defense. There was nothing she could do. She just wanted to laugh after looking at it for too long. She realized that this was the second creation of the Goose Tribe's god-level space master super god Goose Shui Dare. This super god Goose, with its impressive name, seemed quite powerful, having created many magical space-related props. It seemed as if the idiot clan, the one the system constantly cursed, had once been glorious, leaving behind many magical items that reduced the game's difficulty, which had caused it to harbor a grudge. With her previous experience, using a temporary space ring, Suin quickly studied it. Probing with her mental power, she could see the contents. It was a completely independent space, filled with many items. Suin took them out in one go at the dining table and placed them on the table. Glittering with gold, she gasped. Not only were the items she had seen in the store inside, but there were even more she had never seen before, all of them valuable. A quick glance revealed 2 gold keys, for silver keys, 6 special items, for special platform tickets, 10 low-level energy stones, for RV component blueprints, for material resource cards, for spiritual materials, 2 mental healing pills, 2 physical healing pills, and 2 gold coins. There was also a piece of paper inside, stating that the ring belonged to the player who helped, but the items inside were half a thank you gift for the player who helped, and half supplies for her daughter. This was a motherly love Suin couldn't understand. She was fortunate enough to have experienced this kind of motherly care. Suin found items within that could be used for quests. Item Relative Finder. Insert hair/skin/nail/flesh fragments to help locate a relative's area and the player's current ID. Next to the Relative Finder, there was a strand of silver hair. The attention to detail is truly meticulous. Item Server-wide Stamps. Enter the player's coordinates to use the system's mail system to mail supplies. These 2 items make Suin's mission from difficult to incredibly simple. All he needs to do is recognize Chinese characters, understand human language, find Sister Wang Fang's daughter, and then pack the supplies and mail them. So now's the time to complete the mission. The system has a 3-day mandatory mission countdown, and they're desperately hoping Suin won't complete it. They're going to give her a debilitating attack and lock her innate skills. To avoid further complications, Suin believes the sooner he finishes, the better. Suin searches the system taskbar for a Fang souvenir, chooses to withdraw it, and takes it. The souvenirs were in a thick envelope. As expected, they contained all the sister's thoughts about her child. Then, she stared at the dazzling array of items before her, stunned for a moment. These glittering treasures were truly a test of her conscience. You know, the system's mission required simply delivering the souvenirs, and that was considered completed. Suin didn't have to give these high-level resources, she could just send them herself, no big deal. That Sister Fang couldn't come out and attack her from across the platform. After looking at them for a moment, hesitating for half a minute, Suin sighed, my character isn't obvious when it's good, and it's not completely bad when it's bad. She began sorting the items into 2 parts. However, Sister Wang Fang seemed to have sorted them out beforehand, and each item was in duplicate. Suin quickly transferred 1 copy to her system space and the other to her space ring. The 6 items, in addition to the family finder and server-wide stamps, include 2 small water vending machines and 2 small rice vending machines. Small water vending machine, a small water resource item that provides cheap, clean drinking water. 100 L of water for 1 copper coin. High quality, affordable, and fair to everyone. Durability, 98/100. As long as the faucet is intact, it can be used for 3 years. Small vending machine, rice, a small food resource item that provides cheap broken rice for 500 G/5 copper coins. Good value, fair to everyone. Durability, 99/100. As long as the machine is intact, it can be used for 3 years. These are both very practical and magical items. The main point is that with these 2 items, you have a stable food source, ensuring you won't starve for 3 years. Gold and silver keys are a no-brainer, half each. For platform tickets, 3 hours for 2 at the special platform Gold and Silver Treasure House, and 3 hours for 2 at the special platform Spiritual Mountain Mine. It seems to be related to money, very exciting. RV components are very practical, including exquisite stovetop blueprint *2, exquisite bathroom blueprint *2. The material resource cards are coal blocks *99, 2 cards, and gasoline *99, 2 cards. The spirit level materials are spirit level engine *2, spirit level mechanical parts *2, which are the most difficult upgrade materials for upgrading a regular gasoline car to a spirit level car. Spirit level candy *2, a medication that can heal the mind and, to a certain extent, clear negative mental states, treating mental trauma, breakdowns, pollution, and other mental damage. Special healing drug *2, a medication that can heal physical injuries, treating serious injuries and illnesses. Finally, there's hard currency, 10 low-level energy stones, and 2 gold coins. God knows how tempted Suen was. Suen took a deep breath. Then, Chapter 86. Suen immediately emailed half of the above items, including the space ring, to the little girl whose ID she had just found. Area 2821, nickname, 16-year-old Huahua is very sad, ID, 028371. She could have kept the space ring, but Suen figured she wasn't that short of space, so she gave it to her. Just a good deed for the day. Mainly, she already benefited greatly from her mother. She felt a bit embarrassed. Although, under the rules, she lost her health bar to the insane lost player Wang Fong when she emerged, it was a price she paid. All in all, she gotten a great deal. The mailing was complete. This quest is displayed as completed. Congratulations, player, for completing the quest Offong souvenir and receiving the quest reward item, the car compressor. I don't understand. You're all idiots, doing such a stupid thing. Suen will not respond to the system's comments. It is precisely because of the complexity of both goodwill and ill will that humans are so wonderful. The most difficult thing to look directly at in this world is the human heart. The most wonderful thing is also the human heart. Man is inherently good, and man is inherently evil, both are true. Suen, unwilling to accept the system's refusal, retrieved the quest reward item stored there. Car compressor. With this item, there's no need to worry about lack of space. The gasoline and coal that take up space in the little pumpkin can all be compressed into carts for storage. It saves space, and is convenient. Then, Suen sorted out his belongings. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Suen felt only 2 words. Comfortable. Suen took only a few risks in this grocery store, yet he gained so much. Gold keys *2, silver keys *2, special item car compressor *1, small vending machine, water, *1, small vending machine, rice, *1, special platform ticket gold and silver treasure house 3 hours, special platform ticket spiritual mountain mine 3 hours, resource cars 1 ton of coal 1,000 L of gasoline 1. Key materials for vehicle upgrade to spirit level spiritual engine *1, spiritual mechanical parts *1. Healing drug spiritual candy *1, healing special medicine *1. Energy stone, low level *5, 1 gold coin. Suen looked at the candy, and couldn't help but want to try spiritual candy. The effect of the drug fruit was lost, but common sense told her to wait, and use it later. She looked at her almost full experience bar, and thought about leveling up later to see if the upgrade could eliminate the negative effects, and save on psychiatric medication. At this moment, Suen noticed that the car had been parked for a long time. Looking out the window, she saw Little Bear encountering a group of monsters outside and fighting them. Wait until the battle is over. Her experience bar immediately filled up. Your teddy bear Suemo kills LV2 red-eyed goose, LV2 red-eyed goose, LV1 red-eyed goose, LV1 red-eyed goose, LV2 wild boar, LV3 red-eyed wild boar, LV3 red-eyed wild boar. Player gains experience. Plus 132, plus 124, plus 12, plus 15, plus 221, plus 673, plus 756. Congratulations. Player experience points have been fully upgraded and leveled up. Level 1 upgrades to Level 2. Experience points have been cleared, converted into energy, and the upgrade is successful. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for reaching Level 2. Your current level is higher than 92.8% of players. Please work hard to advance as quickly as possible. Tip: there will be surprises after Level 4. You have awakened a new personal skill, Flesh Healing. Click the attribute panel for details. Suen felt a warm current wash over him. Under the influence of a surge of energy, the negative effects of mental damage were instantly eliminated, and his entire body felt lighter. As he felt a sense of comfort, his mind became clearer, and his mental strength began to surge. At the same time, Suin realized a new way to use his mental power. He could attach it to his body, stimulating its flesh and blood, consuming energy, and accelerating the healing of wounds. In other words, with the help of his mental power, Suin could treat external injuries by supplementing his diet. The attribute panel was updated. Suin looked at the system screen. Player, Suin. Nickname, ID Sunshine Bear, 971111, Area, 20312, 98231/100000. Level 2, 23 XP/100000. Attributes, excellent. Attack, December 12th, can probably take down 2 idiots. Defense, 6 out of 6, still a bit squishy. Spirit, 34 to 34, can grow. System doesn't want to rate. Overall system rating, a very spirited, annoying creature. Personal skill 3, Flesh Healing, consumes a certain amount of spirit to attach to flesh, accelerating energy absorption and healing of flesh wounds. Suin stretched, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Thinking about new skills, she felt a bit tempted to try them out. But she didn't have any wounds at the moment. Suin thought for a moment, then took out a knife and warmed it over the fire to disinfect it. When the knife cooled, she made a shallow cut on her upper arm. Fearing pain, she was particularly gentle. A shallow wound appeared, so light that it didn't even bleed. She exerted a little more force, and saw tiny beads of blood forming on her arm, resembling a wound. A tingling pain radiated from the wound. Suin put down the knife and quickly used a skill to heal it. This kind of wound needed to be treated quickly. After all, if it wasn't treated, the blood would clot, and the wound would soon close. Suin expended her mental energy on the wound and felt a warm current flow through it. The wound began to itch slightly, and then the scab quickly fell off. In a few seconds, there was no trace of the wound on her arm, leaving only pure, white, and delicate skin. She felt it for a moment, and realized that perhaps because the wound was so small, the mental energy consumed was minimal, so she hadn't even used a single point. Her attribute bar was still full. Suin touched her arm, her skin felt no discomfort, as if the wound had never appeared. Next, Suin took out some meat dropped by monsters for experimentation. These pieces of flesh disintegrated before his spiritual power could even attach to them. After several attempts, Suin concluded that this skill could only heal living flesh and blood, promoting wound healing and being more effective for external injuries. After a busy day, Suin felt a little hungry, not knowing whether it was from the energy he just consumed or because it was almost dinner time. It seemed time to prepare dinner. How about some steamed buns? Sisterinen, sisterinen. In the distance, Suin heard an excited cry. It was the voice of the teddy bear. Suin went to the window and looked out. He saw the teddy bear walking towards the road in the distance. It grew to 4 meters in size, each foot leaving a footprint in the snow. It held 2 treasure chests under its arms, and a bunch of monster carcasses in its left and right hands. There were geese, wild boars. The teddy bear dragged its things to the front of the car and, within the protective shield, showed Suin its freshly harvested trophies. Sisterinen, I was lucky just now. I came across a silver box and a gold box, appearing together. Chapter 87. The little bear said happily. It dropped the monster corpse it was holding, grew to 2 meters in size, and showed Suin the 2 boxes tucked under its arms. The boxes were held in the bear's palm. The boxes, made of non-wood, reflected the unique metallic luster in the setting sun, shining brightly. It was a long-lost glitter. During the past few days of driving, except for yesterday, Wednesday, when the boxes didn't spawn, Suin and his crew had collected about 10 boxes a day. Because of the scarcity of treasure chests, these boxes, with the exception of wooden ones, were mostly wooden. Copper boxes were extremely rare, and silver boxes hadn't been seen in days. The discovery of these 2 boxes, along with the spawning of a group of monsters, gave Suimo a hearty killing spree, dispelling the frustration of discovering Sisterinen wasn't feeling well and being unable to do anything about it. It felt very useful at this moment. A brave bear leading everyone to a better life, not a helpless, lazy bear. After defeating the monsters, Suimo ran over clutching his loot, eager to share his joy with Sisterinen. Suin's first impression was happiness, the joy of a reward, a lucky surprise. Then, she saw that Sumo's energy bar was only 17% left. Blood, ice, and snow slag stained his exposed fur, making him look rather disheveled. She realized that Little Bear's victory hadn't been easy. It was the result of a tremendous battle. The joy of leveling up and gaining something slowed, and Sue-Ann remembered the significance of the battle completion information she had overlooked in her excitement. Little Bear had just faced a siege by 4 geese and 3 wild boars alone. Of the geese, 2 were level 2 and 2 were level 1, while the wild boars were 2 level 3 and 1 level 1. What a heroic giant bear puppet, battling 7 monsters. Sue-Ann opened the car door, pounced, and embraced the snow-covered, blood-smelling bear, praising it. "Xiao-Mo, you're awesome. You're truly amazing." The praise was like a warm current that warmed the bear puppet's heart. Sister and Anne's hug made the bear puppet shy. Uncontrollably, its ears bent down, curling and wafting in the cold wind, emitting heat that smoked white. The bear puppet quickly realized that it was filthy, cold outside, and that Sister Anne would be cold without enough clothing. It carried Sister Anne and the treasure chest into the house, gently brushing off the snow that had stained it from hugging her. Sue-Ann closed the door and told her to stay home and just watch him clean up the monster corpses. The bear puppet's actions were gentle amidst its strength, careful amidst its ferocity. To be honest, Sue-Ann didn't even feel the cold. Thanks to the bear's powerful combat abilities, it diligently fought monsters every day. Sue-Ann and Su Nanling shared their experience points at home. She'd been hoarding experience points for a long time, and the accumulated experience points had allowed her to reach level 2. After reaching level 2, Sue-Ann felt her physical fitness had improved considerably, and her resistance to the cold had also increased significantly. It was like she'd just been outdoors for less than half a minute, and she hadn't even felt the cold at all. A dozen minutes later, Sue-Ann dismembered all the monster carcasses and stored them in his own space. Geese yield limited meat, but wild boars are particularly good. 3 wild boars yielded a large amount of meat. Hundreds of pounds of meat filled Su-Mo's already limited personal space. For the remaining space, he had to ask Sister Anne to bring out the wooden barrel she custom-made a few days ago. He then placed the meat inside the RV and sorted it out later. Sue-Ann had no time to deal with organizing his space, so he had to ask Master Anne to handle it. After finishing his loot, Sue-Ann looked at the dirt on his body and rolled in the snow beside the road. He stood up and brushed off the frozen blood stains on his body. In 3 seconds, his clothes were much cleaner. Sue-Ann asked Sister Anne and learned that there was still half an hour until 5 o'clock. Sue-Ann decided to continue driving. Sue-Ann felt that his luck had suddenly improved since leaving the platform today. He had to look for treasure chests again, maybe he could find a bigger one. Sue-Ann wanted to let the teddy bear rest, but she also knew that the treasure chests only refresh for a limited time, only 6 hours a day. Entering the platform today would waste so much time, and with only half an hour left for the treasure chest to refresh, she couldn't waste it. After thinking it over, she asked the teddy bear to transform into its smallest form and sit in the passenger seat to rest while she drove and searched for the treasure chest. Sue-Ann wanted to refuse, but Sue-Ann explained the reason for her decision. She had just leveled up, and all her stats were maxed out, making her the more efficient driver. The bear was running low on energy, and the biggest challenge now was resting and eating to replenish it. What if, in the final half hour, she was lucky enough to encounter another gold or silver chest, and the monsters it spawned wouldn't be enough for the bear to defeat in her current state? Running low on energy, she couldn't use any of her skills, which would be very dangerous. Besides, if Sue-Ann couldn't defeat it, she would be even less so. Were the two of them just going to watch helplessly as the chest slipped away? Sue-Ann's long words were etched in the bear's ears. It transformed into its most energy-efficient form, obediently sat in the passenger seat, and began to eat. Retrieving the remaining steamed buns from the last pot of lunch, they had lost their sizzling heat, leaving only a slight lingering warmth. A small bowl of them was piled on the bear, making it easy to eat. If you're feeling a bit tired of steamed buns, the storage box in front of the cab was open, filled with small breads of various flavors, mineral water juice, and candy. These were snacks Sue-Ann had specially prepared for the bear to replenish his energy. The car started steadily. Perhaps because he hadn't driven in a few days, Sue-Ann felt the difference in this car as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. The high chassis, heavy load capacity, and spacious cabin made it feel a little less comfortable than the small RV he was driving before. No problem. I upgraded it tonight. Sue-Ann quickly adapted to the pace of the larger RV, and the oversized RV continued to move forward under Sue-Ann's control. As the car slowly drove, the bear ate its buns while keeping a lookout for any trace of the box. This was a job that tested both eyesight and patience. The road was lined with white snow and dry branches, a somewhat dull scene that repeated itself endlessly. Typically, a box would appear as a small bulge on either side of the road, within 50 meters of sight. Bear watched, pause, grabbed a bun, Chewed, chewed, chewed. Swallowed. Stuffed another bun. Chewed, chewed, chewed. Suen spotted something that looked like a small bulge. Suen asked Suemo, Xiaomo, does that snow pile look like a box? Chapter 88. It shouldn't be, but sister, stop the car. Suemo replied. Suen slammed on the brakes and stopped the car, staring at the teddy bear in confusion. It shouldn't be, so why stop? The teddy bear had already swallowed the bun in its mouth and placed the small wooden basin containing the buns on the middle platform of the car. It slid out of its seatbelt, opened the window, and darted over. A few seconds later, the teddy bear landed on the small bulge, leaping high and landing heavily on the small snow pile. Snowflakes flew, and the snowy ground became an open space. It was all snow, with no trace of the box. It seemed as if it had known this outcome all along. It darted back, leaping through the open window to let in the cold air, and back into the car. Cisternin, snow piles formed by wind and snow are like that. They're empty inside. Snow piles made by boxes are slightly taller, more like rectangles, and sometimes even have a corner showing. Suemo closed the window and shared his experience with his sister. This was all the experience it had accumulated from driving around looking for the box every day. Nothing special, just that it had been so often disappointed, and having been accustomed to being slipped by those pesky snowdrifts, it had learned its lesson. While explaining, it didn't stop, slipping into its seatbelt, obeying non-existent traffic regulations, while simultaneously bringing back the bowl of buns, grabbing a bun with its paw, and stuffing it into its mouth. Suen. Little Bear guessed it was probably empty, and because of her suspicion, he even checked it out before explaining how he found it. The key was the smooth, effortless speed, taking only a few seconds. It didn't delay the trip, and it respected Suen's opinion. I don't know what to say. So thoughtful and attentive, so attentive and patient. The car continued driving. After driving about 10 kilometers, Suen saw another snow pile that looked like a box. She hesitated. Sisternin, stop the car. This one looks like it. I go check it out. Don't worry about me running in vain. Looking for a box in the snow is like better to doubt it than miss it. After saying that, Suemo opened the water bottle, drank half of it, and swallowed the food in his mouth. This water bottle was Sumo's personal bottle, and Suen had boiled some water in it. While drinking, Suen happened to stop the car, parking it steadily near the snow pile that looked like a box. Suemo finished the water, and put the remaining half bottle away. Then she put the empty basin in her arms away. Only then did Suen see that the entire basin, containing about 10 buns, had been completely eaten by the teddy bear. The energy bar above Sumo's head also rose to the passing line, 62%. Suemo didn't get out of the car through the window, but instead opened the door and got out, closing it behind him. From this action, Suen could deduce that Suemo thought the snowpack was large and likely contained a chest. Through the transparent glass, Suen watched as Suemo transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant bear, ran to a snowpack on the side of the road, and scooped it up with his bare claws. A flash of golden color appeared in the snowpack, and a swarm of monsters scurried out from nowhere. The monster spawn location was some distance from the car, and no music was playing from the speakers. Suen opened his eyes wide and looked over. A giant python, accompanied by a dozen colorful snakes, suddenly appeared and attacked Suemo. Suen froze in the car, startled. Could it really be a gold chest? So many monsters spawning in a row, so exciting. So many snakes are coming out in the middle of winter. Aren't they hibernating? That defies biological logic. Well, this is a game world, monsters spawn constantly, there's no logic to it. Although she knew Suemo could handle it, Suen couldn't help but watch the situation over there with concern. She opened the window, ready to use mental attacks and call for reinforcements at any moment. A message popped up on the screen in front of Suen. Your teddy bear Suemo enters combat mode, facing LV4 Red-Eyed Python, LV3 Illusionary Viper, LV3 Red-Eyed Viper, LV2 Red Snake *3, LV1 Green Snake *7. 13 snakes in total. During the battle, Suemo quickly realized he was facing a group attack. The highest level python in the lead had a higher energy level, was the largest, and had the most powerful attack. Facing the attack from the python's tail, Suemo rolled on the ground, crushing several slow-reacting level 1 snakes while dodging the python's tail's lashes. Clang, swish, swish, swish. The giant python's tail lashed against the snow, snapping many trees and sending large flakes flying. At that instant, the piercing sound of the python's tail piercing the air, the crash of falling branches, and the clatter of snow all appeared simultaneously. Seeing its attack fail, the The giant python opened its mouth wide at the giant bear, attempting to use its height and length to swallow the 2-meter bear. Facing the giant python's gaping maw, Sumo acted decisively and used his skill, transforming into the third level of the bear's form. From the 2-meter form, he transformed into his full form, a 10-meter giant bear. Transformed into a giant bear, Sumo stood up and faced the 13-14-meter long python. In his giant bear form, Sumo had no time to worry about the colorful snakes around him pouncing on him. He focused on dealing with the giant python, battling it out with strength. Watching the small snakes launch themselves into the air, ready to bite Sumo, Suin, safely inside the protective shield, could no longer sit still. There were venomous snakes inside. The little bear couldn't be hurt. Whoosh! A mental arrow shot in, overwhelming the battlefield and sending the small snakes, including the giant python, into a state of mental shock and daze. The colorful snakes, soaring into the air, fell, and the giant python was instantly stunned, its movements stiff. Sumo instantly felt his master's help. At this moment, Sumo didn't stop. His bare claw dug into the giant python's mouth, hooking it, and his other claw locked onto it, tearing it apart. The giant python's mouth opened wide, and sensing something was wrong, it used its ability to close its mouth. With a bite force of 10,000 kilograms, it faced Sumo's might. Sumo roared, a whistling sound, and then, with all its might, it unleashed its full force. The immense force, reaching 110,000 kilograms, far exceeded the giant python by an order of magnitude. While counteracting the python's bite, he grabbed its mouth, upper and lower jaws, and tore it in two. Blood splattered on the snow. Watching this violent and brutal battle, Suin couldn't help but feel her blood boiling. Su-An's left hand tightly gripped the bow handle, never letting go. The wind from the window blew in, hitting her face. In front of the battle scene, the python was dead. Sumo discarded 2 long pieces of python flesh, and the torn python fell to the snow. The 2 pieces of flesh were still trembling. In just a dozen seconds, Sumo had powerfully dispatched the monster 1 level higher. The spirit light arrow skill had lost its effect. The colorful little snakes reacted and leaped back at the bear, their fangs pointed, aiming for the giant bear's exposed skin, claws, head, and neck. Suin was about to fire another arrow, but the light arrow hadn't been released. She saw the giant bear shake its head. And then, in that instant, poof! Chapter 89. The 10-meter-long bear instantly shrank to a tiny size, barely larger than a small nose from afar. The tiny bear was a far cry from the enormous beast just now. Sumo used his transformation to dodge the snake's attacks. At the same time, the velvet flower hairpin on the bear's head glowed. Sumo was using the velvet flower's group attack skill. She absorbed the spiritual energy from the bow and condensed it into arrows. She withdrew an unfired spiritual light arrow. Skill 4. The bear's beautiful attack and defense dance. Attack is the best defense. Thousands of pink, purple, and blue petals appeared and fluttered. Some petals intercepted the snake's attacks, while others transformed into flying knives, striking the snake's vital points, eyes, and scales. Time would do the rest. The snakes were chopped into countless pieces. A few minutes later, the war was over. Player Sunshine Bear, you and your bear teddy bear Sumo have killed a level 4 red-eyed python, a level 3 illusionary viper, a level 3 red-eyed viper, 3 level 2 red snakes, and 7 level 1 green snakes. You gain experience points plus 1228, plus 312, plus 521, plus 122, plus 103, plus 12, plus 16, plus 19. It was almost 5 o'clock, dusk setting in the west. Only a sliver of the sun remained in the game, and the sky grew darker, a deep blue. 5 o'clock. It was completely dark. Sumo walked in the afterglow of the setting sun. As the sun gradually disappeared, he returned in the darkness, carrying a box and dragging a pile of basilisk corpses. Sumo approached the illuminated RV. The light illuminated its form. Sumo was covered in blood, yet a broad smile graced his face, brimming with the joy of a successful harvest. The energy bar, barely reaching the passing mark, had dropped to 24% after using 2 ultimates in a row, but this didn't dampen his spirits. The golden treasure chest tucked under his arm, and a clutch of snake tails in his hand, both signs of a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Suin had long since left the driver's seat. She was now draped in a coat, welcoming the triumphantly returning bear stuffed animal in front of the car. As night fell, the protective shield surrounding the RV, faint and invisible during the day, became more visible, casting a faint, shimmering glow that enveloped the entire vehicle. This added a sense of security and a dreamlike romance to the mysterious and dangerous night. As he neared the entrance to the shield, the bear quickened his pace, running closer to his master. He was about to enter the shield. In front of the protective shield, the little bear suddenly seemed to be under attack. It froze in place, its eyes vacant, its movements dazed. At the same time, Suen received a system notification. Your bear doll, Suimo, is under a psychic attack from an unknown monster in the night. He is dizzy and his psychic power is decreasing. Oh no! The little bear has the weakest psychic talent, level 3, but only 3 psychic points. Suen raised the bow he had just materialized in battle, which he hadn't retracted due to his intense concentration on the battle. He instantly released a psychic light arrow. The psychic light arrow flew in the direction of the attack on the little bear. The psychic light arrow is a psychic attack that can penetrate physical barriers and has an automatic target lock function. It actively seeks out the souls of nearby living beings, detonating the light arrow and inflicting a psychic attack on the enemy. Soon, a spiritual arrow struck an invisible monster behind Suimo. Ah! A scream pierced the night air. Then the night returned to silence. Suen felt the arrow strike a spiritual entity invisible to the naked eye, and her spirit was instantly shattered. Floating. Monsters in the dark night were something like floating, or ghostly beings. Suen saw a message appear on the light screen in front of her. You killed an unknown monster in the dark night. The monster died. You gained free spiritual power, and your spiritual value increased by 5. In this invisible space, Suen could rely on her spiritual perception. The scattered spiritual power around her flowed through the protective shield and was absorbed by her. Suen felt that most of the spiritual power she had just depleted had been restored. So, monsters in the dark night could replenish spiritual power. But she had no time to study this in detail. Suimo was still in danger. Suen quickly ran a few steps, grabbed the stunned little bear, and pulled it into the protective shield. Suen stood on tiptoe, patted the little bear's shoulder, and rocked it. Xiaomo, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Suen asked anxiously. A few seconds passed, and just as Suen was about to give the little bear some psychiatric medication, the little bear's eyes regained their brightness. Ah, sisternin. It stared blankly at Suen. This expression, combined with the hair drooping from lack of energy, it gave off a rather dull look. A bit of a dazed look. It glanced around, and after a few seconds, it finally reacted. Slowly, confused, it asked Suen, Hey sister, why did I suddenly become disoriented? Am I too tired or too hungry? Oh yes, I'm going to give my sister the golden treasure chest. Suimo smiled naively, as he held the golden treasure chest to Suen, unaware that he'd just been subjected to a mental attack from something floating around. Suen quickly checked the bear's stats and felt relieved. She acted just in time, and the bear's spirit level hadn't been significantly depleted. However, the bear's overall condition wasn't great. She should rest it, preferably with a hot bath. Bear's plush panel. Level, LV3. Attack, 23/30. Defense, 16/21. Spirit, 1 of 3. Experience, 82721/100000. Current status, hungry, tired, dirty. Satiety/energy, 22%, hungry, stomach almost empty, mood, excited. Cleanliness, 17%. This bear, after a long day of fighting in the wind and snow, tearing apart a giant python with his bare hands, seems a bit too dirty. In a blink of an eye, the bear were inside. Workday was over, but that didn't stop Suen from getting busy. She had to upgrade the RV and prepare dinner, and a hot bath for the bear. She couldn't let the bear, tired after a long day, down. Although the bear was happy, it seemed like this bath wouldn't be possible without it. In fact, she hadn't showered or washed her clothes since she came in, at most washing her face and hands every day. It wasn't that the conditions didn't allow it. So today, she and the bear would also take a hot bath together. Thankfully, she could upgrade the bathroom. Haha. Suen took out the exquisite stove plans and exquisite bathroom plans, dismantled the original bathroom and stove, added some materials and gained coins, and updated the stove and bathroom. The exquisite bathroom was similar to a modern hotel bathroom. It covered 5 square meters, and had separate wet and dry areas. 2 square meters were dedicated to the bathtub and shower, and 3 square meters were dedicated to the toilet and sink. The bathroom was spacious and clean, complete with the car's water supply and a large water tank. The upgraded stove had its own radiator and hot water tank connected to the entire house, allowing for free heating and bathing. Interestingly, Chapter 90. In addition to traditional combustion, the stove also supports electric heating and gasoline heating. Sue-Ann's unlimited electricity and water cards immediately came in handy. She took out the water and electricity cards and placed them on the RV. Instantly, everything became incredibly convenient. The unlimited water automatically flowed into the water tank and began filling. Simultaneously, the stove, powered by electricity, rapidly heated the water, which was then circulated to all the radiators in the house. The entire RV quickly warmed up. This upgrade to the stove and bathroom has greatly improved our quality of life. The old stoves were so hot that you felt warm if you were close to them and cold if you were far away. With these radiators, the warmth is evenly distributed throughout the entire house. Soon, the hot little bear took off his cloak and clothes, leaving only a small vest and shorts. He placed his clothes in a wash basin. 5 minutes later, the RV's water tank was full, and Sue-Ann removed the unlimited water card. 10 minutes later, one of the unlimited electricity cards was gone, and Sue-Ann's several power banks and phones stopped charging. Currently, Sue-Ann had 10 minutes left on one unlimited electricity card and 25 minutes left on one unlimited water card. Sue-Ann took the bear to the bathroom, took out shampoo and soap, and let it take a shower. Then he sat down in front of the new stove, added hot wood and coal, and relit the fire. The fire quickly grew. The new stove was much easier to use than the previous one. He cut the snake meat, put it in a large pot, and simmered it. Sue-Ann had never cooked snake meat before and didn't know how to cook it, so he simply followed the traditional stew method. He heated the pot with lard, stir-fried it, added some cooking wine, salt, spices, and water, and simmered it. Anyway, the stew was just that. It might have been more delicious with some ginger, but Sue-Ann didn't have any, so she just left it as it was. Over a dozen snakes, the non-venomous ones yielded a pot of meat, which Sue-Ann stewed almost all in one pot. The remaining poisonous meat, ingredients like fangs and venomous sac snake skin, and the pork from earlier, Sue-Ann stuffed into the small pumpkin space to process later. The expanded stove had more room, allowing for more pots. The snake meat was stewed. Sue-Ann took another pot from the cabinet and cooked rice. It must be said that after obtaining the cheap rice buying tool, Sue-Ann was even more willing to eat rice, quickly pouring the stored rice into the pot. Sue-Ann had become quite skilled at cooking rice. Generally, she could control the heat well, achieving a slightly charred bottom and cooked through top. She usually placed the rice pot in the middle, heated it over high heat, then moved it to the edge of the stove and simmered it on low heat. She could cook a lot of rice in one sitting. As for how much rice she could cook in a single meal, that was the pot's limit, not hers. After the rice and stewed meat were in the pot, Sue-Ann took a breather. Tonight's main course and staple food were ready. Next, Sue-Ann began to cut the meat, taking a piece of pork and slicing it. Later, she planned to wrap it in flour and deep fry it, then stir-fry it in a sweet and sour sauce for sweet and sour pork. It would improve the flavor. After preparing the dishes, Sue-Ann checked the fire, moved the rice to the side, uncovered the stewed snake meat, and tossed it with a spoon. Time slipped by unnoticed. After Little Bear finished his hot bath, Sue-Ann asked Little Bear to help watch the fire. She took off her dirty clothes and placed them among Little Bear's. She then went to take a bath. She hadn't washed or bathed her hair in 7 days, and she had always tied it up with a rubber band, not caring if it was greasy or not. The first time I applied shampoo, it wouldn't even foam. Half an hour later, Sue-Ann changed into clean clothes, wrapped his half-dry hair in a towel, and walked out of the house, feeling incredibly relaxed. Every inch of his skin and hair felt like it could breathe. When Sue-Ann came out of the bathroom, he saw Little Pumpkin baring his teeth and scolding him in front of Sue-Ann. "You stupid bear, you're almost burning the rice. You need to flip the pot. Our stove burns hot in the middle and weaker at the sides. When you cook rice, if you just watch without turning the pot, it burn on one side and not be cooked on the other." The little bear stood on a stool, accepting Little Pumpkin's lecture, one ear tucked in, the other pricked up, listening. Oh! It hadn't noticed this before. Last time, the burnt rice crusts were all eaten by its owner. It's a terrible job here. Be more careful next time. It turned the rice pot as Little Pumpkin instructed, completely ignoring Little Pumpkin's harsh words. Noticing the bathroom door open and seeing its master, a towel wrapped around his head and dressed in clean clothes, Little Pumpkin instantly perked up, not bothering to lecture Sue-Ann. It soared to Sue-Ann's presence. "Master Eater, I leveled up," Little Pumpkin said excitedly. "I got an awesome, I'm so awesome." Little Pumpkin danced with joy, showing off the changes it had made after leveling up. "My body feels incredibly good now, my stats are maxed out, my energy lasts longer after the upgrade, my speed in pumpkin cart mode has increased to 60 kilometers per hour, and my folding space has gotten a little bigger. Suen realized that Little Pumpkin had woken up so quickly and recovered because she and Suemo had gained experience killing monsters together and had leveled up directly. Little Bear has been really diligent these days. He's been leading himself and Little Pumpkin, 2 level 1 players, to fight monsters and gain experience, and then both have reached level 2. Suen and her doll are now considered a single unit by the system, similar to a team mode, with experience points distributed proportionally. Suen took Little Pumpkin's hand and asked, "Do you know how you leveled up?" Little Pumpkin smiled, looking at Suen's serious face, then lost in thought. The air seemed to be still for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Little Pumpkin said, "It seems it's because of Big Bear. When it kills monsters, I get a little more warm energy around me." At this point, Little Pumpkin felt a little embarrassed. It seemed as if it had just taught Big Bear a lesson. It seemed to feel a little sorry for the bear, even though it was actually very capable. It usually relied on it for all the fights and the dirty work. It seemed like it had asked the bear to empty the toilet quite a bit. Little Pumpkin quickly realized why its owner had asked it that question, and that it had made a mistake. It said, "I'm sorry, master. I was rude to Big Bear just now. I should have apologized." After saying this, Little Pumpkin floated in front of Suemo, bowed its head, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Big Bear. I shouldn't have been so mean to you. You're a great Big Bear, a powerful puppet warrior, and a fighter for our better lives." It looked up at the bear before it, and continued its apology. "I shouldn't use my strengths to disparage your weaknesses. It's not a good character. Thinking back, my attitude wasn't good this afternoon, and it wasn't good yesterday either. Please forgive me. I only realized this after Master reminded me. I'm the dumbest puppet in our house. I'm sorry, Big Bear. If I hurt you, I'm willing to compensate." Suemo scratched his head. It could be said that it didn't seem to take it seriously.